mean, they show him kind of fixing shit, you know? Seems to know. He seems to be very capable. Yeah, he's got a sawmill. He's
Well,
got the
this is all
greenhouse.
too, and like after that airplane ride, that was like 2 years ago, probably 2 or 3 years ago. I was leaving. I think I was leaving Con Expo. Doesn't matter, whatever. But after hearing his take on the hailstones, and I don't know, that just kind of discredited all of the rest of the characters for me. Like, yeah, is there some truth in there? I'm sure there is a lot of truth in there, but the best lies are mixed with truth. So how
Yeah,
much
I mean,
of this is
the kid that
actually reality?
the kid that was I'm sure you could look up the kid that did the Iditarod. Sure you could look him up. And
Dude, listen
I don't know
to
how they
the
could show him
oldest.
freaking do that much shit. Like they showed Jesse freaking building that one house and they left it for another one. That dude, he said he used to build nice houses for people. And dude, he built that if he did that's the one thing I think they probably have help with is when they show him doing like a construction thing, they probably have a little help, I would think. But I don't know. I mean, they show a lot of shit. Like as far as like fishing, hunting, uh
Yeah, but they also show you like the people walking into the brush with like a clear drone, like filming them as they go, or like a path they're taking where like you're gonna have to walk back and pick up that camera after you walk down the trail, stuff like that. So like, or there's a fucking camera in the water and they're going down to pick out like a fish that's on a hook or something. So this is like, there's a lot of stagecraft that has to take place for them to make these incredible shots.
oh yeah, there's boats following their boat to get the shots. There's drones. Yeah, those are big freaking popular shows. I think pretty much. You know,
Just listen to fucking the oldest kid on Alaskan Bush People, Matt, the old one who was like kind of dorky on the show
yeah,
and
yeah.
retarded.
That dude,
He
yeah,
does.
literally, he would make a fort out of saran wrap, and like it would all just like completely fail. Oh, and he lived in a house of tires too that was completely shit too. The
Yeah,
dude
but
just
listen
he
to his
sucked.
tape. If you listen to him, and he is kind of like retarded, but if you listen to him, like he'll talk about how like the show was fake, and like that's one of his biggest outcries, and how he's been like outcasted from that community. And even though he lives in California with all those other fuckers, he still blabs on about how the authenticity of the filming was not real.
That's so weird. Um, like they did show him building shit though. Like
Yes, they went
whatever.
there and they took pictures and videos and filmed themselves building cabins and did stuff, but all the like actual reality stuff, the interpersonal communications and all that, and what they were actually
That's
doing,
wild, ain't it?
not real. That was all like scripted.
Yeah,
They
freaking
got
wild.
paid to do that. That's the only reason they were even able to do it in the first place, is because they got money.
Yeah, I think the father, uh, I don't know. You kind of just got a feeling for him as he was just about, when the show started, I just felt like, is he freaking real for real? I'm just thinking like, who the hell would take their freaking kids out and 40 below and put them in a mash tent? In a ma- in a mash tent. That's what freaking the one kid called it. Oh my god, that'd be so irresponsible.
I mean, I feel like he was I don't know. It's hard. It's tough to say. Part of me feels like he was murdered. Not there's no proof of that. Not sure. Seemed like a good guy,
I
but
remember my brother saying that lady didn't have cancer. That was just part of the show.
Oh, is that fake? Doesn't surprise me. Not even surprised.
Jeez.
Anything real? I don't know if it's on. I always tell my kids too. Like, if it's on TV, it's probably not real. Like, have questions. Don't try to recreate anything you see on the television because it's not real.
But what about the weatherman? The weatherman's real, right?
Not even the weather is real. You see those planes flying above us?
I
See
saw
those
a guy that I saw a car accident on the news, and I rode by that neighborhood, and there was a car accident. So all of it has to be real.
Dude, my kids now, even they're pretty young, but they'll see the sprayers come out and they'll look up and be like, "Oh man, it's gonna start raining. They're making it cloudy. Stop it. Why are they doing that?" Sure as shit, in like 4 hours, overcast skies, light drizzle. Thanks a lot, Air Force.
Do we have any Globers in here that want to talk about Earth?
Yeah, instead of freaking talking about the Alaskan bush people. My goodness, I'm sorry about that.
Let's talk about the
Don't ever
weather.
don't ever let me get in here. It'll always go to coffee or something freaking completely crazy.
Yeah, not on topic stuff.
Hey, Radwin, I saw you liked my comment in the back chats regarding how to handle density intermediation. I was thinking back to our conversations we had on that, the two of us, like a year or two ago.
Yeah, I'm going to still say, why does a helium balloon go up? So I don't give a shit what you guys say. Not you specifically, the ones listening in right now.
Yeah, man, I've got no problem. The only reason I ever mention it, right, is because people say everything goes down. That's when I bring that up, and I point out that no, what we actually observe is quite a lot of different things. You know.
I'm with you. Nitpicking that dumb shit is pointless.
Right. So don't listen to this guy. Hey, you guys, don't argue like this. Hey, you guys, it's fucking always seems to be somebody on the back saying, whip, with a whip saying, hey, don't do this, don't do that, do this, do that. And criticizing everybody's fucking, are they so fucking perfect that you can't point a fucking finger at anything that they fucking say or do? Who are these people that think that they're so fucking high and mighty and on their high horse? Can anything be fucking organic? Can a conversation just be allowed to just play out and see how it goes and see if people's intellect kicks in and their own cognitive ability to think for themselves? Like, fuck.
Right. One of the biggest telltale signs of that is when you finish getting a Globie to consider the Earth and he starts bringing up oddball tangential arguments. Then he goes and the next Globie brings up the same ones, possibly in the same order. And then the next one comes in. And then mid-conversation, he starts bringing up the same tangential topics in the same order. We don't get the authentic conversations like we used to. And some of the inauthenticity is on our side as well, with the catchphrase, scripted conversation earthers that can't think outside of their, Nathan Oakley 3x5 card.
I'm just here to make those Globers freak out, make their fucking brain fall out with questions and small things I have to say, because it makes them just sit there and quit. usually, if they can't answer it. I'm not here to have long 10-minute dialogues on monologues with the guy and give him a whole giant thing. Because they're already playing a video game by the time you get to that point.
Yeah, that's probably the majority of them. But once in a while, you do get somebody who're actually interested. You know, might deserve a little bit more.
For a 5-minute monologue, I say, okay, now repeat back what that guy said, and they can't. So that's why 5 minutes can't be doing that shit.
Yeah, that is the majority of them. Majority of them are off playing a game or some bullshit, or here just to start shit. You know, because they think they know how stupid flat Earth is. So.
I think AI brought up a really good point earlier, and it's something we need to be more mindful of. Is we're not denying that there's a downward acceleration of an average of 9.8 meters per second of solid objects in a vacuum.
What?
He's cut out. I don't know if he.
For real?
Yeah. Nobody's denying things go down. I'll tell you, I could tell you why, but I'm not going to, because then I'll get yelled at. And after I prove it, then we'll be fine.
The thing is, right, how does it relate to the shape of the Earth? That's we've got to step back sometimes and say, why is this being discussed? Like, go back to the point where it was introduced into the conversation and go, right, this person brought this topic up, obviously because they think it has some relevance to them believing that they live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum, right? We've got to try and stick on that point, right? Like, otherwise we're just going into willy-nilly, like, non-relevant discussion. Right? We've got to maintain the focus on why it's even relevant to the conversation.
Because they're going to say it forms balls.
Right, which we can discount with measurements of the surface.
Right, or them having lack of demonstration of that invisible power that they think matter has to be able to form itself into spheres.
I got a bunch of shit in my basement. I'm waiting for it to build itself. I got it all close to itself. I'm waiting for it to just move together into a pile.
Like, you can concede gravity, no problem, really. And you can also be consistent in showing that gas pressure is not caused by gravity either. There is a fact, Radwin kind of coyly points it out. There is a fact that things arrange themselves by density according to most dense below and least dense on top. That vertical gradient stack is something we observe. And then things of the same densities arrange themselves horizontally. That doesn't mean they curve.
Absolutely.
Aerogel has the surface, even though it's lighter than air, it still gets pushed down. And that guy said it's right. You don't. Things aren't pulled. It's pushed down. He just didn't tell you why.
Yeah.
They know why. They know exactly why.
But we yeah, you're right, right? We can get a jar and fill it with different materials of solid, liquid, and have a little allowance in the top for some air. Put a lid on it, shake the shit out of it, right? And it'll be all in disarray and chaotic. But over time, it settles and forms your densest things at the bottom, working your way up to the least densest things at the top, with a gap at the top, with where you allowed for some air to exist, right? That's the way it'll arrange itself. That is true. There is no fucking denying that.
We pride ourselves on being Zetetics, right? And what that means, for those who don't know, is a direct realist, somebody who knows how to see with their senses without filtering what they take in with their senses through preconceived notions. And you're right, T-Dub. I mean, it's undeniable. We do see this. We experience it. We rely on it to survive. You know, if you're a diver, a scuba diver, and you were in denial of this fact, you would die from the bends. But too many flat earthers are taking this position and ignoring the nuance. It's some of us who've been around in the field a while and who actually understand physics. They're taking the nuance out of the discussion, and they're just in denial of gravity altogether. And it makes us look like retards. Gravity's just a phenomenon that is an explanation and a description without a known cause. And you can treat it as an axiom. It's just how things work. For some reason, our reality is arranged as such that we've got dense things below that are compacted and light things on top that are not. So the reason why a helium balloon goes vertical in the air we breathe is because if it were to go down, it's going to collide with something super dense called the floor, which is incidentally one of the surfaces of the container for the air that we breathe. So it's not going to go down to a denser medium, and it's not going to go horizontally because that doesn't make sense. It's already equilibrated in that dimension. So it has to go up where it belongs.
Speaking of going up, aerogel is supposed to be lighter than air, but it goes down. And that's because it has a surface. Now, I keep giving these hints, but until it clicks in, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. Hey, would that potentially be a surface formed by chemical bonding?
Yeah.
Chemical bonding as an electrostatic force?
Of course. So you can't have things go up and down without a surface, this bottom surface. Well, bottom and the top really being flat.
And would you say that the combination of chemicals, the bonding of matter, the condensing of materials releases heat? That's called enthalpy in physics. It's an enthalpic process.
Yeah, go take a bunch of your grass cuttings and put them in a pile. They'll get warm.
And is that due to gravity, or is that due to electrostatics and chemistry and chemical bonding?
Electrostatics and chemical bonding.
Big think.
And if the other people want to cry about it, we can debate them somewhere else.
I know what you mean. I avoid this because, listen, you and I both know that people who talk about the electrostatic gradient have no idea what they're talking about, and they misrepresent our own ideas and position on this. And I would not. Yeah, I don't want to be associated with those guys. They're pretender clowns. Yep. So, and I think, for the broader discussion, we don't really need to head down that path. Because the gradient itself, whether they call it gravity or, we call it that something else that we don't want to positively claim, the fact remains is that the gradient itself aligns itself horizontally and perpendicular to whatever's setting that gradient in motion in the first place. Oh, and by the way, NASA will tell you that there's a crap ton of plasma way up high. Maybe they're telling the truth.
Ionized gases. Yeah.
Yeah.
They say that's why we see northern southern lights, right? Auroras.
The Northern
Precisely.
Lights should be a dead giveaway. Northern Lights should be a dead giveaway of what I'm talking about.
Which, by the way, there was a big coronal mass ejection, which is coincidental with aurora activity, and it was aimed directly at Earth. There's a big ball of plasma headed here. Flat or globe, it doesn't matter.
It's called
There
the
is a
sun.
correlation.
It's called the sun, the energy ball.
Yeah, that happened late yesterday, Eastern time, and its expected arrival is sometime tomorrow on Sunday, Eastern time. So we might see heightened auroral activity as far as 40 degrees north latitude tomorrow night.
Of course, it won't be clear here, but I usually get the aurora at my house.
Isn't that crazy? Like, this never used to happen for any of us who've been around a while on this earth. Like, the Northern Lights were always considered a thing that happened up with Santa Claus.
Well, here's the thing that's changed. Our cameras can now see it. My iPhone, if I just hold it outside and it's pitch black, will pick them up as if I'm there. I have pictures of it.
That's a good question, Viking. Is plasma less dense than gas?
I tend to think it is because it's more energetic.
I was going to say
But hold on.
it's active, and I think it is less dense.
And that's also another thing, like when we're talking about density gradients, right? Or weight gradients, right? That's when some conflict comes into play with the whole idea, with the globe, right? Because we have this bunch of different weighted, claim to be weighted atomic weight gases, right? All mixed up together, with layers at the top which are supposed to be heavier, like ozone, right? Ozone's heavier than your oxygen and other gases that are below it. Why isn't it falling and settling at the bottom? At the surface, more closer to the surface with the lighter gases above it. But that these are claims which come from the globe side. That there's these materials which exist at extremely high altitudes that are seemingly defying the density and weight gradient rule, you might say.
I tend to think that, I'm not an expert on any of this, but plasma is less dense from its energetic standpoint. But because of its high energy, it has the ability to repel, to basically create a boundary layer that causes unbonded matter that doesn't have the same polarization or harmonic frequency, if that is sensible, to combine with it. So it ricochets, so to speak. Okay, I'm busy. Why don't you wait till later? Oh, sorry, hold on. Shouting up at my wife for a second.
It seems to be that, it really does, come into play where we notice that certain state, like gas, the state of matter known as gas, seems to conflict with some of these other ideals and principles. Yeah, mostly you're
Yeah.
going to find gas at the top, like in my jar example, right? Different elements in different states of matter, right? But then sometimes it's like, well, why isn't the gas doing that, right?
Secrets in the bonding, which is electric. Gas being unbonded, except sometimes you've got a like nitrogen likes to come in pairs and oxygen. Some of these like to because they need to come into balance with each other, and their electron shells, are missing electrons and need to find others to mate with to complete the shell and equilibrate. But I mean, they themselves exist independent. There's something about the bonds of matter that interacts with our world and creates the situation where things of a bonded nature tend to accelerate downward in a vacuum. And that's fundamentally electrical. That's the Coulomb's law.
Right. Hey, you know that they've sorry, go on.
I was just going to add to that. And Coulomb's law looks suspiciously like Newton's gravitational formula.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Different minds interpreting things different ways. Well, similar ways, but same but different.
Yeah, man. Something about the bonds of liquids and solids, unlike gases.
Right.
But then gases form bonds when they're plasmified.
Right, but yeah,
When they have tons of electricity.
It's like too much of a good thing.
Well, wait, no, they're being stripped of ions.
Yeah.
Isn't it? The deionized gases, isn't it? Forms plasma.
I think it's both. I'm not an. Listen, I'm not going to. I might be wrong. There's cold and hot plasma.
No. Deionization would be something else, wouldn't it?
Can you over ionize and deionize and create plasma in both ways? I need to check that out.
Repeat that one. I didn't hear.
If you over ionize a gas or under ionize, that makes sense. I mean, I think either way you're creating plasma because you're creating a differential. So, but I don't know. I don't know how to think of it. Plasma is not something I've ever studied in depth at all.
Well, now they're talking about they've discovered the fifth state of matter.
Oh
Fourth.
gosh, superfluids.
Superfluids.
That's a whole nother ball of wax.
But I think superfluids will enter the category of liquids because hydrogen turned to superfluid instead of turn into normal liquid. So it will be that liquid part, that liquid phase of the not hydrogen but helium. I'm sorry. Like for example,
you got both. You got hydrogen can become a superfluid too.
Yeah,
and you take super.
Sorry.
Isn't it like you take helium, you start adding electrons to it, or hydrogen, and then you supercool it, and then it becomes a fluid state? Is that the general idea?
I don't know. It seems to me that super fluid are that same state of matter, which is liquid. Some materials like hydrogen, helium will do that. I think because of their density, the density of the molecule itself. So because they are then so much less dense than the average molecule, the normal molecules, So instead of turning into the liquid that we know, that behave normally, so it's super fluid, super light liquid.
Right.
It's been stripped of electrons.
Yeah.
Atoms lose the electrons, right? Yeah.
So above us, NASA actually says, and I think they tell the truth a lot more than we give them credit for it, but they tell it in an oblique way that if you have the eyes to see, you'll understand. So they say that there are hot and cold layers of plasma above our heads, hot turning into cold, I think. And I think if you go above that, you might reach a superfluid. And this isn't me saying that, right? This is the University of Maryland, who works in concert with NASA Goddard, which is in Greenbelt, Maryland, which is like a 10-minute drive from the University of Maryland. I used to live down there. Yeah. So University of Maryland and Goddard and
is literally right in Arbutus. Literally, the campus is like 3 minutes from my house.
Not the UMPC or UMUC right there, right? That's off of 40 by Ellicott City in Arbutus. Not that one. The down over by Towson.
Oh, that's a different.
Yeah.
Same.
The Terrapins, the Terps, dude.
Though. Oh, the one on Route. Oh, Washington Boulevard.
Yeah, down by the Beltway.
All the way out Route 1. Yeah. Yep, I know where that's at. You used to live down there?
I mean, I lived in Ellicott City and then later Frederick. I lived in Clarksville for a bit. Call me a bit bougie, too. Anyway, dude, I met so many cool freaking people when I was down there, and I'm like, geez, these guys, they got to know something's up. I met a dude from Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. He was actually a parishioner of my church, and he was arguing geocentrism with other members, like after church service, and we're all having coffee and stuffing our faces on delicious food. And he was talking about, the galaxy spinning problem and dark matter and dark energy and cosmic microwave background radiation, all of it. It was like he'd seen the movie The Principal, but this was back in maybe 2007. And it actually turned into discussions about whether or not Earth is flat. Like, here I am, like, surrounded by these folks. I mean, this guy was like a PhD, freaking high energy physicist guy studying plasma for a living. And he's talking to, RF engineers from Fort Meade who concoct all kinds of crazy ways to propagate electromagnetic radiation for national security reasons. And they're having all these discussions around me. And I'm like, hey, guys, I'm a business major. Yeah, good times. But dude, like, the people in the know that are really in the know, they know that they don't know. And they know that they don't know to a greater extent than all the nerds that come in here and profess to know.
That's painful. I used to work right across from NSA on Coca-Cola Drive. Right up 100.
I used to work on that campus.
Oh, for Meade? You mean the Army base? Is that what you're talking about?
I would love to talk to you in person someday. I got stories I'm allowed to tell.
I got a bunch of buddies that work there on construction,
Yeah, it wasn't for that stuff. I mean, I've been through the ringer, dude, and I'm kind of messed in the head.
I got a buddy that's going to school there right now. I got to meet him for dinner, hopefully tonight. He's in the Army, then left the Army. Now he's kind of still Army related. He's going to school. At least taking a month-long class at Fort Meade anyway.
I mean, that fort itself is massive. Like, there's an entire Air Force wing there. I mean, there's so much stuff going on. It's not all what people think it is, even though what people know is there is actually there. You can see it.
There's some cool ponds. There's some cool ponds on there too.
Yeah, it's true. And you know what's funny is it shares a fence with NASA Goddard, and over really south
and
on Fort Meade is actually the defense
BWI
media
too, right?
activity where they do, huh?
It butts up against BWI, right?
Oh yeah, the Friendship Annex.
And
I used to
Andrews, kind
I
of
used
on the
to-
name, same.
I used to live in Falls Church, Virginia, right? The actual, in my backyard would be where the dividing line, I was inside the DC pretend diamond. I was on the very point. If you look at it, looking down on a map, I was on the left side where the corner is at. That street right there, there's a exit ramp too. I think that might be 66.
Oh, I know where you're talking about. Yep. Hey, I consider myself a Northern Virginia native, and
Yeah,
then
the
moved up to Maryland later.
Northern Virginia. And
Yep, I went to high school in Fairfax County.
I lived there for 2 years. This no, I don't even say we're being broadcast. So anyway, yep, I live there.
Yeah, it's about as much as I want to say too.
I was there on September 11th, 2001. I can tell you that much. And I tell
Oh
you,
yeah, me
there were
too.
no planes at the Pentagon.
There were people that said they saw a plane flying low, but I kind of think that's a misremembered memory.
Yeah, there probably was a military one supposed to be, painting the building.
Dude, there was
It was flying. It
There
was
was a-
flying the Bin Laden family out. That's the military plane.
bro.
that
There's a C-130 that basically nosedived the Pentagon and pulled up right before it exploded.
I was watching Stuart Varney after Imus. Is what I was watching. I remember exactly.
I was watching Howard Stern driving on 66, and I got off at the exit at my house, pulled right in my driveway, turned the news on because they said planes hit the buildings downtown in New York. So first there was,
A plane.
hold on, I was already listening and there was a plane. Then Robin, I think, said another plane hit. And I said, okay, there's something fucked up going on. I pulled off the highway, got in, turned on the news. It was Fox Local, and they said there's a dumpster fire at the Pentagon. That's what I said. And then I got on the phone to Cleveland. I said, are you guys getting anything on the news, weird stuff? New York? Yeah. And they grounded a plane here, the plane that supposedly crashed in Pennsylvania. They de-embarked that plane. And I was like, what's that mean? And they had it on the news live, the camera showing it going into the NASA buses because NASA is next door. It's the same piece of concrete. And yeah, they were lined up. People were getting on those and taken away, and plane took off. See ya.
Man, so my home was in
Wait,
Virginia at the
you're
time,
saying
but I
the
was
plane-
living and working in New York, and I came back home right after that. I got stories about the New York side and the Virginia side.
I was driving around in a white box truck back then too. So I was.
Oh Lord!
That was so crazy. Remember the anthrax stuff they were talking about?
Dancing Israelis borrow it, did you?
No, but
Nobody
stop
talked about the anthrax stuff.
got stopped by Marines with fucking automatic weapons.
Jeez.
Said, oh, you can't go down this street. And I said, well, how do I get to that entrance right there? They said, not today. And I said, all right, cool. Went back, said, here's all the shit. You're going to have to find somebody else to take it. It had to go in a semi, I think, is the only way you were getting it in there. So they had to take it in some other way.
Wow.
What? Why
Yeah.
would they let a semi in instead of a?
Because they were going to inspect every single truck. Go blow up somewhere else.
I was in an apartment just north of Manhattan on September 11th and came back home after that in 2002 in the summer. And that's about when the DC sniper started, right? Dude, right?
Oh gosh. I remember driving around in my Mark 8. Like,
remember when the
filling up.
anthrax mailings were going around, like right after 9/11?
I still lived in DC during that time, during the sniper. So, of course, there was paranoia everywhere.
Yeah,
Dude, yeah, you're afraid to go get gas.
Yeah, I remember filling up at the Sunoco because I used to go there to get, like, when I get down like on a quarter tank, I like to go get that expensive ass. It was like 105 or something. I'd put like 10 gallons of that in. Dude, it was like $4. Like shit, but I'd throw that in there, and just to clean my motor out every once in a while. I don't know what the fuck it did. I don't know if it helped at all, but I did it. But I just remember filling up there thinking, man, if I get fucking shot, filling up here, shit.
That's when I drove.
I would have got shot again.
I was driving back to Cleveland during that whole episode. That's when I packed up and moved back to Cleveland because I was like basically done with DC. That the shit that was going on closed down, so we moved back. They shut everything
Don't blame
down.
me one bit.
Well, they shut everything down, and we were done. The job that I'm going to just say I followed somebody there because what happened was this person was bringing stuff home and saying, how do I do this? And I said, let me see what you're trying to do. And I can't really tell you what they were doing. And I said, here, just let me make you a spreadsheet. I made this spreadsheet. I said, just use this from now on. Everything will be right. Well, they promoted this person to Washington, D.C., and not knowing they didn't know what they were doing. So I followed because that was my income. Because I was doing the work at home. I was doing the actual work.
Whoa.
That's so common, dude. Like, consultants in DC will hire out work for spreadsheets and all kinds of other things like that. There's a whole cottage industry around not only consulting, but supporting the consultants so they don't have to do any work. Huh. And then they upcharge everybody. Everybody upcharges to obscene amounts all the way to the top, and the government's happily paying it. It's like a circus economy in DC. There's no real economy whatsoever.
Waste of fucking.
Sounds like a racket.
I don't know. I guess if that was you, if that was your paycheck, you're like,
so
what DC fucking racket?
What DC is the inverse of a monopoly. It's called a monopsony in economics. So monopoly is when you have like one supplier of something, like one guy who controls all the water and sells it. And DC, the only person buying anything of any value is going to be the government. It's the only one everybody wants to pay attention to. So everybody's trying to sell to him.
Yeah. Like I heard about that guy that, because everyone was doing it so much, he thought he'd just start sending them invoices for things that he never did. And they were paying him. He got caught eventually, but I mean, that's how
so much of that
it must be. Because if it wasn't that common, then you'd notice that an accountant or somebody had come across their desk and they'd say,
Hey,
they'd notice.
I see. See if I could switch a little bit. I seen a conversation that was happening in some of the mod chats. Did somebody come through with a question about gravity and it went sideways? Because it seems
that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody had maybe a really bad explanation on the team, like to the guy. I'm not really sure what it was, but I was trying to get pieces of it from what you guys were having an exchange back and forth with the text. So I don't know, maybe for some clarity, was it the fact that you're exclaiming what we've always been saying about it in this channel, or is it something different? What does anybody know?
Yeah, who was there? I wasn't there either. I offered my 2 cents as far as how to interpret gravity.
Yeah.
But I wasn't there for that conversation. We were just talking about that, so this is good to get back on track.
Yeah, I just read the same thing, and that's why I said, I read the same thing. I said, I'm still going to say not everything goes down, and why do helium balloons go up? So you can't tell me not to say that. I know they weren't talking about me, because I don't talk dumb shit. But I don't know who they're talking about.
So I mean, we the claim of it is that gravity's pulling everything down, right? Is that not what the Glober's saying? Or did I get that incorrect? Because it sounds like AI is coming from a vantage point of saying that we're not answering that. But who is he speaking to? I don't
Only
know.
if somebody says, why do things go down? So not being specific about what sort of things, and not identifying that not all things go down. So that person isn't necessarily claiming that everything gets pulled down. It's just like a question of, why do things go down? Right. So
Yeah.
that's sort of ambiguous and like unclear.
Not
Like
specific,
it's just
right?
addressing things that obviously do certain things when we, when they're in a certain situation, go down. There is no denying that, right? And I think that AI might be like a little, like, being
Clarifying?
specific. Yeah, but
He's
wanting
like,
clarification.
you're not addressing their question of why do things go down specifically.
Exactly.
It's
So if you
because
say,
other things tend to go up and it restores balance.
well, yeah, if someone says, why do things go down? And then a flat earther jumps in and says, drop the helium balloon. Yeah, why does it go up then? Right? Like, that's not, it's
Yeah,
kind of
Addressing
like,
it.
that's a bit lame.
the flat earther feels it's almost an indication that they're instantly triggered. They're on a, they're basically reading from a mental script of what to respond with when they hear certain keywords spoken.
Well, the only thing we can tell by what we can see is pressure has a lot to do with it. Yeah. Does anybody have anything to like weigh in on this when we're talking about it? Because I think it's
Pressure's gonna press down on water. I never said it presses rocks to the ground or people to the ground.
yeah. So, well, with the environment that we have is pressurized, is what I mean. But like, there's going to be factors within it, right? So if we're talking about just a medium of air, because I think that's what it is. It's a mixture of gases. Those gases that are being mixed, like, have to deal with like different, a different density from, being on the ground. And of course, things stratify. I guess it's the best word to use for what we're talking about here. Things stratify within that medium. I mean, there's the quantification of it. We can test things, like different objects in the medium that we see a reaction from it. Like, you change the density and then you get a reaction from the object doing something different, like, so that's known. I mean, I don't know what else can we talk about. Like, it's not the fact that they're going to prove this, force in the center of the earth doing something. I think that's what they're trying to get at. They're asking the question because it seems like they already have an explanation. So they want us to either answer specifically what's causing the things that we know that go down. Do you get what I mean? I think that's what
Yeah, it's a slick burden reversal.
Right. I don't know. Does anybody want to weigh in? Like, because I don't know. From what we've been saying, it's any different from what we should be saying. I know that not unless you guys think there should be some different way we gotta say.
Well, no, these guys were talking about lawn darts last night, and I was thinking about that in relation to this, because like certain things will like you said, perform a certain action when in a specific situation involving different medium and proportionality to density and weight, etc., like the lawn dart, right? When you throw it up into the air, it has a tendency for the heavier end to point directly down and orient itself in a certain manner, and then fall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then hit until it reaches a solid, right? Which is not going to be able to. Who's going to prevent it from going any further, right?
Correct.
But certain things happen that you just can't deny happen, and then the question is, why? Why is that happening? Why is it
right?
Why is it such that it has to be that way?
You're talking about the fabric of what makes reality do what it does. It's like, can anyone answer that? Like, who made
I
the
mean,
reality that we live in actually adhere to this principle? The everything's have to stratify the way they do. Like, heavier things are situated to go in a direction of down, like from the medium. Like, yeah, I think that's the question they're asking, isn't it? Like, am I getting this wrong? Like, no one has an answer to that.
no, it's an axiom. It's just the way things are. You've got compacted, dense material beneath your feet forming a surface that defines the volume for the pressurized air that you breathe. So people ask, hey, where's your container for gas? Well, you're walking on one of the sides. Am I wrong? You're walking on one of the sides of the container right there. It's below your feet, folks. And if you release a helium balloon, because it's less dense than the air you breathe, it's not going to drop to the ground where it's more dense, because that takes more energy. And because it's entropic, it's got to release energy to equalize. It's not going to go horizontally because there's nowhere to go that way. It's already the same density in the air horizontally. So the only logical place for a helium balloon to go, if it's less dense, is upwards.
Oh,
I've
great.
seen a
You just
really
gave me a great idea for a kids party game, man. I've never seen roof darts with
Long darts in the roof.
I've seen something really cool in nature. I think that would kind of be really neat to talk about. I was driving with my U-Haul truck down the highway, and where I live, there's like a place called Lois Hills or some shit. Anyways, I'm driving through, and a giant hill. I see these trees growing up, and the trees that are sprouting up are going like vertically up on the hill. It's like the hills, got a long, slanted, the slope, but then it's got like the tree that's growing on the side of it going vertically up, like directly up, almost orientating itself vertically. And I was like,
Like
that's
it's
pretty.
tilted compared to
pretty-
the. It's tilted
so-
compared to the floor.
Yes, the slant of the ground that it's growing on, it didn't
Yeah.
even take into consideration. It grew straight vertically up, and like to the
Yeah.
parallel of the plane, so parallel to the plane. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, how does it know that that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
level.
orientation?
Yeah, like mountains, the trees that grow in mountains, they don't grow vertically dependent to the surface of the mountain, but they grow up to the sky, like tilted compared to that surface of the
Right.
mountain.
That's what Alf was saying. And to add to that, how come the tree trunk is denser and thicker? There's more of it than the top.
Mhm.
The tree itself is evidence of a density gradient that we should not deny.
Yes, and like, I guess the important thing is we see things as it goes up, but the orientation to me, I think, is very peculiar, because that's what we're talking about right now anyway, right? Orientation, like watching
Yeah.
things go down, like that orientation part of it is like, it's really intriguing to me, because it's like you see it in nature. Our eyes work as gimbals, right? And they kind of give us the indication whether our head's tilted, or you know what I mean. So it helps
Yep,
us
right.
orientate ourselves in the the vestibular system that we have in our ear. That helps us kind of guide us to with that the water that we have in our ear to know what
I'm not
orientation
sure.
is.
I'm not sure. It's just a speculation, but I also think that there is a link with electrostatics, because some people are testing plants growing and by being influenced by electrostatics and some type of frequencies. I think that also with the density, you're correct, and I'm saying that you're not correct. Yeah, with the density gradient, and also that if there is an electrostatic influence, yeah, it works too.
So I don't
Things
know if
of
you guys,
things of different densities will arrange themselves vertically, and things of the same densities, like densities, go horizontally. That horizontal arrangement is not curved.
yeah, but for example, if the tree itself knew that it was growing on a slope, like, no, how does the tree know, right? But like, that would infer intelligence, like, I suppose.
Yeah.
But if the tree had a way to orientate itself on that slope to go vertically up, then I think it would be something to say that how could you have trees that grow on a globe? Because wouldn't all the trees be like trying to? You get what I mean? Like it's like a giant slope. Like they would all be trying to like get the orientation for up, vertical. And what is
It's
that
like a
on a
preferred
globe?
direction for entropy.
Yeah.
So
what is
so
that
the
on a
tree's
globe?
losing, the tree's dying as it grows and gets older, and the logical direction it goes from its point of origin or source, where it's got the most potential energy, to the least, which is up top.
Yeah, but on a slope, it knows that it's on one. Like you get what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that to me was
It's like it's
intriguing.
got a balance.
So if people, live on this giant slope, this giant curve, then wouldn't they be able to like, oh, I feel like I'm tilting, or what I don't know. I just to me it was like, well, the tree is vertical, like even on the slope. It's just
It's like the
orientation.
ring
It's just, I
sections
don't
of the
know.
trees are in equilibrium with the horizontal gradient.
Exactly. Just like everything in nature is. That's what I was saying before. I always tend to say this all the time, is that nature orientates itself to the horizontal plane. It does, dude. Like everything. So like I used a simple like test. It's like put a little mound of dirt on the table and a bowl of water and shake that table. What's gonna happen to the mound of dirt? It's gonna level out. Like flat, it's gonna flatten out. The water will be rippling, and then all of a sudden when it stops, it'll level out too. Everything will be level to the horizontal plane.
There's almost like I hate to say like an occult concept here going on. The horizontal gradient has things in equilibrium, and the vertical one does not. And what's orthogonal is the opposite in physics. Orthogonal being 90 degrees. I'm sorry, go ahead, Alpha.
No, I mean, I'm bringing this up because I think it's one of the points that we talk about, but they're trying to figure out the mysteries of the universe, and it's like you can't uncover the properties of what make reality what it is. We can only interact with them in such a way that we can tell like things happening, like the effect. But I think they're trying to answer the deeper question, asking us because they feel like the answer they have would be a sufficient one, but they don't know how it's insufficient. Like, and I think that's what, for me, the side of the argument that I would like to point out is that they have an answer that they coming at us and asking us, well, I got something. What about you? What do you got? Explain gravity. Why do things go down? So I think the question stems from them coming from a place of already having the answer and asking us, what would we say? What are we saying about like physics and how does it work on a flat Earth? So yeah, it's a slow
Right, it's a
burden of truth
bias.
reversal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The reason why people reverse the burden is because of a bias. And this doesn't mean that they're disingenuous, because they may not be aware of their bias.
I suppose like, and I don't know how you guys answer that question when they're asking why do some things go down, and then I think that's more or less the point that I like to bring up, is because we're not talking about the whole conversation if we engage with their specific question. Not unless you want to just engage with a specific question. I mean, but it'd be up to you. I think that it's talking about they're asking us because they already have something that they have in the back of their mind that this is how it is already. Like, what do you have to say? I don't know what I have to say, but what do you have to say?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, things have to go up and down because they can't go horizontal. Things that go horizontal are usually of the same energy level, the same density in a medium. They have nowhere to go, which is why they arrange themselves in a planar fashion.
There you go. You said it again.
What's that?
I'm not going to repeat it because
Yeah, I got you, dude.
it's starting to get hot. So, we'll be we'll be talked about next. I don't want to be talked about.
This is like chemical bonding. This is hydrostatic equilibrium. This is electrostatics, which is an enthalpy, which, when things condense and things form together and combine, they release heat. And that's not due to gravity.
Yeah, it's just good to bring this out into the open because I mean, obviously, people have these questions specifically they want to have answered, but at the same time, I don't think they're taking into consideration what they know is of any consequent to the or any value to what they think they know about. Why do certain things go down, and specifically
But
answering
that's
that question.
understandable. That's understandable though. If someone has that question, if they're seriously thinking about the Earth not being what they thought it was, then they're going to be thinking about these other things because that naturally has explained that for them for such a long time.
Mhm.
So in that case, that's a reasonable question to ask. I mean, that's a natural thought process that's going to take place, right? Because you're going to be reevaluating what you've already been taught. You've been taught that all these other things rely on the surface of the Earth being the surface of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So it's natural that they want to have those questions. But if they're using it as a question proof, right, and that along that line of reasoning, then it's got to be a bit. You got to have a bit more wit about it, right?
And it just depends who the speaker is. If you're able to
Exactly.
redirect them to like understand like what the conversation really needs to be about, or rather you just want to talk specifically about their question directly, which means that I the way I see it, and you guys can take it any way you want, but I think it's just a redirection. It'll be a redirection to what they want to talk about, and you're gonna negate the fact that there's something that you haven't spoken of, which is why they're considering this the way they are. That's the way I see it, man. I think it's just been done that way for a while now. Like we're redirecting them to think about it in a way that the paradigm that they have, it doesn't equal that they have the knowledge base that they do. It's just an inference or an idea that they think that gravity has to operate in the manner that it was explained to them or told. I mean, honestly, these guys really don't know. I think for a long time, that's the reason why we don't even get to the part where they can even identify what it is. So I guess to have good exposition, you have to really keep them on the mindset of like, let's just evaluate what you know. What do you know? And I don't think that's, I don't know, man. I'm saying I don't think that's wrong, but is it wrong, guys?
Right. So they work off that standpoint
Evaluation.
of things are always the way they are, right? They work a certain way. So what can we build off that? What can we do with that? Like, okay, so I have this idea about why it's happening. So if this other thing exists that I assume has causation, right? But I can't prove it exists, but I give it this certain value, and then I form this equation where I can use it to predict an outcome of something, and that outcome turns out, then they're going to say that is lending credence to their idea because if they hadn't got it right, then obviously they were on the wrong track. Right? And this is the way they think, right? And this is honestly what they're doing. And they're going, okay, I might be on the right track here. I might be able to do some, what else can I add to it? What else can I use this to find out, and invent more things out of it. I mean, it doesn't stop because they've taken that to the extremes of the universe, right?
I think to add to that, Tito, there's an inherent bias to equivocate gravity with something spherical.
Okay.
So you can't have gravity because to them it's an inward pulling in all directions of something, which implies a common point of origin for all things that are being pulled. So a sphere is a natural consequence of thinking in this way.
Right, but
we can point out in the natural world, we can say we can give you gravity, but you have no evidence of that inward pulling. So we'll give you gravity, but how is it when I drop a pencil, you think it's going inward? We measure the surface flat.
But what you have a lot. I mean, there's a lot of logical fallacies occurring when they're speaking about this topic. But I think pragmatic fallacy. I think that's a really top choice right there, because they're saying that the outcome is cementing the premise. Because things happen this way, yeah, it has to be the bending and warping of space time, or whatever it is they're equating to that. But even if like they get to that point, I mean, you just easily point out, well, we will say that it's it's rainbow unicorns doing this. Prove me wrong, because the outcome is that things are going down to the ground because of the magical unicorn. He's flying around in the sky, but you can't see him because he's invisible, and he's pushing things down to the ground. So that's what he's doing. And so my end result is that things happen the way they do because of my magical unicorn. Now, go ahead and debunk me.
Yeah,
because it's a sphere. It's gravity. Because of gravity, it's a sphere.
And I told them that hundreds of times, like you just said it, Alpha, with the same formula. I tell them I can use the same formulas and the same papers, rewrite them, but just change in gravity with, like you said, the unicorn or the infinitely small, invisible group of tooth fairies.
Yeah. So it's a bit of pragmatic fallacy happening there. I think, like I said, that would be my choice to go with.
What was Cavendish? It was a measurement for the effect of those unicorns pulling the balls to each other.
Yeah, but not originally. That's not what it was originally. What was it, like 100 years afterwards, according to the history, that it was only proposed as that? I think, yeah, it switched. There's a lot of dude, so many misconceptions. It's hard to address their points because it's just wrapped up in, yeah, they really haven't done any research on the topic. They don't know.
It's not hard.
It's difficult. It's difficult because then you have to fight their bias, because they don't want to they're clenching really hard on the talking point. They're not able to see the bigger picture, that they don't know anything else but that. So I guess that's the struggle, and however you guys deal with that, I think that would be the.
I don't need to deal with the science. If you have any scientific validation for that claim, yeah, I can go with. But still, if it is just a pseudo-scientific claim, I can reject it. Easy, very easy. You don't need to say why, because it's just a pseudo-scientific claim.
I think AI was pointing out that there might be flat earthers, and we actually know there are, who would deny that things that are solid will rest at the bottom of a vacuum chamber.
Okay.
And when you call that gravity, flat earthers will lose their shit and start going into conniption fits. Those are the people we don't want on our team.
Say it again, sporadic, I don't understand. What the flat earthers are doing?
Sorry, what, Necros?
Say it again. I didn't understand what the flat earthers are doing. What's happening?
They're saying that gravity doesn't exist, Necros. They're saying that gravity is just a concept and blah, blah, blah. But it's a label that we apply to things that we actually observe in reality. Somebody's hot micing.
Killian,
So what we see in reality is that solid objects do fall at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum.
Yeah, and what we call gravity is the effect we are not attributing, we flat earthers, like when we say gravity, it's not attributed to the cause of the effect, but it's just the effect itself. So gravity will be that falling of that thing at that rate. So it's not the cause of that effect. That's what we say. But what we are trying to find is the cause of that effect.
Yeah, or we may never find the cause because that's just how it is.
Yeah, and I'm with that side at least. I'm like, if you want to uncover what reality is, by all means, go ahead, man. But
yeah,
it's not gonna. You're gonna have to, if you're gonna bring it to the table of where we're at right now, it's gonna have some meat on that bone. Like you can't just come in with, well, I think that it could be. Nah, sorry, that's just not gonna work. Anybody could come up with that. Joe Blow on the street could come up with that, man. He's going to be like, well, I think it's this. Yeah, well, that's great. Everybody thinks of what it could be for the cause. No, that's not what we're concerned with. Not here, anyway. Like, let's see what you got, and like, let it be that what it does is the direct cause for the effect, not what you think is happening. Well, I think this is happening. Nah, that's not gonna
I
work.
think that solid objects in a vacuum, it doesn't get rid of that lack of buoyancy and the relative density between the object and the medium, because even in a vacuum, it's not a void. It's low pressure environment. So it's an environment filled with matter. So it's a medium, but that medium is so low, so that object that you have inside the medium will not be buoyant to rise in the medium, like that helium balloon inside that vacuum chamber. When the helium balloon sink down that low pressurized environment, which is gas.
Vacuum's an absence of a medium or an attempt to create one.
I don't know, the word has been given like a devilish connotation, so as to say, if you utter the word, then you're already attributed with some cockamamie theory, like some idea that this person has put out. So they given it kind of like a way to just stay away from the word. That'd be better. Don't say it. It's like, well, how else do you describe the interaction of things? Doing what they do. I don't know. Like, I think, to me, isn't that what they were attempting to do at the very beginning anyway, when they're trying to figure things out? They're trying to see the effect of things happening, and then they attribute a cause. But specifically, we can attribute that word just to the effect. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Here's an idea. Things that tend to form a surface want to go horizontally.
Right. Exactly. That's where I was going to go with it. Like, regardless, it's because we're focused on the what is, right, and rather than the why. We're not using the why to try and determine what is, right? We're just looking at what is, right?
Yeah.
How is it being distributed? How is it all being distributed? Well, it's all been distributed, in gradients, vertical gradients, horizontally, right?
Yeah. Things that are forming things that are horizontally, they tend to be of the same density, right? So you require more energy to build a tower because it requires more input, more work, more heat expended to stack a block to stack a block to stack a block. But all those blocks want to be arranged at the same density gradient. So there's going to be a tendency for them to be off balance if they're not correctly positioned, and they're going to fall, and they're going to seek equilibrium horizontally with each other.
I think there's like the fluctuation that occurs when there's a disturbance in that equilibrium. There's always going to be a way to describe. Well, there's like with pressure being involved, kind of like there's a stirring stick for the medium that we're in right now. Pressure can be like a stirring stick. It can move stuff around, right? Throw things off balance, and that's the reason why you have these high pressure and low pressure systems with weather. And, you see things happening. It's like things don't always operate in this kind of like ideal way. The ideal way is that you have these models that put that stratifies everything into specific layer, like a layer cake.
It's the horizontal thing. Look, I mean, like thermodynamic boundary layers tend to be in equilibrium, and they want to go horizontal. A good case in point is glass. If you go to old buildings, old window panes, the glass is actually starting to settle, and it's fatter at the bottom and thinner at the top, because over time it's trying to move and equilibrate and go horizontally. Water just tends to do that at a much faster rate.
Yep.
So there's a key to this, and it's in the chemical bonds. The electrical
Have they actually
connection
proven that?
between molecules. Go ahead, Barry.
Have they actually proven that? Like I thought it was just because they didn't know how to make glass as well. back in the day. So it's really settling lower.
Yeah,
They've
glass is
proven that?
technically a liquid.
That's freaking interesting as F, isn't it?
Yeah, the horizontal thing. Things that are in equilibrium, like thermodynamic boundary layers in equilibrium, I hate to anthropomorphize it, right? But they want to be horizontal.
Yeah, like people,
Going vertical takes more effort and energy.
people understood that in very long time ago. Like, just imagine those welders, those blacksmiths. So they understand that the residue that you get from melting the metals, it will just go up. It will go up. So they scoop that top layer of that melted metal, and they use what they get below that, so the pure metal. And they know if you leave it for a little bit more time, it will just you will have those density layers being separated from each other. So, like, denser metal will go down because it's liquid, it's hot metal, and it's turned to like lava. So the residue will go up, and the metals will settle down. And they understood that thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that's a good point. Metallurgy. Like, if you're going to make Damascus steel, you got to stir that thing. You can't let it settle.
Yeah. Because if you let it settle, those metals will separate from each other because they have different density.
Yeah. And
Like
the
oil.
like densities will arrange horizontally.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
No curvature.
And if
Yeah, there's a specific orientation due to the fact that nature itself and the elements within it are giving the orientation that it is a horizontal plane. That's the one true thing that we can say about all of nature, that it's orientating itself to this horizontal plane. I think that was an interesting point. I brought this up a long time ago. I just never really brought it all the way out because you can't really have a conversation like this with the person of the mindset that the Earth is a globe. Because I don't think they could, because it would be too damning to any of their evidence they would put forward. It's like, what do you mean all of the elements are, orientating themselves horizontally? Well, think about it, man. Everything that you have in nature is doing that very thing.
Yeah, like at rest. The rest state is horizontal of materials.
Yes.
And the energetic state is vertical. Absent other factors like a system like plumbing, where you're going to force everything into certain directions.
So yeah, I like the way you put it there. Resting is horizontal, working is vertical.
Yeah. So this has consequences for entropy, for thermodynamics, and everything else.
You know what's weird about what you just said? What? Not weird. So when you rest, you lay down. You're sleeping horizontally.
Yeah.
When you work, you stand up. Like
it's in nature.
That's brilliant.
It's nature.
I never thought about this. So I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys. My bad. But like,
go ahead, Versatile.
This is good stuff. And I wanted to point out, like, it's amazing because, like, I came in this server yesterday, but I was in one VC channel up, which I think was the Clubhouse, and I didn't realize I was in that one because I was on my phone or whatever. And I got flamed for talking about flat Earth. They all attacked me and called me retarded and stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah, none of those guys could hold a candle to what we're talking about right now. And the reason why we are talking about these things is because we're truthful, and we've been able to hone ourselves in such a way to speak truth and do it consistently.
Yes, I love this. That's what I was looking for yesterday, but I entered the wrong one. Yeah, like I said, I got flamed. I kept getting muted, and like all I did is I came in and I was trying to talk about like the Bermuda Triangle back when that was a thing, and looking where they were launching in Florida, all those craft that seemed to go in a gigantic like curve shape in the air. So I was assuming maybe they go out of people's line of sight, out of their perspective, and then they just crash in the water, and then they go there, and like if any ships or anybody sees anything, they disappear those people. You know what I mean? It was just a thought I had like a couple years back, actually, and I just brought it up, and everybody told me I was stupid.
No,
You might not be wrong, but you can't prove it.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
much
it was-
what Most likely happens. How's that?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was saying. I was like, I'm not saying this is how it is. I'm saying this is just a thought, just an idea I had or whatever, and then I got flamed for it.
Yeah, you're not crazy for having that idea, but what people would perceive as crazy is if you said this is actually true.
Right, right.
Right. So you have to be
Which is why I
careful.
was
You can't just go make
careful.
proclamations.
100%. I knew that going in because I spent a lot of time talking to different, Discord servers and stuff, but they didn't care. I was like the target for the day.
I think there are accounts of strange disappearances and things over that region prior to any sort of space exploration attempt.
Oh.
But I
Well,
might
that
be
makes
wrong.
sense. Well,
I am
if you are correct, though, it would, even if there were disappearances beforehand, it would be like perfect. They'd be like, yes, perfect. We'll aim them that way. We'll land them in that area. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. You know what I mean? I just like to think because, like,
Yeah.
dude, like everything I see on TV, everything I hear, everything that's pushed is like all a lie and misinformation. So,
Well, I think that's a bit too. That's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know if
I would
that's
say
true
the same thing. NASA tells a lot of truth if you have the eyes to see what they're telling you.
Yeah, we can't paint everything with that broad brush, Versatile. That just wouldn't be functional. You could say that.
I should have said a lot of
Yeah.
things that we see and hear on TV
Sure.
or the news is just fabrications and falsities
Sure,
and
but
lies.
then the determination for that would have to be an investigation into the claim. It couldn't just be outright, oh, that's fake news right away. You'd have to actually look into the topic. In other words,
Yeah,
if you didn't do
100%.
due diligence, and then if you let's just say something came across the wire and you're like, okay, that's fake, you don't know that right away, right off the bat. You have to look
Yes,
into
I know
it.
this.
You have to see the reason why you would say that. And most
Of course.
what we're trying to foster here is an environment for critical thinking minds, right? That's what we're trying.
Yeah.
24/7 has always been trying to do that. Just think about what's being said. That's all. And can you evaluate in any way that what's being said is that has any truth consequent? Like you'd have to be able to parse that out. And if you're just
Yeah,
one who comes
I
in
gotta
there and
water
say,
down all my statements, I guess.
well, yeah, but I'm saying if you come into a forum, it doesn't matter which one, right? And you just say, this is how it is, guys. It's fake. And then people are not thinking about what you're saying and they're just taking your word for it. Then I would say that's another form of indoctrination. Wouldn't you say?
Sure, I don't think that's what I'm doing though. But yeah,
Well,
I get you.
I know that's not what you think you're doing.
past
but
the level 1 flat earth stuff. You're good.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm saying that's what would happen if you would take that stance. If you would just come into a forum and you're saying, look, this came across the wire, it's fake. And nobody has a thought about how to critically think about the topic you brought up. You're just giving it to them like it's fake, so they have to accept it because you said so. And that's not what we're trying to do here in this place.
Yeah, I understand that.
Here's a good example, I think, like NASA telling the truth, potentially. What if I told you that the space shuttle could be a real program? And what if I showed you some NASA documents that are public, but very few people know about? And in these documents, they describe and depict the space shuttle bay doors on top opening and a large steel girder extending upwards and shooting off a pod with a steel cable on a reel that extends about maybe 12 to 15 miles. And the end of the pod is an electrostatically charged ball that is harvesting energy from plasma.
That's a pretty big pill to swallow right there.
It is. I got so much of this, dude. And this has been going on, like these studies have been going on in one form or fashion since the 1970s.
Yeah, there's things beyond the level of verifiability. I think that everybody could hear these like declassified documents sporadic. I think it sounds a little bit like something out of what somebody would say the beginnings of Star Trek would even have to, like, you know what I mean? Like we as just like people on the ground, like couldn't possibly be able to verify such, you know.
Right. But the point is this is compatible with flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean that may be that you could bring up a case for that, but I'm saying like for the person on the ground, it'd be like, oh, that's interesting. This the classified document shows how they're harvesting energy from the, from this specific altitude. I don't know. Like it'd be
Yeah.
like
I don't.
you could explain it, in a way that it shows some kind of like practical means. But I don't know if people could
Well, I mean, it's consistent with the body of evidence, and most people are taught to believe that the space shuttle launches up as a rocket and flies upside down relative to Earth, and does these loop-de-loop orbits, and astronauts are inside just bouncing around having a great old time.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, what they show us is happening is they're doing these plasma studies.
I don't think the shuttle that we see go off is doing that. If they got some other freaking airship thing,
he
dude,
said
the
that.
thing that takes off from Earth is not
Yeah, he said
doing
that.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
There's
implying
no
here.
fucking way, man.
Yeah,
You know, what they teach kids in high school and middle school is that space shuttle does one thing, very simplistic. They oversimplify things, but what they seem to actually be doing that they're not too public about, but they haven't classified or anything, is something entirely different. We see this all the time, again and again.
That was
I would guess that it's not the one we see. If they're doing anything like that,
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
not
we
the
get
one
that,
we
Bear.
see.
We get that, Bear.
I'm sorry.
Like I think everybody here is of that mind. We know that they're not saying it's not doing the thing that they, because there's no evidence that they could produce that it's actually, first of all, the globe and all, we get it. But what we're talking
And they may
about,
not
like,
be
is
doing this crazy plasma ball tether thing either. But the point is they are inconsistent with their own claims.
Of course. Yeah, you could point out the inconsistencies. You could say, hey, look, man, you thought that they were doing this one thing with this space shuttle. Check this out, man. They actually have the documents to say it's not that they are claiming that it was doing this thing. They're now saying it's doing this other thing. So remember how you thought they were going to space with the space shuttle? Well, guess what? They're not doing that because we got the documents showing they're doing this other test. And this other test shows that this has to deal with harvesting energy, like has nothing to do with what you thought it was. And so I think that in a way could point the inconsistency of it. The verifiability, however, would be a bit, out of the reach of the person on the ground. Like they could be just
the main thing it contradicts is orbital gravity, dude. Orbital gravity is what's in contradiction here.
Sure. Yeah,
that's
a
huge deal.
Happening. Yeah, I could see that happening. I think that would be a strong case to bring up to say, you're trying to say this orbital gravity is causing, things to fall, decaying orbit around the Earth, with these satellites and stuff. But you're pointing out something that's contrary to that with what they're saying. It's almost like you're using them as a hostile witness because you're saying, you think they're doing something, but I'm going to show you that in these documents, they're in black and white. They're saying it's not that, it's this. They're doing this. So
yeah, it's almost like they're doing a static cling, like they're clinging to something up there. It's like being in a freaking, like it's putting on a Velcro suit and doing a jump off a trampoline upside down, doing a flip and smacking yourself against a Velcro wall and you stick to it. That kind of seems to be what they're doing in a sense up above. They extend this freaking tether with the big plasma ball on top and they cling to it. And when they're done clinging to it, they reverse the polarity and they shoot off in a direction that's perpendicular to Earth's magnetic field. They say this, not me.
Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies with this, gravitational orbits that they're saying is what the I guess the mainstream is saying as to like why these things are doing what they do. And yeah, it's the opposite of that, what you're bringing to the table right here.
Yeah, that's right.
Steel girder. Does it say steel girder? They shoot a steel girder.
So basically, a steel girder elevates. It's laying horizontal in the shuttle bay. The bay doors open up and this thing extends. Dude, there's a video and pictures of this that they will present to you. I can post them in the chat right now if you want to see them, Bear. This may be what they're actually doing, but the general public is ignorant of.
Dude, that's just as goofy as the one guy says they're harvesting the helium back from all the helium that goes up.
Yeah, but check this out, bro. Like you got to understand one thing. I guess Sporadic's bringing a point to the table is that they are saying this. Remember how the story was that it was said to be doing something as it goes up. It's doing like this orbital trajectory around the globe. That, of course, you understand that's not happening. But the other thing they're claiming with what they're saying with harvesting this energy, that's something different. And they're putting it in black and white on these documents that is being put out by them. So whether or not you are saying that's true or not true, how are you able to verify that, Bear? Bear, are you there? Did I lose him? Hello?
No, you didn't lose me. I'm
Oh.
just
Oh.
I'm grabbing coffee, frickin' stuff, trying to do work.
Yeah, I
while I'm
know, but
listening,
do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, so how-
absolutely.
you can be
Yeah, I mean,
dismissive.
it's
That's
just-
great, but like it's not going to change the fact that they're saying it. And I think that's what Sporadic's pointing out. Is like they're making this claim. They are, and so that doesn't factor in that the fact you have to believe it. It just means that they're saying it, and of course, the other mainstream
everybody will
side
eat
of it.
up. Yeah, they'll eat it up. They'll eat it up. They'll be like, well,
Whoa,
they had
whoa,
to.
no.
They had to.
No,
tell
no,
you
no.
this.
They ate up the mainstream narrative. That's what they ate up.
Yeah.
They didn't eat this
Then
up.
they'll
This
eat up
is
this
something.
one and say they had to do the mainstream to cover up the real one.
Well, that's the other.
they'll
That's
love
the
it.
other thing, right? But here's the thing too, right? If it has a practical application to something that you could think about, right? It would have at least that much. Not to say that it's something that you could verify, because you probably couldn't check it out, but it would have some sort of element of practicality in it. Not, like I said, maybe you couldn't look into it, but it would be opposite to what this cockamamie idea of going around a globe would be. Opposite to that, this other way would be something what could be discovered if you had the technology. All I'm saying is, it's different than what and using them as the contradiction. So it's Sporadic's pointing out, he's putting some documents and things in the text channel for you guys to look at.
Yeah, guys, check that out in the text. I'm also going to pull up one more thing here, if you just bear with me a minute.
So weird that
This
I
is
said
with
that
regards
we
to the
refer
whole
that.
satellite claim. All right, so this is interesting. NASA Goddard Space Flight Center is responsible. They say they're responsible for basically doing all the tracking and updating of satellites, repositioning them, making sure they do what's called station keeping, to ensure that orbital decay doesn't, cause the satellites to crash back down into Earth. So they apply a little thrust here and there, and they reorient the spacecraft and so on. You go to their website, and what are you going to read? If you want to query a satellite, that means say hello to it and ask where it is. Okay, here's the last screenshot I have under query. Goddard Space Flight Center, Space Physics Data Facility. So the query component. The query component provides two query matching options: magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. What the hell does that mean? Let's continue. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station.
Super interesting.
Let that sink in. What in the world are satellites? Are they just self-orbiting in a gravity well? Or are they using the mechanism like I provided above this post to cling to some kind of high voltage plasma shield, plasma sheath? Folks, when you dig into the technical specs, like on Google Patents and other things, you think those things sticking out on either side of a satellite or solar panels? No. Those are not collecting solar radiation. Those are interacting with the magnetosphere. They're harvesting energy to power their own devices, and when they release energy, they can propel themselves.
Yeah, it's funny. I always joke about the satellites being just some shit they attach to the some old.
There may also be balloons. Listen, Bear, there could be balloons and there could be this stuff, which is crazy exotic.
Look at
There could
how
be.
it says.
I don't know.
Look at how it says
It's
here.
all orbit. says
Yeah, but
orbits constantly. in
And
all
look
the
at what it
paperwork.
says here. Look at what it says here. Functional schematics. The sensor package on the boom on the space shuttle, of course, was electrically isolated from the satellite, and its potential was controlled by the rope floating power supply for satellite potentials up to 500, I think, volts. Is that what the V
Volts.
stands for? The sensor
Mhm.
package was maintained near the local plasma potential to allow unambiguous measurements to be obtained. The potential of the sensor package could also be swept to allow the package itself to serve as a diagnostic probe. There's a lot of
There's more.
technicals here.
All right,
that
wait. Here, let me read this part. Hold on.
Yeah,
Three
you read it.
basic
I'm going to talk to
reading.
the audience,
Hold
dude.
on.
Okay.
Really quick.
Listen, I'm not. You
man.
read it to yourself. Okay. Another
Yeah.
screenshot I posted was on electrodynamics.
In there, that's hilarious.
Hold on, let me mute him real quick. Go ahead.
Electrodynamics, electrodynamic power generation, in parentheses, electrodynamic brake. This image I posted, you can pull up, shows a space shuttle with the plasma contactor, which is the gigantic ball at the end of the tether, extending out of the shuttle bay doors. Okay. Application, generation of DC electrical power to supply primary power to onboard loads. Description, an insulated conducting tether connected to a spacecraft and possibly terminated with a sub-satellite. Plasma contactors are used at both tether ends. Motion, that is like propulsion, right? Motion, movement, through the geomagnetic field induces a voltage across the orbiting tether. DC electrical power is generated at the expense of spacecraft/tether orbital energy. The shuttle is moving by reversing and inversing the polarity of that electrical gradient along the tether to the plasma contactor, moving perpendicular to the magnetic field within the plasma sheath. That's what they're telling you. The space shuttle is moving because it's basically using magnetic power.
It's upside down rail car. Think about it. Like
Yeah.
an upside down rail car. You could akin this to possibly what was that levitation that we quantum levitation?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
put something super cold on top of the magnet, and it just the powerful magnet would just let it hover. You could orientate that thing in any direction, and it would hold its position. So this is quite interesting, at least to the effect of like something that it's not a globe. Whatever.
Right. You don't need a globe for any of this stuff, which is interesting in and of itself. Whether or not you believe what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
Which is also interesting.
Even though they put a globe in that little diagram, I'm gonna unmute Bear. I just didn't want Bear to you were interrupting Sporadic. Go ahead. But yeah, so the globe that they have up there is kind of like the diagram that they show. If you see in, I think it's the second image that you posted, Sporadic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they'll put those in. So, you know, I'm not trying to support NASA here. What I'm highlighting is this is what people internal to NASA, potentially at the higher levels, are all talking about. All the kids, all of us in high school, and all of us that watch NASA TV and Don Petit and all these others are hearing that, well, we just, shoot a rocket up, space shuttle flips upside down, and it goes loop-de-loop orbits because it's falling in a gravity well around Earth. At no time do they talk about this stuff. And this is all over the place. You know what else NASA studies to a great degree is cryogenics. That's basically, working and thriving within a negative 450 degree Fahrenheit environment where everything is frigid cold and the vibrating gas molecule cease to vibrate at all. Like, they're big into cryogenics. It seems like when I dig through the technical reports server, like half the stuff that pops up is cryogenics. Why is that? Well, the environment up there is extremely freaking cold.
Oh,
the sun could be freaking cold too.
Here's one thing I wanted to point out to you, Sporadic, is that you remember the Go Fast rocket that we have seen before? It had a temperature gauge on the side of it, and as it was going up, it reached the temperature, the freezing temperature of it being as cold as it do with the magnetic levitation. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Have you ever?
I didn't notice that. I've
Yeah,
seen
which
it
is-
a bunch of times. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, look at the temperature that's reading off the side of it. It reaches a point where it's like extremely cold. I think it's negative 380 or like close to 400, which is about the same
Whoa.
temperature that it would be for the magnetic levitation to occur. Like you have to get super
Whoa.
cold. Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that. Maybe
I didn't know that it got that cold up there, which is
Where's
like
the-
super fluid territory.
It's like
Right.
70
Who's the-
miles.
Who T-Dub, you know what I'm talking about? It's the Go Fast rocket, I think it was. It was one of those
Yeah.
rockets. Anyways, it had a
think,
little
yeah.
temperature gauge on the side of it as it was going up, because I think that's when people were talking about it hit something, like it hit the dome, and there was all this little bit of controversy at the beginning when people were talking about it. But on the side where it was showing the point that it reached its maximum peak, it reached to the point where it was reading like negative 300, and I was like, dude, this is really interesting. Why is it giving? But then again, you could argue the fact that it's because of the speed and the wind shear. I don't know. But what do you guys think? Like, this is, it sounds like what they're talking about is they're working with temperatures of that range.
Real quick, before we adjust that, Paraplegic posted 55 minutes past the hour. He circled Coriolis force. Listen, Paraplegic, Coriolis force is real. What may not be real is Earth-based Coriolis, but could there be
No, I know. It's just funny that,
magnetic field-based Coriolis or something like that? Could there be a Coriolis? Could there be a motion happening above us?
things move, sure. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's funny
That's
how
Coriolis.
they mix,
It's not the Earth, it's the
they've-
sky.
they've got to mix in all this. Well, and if it's true up there, okay. It's just interesting that
no,
it's
he's
got
not-
a
he
lot
didn't
of
get what you
orbital
said.
stuff.
I don't think he got what you said, Brett.
No, I got it. No, I got
You
it.
said you're mixing
got-
in. They're not mixing in. It's not. They're specifically.
Yeah, I know what you're
talking
saying
about-
now. Yeah, it just what's going on up there. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I think it could be going on to a lot lower altitudes. I mean, like there's reports. I've seen a lot of footage. Right, if just one or two of them are real, I mean, there's things zipping around at passenger airplane altitudes. There's stuff out that's zipping around up there. I mean, and they look suspiciously like the old style satellite spheres with little bits sticking out of them and stuff like that. Things get seen in the sky from aircraft windows, from passengers. They film it. I mean, it's this strange shit going on within not very far up of a distance. You know what I mean? And so, it's seamless. It seems to be propulsionless motion in the
So
air.
what's the crossover sporadic for you to think about, like with this tech being utilized with like what they were saying, satellites, and then for the idea that there's a narrative that's attached to the Earth being a globe, and those satellites are doing something very different than, they're on a decaying orbit, versus this being something very different. It's actually
There could be drag within the magnetic field that they're operating in. Like, and they describe this themselves. So the decay is not due to the down vector and air pressure, but it's probably due to the down vector of gravity, right? It could be just due to the medium that it's flying through still has particles slamming into it. I mean, it's really not nice and neat up there.
It would match geostationary claims.
It would.
Yeah, you get far enough away, you've got less drag. So,
And yeah, that's something. It's freaking wild.
right. I mean, the whole point is there's something to this. Okay, satellites might not all just be balloons. There could be something else. They could be telling the truth, and they could be also telling the truth in an oversimplified manner for the public.
Dude, the space thing though, that's horseshit. So.
Well, yeah, I know it is. I know it is. But
How come we haven't talked about this before? I've never heard this. Damn it! How dare you?
they misrepresent what space is because they don't want to overcomplicate it for the if I were to continue on this path and continue yakking, I would lose 99% of everybody listening right now.
Yeah.
And
'Cause a lot
this
of
is
people
just
haven't
going
heard
off of
this
what they're
information.
telling is the truth, what they claim to be the truth is. And it's completely compatible with flat Earth. You just have to reinterpret it through the right lens, which we provide.
Yeah, we're not spinning everything above us is spinning. That does, yeah. It
Right. So when
tracks.
people say you guys think NASA's lying all the time and everybody at NASA, no, look, these guys putting these documents out still might think Earth is a globe. That's the funny thing. Like
Yeah.
all the screenshots I posted and images and stuff, the people putting that together could still think Earth is a globe by their interpretation and have no problem with it. Just like I don't have a problem with it by reinterpreting it as a flat Earth cosmology.
Dude, all the shit moving, it just matches. Yeah, it really does match everything in a reverse fashion. You know what I mean?
You know what this gives us? This gives us more leeway to hold to our cosmology and worldview for people. We can say, look, we are free to say that NASA just isn't providing you the correct interpretation in a lot of cases. In other cases, they are lying. But we measure the Earth flat, and this stuff could still work in a different way if you reimagine it the way that they're actually describing to you, regardless of Earth's shape.
I mean, if they are capable of getting instrumentation to like those extreme altitudes, that's like, more than what the average person can achieve, and they're discovering certain qualities about it. I mean, they're not under any obligation to share it with anybody, like openly and be transparent. I mean, they have that advantage. They can present.
You can reinterpret it in the globe framework for the public.
Whatever they want. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. Nobody's going to stop them. What are we going to stop?
So, maybe we should be more open to accepting what they're putting out and just be smarter about how we interpret what they're putting out. That's all I'm saying.
Phase force is actually plasma force.
Here, take a look
The
at
people
this.
working there probably don't know either, Bear. That's the point. The people working there look at globes on their computers all day long.
Yeah, Sporadic, take a look at this video I'm about to post to you. Everybody, actually. Go to 1 minute and 9 seconds. Look at the temperature at the bottom. 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Holy crap, dude. That's absolute
know that?
zero at that height? Are you kidding me?
Did you know that? I've known about this since this video put it. Now that this can put together what you're saying, you're now, it's gonna blow your mind. Like right now, it's probably I can.
Yeah, I'm more convinced than ever that NASA's telling the truth with lies.
Yeah, see, this is what dude. I've known about this rocket. I thought it was GoFast. It's GoPro. So it was the one that won the award for the rocket launch. It says to space, but this is look at the temperature it was reading. And then it gives you the altitude also.
What if the Kármán line is set by the temperature of negative 450 Fahrenheit or something?
Somebody
or whatever that is for absolute zero. I forgot.
Yeah, see,
So
this is the
360 is how low do our thermometers go? What is the lowest they're capable of doing?
Yeah, so absolute zero is negative 460 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
That's like impossible to achieve in laboratory conditions on Earth. And it's also theoretical because nothing should be that cold, because at that point all the vibratory molecules cease to move.
What's liquid nitrogen? What's that? The
Not that cold.
right.
Isn't that interesting?
That's wild, dude. That is.
Dude, this video's been out for a long time. I'm surprised, Braddock, you've never came across this, man. Like I've known about this. That's why I even brought it up. I'm like, dude, I'm the one that was always talking about it. I was like, dude, they're always talking about these temperatures and the thermosphere is extremely hot. I was like,
There's so much like
Yeah.
Alpha. I'll tell you what.
Everybody's just arguing constantly about what it hit. That was all that video was about. They never
Yes.
looked at that temperature.
Yeah, I don't think it
They're
hit
like,
anything
it's
either, which is why I never watched it.
It's this little thing that pops out and makes it stop. It's this whole mechanism that goes boink and
Yeah,
it makes
listen,
rocket
man,
stop.
those mechanisms
I remember
exist
everybody
and you can
arguing
buy
about
them.
that shit. Forget the name of the mechanism. There was
It's called a yo-yo D-spin. It has other words. You can buy those, dude. You can hobbyist model rocket people put them on their freaking rockets. The reason why is you can't align the fins on the rocket perfectly. When the rocket is going like thousands of miles per hour, the slightest misalignment of those fins will cause it to corkscrew. And you can mitigate that at some point by doing the yo-yo D-spin, which transfers all that energy to it's basically like a bola. You know, like those Pacific Islander weapons? It's like two balls to rope, and they like throw them at the legs of an animal. And so that's what they got wrapped around this thing. And they have, and it releases with a spring, it just blows off. And all that rotational energy goes into the bola and the rocket stabilizes. You can see a piece of it fly off in these videos. I mean, it's completely reasonable.
He was the only one that looked at the thermometer,
Yeah.
the numbers on the...
Yeah, because
he is. So listen, I didn't bother looking too closely at a lot of this stuff because flat earthers are like, oh, it hit the firmament. And I'm like, no, dude, that's a yo-yo D-spin. You guys are crazy. And I moved on.
Yeah. Yep. And not only that, though, but as you notice that once it reached that layer, like whatever it did, it looked like it was floating for just a moment. Like
it got super cold.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, this goes along with what their documents, like you were saying just right now. I'm just putting this puzzle piece there so you can put it into the puzzle. Now you can see, a lot of what
thank you, dude.
Yep.
I mean, just reinforces that NASA's not like always lying, folks. You have to use discernment and read what they're saying and how they're saying it. You have to understand things within the context that they're saying it. And you have to understand, too, the people writing this stuff still may think that Earth is a globe.
Right. Also, look at the altitude at that screenshot that the Viking put up. Look at the altitude it was at.
350,000 miles, or feet, I mean, yeah.
Isn't that what they say about where the Kármán line is?
Or 395.
Well, it's not really, I don't think it's static, but they would say it's around that place right there. That's where it is. That's where low Earth orbit is.
Yeah, it's like 75 miles, yep.
Yep.
So it's like the Kármán line coincides with absolute zero, which is something nobody else talks about either.
But the temperature is said to be in that lower thermosphere super hot. It's opposite of this sporadic.
Yeah, so there may be individual particles that are like supercharged, because there's a lot of high energy up there. There's the voltage gradient, right? There's a lot of high energy, but few particles. So the few times you get hit and whacked with one of these high energy particles, it's going to hurt. But it happens so far and few between that the temperature averages out to negative 450.
So that's interesting.
That's the other deception.
That doesn't even, like, do you think that their idea of their temperature being this cold, like nothing can exist in that temperature? It's like it's not possible that things are operating in that. Like there would have to be some sort of, shielding against this. Like, what do you think? Being at that cold temperature, like even elements here on Earth, when you submit them to that temperature, they
right,
change,
but that's
right?
a temperature over an area. So if I have if I have a 12 by 12 inch plate and I heat the whole thing up to like 250 degrees, it's going to be super hot. But what if I were to just like shoot it with something that was like 2000 degrees that was the size of an eraser tip? The whole thing's still going to be cool to the touch, except for potentially that one area that got whacked. And because that one area that got whacked was such short in duration, it didn't cause any lasting damage whatsoever because it quickly recovered the rest of the material, cooled it back off again. So this is how they could say, like, if there's a particle up there, it's going to be 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like, okay, that might be true. And there's so few of them that you could be just fine getting hit by them once in a while because it's going to be such a small surface area on your body that your body's going to recover fine. It's, you know, your body's like a thermal heat sink and it's just going to dissipate so fast. It's the same principles like the people that walk on freaking lava coals, right? Like the coal walkers. They walk across on their bare feet and everybody's like, oh my gosh, how that's happened. The same principle applies. The coals themselves are like 1,000 degrees, but you don't get burned on the bottom of your feet because it's a surface area contact thing over time. I really think that's the same principle at work here in their claims. So once again, they're telling the truth in a way that is pretty deceptive to people who don't have the discernment.
Somebody's sleeping.
And to me, that's like a more perfidious form of deception. You know?
I think Versatile's hitting a few Z's there. Getting his 40 winks in.
I heard that. Yeah, the Sandman.
Let me mute him. Yeah, it's interesting, man, because a lot of what they're claiming is opposite to what we're seeing. Like with this rocket, you know, going to that region is opposite of what they say. Well, we can't. The temperature up there is super hot. It's 4,000 degrees Kelvin, I think is what they're saying. It's part of the story, anyway.
Right. If there's something there, that thing could be the size of a pea. You know?
I'm wondering that, you know, because it definitely doesn't follow that it's hot, at least with all the stories about what they send there.
Yep.
All the things they send there. I don't know. We've never really thought about it. Like, how do these, like, obviously plastic can handle cold well, but even aluminum will freaking start cracking.
Yeah, but hot over
That's
what
kinda
area
interesting.
is what I'm saying.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, I guess with the cold, I don't know. It's a whole new.
Yeah,
way
think
to
of the barefoot coal
look at
walkers,
it.
dude. Hot over what area?
Let's see here. Oops.
Right, so they're probably not following an orbital gravity gradient with a rotational vector around a ball. They're definitely not doing that, actually, because we measured Earth flat. So what I'm saying, Bear, we look at these documents and they're describing this really freaking far out exotic technology. It's actually been around for decades. The general public is unaware, but this is public information. And like, what gives?
Why is this the first time you've been talking about it? I never heard of this shit.
I've
You
been
ever
talking
heard
about this for like 3 years, dude.
No.
Dude, I always
Not-
listen
not-
to your
not-
bullshit. Not
Not
bullshit.
bullshit.
You know
Dude, what the
what I mean? I
fuck,
always
Bear?
listen to you, man. You know.
Fucking Bear.
You know.
Yeah, no,
That's all you got.
It's interesting because it's like not really. We don't ever get to these conversations. Let's just put it out there like that. We don't get to them. There's no way, dude. Not with Glovers coming in and out. Like, having
Yeah,
to deal
that's
with them. There's no way we can talk about these things.
Once in
then
a few
there's
months,
the-
I talk about it.
There's the other side to it where it's like, well, we can't talk about it because that's esoteric, man. Only secret knowledge, and nobody else knows about this, but you know, it gets into that whole shit. So,
Yeah, this definitely is not in that category either. I mean, it's like, hey, this is what NASA says they're doing, guys. I'm not crazy for describing it accurately.
hey, let me post. I'll post in the text channel. This is what it says about the thermosphere.
What's not doing us a good service is when flat earthers flat out deny everything and say all of this is BS, it's all science fiction, and everybody working at NASA knows the earth is flat and they're hiding it from the public. That, I know that's kind of an extreme opposite end, But there are a lot of flat earthers that lean in that direction, and it's stupid. I'm tired of it.
Mm.
It's the same kind of people that say that everybody's got a PhD is retarded, and they themselves are making dumbass arguments like, I took a level, I measured my table locally level, therefore everything on Earth is level. When that's a blatant straw man of what the globe's claim is, because the glober will claim everything is locally level too. And these flat earthers are too dumb to realize that that's a weak freaking argument.
Let me just point out the reason why I brought this up, Sporadic. Look at the explanation for the thermosphere. Now, I put that in the snippet because when I just typed in what is the temperature of the thermosphere, what it spit out was the thermosphere is very hot, with temperatures potentially reaching up to 2,000 degrees Celsius or 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit. However, due to the extremely low density of the air in this layer, the heat transfer is very low, so it wouldn't feel hot. See how it's saying one thing and then the opposite to it. So it's saying here,
and that's still accurate.
The thermosphere's temperature increases with altitude, reaching very high values in the upper portions. These high temperatures are potentially due to the absorption of high energy solar radiation, such as X-rays and ultraviolet rays. But the molecules in this layer, and it wants to click on that, the heat transfer, while the thermosphere has high temperature, it's not a source of heat in the traditional sense. That is because the air is so thin that there aren't enough gas molecules to transfer heat to objects, like a spacecraft, in a way that would feel hot. Solar activity, the thermosphere's temperature is also influenced by solar activity. When the sun's very active, temperatures can be significantly higher.
So think of the coal walker, right? The ashes that he's walking on are like 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which are less dense than his foot. And so the heat transfer is going to take a while to heat up. And the ambient environment that he's in is such that his foot is allowed to basically cool off as he picks it up and places it back down on the next step. It's the same principle at work for the environment up there with satellites. So you got flat earthers saying, oh, you can't have a satellite up there because it's going to get freaking roasted. It's like, no, dude, you don't understand this principle, which Alpha just posted.
Mm-hmm.
This could still be true on flat Earth, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, the whole thing where it looks like it's a contradiction was only put that way because of the way they're exclaiming it. Like the first thing that they put is that it's very hot, but they're not like, I guess for the reader would probably stop there and say, let's just take that at face value that it's very hot. So it's just, I'm pointing out that that's the reason why this argument it even occurs, or the long time ago, people would get into the argument about it being very hot and stuff. So
it's a matter of convection heating, and that's exactly what this is. Like the environment up there is sparse. There's a lot of emptiness. That emptiness doesn't have an ambient temperature that is very high. It's because there's a lot of empty space in between particles that are super hot. So it averages out to negative 450 degrees Celsius, or Fahrenheit, I mean.
Yeah, just the mesosphere thing I just posted. They don't give you a temperature. They just said it's very cold. Dude? So it's very hot so it's freaking screaming hot. It's screaming hot in the.
If there is something, it's screaming hot, but it's mostly empty space there.
Further out, it's freaking cold as hell.
So
because it's empty space.
Let me post something. I guess Elisha, is talking to me in the back end with the information that we're talking about currently. Let me just save this image and post it for everybody. I think it's something that needs to be talked about, because when we have these topics, we do have to kind of let everybody weigh in on the reason why we're having this discussion. But let me post what he posted, and it does have relevance. So just give me a moment here. Right.
All right, so do you guys think the
hold on, sir. Hold on. So can you look at the image that I just posted? Anyone? Everyone?
Sorry, yep, I'm here.
It's important. Look at the image I just posted, Sporadic. this was what I got in the DMs, and Elijah's talking in the background with me. But I was mentioning that well, I said Go Fast, but it's actually GoPro, Elijah. But the GoPro rocket was having the little temperature gauge and altitude, and it was reading that air pressure, or the air temperature outside. The air temperature outside was, negative 452 on that this image that the Viking put up. But then, of course, it says here something different on what he posted when he looked up. The cameras wouldn't work in absolute zero. So it says, no, a standard camera cannot work at absolute zero, which is the theoretical lowest temperature where the thermal energy is absent. Absolute zero is negative 273.15 Celsius.
Yeah, makes sense to me. The camera hasn't yet reached that temperature. It's going to take a bit.
Yeah, so you're saying that because it was like going through it speedily, it could detect that temperature, but not it's not staying in the environment. It's not in situ, which would mean localized. It's not taking it.
Yeah, the sensor is designed. Listen. The sensor is designed to respond much faster than the rest of it. So the sensor's like going off immediately, saying it's negative 450, but it's going to take a while for the entire camera apparatus to cool off to that amount. Eventually, the camera's going to break if it stays up there too long. That's true.
Right. But it was recording all this information. So, are you saying to say that that's not true? That the temperature wasn't reading that it was not negative 452 because the cameras.
I think it's true. Listen, I've picked up hunks of liquid of solid oxygen and nitrogen with my bare hands. Guess what? My whole entire body didn't freeze like a cartoon.
Yeah. And I'm just only putting forward here kind of like the response to what's being said. So Elijah, I did try to at least put what your snippet was there. So
it's a valid point. There's a time factor involved.
Yeah. He's adding something in the DMs. I know he can't come in here right now, so let me just speak a little bit for him. He put in there, the condensation would ruin the view. No? He's asking like a question. Condensation would ruin the view.
Condensation? What, that might be like stuck on the lens still from its ascent?
Let me see. I want him to just finish typing. I know he might be busy, but he wants to have the interaction. So.
A lot of lenses are hydrophobic, and they're going to repel condensation sticking from them. So the condensation will be long gone by the time it's, considered to be a factor.
I was going to say that cold.
Okay, hold on, Bear. Hold on.
I think it would dehydrate.
Let me just come in. He's responding. It says it doesn't take forever. It takes moments. Where are y'all broadcasting from? I don't see y'all. Oh, we're in the politics and religion, Elisha. He'll come in here. I'll let him.
All right. Yep. Unfortunately, I have to go in a minute, but I mean, these lenses are hydrophobic, which means they repel water like freaking Gore-Tex.
Yep.
So,
well, the GoPro and respectively, if it was in that temperature, I'm of the mind of how you're explaining it, but I mean, if somebody has a different point of view, I'd like to hear it. Like to me, right now, it's not really much to do about anything. But if you want to weigh in, that's great. I mean, explain why you think this wouldn't be the case. I think it's just the way you explained it. It's moving so fast. It's not doing it in situ, localized. It's doing it like indirectly. If that makes any sense. I mean,
it's going to take a while to equalize. And so, yeah, I have no problem that they launched this rocket off of flat Earth and it reached, negative 450 degrees Fahrenheit up there for a moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, big deal.
Well,
so what?
The
Earth is still flat.
other way he's saying is then it would be fake reading then.
Well, right. Yeah, so I'm going to need evidence that to the contrary, like I'm willing to accept this. And I'm also willing to accept it without knowing that I can actually verify it, because my acceptance of this does not do anything to invalidate my position that Earth is flat.
Go ahead, Elijah. I think you just joined us. Your mic was kind of muffled, dude.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Here you go. Go for it, man.
Hey, Elijah. First off, love you, dude, and I'm glad you're providing some pushback because we need that.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I had no idea this was live, or I just came in here. yeah, the whole condensation thing I'm talking about. It's not that, the problem is the difference in temperature, because the temperature of the camera is already going to be what it's going to be with the particles that it's going to have versus the particles that there aren't up there. The difference in that would cause the condensation quickly.
Okay, it's the vacuum. Yeah, the vacuum can cause it to. Well, hold on.
See, the thing is, if what we're looking at, it's not a vacuum in the first place.
I don't know if.
But furthermore, I just don't believe that they reached absolute zero. That's number one. We can't trust that what altitude they said this GoPro thing is. There's a lot of assumptions that we're going to have to go through.
Yeah, especially if GoPro's putting it on.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I guess it's better to say for this point is we could still accept these unverified values, and it doesn't change our position.
Well, no, but what I'm saying,
I would say I don't accept it because the first thing I need on my plate is a premise. And if we're going past that, I'm going to say no, because it's going to be riddled with fallacies. There's a lot of things that I've heard where they or we can think of things this way, or we can interpret, or we can say this. The thing is, if we have to say things like that or use language like that, it means it's not reality, and that we don't know. So I wouldn't be doing that.
That's good criticism. I accept that too. Yeah, I mean, none of this is independently verified, and it seems to belie what we know to be true in the first place. I mean, yeah, I am skeptical of these values. Deep down, I am. I truly am. I can't verify this stuff.
There's no reason to not question this, right? But what I'm saying is, if they're putting out this specific information, to what narrative is it adhering to? Is it specifically to the globe Earth narrative? Is that why this reading would be the way you see it, the way in the form that it is?
Well, they have to keep it. They have to keep it consistent. Anything beyond, commercial flight, they have to control the information on that, because obviously it's a globe. Just like they still control the tidbit of information that the horizon is literally 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer. That's what the information says, because that's what it has to say. Because they have to be consistent.
But it's not.
You think
really not?
I was going to say, you think this is consistent though? Like, is this consistency for the? That's what I'm asking the panel right now. You think that the information they're showing from their readings is consistent for a globe?
As far as altitude is concerned, I think that's what they're trying to do. Maybe I didn't look at it, to be honest. Is this you said GoPro? It's not.
Yeah.
So Go Fast and GoPro is different.
Yeah. There's a Go Fast rocket which had a bunch of cameras, and this GoPro was a kind of award-winning rocket launch, I guess. GoPro did. And this was years, dude. I'm talking about almost at the beginning of when this came onto the internet. So I can't believe that this information's still out there. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying too. Is it like adhering to the globe narrative? I mean,
it's completely.
You got that. I think it's opposite. But
there's also an impossible dive. I think we went over it like so long. If Radwin is here, I'm pretty sure he was there during this conversation. But there's a diver that dove from super far up. It is like, the thing about that dive, though, like when you look at the cameras and the way that they depicted it to the people at home, it's ridiculous. Like they made it look like he was jumping from the stratosphere or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it was extremely high. It was insane the way they made it look. But they said that he jumped from a certain height. And looking at the footage, I'm like, this is bullshit. So what I'm saying is that they're going to try to be consistent.
Well, but that's the part that I'm saying. Like, let me just show you a bit of inconsistency to the globe narrative, if I can, right? So, they were saying that balloons cannot fly in the thermosphere. They don't operate there. They cannot be there, right? Balloons. But what happened with this GoPro rocket was that it deployed a balloon from it, like as you've seen, like it came from the top of the capsule, and it burst out and it went up to, away from the rocket. And this would be at the altitude of 300 and I think it's at 96,000 feet. I think is what it was reading, the altitude gauge. So you have that, right, where that's almost to where the Kármán line is, if not past it, right, 75 miles, somewhere about there. And then you have like this idea that a balloon can fly there, where if they show the diagram, you can see the diagram in the text channel. I think who posted it up? Let me see. The Viking posted up the atmosphere of the Earth. So now you can see the balloons that fly in the troposphere. Then you go to the stratosphere, and then so what they're exclaiming here is balloons cannot go beyond that. But if you go to the thermosphere, the altitude of where that is, you see the balloon being deployed off of the GoPro rocket, and that can't happen. Balloons cannot fly in the thermosphere. So you get what I'm saying? Like, this is the
You're saying a
inconsistency
balloon
I
came
see.
out of that thing?
Yeah, go look at the video.
The one that they say. Okay, I
Go
didn't
look at
know
the
that.
video.
I just thought it just
Yeah,
stopped.
go look at the
when it's
video.
going.
Go see the video and see the balloon being deployed at the top.
Okay.
At the altitude that it's being deployed at, I don't think so. But go ahead.
I get what you're saying. There's a continuity error here.
I think there is. I don't know if you guys like. There's.
There is, because if you know what, let's Google it right now. Can balloons fly in the thermosphere, or whatever? How can balloons exist? I don't know how to ask this real quick.
I think either one works.
Can balloons float in thermosphere? No, balloons cannot float in the thermosphere. They can only rise to a certain altitude before the air becomes too thin and the balloon's buoyancy is lost. Balloons, even high altitude ones, reach altitudes in the lower stratosphere and mesosphere, but not the thermosphere. Okay. So there's a gas pressure problem here too then.
Yeah.
But that's just, we'll talk about that sometime after.
Well, I mean, it's all tied into a narrative that it's inconsistent. So the continuity discrepancy is what I want to point out. Like, why would they show this if they're unafraid? They're unafraid. They're bearing it all with this rocket.
But they always do that though. They did do that with the Felix Baumgartner jump. They fucked up with the Earth spin. That's a fact. Yep. They did that with Comet Neowise. They do that with eclipses. It happens all the time actually. Matter of fact, no. Let's not include eclipses. Let's just include these events that happen. That whatever flight around the world thing, like all of these gimmicks that prove that the Earth is round, like they all have issues.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more of like, okay, so there's a narrative, and then there's all these things that people are doing or say that they're doing, and it doesn't equate to the fact that it's sounding like people are on a globe doing these things, because the globe has a specific parameter that you can't go outside of. You're going to have to adhere to those parameters, you just like it or not, right? You can't go beyond these parameters because things don't work the way that they should if they go beyond that. But with the GoPro rocket that went to the altitude of 396,000 feet, which is like beyond the Kármán line, is deploying a balloon and is looking like reading a temperature where it shouldn't be. Like all these things, right? It's just, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, why would they be doing that if they know that it's because people don't ask these questions. They're not going to want to know, like, what the discrepancies are. They just see something happening. Oh, look at space, and the argument for this particular video was that it's hitting the firmament. At the time when we were watching this video, people were arguing for the firmament, right? Oh, it's hitting the boundary. Like, there you go. That's why it's not going to space. No, they didn't even look into the inconsistency of the globe narrative, which is what I'm showing now. Is like, it's always been there. They haven't scrubbed it from the internet, so obviously they don't care. They, by meaning the people that would hide any information or with the algorithm so that people won't see this particular video. This video is out there. It's got millions of views, I think. So, in the video, you see the balloon being deployed. It's like leaves the capsule. So now what? I mean, you got balloons flying in the thermosphere? Okay.
Dude, the fact that it shows it like separating all perfectly and shit, like it's just like sus. It's sus.
But you see the balloon though, like how it just like
Yeah. Yeah, like I never watched all the way through. I think I've always seen a cut version to where it just it hits and they're like, oh, there it is. That it hit the firmament later, you know. Like,
yeah.
that was it. Like back then, I think that's all you like because you know back then you got so much flat Earth material that somebody isn't going to dare show it past the part of it hitting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hate the firmament claims too. Like I hate those claims. The claims about even the go fast, like oh it must have hit something. I hate that.
Because like
we don't know that.
Brendan was even talking about like there's only certain things that can be measured in situ, which is localized. So you can't measure things outside of it. So this would still be an inference to a temperature, as you pointed out, Elijah. It's not reading the temperature there. And even Sporadic agreed with that. It hasn't stabilized to get that pressure and the air. You know, everything's not being read correctly. It's just as it's moving through. You know.
Yeah, it has to be stopped for you to get the actual temperature.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I don't know, interesting stuff, I guess. Discrepancies in the globe narrative. There's plenty of them, I guess. You can, whether it be a scientific communicator saying something incorrectly or William Shatner. Apparently, he went to low Earth orbit and he was talked to and asked what did he see, and he was like, "No, you know, as far as I can tell, the Earth is flat." Good shit, man.
What?
I love it.
Was he joking or was he joking?
No, he was oh shit, dude. I saved the clip.
I mean, he has to say that though, because from the ISS, seeing 3% of the Earth, it would still appear like a flat horizon.
Well, yeah, but the other guys that
So
went to that place, dude, didn't say that. Here, let me give you the clip.
They have to, and that's what these anti-flat earthers don't understand. Like, you're not seeing any curvature in your lifetime from anywhere, from any camera.
Check it out, Elijah. I put it in the text. You guys can save that video. It's from Dearth, but it's a little clip there, a snippet of somebody having an interview with William Shatner. People can't misquote him what he said. He said what he said. That's all there is to it. Take it or leave it.
Like, and what do satellites to Mars like? What do they run on? Like, if not battery, like what? Because none of these materials would withstand the Narnia that is space conditions.
100%.
But look what I found. So check this out. It's an AI overview, I guess. Sending a GoPro to the thermosphere using a weather balloon. Hold on, because my phone. Weather balloon is a popular hobby and scientific endeavor. The thermosphere is a region of Earth's atmosphere where temperatures increase with altitude, and weather balloons can carry payloads like GoPro cameras to the edge of space. It says the balloon will eventually burst due to the pressure changes at high altitudes, typically around 30 kilometers.
So balloons can't go there, but balloons can go there. Now, I'm not saying balloons can't go there, but balloons can go there.
Basically.
So stupid, dude.
See this, no, but they're talking about examples like this video shows a GoPro high altitude weather balloon launch. That's only at 106,000 feet. You're talking about over 75 miles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I don't even, never mind. No, look, it says we sent the GoPro to space for science. Yo.
Yeah, they need to pick a lane, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Pick a lane.
I'm serious, dude. Like, if you're gonna say it, fucking say it. But like, I mean, which side are you gonna be on? The side that you're talking about the narrative being what it is, or you're gonna make up a narrative? Because I mean, I can't get with that. Like, even if I was the mindset of a glober, I'd be like, dude. I mean, these flat earthers are destroying us, dude. Freaking choose what you want. You want to say that you can send a balloon up there and we can get readings and such, or you can't. Either one. Like, I want to. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson, man, he's the homie, because he's just destroying these guys. That stuff is flat. And then William Shatner is about the same, going to the altitude he did. I think his rocket ride was about the place that what's her face went to. Famous.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the one fiasco, Katy Perry thing. That all the yo, it's always some bullshit. Rocket launches, you got like rats and shit like crawling on in space. I'd be like, come on, man. Like, what's going on?
It's just people playing around with an idea, man. And then they're just throwing shit at the wall, man. And they're like, oh, look, we got this rocket ride that goes to the edge of space, and all the vernacular, man, just keeps people's minds stuck to this idea.
Yep.
Oh, Elon did what he was supposed to. He got his black eye.
Saw that. He blamed it on his son, though. X.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's my son. I was playing with him.
Even with the saying, the NASA employees, like, or NASA, like they still may believe it's a globe, but we can interpret the data from flat Earth. But like, you can't interpret like something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There has to be something for you to interpret. Now, I guess we're saying like it could be a flat Earth, and you can still have like them engineering these machines to go to this area, and that could all be happening. So, since that's happening, let's talk about like what did y'all talk about? The levitation stuff.
Yeah, the practical means by which they could be utilizing technology to harness energy in those altitudes. And Sporadic was actually going into a bit of technicals as to like the information they put out as to what they're doing outside of what people think they're doing with the space shuttle launches and such. Having a decaying orbit around a globe. Whereas this is showing they're actually doing something different, tethering satellites to a specific magnetosphere.
See, before I would accept like, all of the how they're doing it, the first premise I have to accept is the temperature. Which would have to be a theoretical limit that is entropically impossible in this reality.
Yep. And then there's the the proof is in the pudding. You're gonna have to show how, if you're making a claim to a statement, like not you, but the people who are making a claim to a statement, If that is true, then go ahead and show us the verifiability of that claim being possible by anyone on the ground. And it's not gonna. We're all just gonna have to accept what's being said because that's just the way it is. Either that or just like say, well, dude, okay, you sent something to test this thing. Now the next step is let me look into that. How do I know that's at some point?
Well, I'll even do y'all one better. But like everything that was said, this morning, let's take it as read. So it's like, okay, everything that you said that's theoretically possible is possible. Now, does that mean your claim is true about the things in the sky?
Oh, you talking about the rocket?
You see what I'm saying?
The things that they're saying about the space shuttle doing what it's doing?
No, like if let's say that it was theoretically at that temperature and we had this technology like maglevs and all this other stuff, does that mean that what we think is in the sky is what it is? Like, are we going to make the claim because of a possibility?
Yeah, of course you couldn't.
Right. So I just don't understand the point. Because it goes. We briefly touch on the possibility, like it'd be super dangerous if it was possible, because then we'd be saying, yeah, that's what that is.
It's leaving
because that's almost what I heard.
It's leaving a lot of things to be desired in the realm of we see something, but we're just gonna stay away from talking about it. That's what I guess the conversation's geared towards, at least engaging with a possibility that it's not the narrative of what you think it is. It could be this other thing. So it's not so much to say that we're indulging their space fantasy, but in the fact to say that it's something a bit more practical, not what you're claiming that it is. So the conversation would just be about it being a bit about the practicality of the matter, not of the fantasy side of it, where you think it's a space narrative. It could be happening over a horizontal plane, is what I'm saying. But if you're dismissive to the fact of saying let's not talk about it, then you're just leaving a lot to be desired in the realm of like practicality. If let's say that could be the case, if it could be argued for a practical sense, then you're leaving that out and saying I don't even want to talk about the practical side of it because I don't need to talk about it. Period. I don't even get what I mean. Like,
right. So let me be clear. I don't want to not talk about anything. I don't want to hear affirming the consequence all up and through here because we want to talk about stuff. That's what that like. If you're gonna say, well, to talk about stuff, I will, forego reasoning to do that. I'm sure you'd say that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but like, in what way would we forego reasoning in the realm of practicality? Because practical.
Well, like I was talking about these like saying, for all we know, the space shuttle could be XYZ in a medium that's XYZ temperature. And all of this is happening over a flat plane. Disassociate all of that from flat Earth, because why does it have to be coupled fantasy with something that is a fact? Because who are we talking to when we're trying to relay this information? Why would we have to talk about things we don't know with things we do know?
Right, because there's a narrative that's being spoken over them, which is the narrative of the globe, which has parameters that exist, that it's supposed to be happening with the specifics of it happening in a decaying orbit and all these kind of things, right? But then
of course, but they don't want to know whether it's flat or not at that point. They want to know from you at that point what the ISS is, and then your reply is.
You could break the barrier down before you engage with this topic. Of course, you can break the barrier down whether they know or not that the Earth is a globe. But then
You know,
you know
you
what
just
would
say it's speculation before you
no, well,
start.
yeah, hold on
definitely.
a minute. Yeah, hold on a second. Well, all I'm trying to say is when you're engaging them with this topic, it could already be past the point that you've had discussed with them whether or not they can prove that the Earth is a globe or not. And so when you're already broken that barrier down and having this conversation to say that whatever consistency that the narrative that's being spoken over to them is given to them is not consistent because it could be something practical, then that would be of assistance to say that it doesn't need to be the narrative that you think it is based on the Earth being a globe, but it could just be a practical means in which we can utilize technology over a horizontal plane. So in that way, it makes sense. It's logical to say that because you're not breaking the
Give me an
boundary.
example. Give me an
Well-
example of something NASA's talking about that I guess we can remove.
Globe?
Yeah, whatever ideology that would have them interpret the data. Remove that. The data. What data are we talking about that we can utilize? Like, what is that? What are we talking about?
Well, the way that the mechanics of the craft that's operating in higher altitudes, the mechanics of craft that's operating in higher altitudes, it's in their mind supposedly it's in a decaying orbit around the Earth that's a globe, so it's falling essentially, right?
Is that what the data like? That can't be what the data is showing.
No. Well, I'm explaining the narrative to go into the specifics as to why the practical means would be explained. So they're telling us that this is the narrative, right? That's the way it's supposed to be working. And then when these documents, which of course the ones that Sporadic put out, were the reason why they're saying this is because in some way they're quotations, right? Telling the truth. Because they're not really saying that it's in a decaying orbit. Rather, they're talking about the technicals, which exclaim something outside of the parameter of it being in a decaying orbit. Now, they might have got diagrams going up, but what Sporadic is showing is that if they're utilizing some type of energy harness, like in that region, then it could be that it's operating in that manner and not in the manner that they're thinking that it's in a decaying orbit around the globe. So it's almost like the explanation that they're saying the
you mean satellites?
Well, satellites or any other craft, it could be something else, but they're saying that it's operating or it's functioning in a way that doesn't need that technology. It needs to be falling around an Earth with gravitational forces. Like you know the whole thing, right? So the way that Sporadic is saying that this document that came out and Drace is putting it up, it was showing that that's not the case. That this technology is operating something opposite to what you think. Like the shuttle and all that was not doing letting probes go out into the vacuum of space. It was actually utilizing this tethering technology, which of course I think it's an acronym, but it's used as the word rope in the article. I think it's an acronym, but don't get me quoted on that. But anyway, they're saying that it's using this tethering technology that's harnessing energy in that higher region in the I'm gonna say this too in quotations, the magnetosphere. Don't quote me on that. I'm just saying that that's what the document's saying. The magnetosphere is harnessing this energy. So it's like it's opposite to what the narrative was saying that the shuttle is going off into space doing. It's actually not doing that. It's doing this other thing in the technicals. The technicals is actually describing it in a very different manner than it would be if you're thinking that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space. So I'm saying it's opposite to that. So it's showing a different way that it could possibly be working with, without the idea of being a globe. And I think that's what he was pointing out too. It's like you can use them as a hostile witness to have the inconsistency of the narrative, which of course happens all the time. And I think it's a good way to show how not even what they think that is going on, because this would be something opposite to that in a more practical sense over a horizontal plane. Not to say that that's what it is, but it could be in an argument against the globe. Anyway, that's just the way I'm putting it forward. If you guys disagree with that, it's fine. I'm just saying it's showing that what they're saying is going against what their narrative is. Hell, I didn't come up with these technicals, but I'm just saying that if it could operate in a practical way, it would not be doing so over a globe. Doesn't need a globe. So do we see things in the sky above us, little lights moving around? or are we just saying let's not talk about? You know what I'm saying? Like it's getting into that realm.
No, well, we do see lights, but are they like have we valid? Has anyone validated that when they see a light go by, that's a particular satellite?
No one can tell that for sure. Not in any real way, not in any tangible way.
So that's what I'm. So then, like everything that I'm reading right now, for all I know, could be on the same basis of Legend of Drizzt.
Sure, but it's not. It's if you could say that the energy and things that can be thought of here on the ground are used in a practical means to not even include a globe. If you could show somebody like, look, you don't need a globe. What is a globe good for? What is it describing? So,
but that's the first thing I asked. I was like, okay, so something is practical here. Does that mean what we're claiming about something in the sky is the case? Because then we're talking about the conditions here being the conditions somewhere we're not. And then the mechanics happening in the way that we don't even know what it is. So it's like, at the very least, if they're saying there's something up there, are we communicating with it? Like, is that our technology for real? Like,
yeah, that's what my gripe was. My gripe was at the very beginning with Sporadic. I was actually telling him that very same thing you're saying now. I'm like, dude, yeah, I mean, you could look at these technicals and go with it, right? And say, okay, this has a practical way to think about it. But then again, there's the people on the ground. Like, how are we going to test this? Like, there's no way we can have the means by which we're going to verify this information. So it always goes back to, okay, so you could see a practical means for it to be a case for it not being a globe. At the same time, like, there's going to be a barrier for everybody looking into this information, which not only would there be a barrier for like not understanding the specific technology, but there would be a barrier for verifiability. You couldn't verify it. So either way, it would just be at best a contradiction within the narrative, which is what I think what I utilize it for. I utilize it for that, to say, hey, you thought it was going into the vacuum of space and working on all these kind of ways, but I want to talk to you about that. Why do we have these technicals that can support an Earth that wouldn't have to be a globe? See, it flies in the face of how somebody who actually looks into this could actually stand for the Earth being a globe. Because then they would have to, like I said, there's a few barriers they'd have to cross. First is the technological part of it, like to explain how they understand what it means. And, you know, they are not engineers to put this stuff together. So how do they know? They weren't the ones who put it together. If anything, a person that would utilize this information in a very user-friendly way would be an end user, be somebody that just uses it and not understands how it was designed and, you know, to the place of the regions it's said to be going to. So it would be a great case for showing that it's not the globe narrative based on these technicals going against the paradigm, but at the same time, you couldn't verify it if you wanted to. So it would just be left in the realm of maybe. That's as far as it would go. But it didn't have to be. Like what I'm saying, this whole thing could just be them working against themselves and us pointing at that. Not to the fact that we're like, well, we have to talk about this now. Like, no, we don't have to. Just leave it alone, you know, for all you care. But if it does come up, you can say, hey, well, and not even they agree. Because it doesn't sound like it's in a gravitational decaying orbit. Doesn't look that way, not by what I'm reading here. So you can do what you want, actually. I think it's interesting to me. Because, like, yeah, you can point out to them that they don't have what they thought they did, which is a like rock solid foundation on the Earth being a globe with all these consistent ways of having talking points and stuff like that. It doesn't work in any way.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with talking about it that way. It's like if we're talking about it, and then we start talking about all the it's that we don't know are it's, and we're focused more on that. I don't understand that. But what you said just now, I understand completely.
Yeah, it's giving good exposition on the inconsistencies, and I think I like to point out to that a lot. I like to point out how we use a lot of hostile witnesses in this particular evidentiary hearing that we have. Evidentiary hearing for them to actually say, come forward as a defendant to defend the Earth as a globe. You know, we're going to go ahead and be the prosecutor and see what you got and put forward, you know, what you think is evidence. If we deem it as not evidence, then we'll toss it out. Usually that's almost everything they put. There's nothing practical they can put forward that's going to show the Earth being a globe. But in this case, this would be one of the inconsistencies we can use as a hostile witness. We do that with, like, even the video I posted of William Shatner. He said something inconsistent to what, you know, Katy Perry said when they were in their rocket ride, saying that the Earth is, oh, look at it, it's a globe and all that. They came down. Dude Perfect said the same thing.
See, that right there should have let people know. See, in my opinion, that right there, when she said that, people should have, in a perfect world, people should have gone, oh, well, she's full of shit because you can't see curvature from that height. Like,
dude,
William Shatner was on the money, if anything.
Yeah, dude, I like the conversation because it dives into the minds of people to actually meet them where they're at and engage, instead of just completely like shutting off the conversation. Like, let's just turn this off. Like, I don't want to know, or, you know, I want to know why you're saying what you're saying, to get down to the base root. And so when we give this exposition, people are listening. They're like, oh shit, I thought that way. And it turns out there's really nothing there. You know, that's why it you know, trying to, you know, make it a bit more palpable for the listening audience. Cause some people might think like, well, he's got a good point. Why don't you let him say, and when you find out he really didn't have a good point because he's just basing it off from what his idea of thinking of the Earth as a globe is, and everybody's like, ah, okay, so he thought all of this because his idea was that he lives on a globe. So yeah, never checks out. Panel's filling up. Welcome everybody. Welcome everyone, one and all. It was a good discussion, man. Elijah, thanks for the conversation, brother. Drace and everybody who chimed in. Sporadic. I think Radwin was in there for a minute. The Viking was putting some images up. You guys having a good morning, day, night? I'm just resting a little bit from now. Finally moved in and such. I freaking moved into my place. Bro, I wrecked my fence. I should take a picture of it and show you guys. Freaking 26-foot U-Haul truck that I was trying to back into the new place, and I smashed my fence. I gotta replace that sucker. But in my defense, dude, it's a big ass truck, bro. I haven't driven one of those, so yeah. The wife was
in
all
your
like,
defense.
Defense.
The wife was all like, if it would have been me, you would have been all over me.
Wait, was it chain link, picket?
Yeah.
What was it?
Chain link. Chain link, thank God
shit.
it wasn't picket. Picket, I would have decimated that corner, dude. Funny.
Is it fence for offense or is defense for defense?
I see what you did there. Both, actually. Because I live in a neighborhood where you got to have security cameras, which I did buy. Because people are wandering around the streets around where I live and peeking in windows and shit. So.
Oh, they're doing that everywhere nowadays.
No bueno. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're just we're chilling. I mean, it's a good day. Dude, these conversations, I think we can never have them with someone who's of the mindset of the Earth as being a globe. Dude, they can never get to this level, dude. Ever.
It's true.
We're gonna be bogged down with just the fundamentals, and like, okay, you know, like.
What? You're not gonna see the fancy NASA documents and get all freaking excited,
dude,
and then be like, "Oh, damn it! You guys are saying it's on over flat Earth."
Yeah, but like, dude, like even if we were to like have a conversation, it just the majority of the times, and this is a stereotype fallacy, but we're dealing with people who can't have the conversation. It's like they cannot have it. It's like you try to ask them for, anything about the Earth being a globe. It's like, and the weirdest part about this whole thing is that at their fingertips they have the Library of Alexandria. All they got to do is type in a few keystrokes and they'll know whatever it is. The question we're asking, they can't even do that. Like the temperature of the condition of people today is such, like, it's so cold, dude. It's like they don't even who cares, you know? Who cares? And Earth is a globe. Who cares? Like, it's like, dude, wow.
Yeah, Earth is a globe, and you guys can't understand what you're reading because it appears to contradict what we're saying.
Like, it reminds me of the movie with Jim Carrey, Liar Liar, when he stands up and he's like, no, I'm objection, Your Honor, and he's like, well, what's wrong now? He's like, it's damning to my case, like, because he has to say the truth. I thought that part was hilarious, dude. I feel like that's what they want to do. They want to object to what we're saying because it's damning to their case, because they can't. There's no way to, dude. The exposition that happened like 2 days ago with AI Overlord with that one character. What was his name, guys? The
Edgelord.
Oh, dude, it was great, dude. For like 2 hours, he kept like going back and forth to his space fantasy, globe Earth, kind of thing, and he was just always he was met with. You were there, I think, Spreadick. I think you had part of the exposition
Just
yourself.
for a beginning, yeah.
It was great, dude. I was moving shit back and forth from my U-Haul truck. I was like, oh man, this is great. I don't have to jump in. You know what? It feels good. Let's put it that way. To hear like Elijah or Sporadic or Radwin or somebody that crit. When you guys are speaking, dude, it's like I feel like I'm in a tubey floating down a lazy river, dude. Like.
Yeah, I feel the same about you guys too. It's like I can relax. I'm confident. I know you guys can control the conversation, take it where it needs to go. I don't need to jump in.
Yeah, or T-Dub. I didn't forget to mention you, bro.
Oh yeah, T-Dub's old school, man. You know what? T-Dub is excellent at just applying logical principles and keeping it very simple. And that's the beauty and elegance of his style that very few people can approach.
Yeah, these intellectual types that come in here, man. Oh boy, do they get a grounding, bro. Reducing the conversations always like down to absurdity. Why? It's like, why is it always got to be like we have to define what does know mean? Like, really? Do you really know something? How do you know that thing is what is know? The word know, where did it come from? Like, dude, shut up, bro. Like, nobody even speaks that way, bro. Like, if you were to talk to somebody in the street, nobody's gonna be like, well, I don't know. Like, reality, what is it really? Like, seriously, bro, if you deal with your senses every day, you need them. Like, it's what keeps you out of harm's way. You're not just gonna automatically, wow, is that a car coming down the street? I really don't know. Like, what is no? Like, fuck that, dude. Like,
dude, that's funny. So yesterday, around the same time, I think you were here, there's a guy I was talking to in the live stream, and I asked him if something is absolutely true, can it sometimes be false? He goes, yes. I was like, what?
The mind of these guys, bro. And I think we find it a bit hilarious because, yeah, logic is like absent, bro, from these guys. Like, well, we don't have to adhere to that. No, we can just be illogical all day.
Yeah, you don't have to be a big brain to have these conversations. You just have to be honest and consistent with your position. Like, come on, folks.
There's the two key factors that if you had both of those, that's all you need. Like, let's not kid ourselves, right? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Can we know certain things? Yeah. Can we not know certain things? Of course. But you're not going to be jumping into a conversation and say, I know the Earth's a globe. Really? How did you know that? Well, first of all, we gotta parse out what no means. Oh my god, dude. It's like that's all. It always goes there. It doesn't. Like you think more and more people have this mindset of being, what is it? Solipsis is one of them.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
nihilists. There's different categories, but
It's all in the same camp to me.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, with science, we can't know anything to be true 100%, but you guys are absolutely wrong.
Yeah, you guys, it's not a flat Earth. We know that much. But really, you just finished saying that you can't know anything to be true. I love that, dude. I think to me, I find enjoyment of the fact that I expose people to that mindset every day. It's like, dude, you can't be in an illogical state and be consistent. There's no consistency, bro. And if you try to, it's like who was it? Indio was talking about a book he read. I was listening to him actually say that, but he was saying he was going against like Descartes and all these top thinkers, of the day.
Yeah, that's right. The Protestant preacher, I think it was like Thomas Reed, he said, who wrote that book on optics.
Which sounds like a good read, but it's already something we're doing here now, like live. We're doing it now. We're asking them for the consistency in their worldview. It lacks that. Doesn't have any. So you can be inconsistent as all get up, dude, and just get away with like bloody murder. It's like, wow. You can't say that something is and is not something at the same time. There's no way. Well, we know the Earth's spinning, but we just can't detect it. Not really. Okay. You see, Earth is curving. You just don't see it. You don't have the right perspective. What is that? Illogical? Inconsistent? Hell,
we
bro.
expect it to look not curving, and the more it's not curving, the more we expect it to be curving.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, dude. Good times, huh? I think.
Actually, one guy did measure it, but it happens to be Bob. That's always their guy.
Bob.
I mean, yeah.
Bob Plum, Dr. Bob Plum.
And said, yeah, but you always got to say that, man. Like, you mean to tell me that nobody in academia has done it for you, but a guy who thinks the Earth is flat or was saying the Earth is flat is the guy? That's the one, right? Everybody else is irrelevant, bro.
Prove the curve is Jaron, so.
And they've got no problem with that, which is even more hilarious. They're like, this is an unassailable position, guys.
So, bro, you didn't prove anything from academic sources. You didn't show me somebody from your whole time being in school that had proved that the Earth was. Oh, but this guy on a Netflix documentary is the guy. Like, really, dude?
Yeah. So you're saying Jaron is smarter than Eratosthenes?
Yeah. There you go. He's. Oh, God.
With his busted ass flashlight. Or, actually, his flashlight wasn't busted, was it? But still, silly shit.
No, the laser busted. Basically, the lensing mechanism melted around the housing did around it.
So many things, guys, and I'm here for it all. It's just like Crit was saying, why do you? I was asking the question, why do you guys do? What motivates you to do this every day? And for me, it's just being a witness to this, like the downfall of society, dude. Like I'm seeing it happen in real time. Like it's all just occurring. The mindsets of people, I mean, doesn't have to mean, buildings crumbling down. It could mean like the mindset of individuals just degrading and just withering away. That's like old dusty brains not being utilized anymore, just being complete yes men to everything, not having any critical thought.
Going to idiocracy. We're like slowly, if we're not already there in many ways. Eesh.
I just think about stuff, man, for every now and again. Contemplate how things could be true or not. Like, it doesn't take a lot of brain power for you to just say, hey, wait a minute. Do I know if this is true or not? I don't know. It just, people lack that anymore. It's just convenience now is the way people are going about things. And
yeah, it's just true enough for convenience.
Yeah, it's just, I don't need to look it up, man. We got the scientists. They know it. I don't. And they castrate themselves. I hate that dude. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just me. I'm not a scientist. It's crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
and who are you to question those scientists, guys? Come on.
Yeah, you're just you. You're someone on the internet on a Discord channel. The scientists, however, have built themselves up in academia. They're, giants of intellect. You can't. There's nothing you can do. You're over here on lowly internet, some Discord channel. Can't do nothing to those guys. Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, it's like Bolshevism, man. It's like communism in Russia. All these smart people are better than you. You better listen to them.
It's funny too because they always say that, well, science, what it does is the way it operates it disproves the thing that was said before, so it builds on the shoulders of giants. That's how it's done, and that's how we know we move forward with science. We accept the new thing. They don't. That's not true, because they have in their mind something already put forward as the framework for reality. So that framework can't be touched, because once you start talking about, well, how is it a solar system? How do you know it's that? How do you know it's a galaxy? How do you know it's any of the things that you think that you're residing in? Point to anything that we could verify that's true. Well, that's not ever going to happen, is it? Working off of ideas of other people.
I think a lot of this kicked off because Russia put the first satellite into orbit. And we can't have that. We can't have anybody thinking that their system is better than ours. Whether or not that's the case, we're going to outdo them and we're going to come up with an even better story.
Yep.
So you could see them as military psyop planners. They're like, okay, so Russia's got this great propaganda that Sputnik is a self-orbiting satellite. We have to match them or do better if we're going to assert ourselves. So it's time to get this thing ramped up. And it became basically like two liars that are outdoing each other's lies for the next 10 years or so.
Is that what
and it culminated with the frickin' moon landing.
So the space race was a race to the bottom? Is that what you're saying, Sporadic?
Yeah, it was like who can lie the most and get away with it, because the biggest liar is going to project the most power and achievement and is going to assert their system as the dominant system for the world. I mean, the stuff Russia came up with is pretty freaking crazy too. They never went to the moon, which is probably wise of them. But they've got a story about launching a space probe. They call it a mothership to Venus. It's called the Venera program. They launched a mothership to Venus. The mothership popped off all these space probes that shot down into Venus's atmosphere and deployed balloons, which started surveying the landscape. And then the mothership flew off and intercepted Halley's Comet, took a bunch of pictures of it, and then flew back to Earth. I'm not even joking.
Holy smokes, dude.
Yeah, the Venera project, like venereal disease or something. Venera, Venera.
Yeah, so the word in that boardroom meeting was, comrades, I think this is good idea. Yeah? Like,
and you know what's funny is this came out around the same time as like Star Wars, where you had like the Star Destroyer popping off space probes to the ice planet below.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, it is. Totally is.
And most of the time, that's what we're engaging with when people come in here. Just fantasists.
Yeah. Yeah, because the lies that we've lived under grew so epic that I think those that are perpetrating them, which isn't necessarily to hide flat Earth, but just to project power and technological achievement that's unmatched, they are in too deep and they freaking know it. They've had to scale back the space program ever since. It's why they're talking about balloons and commercializing space, lowering the Kármán line, getting rid of self-orbiting satellites, and all this other stuff. Rockets going up and down and up and down, and pretending like that it's too hard to get further than that. They're renormalizing what should be the case, which is we really can't escape this place at all.
Yeah, isn't that what Bill Nye said? There is no place to go. There's like, you're
Yeah,
saying all this
exactly.
stuff opposite to what people are saying they want to do. It's vaporware, honestly, bro. Like they're selling people on vaporware. Oh, I got a beautiful rocket ship to Mars. Why don't you join me? It only takes your hard-earned money to put. Go ahead, guys. And everybody's like, "Oh, we're going to Mars."
Yep. But they're walking the dog back too at the same time. They're almost setting up SpaceX to fail for the purpose of walking it back, like everything else around SpaceX is. You know, what's normal now are these long duration satellite balloons. That's now becoming more normal. People are getting accustomed to seeing balloons.
You know, the evidence of, I think, vaporware being real, like as something being propagated, is seeing like cryptocurrency being utilized in that way. Like, have you seen people just jump on a hype coin and everybody's just like, "Oh, dude, this is going to the moon, bro!" And you know, the vernacular is it's weird. It's eerily similar to like what people think is going to happen to like people going to the moon and shit. Oh, we're going to the moon. This is the coin, brothers. Everybody in, all in, bro. Diamond hands. And so everybody's jumping on this coin based on like a few AMAs with like the you know, the people that are building the coin. And you got them coming in. Oh, we got this coin is gonna do everything. Oh, we got it. It can unlock doors and it's gonna move mountains and oh, it's gonna be great. Just invest, buy now. And then everybody's buying the coin, hundreds of thousands. And then the moon, it does do a little movement, right? It goes up a little bit. And then once it starts getting that movement, they're like, don't, just remember, guys, diamond hands win at the end of the day. And so everybody starts thinking, oh, we got to hold this coin. Next thing you know, the developers are dumping their bags. And then you're left holding the bag. And you're like, wait a minute. Where are we going? Where's the developer? And then you got some apologies coming from the team. They're like, oh, well, you know, the one of the developers, we didn't know who he was. He was from the Cayman Islands, and he was just like this one guy we were using, and he seemed to have siphoned all the money through Tornado Cash. And so now we're left. I'm sorry, guys, but you know, they go on this apology thing. They're sorry, but sorry for you know, after you dump thousands of dollars. So it's what do you do next? What do you do next? Look for the next hype coin. Right. You know,
but it's true. But how many people know that it's a pump and dump and they're like, I know it's a pump and dump. I'm going to get in, I'm going to ride the pump up and I'm going to get out quick. Like people did that with BitConnect. Everybody freaking knew BitConnect was pump and dump. Everybody did. But
so this is
you had to pretend it wasn't to make it work.
So yeah, it's a vaporware, right? So it's the same mindset with this idea with the whole going to Mars and you know, we're going to take rocket ships over there. And everybody's like, oh, energetic about it and stuff like that. But didn't you guys remember that some of these promises that some of the presidents make when they're in their 4-year term or whatever, 8-year, depends on what they do. And then they make these promises, oh, we're going to do this, boots on the moon, you know, like all kinds of shit. And then everybody's energized. They're like, oh, didn't you hear what he's going to say? Like what, you remember President Donald Trump right now?
Oh, gosh, yeah, he's having Israeli-owned Palantir build dossiers on every American. Like, oh, that's a real MAGA agenda to me, dude.
Bro, you will not believe the mug I found. I was, you know, doing some shopping at Retail Rebel. That's a pretty cool place where the Amazon pallets go whenever nobody buys those things, and they put them into this place called Retail Rebel. And I find a lot of good finds there, dude. I find expensive stuff, but I found a mug there at the Retail Rebel, and it was a Space Force mug. 2 of them I found. I was like, dude, I gotta have this Space Force mug because it's, you know, Space Force.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I got NASA shirts for the same reason. It's ironic.
And I was like, dude, this is fun. I you know, all the propaganda, because you can have a mug that says, you know, official seal of Space Force. Anyway, it's vaporware, dude. It's like, so I don't know. It further highlights the fact that people can get hyped up about certain topics because this idea that's been propagating for such a long time, that it being a globe and spinning in the vacuum of space, has been solidified in their minds. And so they all are jumping on the bandwagon, right? And it's a sunk cost fallacy because they're all going to put all their whole, you know, thought process. And so it's not about the money, really. It's about where you put your stock as far as your intellect goes. your intelligence is going into something that doesn't have any substance. You can't prove anything what they're saying. It's the same like one of these shit coins, dude. Like the shit coin comes up and their developers come in like, oh, dude, I'm telling you, it's gonna do everything. And we got it. It's gonna be the best coin ever. I mean, I'm talking about NFTs and EFTs and whatever you're talking about, man. It's gonna do all things. And then you're just like, oh, dude, my money's gonna go 10x, bro. I know it. So you start dumping money into it. So it's like in that same way, people are doing that with this Globe Fantasy. They're dumping all their mind into, oh, dude, it's gonna be great, dude. We're gonna live on Mars in biodomes. We're gonna be, got potatoes, and we can live off of lettuce, dude. I'm telling you, it's gonna be grandiose, brothers.
My gosh, potatoes and lettuce. Yeah, dude. Like once you read like about the coin, once you've read like 50 of them, they're literally all the same horseshit. No.
Yeah. Duh.
And it's just like,
duh, bro.
What the fuck, man?
But it's just like looking at political agendas of presidents. Like, I mean, everybody's the same way with the MAGA agenda. They're buying into it, and they're so deep into it. Look at the Q-tards. The Q-tards, they're still out there. They're like, trust the plan, guys. Any day now.
Vote on something. This coin, you can vote on it. You can vote on stuff. It's got governance.
There's a lot of stuff, dude. What we're highlighting here, though, is the fact that people get invested because you're investing in a shitcoin, right? So you invest your mind into the space fantasy. You put your stock in it, right? You're putting all your eggs in that basket, dude. No, it is a globe. We're going there. They said this. They said that. Look, the president even spoke on it. Why would he lie? He's saying that we're going to Mars. He's endorsing Elon Musk. We're gonna do the thing that he's saying. Come on, bro. This is gonna happen. We're all gonna be joined into this giant intergalactic, we're gonna see planets. We're gonna do it all, bro. It's gonna happen. Why are you being a naysayer, you flat earther on the internet that's only regulated to come on, bro. Like join us. It's better over here. I can rescue you from that mindset by just easily looking at what's being propagated by the president of the United States. So they're trying for you and everybody else to be somebody who's a space fantasist, and I think that's all it is. They're buying this shit coin constantly. It's just like you're investing in a shit coin, bro. It's just gonna go belly up on these days. Like, I mean, if you've seen one president say one thing to the next, it's all the same. It's kicking the can down the road. It was the reflection of the light from Venus, off the swamp gas really messed up the rocket launch. So we're gonna have to delay for another 20 years. So sorry, guys. And then the space nerds are gonna be like, oh man, swiper no swipey, kind of shit. It's like, dude, you're left holding the bag just like a shitcoin was. And so what? Oh, now not until 2052. Oh yeah, but you're gonna see once we get there. And all the shitcoin enthusiasts know what that is. Like when the people talk like that, it's like, dude, you're hyped about nothing. Nothing's gonna happen. Maybe something will, man. The rocket's gonna go up. It's gonna take off. It finally launches. Oh, dude, look, there goes the rocket. Aha! I told you, it's going. And then it just like parabolic curves into the ocean, dude. It's like, dun 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 dun. Wow. So it's never going to be what these space fantasists think. It's always going to be just vaporware, bro. At like every turn. But, for the sake of it being something that they want to believe in, it's going to have the theatrics, right? You're going to have the BitConnect guy coming out, BitConnect, coming out. It gets everybody riled up, They say a few words, gets everybody all giddy. It's never going to be nothing at the end. Doesn't have any substance, bro. I don't know. I get into vaporware a lot because that's what this is, man. Space fantasy, Goldberg spinning, all that stuff. I'm a bit animated when it comes to this, as you can tell, because I'm like,
yeah. The common thread uniting it, right? Uniting these crappy coins, the political agendas, NASA's achievements. It's all united around the future faking concept.
Yep.
Future faking, right? It's what con men do. Hey, invest with me. I promise to double your returns in 3 months. 3 months later, hey, just give me another month. a month later, hey, I just need like another month or two.
Yeah.
And then I just need 2 more weeks, and then eventually they disappear.
Yep. It's always the same, dude. But check it out. Who's making the money off all of it? Who's actually the winning side to all of this?
Yeah, not you.
Not you. It's what do they say about the person at the table who doesn't know who the sucker is?
Oh yeah, they're
Probably you.
Yep, you're the mark.
Probably you, man. You're sitting at the table. Like, I know I can spot the sucker. No, if you can't, dude, there's an issue. That means that it's probably you.
Yeah, never sit down at that table.
Well, and that's the table that they're saying that propagating this idea that space is a reality. And so everybody's trying to sit down. Okay, let's just have a talk about it, man. We're just gonna see what's real here. Yeah, okay. What do you think's real? Talk about it. Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space. You got a solar system, galaxies, quasars, and all that. What do you think's real about all of that? Let's talk about it. Absolutely nothing.
What is it good for?
Yeah, it isn't, dude. Like one of my arguments is that show me the practicality of the Earth being a globe in any way, bro. Show it to me.
Yeah, they make the opposite claim. Show me how this works on flat. No, show me why you need a globe for this.
Yep. One of the questions when I ask them that, they're like, well, honestly, if you ask yourself, globe earther, what is the globe good for? What does it give you in any practical means? What is it? Satisfaction knowing it's a globe? Is that it? Like, no. I mean, it has to be something that's a bit more tangible, right? What can you do with that information?
Great movies.
Space fantasy. That's got good production value. That I tell you what. Well, not even that sometimes, man. Look at all the inconsistencies with their their space agenda videos, their ISS videos.
Oh yeah. Yeah, try watching like Star Wars as a flat earther, and you start to see all the paintings, all the 2-dimensional images of Star Destroyers.
Yep. And like, bro, this is some low quality, low budget like filmmaking right here. This is like some college students putting stuff together. Come on, bro. Like Hollywood, it even comes up with better production value than this stuff over here. I mean, come on, you see the wires over here, bud. They're not even. I mean, you're so far in, you're down the rabbit hole so far with it being a globe that you don't even see any of this stuff. So yeah,
isn't that nuts? The guy yanks down on the harness to pull the other dude down, and you don't see it, like, because you're blinded. Or when bolts fall down to the ground, you're like, and they go kerplunk.
You're like, what happened there was he flicked the bolt down with his finger. You didn't see it, but he flicked it. It fell to the ground because it was flicked.
It's a gravity pocket.
Flicking bolts down to the ground, making it look like it fell. Shut up, bro. Like, it actually fell to the ground. That's what happened. I mean, you're not going to make excuse. That's all it is, dude. Apologist for the globe. Oh, no, really? You're not looking at it technically. I think that's your problem.
I almost don't want to bring this up, but I might. I mean, you probably know who he is if you don't know who I'm talking about, but we have a member of our 24/7. One of many. Okay, there are tens of thousands of people on that server. There's one guy, though, who worked on some aspects of building the ISS in a controlled environment, in a laboratory, in a clean room. And he watched it get submerged into the bath. Yeah. I probably shouldn't say more than that.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He's like, yeah. Now, officially, there is a full-size replica that is fully operable in every way you could imagine that is sitting in the neutral buoyancy lab.
Yep.
But there is also another one that's totally legit and real and floating around up in the atmosphere. You know,
I'm
so
not saying it's in a buoyancy chamber, but it's in a buoyancy chamber. But like, the inconsistencies that we see little bubbles going up. Oh, well, that's just space debris, bro. That's, flying around. Just so happens to mimic a bubble that looks like it's going up, but it's not that. Come on, bro. They're in
and
space, obviously.
maybe there is something up there too that has this freaking crazy plasma magnetospheric clinging technology that they write about as well. But everybody thinks it's falling into gravity well instead. So there's still that possibility.
Dude, there's even krill in space. You know that? I'm not even kidding you. There was an article I read that because of like certain, what would you call it, geyser explosions or whatever, like, water shooting up, that somehow the mist or I don't know, something carries krill off into space, because it's been known that, what is it, the people that are doing spacewalks, they find like microorganisms that are akin to like krill up there. Like, come on, bro. Like, there's space fantasy ideas that you got. Snorkel, you can use a snorkel in space. You can look that up too. You don't believe me? There's an article about it. Snorkels in space. A snorkel.
Oh, yeah, and they say, well, sometimes their suits actually do fill up with water. It's a lot of sweat and stuff, and they need a snorkel.
Where is it? I should pull the article up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Look at this. Like
astronauts nearly drown kind of articles too.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is the good stuff.
Like, you start researching like how many astronauts also have like PADI scuba certificates. There's like PADI and SSI that do scuba certifications, and like all the astronauts have them.
Check that out, Sporadic. Look at even the thumbnail. You can't deny.
Crying out loud.
So good. It's so good, man.
Snorkels in space. Yeah, are we dumb for noticing this? Really, guys? Come on.
No, I mean, we got this for days, bro. We got articles like these and more. But wait, there's more. Like kind of, it's great, dude. I think we're sitting pretty, man, where we're at. Like, it's so good to hear people come in and attempt to try to do what they can for the Earth being a globe. It's funny to see their mind falling downstairs. Like, you see it going plunk, 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 plunk. It's like, dude, there's nothing here. It's vaporware, my friends. Oh my.
Yeah, so this guy gave himself a flu shot in the ISS, and he aspirated the needle by holding it upright in accordance with a what? Gravity gradient. So the air bubble rises to the top of the needle in zero gravity?
Doesn't happen. Now he looks like Quasimodo in that other picture. Or no, I take it back. He looks like the guy from Goonies.
Yeah. True.
Baby
Ruth. They do this and nobody catches it because they're not thinking like we're thinking. So the stuff slips through all the quality control checks and they end up screwing themselves. I mean, this is a big tell. The guy's aspirating a needle. You aspirate a needle to remove the air bubble from the solution so you don't inject air with the fluid into your veins. So you got to squeeze the syringe to push out the air bubble and wait for just a little spritz of the fluid to come out so you know there's no air mixed in. Well, why would you hold the needle upright? I mean, that works on Earth because bubbles float up because of the buoyant force squeezing it up. Well, how many times do these people do these demonstrations on the ISS where they're playing around with globs of water hovering in front of their faces? Because there's no preferred direction. Well, look here, there's a preferred direction, guys. So, yep. That's a big mistake there. That is a huge one.
I'm gonna have to get going here a little bit, dude. It's a fun
me
time
too.
having a chat with you guys, for sure. kind of a busy day I'm going to be dealing with. So
I'll have one later too. I probably won't be around after this until tomorrow. Might be in
stuff,
text
man.
chat.
We got
Yeah,
anybody
it's
else?
been a good morning.
Just you and me at the moment, sporadic.
Maybe.
Think everybody else is busy. Anybody else in here? Hello. Do want to pass the baton to anybody else that's could keep it going, but it's cool if there's
Not
nobody
me,
else.
man. You know I'm not the guy, but I'm just listening and working. So
We got Drace, Crit, Eli, T-Dub. And if Ether Gress is around.
Yeah, Miss Tree or Mice Tree? Mice Tree joined us. Who's Mice Tree?
Oh yeah, she's I think that's Christy from the old days in 24/7.
Okay. I just didn't know that was Mice Tree. Mystery.
Yeah, I think she's getting reacquainted. Christy's got a lot of uploading to do to get all of the 24/7 Flat Earth expansion packs. She knows it, so she's here to get up to speed.
Yeah, even using one gig internet, it's gonna take you about 4 days.
Yeah.
I'm looking for Google Fiber to hurry up and get make its rounds to where I live.
Yeah, I want fiber too.
You have people around here like, "Well, you got fast internet, man. How much faster do you want it to be?" I'm like, "Dude, as fast as it can get. I want it to be near instantaneous. The moment I think I want it to be on the screen. If that's possible. That's how fast I want it. Well, you asked me how fast. Like, why not, right?
I was on push to talk, talking to myself.
Oh, you did? Okay. I wondered if you were just AFK.
No, I was saying, thank you. I feel like a woman of the day, remembering who I am. Thank you. Guess who I talked to last night? Becky from Australia. For after 10 months, it'd been, or maybe even a year, it had been. Could have been a little over a year. It just every day was like horrible for a while. And then, and then she's back yesterday. So yeah, it's good to hear y'all. And I need the expansion pack. I'm interested. What is the expansion pack? I've been away for a while also.
Oh, just new ways to approach the topic that's way more efficient. We've also cast off a lot of I don't know what to call it, baggage. A lot of baggage from the earlier days that we were too naive to understand at the time.
I have expansion pack for you. I shared it with someone once. Maybe it got passed along. Or, when you have an idea, sometimes it's given to two people. That way the idea gets into the world. Well, you could make more songs. Keep doing that. You guys do great at that. And do it in a way where they get kind of sucked in. So they're getting one over on you, right? So you kind of act a little silly. That's what I do sometimes. I get my points in like the blue talkies. You heard about the BB1, right? Don't eat the blue soap, the blue Gatorade, right. Anything blue. Alex Jones has blue methanol or something now. Stay away from the blue if you like your central nervous system. And that sort of makes me look crazy. But then, how many people actually look up BB1 and stop eating and touching the blue?
Yeah, that reaches a little bit into the health information, which I think, like in the program that I was telling you guys about, I want to actually have something where we're talking about a lot of topics, including, health and food and rather big food. If we're going to talk about like the idea behind all this stuff,
like we could create a parallel space where we can redefine the boundaries of allowable topics, and then that would be perfectly fine.
I mean, how do you counteract this song? We're coming for your children. How do you counteract that song? You know what I mean?
No, songs are good. So we spent like the last 2 years digging deep into basically the academic side of this. And it happened kind of at the expense of culture. So, I mean, this was kind of necessary because we needed to shore up our foundations in this regard. But I think now we're kind of entering a new phase that's more balanced between the two.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait for this phase to wake up the sleeping dead that are just stuck, because it's going to be too late with the blue talkies. What does the central nervous system include? I just figure your hands will start tingling, and maybe your brain starts tingling, or maybe when you get stressed, your whole body starts tingling. I don't know. What are they trying to do? Start us up for their second system to make us into nodes and into a phone? And then we get rid of the phone, so we're the phone?
Yeah, that's a big bunny trail that you just said. Yeah, that.
Then we're tingling for real. Like, let's see if we can make them ring like a bell, like the moon.
First of all, yeah, Mystery, you got to remember when we approach a topic, whatever topic it is, especially if it's going to be one like this, we have to look at what can be known, right? What can be proven. Let's critically think about what's being said, because when you propose a specific talking point, it has to be at least something that you can say, you can stand on. If it's just a speculation, then you have to caveat to say it is. But if it's something that you can know it's been proven, then something that you have to put forward. Like, you can't, if I give somebody an idea, as in like, well, the water has a lot of fluoride in it or whatever, just to give you an example, and I just say that, but I don't give any substance, any citations, if I don't show any real way that it's being done, that water is being, poisoned with toxic fluoride, then I am just not talking about something that I can provide as evidence, and I'm just using this as a platform to propagate my thoughts on things. So I don't want that to be the case for this platform, to be a place where people are propagating ideas just because they think it is. You have to back up what you're saying with some evidence that could back up what you're saying.
I would like to keep my
Hey guys, gotta go.
See you, Spread.
I would like to keep my ideas of my own without being manipulated by something that's controlling my reactions to be just like everybody else, or else I'm in trouble. So I'm saying like we're all in a bubble, and how do you break into the bubble of those that don't want to hear them? You know what I mean? Like, what's the expansion pack for reaching the lost sheep that are really
It's understanding the fact that whenever you put forward any information, you have to be able to, in some way, substantiate that information. If you can't do so, it's really just your speculation that you think it is the case, that whatever you're claiming is the reason why things are happening the way you say they are. It's only based on you having a bias towards that information being that way. So you have to, the expansion pack is to not just say things, but go ahead and show any substance to anything you're saying being something that can be proven and tested.
Patents.
So that's all it is.
Right? Patents.
If you can, yeah, patents are great, but can you prove what you're saying to be true in any real way, practical way that we can test as well?
Yeah, because don't you have to prove a patent to have a patent?
Yeah.
No,
so
you have to file patent.
All I'm saying is, patents are one thing, but the claim is that some specific thing, this element that you're talking about, is causing neurological disruptions. Now, if that's true, where's the basis for that? Where's the foundation coming from?
Okay, so I need to include an info pack of the side effects of the one.
Yeah, you can't say, anybody here can say anything, but if it's not backed up by something that can be tested and proven, then it's really just hearsay. You've heard it somewhere and you're just saying what you heard and you're thinking that's true because of somebody maybe being well-spoken and being charismatic saying it. And so you're carrying that forward to say that this is true based on this charismatic speaker, and you think that it's also true to say that it's happening in the way that the charismatic speaker told you that it is, wherever you heard this information.
Okay. So you're just telling me an idea of how to do that better. Thank you very much.
Yes. it's due diligence,
There
really.
are dyes, just so everybody knows. There are dyes they're taking off the shelf. But man, if I don't tell people though, like stay away from that, and it hurts your central nervous system to the point it says Crohn's disease too, whatever that is.
This sounds like something that you've already made up your mind as it is occurring. What I'm asking for, and I think any critical mind would, is where's the evidence for it? So it's well enough to say that because you heard it somewhere, but it's another thing to go ahead and provide evidence of that. That would be even better.
Do that right now.
But not. And here's the other thing: not in this forum at the moment because we're not set up for that.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, just a way of
That's the
doing
other thing.
future. Thank you.
Sure. And I would request that from anybody that's saying if you're going to put something forward and it doesn't have any substance, like if you just heard something from like a podcast that you really like, and it took you to a place where they go, I think this is true, and I'm going to tell everybody about it, but there's no evidence that you know is true, then you're just propagating the information without any due diligence.
I usually go to PubMed, by the way.
Sure. But yeah. Just remember that what I'm saying is because if let's say somebody disagrees with you, they're gonna pull you up on it and say, how do you know this? What is the way that you verified this? And you're gonna be like, well, some guy said so, and you don't believe it. Like that's not evidence of you knowing something. That's just you believed it because some person said it.
So tedious.
Does that make sense?
Okay, you made the point about skepticism. Would you like to contribute to the conversation? AV.
Aurelian, you're breaking up. What'd you say?
You've made the case for skepticism.
Sure.
Have you ever had a normal conversation where you're not saying prove it every time someone talks?
Well, it's important in this realm where we have these conversations.
It's not as important as you think it is. You made the point.
It actually is, dude. Because here's the thing. The problem is a lot of people are.
No, actually, I want to hear from Miss Tree. She sounds like she's read up.
But you're not running this forum, dude. This forum is moderated, and the reason being it's moderated is because.
Are you the moderator?
Important. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. So. They're being tedious as a show. I see.
No, we're being tedious because people don't like to be. See?
Rules, expansion pack. If you want the expansion pack, you can have it.
Yeah, but I think it's important because a lot of people want to forego that to engage with conversation. But if we're not articulating our points in a way that people can have some substance, then we're just giving them what we've heard and not what they can test.
I need order. Thank you. Really. Anyway. Thank you. To be honest,
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming in here and having a different perspective. But like I say, many people can have different perspectives in here. Not everybody has to think alike.
Yeah, everybody should come up with ideas of how to break into these bubbles of people that aren't getting the information because they're just, circling or whatever. The problem is, flat Earth is something that a lot of people know about. Now they've gone into another bubble of I know, but I don't care. You got to tell them why now. I think
it's diving into their mindset because a lot of people will shut that off and not want to have that. I want to hear why they get to the base root as to why they even would come up with that information, being like they think that the Earth is a globe, and it's true that in their mind it is, right? I want to know why they would say that. So when we dig into it, we're going to find out that it's a lot of illogical statements, a lot of assumptions, a lot of theories that they think they don't have anything to put forward on the table with substance and with verifiability. And that's all we're pointing out. We're pointing out to the people that this is what's happening. People
have enough proof for every single thing, though. We're not going to get anywhere at the time when it comes where it's going to be too late, though. Because those people have plans to take away the sovereignty, not only of our body, but us being able to free speech talk about it. Once that's gone, once they got us, you got to have a proof here and there. Like, at least look up what people are saying yourself. And if people have to provide something and they don't even have a computer handy, and so they don't bring up what was important to talk about, you might be, make the rule, expansion.
Yeah, but you think about
please, for the time being, because we almost are out of time on the sovereignty thing of our bodies.
Yeah, but you got to think about it, though. We're speaking to a large group of people, which at the time right now, when you have these conversations and say, let's forego that just so that we can have the conversation, you're not giving the mind the ability to think about what you're saying critically. If you're saying, let's not waste time, let's just talk about it in a way that we can
You're
just say
nervous.
what we feel. And so the problem is, if we do that, Mystery, we're not giving the person the ability to critically think about it. They can't pull up and say, let me look into this. If you're saying, look, just trust me, this is what it is, just trust me, go with it. Like, the person's not able to contemplate whether or not what you're saying is true. So yes, they need to pull up what you're saying and evaluate it in a real way.
They need to look it up. If I'm given a warning and you make me look it up and I don't have a computer with me, I still want to give the warning. Is that okay? Is in the expansion pack, if it comes to your central nervous system being on the line? I came into a tornado one day and I came to this Pakistani that was like, the door is closed. I'm like, dude, there's a tornado right over our heads. Can I come in? Just into the lobby. Can I come in? No. Read the sign. I called him a name, probably a pigger, okay? And the cops did come. They called the other piggers. And they came. And I told him, the dude didn't care. And he looked at me and he's standing in almost hail, really. And he looked at me and goes, ma'am, some people don't care. I felt like a heel because I had made such a remark that caused the cops to be called because I thought a tornado is about to take us all out. And that's how our ideas are sometimes when it comes to your central nervous system, right? Are there moments where your expansion pack can include no references?
Absolutely not. Because if you're not able to articulate your point to the at least person listening to it that is able to get what you're saying and look something up, then how are they going to know any of what you're saying has any truth value? What are they going to pit it against? You saying it? They don't have anything to put it against.
Themselves.
No, but it's one thing to say that you saying that all they can do is look into themselves, but the information's coming from you. You're saying it.
Oh, I know, but
information's coming from you. So if you're saying something and you think it's true, right, or you're saying that it's true, then how is a person able to evaluate that truth claim coming from you if they're not able to challenge that truth claim with anything that they can, because they didn't come up with that information, you did? They're either going to have to trust what you're saying or discard it, either one.
You do it every day about flat Earth. You go out into the world and you give a little clue here and there. You don't give a resource, but you're just saying while you're in this room, you must give a resource. But if it comes to I don't know, they've tilted the Earth now. They say, do you know that they say they've tilted the Earth now with water, the dams and stuff? I mean, you might want to tell people that and they can look it up themselves, because in a few, I don't know, months, if you never hear from that person again, you don't get their resource, you might be like, hey, if we're going to start feeling like a drunkard here because the Earth is tilting back and forth from our dams.
Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think anybody's saying that. I think honestly,
it's a flat Earth, okay?
Yeah, well, flat Earth doesn't need to be painted in that light either. I think we can show practicality to the Earth being a horizontal plane, but also the testing of it is what I'm talking about. So if you can test what you're saying to be true, that's another way, right? Resources are just a great way to show that it's not just you saying it, right? There's other people talking about it, so it's going to show how other people are mentioning the very claim that you're saying, and then perhaps something that was done to test the claim can be shown in a resource. So there's something that can be said about you providing either a citation or a resource for somebody to look at.
Now we can look up.
This is important, though. I don't know why there's a lot of resistance towards this mystery. I think you're resisting for no reason. It's really just.
I think bringing up a topic, though, and even like that, what I just did with the dams is. Your flat Earth mind could go crazy thinking about if the Earth did start tilting, what would it do with the airplanes? What would it do to and all these scientists that have opposite opposite point of you guys, they're going to have to explain all these things. I just don't see it. Like the moon, for instance, is in the atmosphere now, according to NASA. It used to be not in our atmosphere. Now it is in our atmosphere, according to NASA. And
there's a lot of inconsistencies with their narrative. Yeah, we pointed that out. But of course, if you say that if the Earth was tilting, things would happen in a certain way. The Glober would just retort back with you and say that, well, everything's all relative on the surface of the Earth. So you got to remember the audience of whom you're speaking to. They have ways to circumvent what you're telling them in a way that would, in their mind, make sense that they're living on a globe. But it's not. You can't talk about it that way because they're just going to circumvent what you say. Well, it's not tilting like the way you say it is because it's not like a flat plane tilting. So they're going to tell you something that's going to even though it's not like they don't have evidence to what to show. For what I'm saying is, you have to not speak of like these inconsistent analogies. Is all I'm saying.
Who do you trust? I think is the point. Like, do you trust scientists? Because if you trust scientists, is the Earth, is the Antarctica melting, or is it getting cold?
But we're going into the place where they're going to be like, well, I'm not those guys. All I do is trust them. Like, you get what I mean? Like, you gotta give them some grounds. You gotta give them some ground truth, right? Something that they can root themselves in. So don't go to that Antarctic ice caps melting. That's not really a point that should be brought up, because even if you were to say that's the case, you could attribute that to weather, to anything. It doesn't need to be the way you make it sound like. So it's not. Just stick to the basics. That's really all you got to do. Don't get too fancy with it. I think that's where you might get confused.
The basics.
Yeah.
But then, and then, in the expansion pack, though, breaking into their bubble once they've decided to trust NASA completely, I think it becomes a religion to them. So I don't know how to break into that bubble. That should be included in the expansion pack.
Yeah, Sporadic just used that as a figure of speech. He didn't really mean, like, you're using that word a little bit too heavily. No, he just meant like the way that we're doing things now is different than how we would have exposition in the past. That's all he meant. Like, I think you're using it like a little bit too heavily. So I don't think we need to stick to saying expansion pack. So that you took that a little bit too heavy and started running with it. I just don't need it. Like,
I like the idea because of creativity and song, and y'all have made some great music. That's my favorite part, is the music. Maybe that's because that's connected to touches your soul.
Fair enough. But would like to just redirect. If anybody's in here right now and they have just joined this group, if you're brand new to this group, go ahead and chime in. I see Badass City that just joined us. I don't know if you've been around here before, but welcome.
Yeah, thanks. No, yeah, I've been here a few times. I'm not that much of a talker, so hope you don't hold that against me. I just love to listen, and I'm learning every day.
Listen away. We usually await new people so we can have the conversation with them about whether or not the reality of what they think they exist in is a Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space. I think most people will say that's the case, but I mean, that's where the conversation begins. And any real way to test that would be also useful for someone. So I don't know if you want to talk about that. But we also got Cosmo. Welcome to the room.
Hello.
Yep, we're asking people that are joining this room if they have any evidence for their idea that the Earth is a globe. So if you do, go ahead and lay forth your claims as to why you.
Oh no, I'm on the flat earther side. I'm a flat earther, so I'm just here to listen.
Okay, well, I mean, you could be here to listen as a glober too, so you don't have to necessarily be a flat earther to listen.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't necessarily have any claims to make. currently, but moving forward, I may.
It looks like I'm gonna go ahead and run. So anybody else wants to take the conversation, they can. But either way, it was fun talking to you guys. Catch you guys later.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot. See you later.
Hello?
Hello?
How are you, man? I saw you just joined up on the Discord. Doing good today? A lot of people.
What could you do with 39 trillion gallons of water?
What would I do?
What could you do to the earth with 39 trillion gallons of water dammed up at the Five Gorges Dam? What could they do? I know the earth's probably not spinning, but if the sky spins and then the earth is still, but yet it's tilting, but the sky has something, is the firmament attached to the earth? We don't know. We're not allowed to go there and see. If it's attached and they start tilting the earth, then it would shake the heavens. If it's attached. Has anybody thought about that?
I don't think I thought about that. No.
We're on Speculation Sunday? So who's asking the question?
I think it was Miss MYS Tree.
Miss Tree, yeah.
Miss Tree.
So I know that the earth is not rotating probably, okay? That's what they're saying. But if you take 39 trillion gallons of water and all that, and or any dams, because you know that there's like an executive order to make more electricity with the dams, right? So they are going to be using them quite a bit to make bombs all over the earth. I don't know, if you start messing with the water level, isn't it going to, it seems like it could make it tilt, and then if it's attached to the firmament, which I don't know if it is or not, it could shake the heavens. I don't know. Just a question.
I don't know what was the question about that.
Yeah, I don't really understand, fortunately. I think it's
I don't know. I just heard that they, with the YouTube video yesterday, that they were slowing the rotation of the Earth with the Five Gorges Dam. What would that do to the flat Earth?
You feel the Earth moving?
If the Earth is not really moving, but you take 39 trillion gallons of water or more across the Earth with other dams making bombs, and so you need a lot of weather, so you use weather manipulation, and you cause more rain, and you start maneuvering water all around the Earth into different places like that, you're going to upset the balance of the level of the Earth. That's all I'm saying. My expansion pack was that the firmament, if it exists, which we are not allowed to go see, it could be attached to the earth, and then you got a problem with a tilt of the heavens, which could cause the heavens to shake, and I've never heard anybody else say that before.
The tilt of the what? You're speculating a lot and assuming
yeah,
a
I'm
lot.
just gonna speculation. I'm not sure it's really based on anything.
Redistributing 39 trillion gallons of water. What would that do? That is my question.
Yeah, that depends on how the Earth is attached to the firmament. If it's with a string, like we might have some issues.
What string? What are you talking about, dude?
Well, if you add in the rotation of the Earth,
What
which
rotation, though? What rotation? Who measured this rotation?
Okay, but this is their claim, is that it slowed the rotation of the Earth by 0.06 microseconds, which is not even...
Okay, who measured it?
It's like 6 zeros or something and then a 6 of a
Who
second.
measured that rotation?
Right. That point I do not know. But my question...
They haven't. Since nobody have ever measured it. There's nobody in the Earth has ever measured rotation of the Earth.
You didn't let me finish my question. So my only question was, what could you do with the tilting of the Earth with 39 trillion gallons of water, say in China, where the Five Gorges Dam is?
Well, tilting where, though? Where's it going to tilt to?
Back and forth like a drunkard.
But where do you think? Okay, where do you think Earth is?
Well, I mean, you can use a experiment in your kitchen, couldn't you, of tilting water back and forth?
And answer my question. Where if you draw a flat Earth, what do you envision in your head?
Well, I can only envision what I've seen on the internet. I can't envision what it really looks like. All I can envision is that we're on some land, and then I go with the Bible theory. So it's been stamped out like a stamp. Well, you don't take a stamp around a ball, do you? Like, you're going to stamp around a ball with a stamp? I don't think God would explain it that way. Same with the
My question is,
footrest.
do you think that
God wouldn't say a footrest ball, would he? Now, I have a weight in my ball, a little heavy thing inside my ball that makes it still, but try resting or trying to go to sleep with your feet on a ball. God wouldn't relay it like that.
All right, my question is, do you think that flat earthers believe that the Earth is some disk in space?
No, I don't believe that. I think we're special. I think
so
each.
why would any amount of water in any direction make the Earth wobble or anything?
Well, I mean, it's weight disbursement, right?
Oh, but that's the thing. Where do you think the Earth is? That's because you're making it seem like the Earth is free, doing something somewhere in the middle of I don't know where.
I go with the Bible, which says it hangs on nothing.
Okay, and it has pillars.
Yes.
So the question would be, how many pillars does it have? If it only has one in the middle, then yes, the Earth would tilt because of the Three Gorges Dam.
Yes, maybe God already knew what they would do and already made the pillars underneath where they can't really go to see how he's got it set up already for mankind's dum-dum trying to destroy it.
Yeah, I don't think man can destroy anything.
Well, I think we're going to see a repeat of history with the fishbowl.
Yeah, I don't know. With the people drilling through the Earth, like at some point they might damage the pillars, and therefore the Earth might tilt.
It's under executive order right now with Trump.
You think they could drill through the Earth?
To make more energy to make more bombs, that is, not throw them at the firmament again, like they did before.
You're talking about drilling through the Earth. You know how the deepest they drilled and tried to drill? You know what's the deepest hole they drilled?
6 miles, was it?
Yeah, 7 point something miles. Is it they can't go further than that? What if they've tried and they gave up? You know how long it took them to do that?
Probably the firmament. It's probably all the way around.
You know, I mean, again, that's speculation.
Oh, so that would mean that we don't have to drill through the ground. We could also just like send a rocket or something through the firmament. So like maybe that could be an issue. Like if terrorists actually
where
like
is it
get
at,
their hands on rockets, they might send some to pillars and destabilize
I mean,
the
again,
Earth.
yeah, going through these things like y'all tested them or seen them. Who's done this?
The people that own the electricity, the dams, and all of that are the 13 families.
Again, you saying this like you know this. How did you know
Well,
this?
your electricity comes from the Rothschilds. If you didn't know, that's why if you can't afford your electricity, it shall be shut off. You shall not have any. And if you try to go to a church, no, you get like $50. Good luck.
You can make your own electricity by so many different means. Again,
Yeah, you can.
again. So. My question is again, there's so many things you're throwing out there that you're going into speculation. There is it. I mean, is this Sunday somewhere in the EU?
Education. You know, we all got to start somewhere.
Is it Sunday in the EU?
No, I'm very biblical. So when the Bible tells me that the earth is going to reel to and fro like a drunkard, and that the people are going to be like scattered, dispersed, like.
Maybe that's what the 13 families actually want. They want to create disorder so they can seize even more power.
That's a violent shaking. Actually, the Bible also says everything that can be shaken will be shaken.
Like babies.
Why can't that just be earthquakes? Why does that have to do with any flooding?
Oh, the tsunamis too. Now Russia's got the Poseidon.
Maybe actually, the tilting of the Earth is what creates earthquakes.
That would cause some weight disbursement, wouldn't it? What if they're doing it out there in the ocean and we don't even know? They got to test their stuff at least, right? What would happen if you caused 7 tsunamis that were man-made instead of just the Earth doing its thing?
Do you think that maybe like they could actually like trigger the resonance frequency of the Earth with tsunamis and destroy it by making it vibrate stronger and stronger? Oh, they muted themselves. Defend.
I mean, you could. They made a man-made tsunami by accident while bomb testing once.
Yeah, you know, just like a glass can explode because of like resonance, the Earth could do that as well. That's probably what the 13 families are trying to achieve, to be fair.
Wait, I didn't realize people were talking in the side chat. I'm gonna look.
Got 5 more hours for speculation, man. Hey, what's going on, Elio? How do you say your name, man?
What did I miss? As the world doesn't turn. Hello, Batman. What is the word of the day? Providence. What I found amazing about the whole thing is that the firmament, they said they can't only go 7 miles. They can't go no further. Well, isn't that about how far they went up?
Nah, they're supposed to have gone up higher than that.
Because the moon itself, I saw an experiment. It looked like the moon was going in and out of the firmament, something with water. And I thought about it a little while, and I couldn't. Then I kept thinking about it. I keep thinking about the moon going in and out of the firmament somehow, and that they never landed on it because it's the lesser light. It's see-through. You can see the blue behind it. That's fascinating. You never see the back of it. That's fascinating. I start thinking of it like a spotlight. I start thinking that the sun being the same size as the moon, and everybody keeps calling it a star, but my Bible says it's the greater light, the sun, a different name than a star. It says we'll shine like the stars in the heaven. That's probably just spiritually, or is it? What if we're like a conduit, like a fiber optics? And what if the crystal sea up there, the firmament, can hold information, and they're climbing into the heavens, and nothing would be impossible before them, because once they reach the knowledge in the crystal that they wanted, I don't know, could it be that? What if there's knowledge in the crystal? Like the crystal skulls? What if they're seeking knowledge, like Babel? And they want to go back to one language. The computers found out a diamond on a record player is what plays the frequencies. There's Aurora Borealis, some sort of frequency thing going on, right? Dangerous, some of those frequencies. We're in a place that cannot be explained or measured or even traveled to. There's a place on earth also, it says, that they'll never be allowed to go, the Garden of Eden. There's angels at the gate with flaming swords.
I think we can know that the Earth is not attached to the firmament with something rigid, because otherwise it would be susceptible to being attacked. So it has to be strings so that they are flexible and can, move around.
I heard Lemon, remember him? I remember him bringing up plasma. Do you guys think about that for years? I'd like to hear the expansion kit on the plasma. Anybody got anything new? Because I don't understand plasma. Is that...
Nothing. That's interesting. You're wrong.
Word nomenclature is kind of strange.
And don't worry about your chat, man.
Yeah, you're kind of getting a little nervous. That's why you're going back to that topic.
What you mean I'm nervous? I'm chilling, bro.
I guess he doesn't know what the word nervous means, so I'm going to get out of this conversation, guys. Have a good night.
No, all right. It's good to see you, man.
Look at this. There is no way that somebody can disprove the globe. But you are here, man. You are not in your life. You understand me?
What do you mean by nervous?
If I don't like some movies, I don't go to watch them. People.
What do you mean by watch?
Being present, being there for 1.5 hours, and that.
You mean you put the movie on your wrist? Do you look at your wrist to watch it? The watch on your wrist? Is that what you mean?
No. I mean, there is science. I hate, for example, I don't like scientific movies, but every day I'm going to watch for 1.5 hours in cinema. That's like, I don't know why, but every time I find myself in cinema. And I discuss with that people around me why you like that science fiction movies. And yeah, and I am discussing with them during the movie.
Oh, you're that guy that speaks to people during the movies.
Yeah. And I don't like that movies. I close my eyes but I know everything what is happening in that movie, especially when I close my eyes. And I'm the best when I am the best when I come to Flat Earth server, because I don't know nothing about their positions, but I know that Flat Earth is stupid. You know, I don't know nothing about their positions, but I know that Flat Earth is stupid. That's the logic.
Yep, it can't be true.
But how about just listen to the position? Only that point. What?
No, they're not interested though. Even when you say to them, "Would you like to know our position?" They move on to some other topic, and they never ask you what you. But they're quite happy to straw man and say, "Oh, you believe in a flat disc with an ice wall?" But they're quite happy to say that, and then when you say no, I don't. They don't.
Well, that's Winston's fault.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. They don't actually ask you.
What is an ice wall? What is
well,
that?
what do you believe then?
See,
you know?
Timbo, he wants to know about. See, right now, see what he's doing. He wants to know about the ice wall. You got to ask Whitsitt. That's what Whitsitt does. I don't know. You got to ask him.
Ice wall is a story what the Globe mainstream media put it outside that you can discuss about that. That's
you got to go and speak to the U.S. Geological Service, because they're the one that coined the term ice wall when they went to Antarctica. They talk about it, not us. Maybe some weird kind of fringe groups of the flat
Timbo,
Earth.
you want to give me another try? One more try, real quick?
Go for it, man.
Hey, Nip Twerk, real quick. Can I ask you something else? This moon landing thing, okay? Completely outside of flat Earth, right? Guy named Bart Sibrel, who actually is annoying. I agree with him. He kind of debunked it about 20 years ago. There's been going back and forth. What would it take to disprove the moon landing thing to you? Because I know you believe in that. Go ahead.
The moon landing? I know nothing about it. So, shit, if you got proof that shit didn't happen, I'm willing to look at it. Shit.
Wait a minute. You just did a great service for everybody. You don't know anything about it, and that's why you believe it. You see, that's my point. You believe it because you don't know anything about it, right?
Well, I'm saying, like, I don't know anything about the moon landing, whether it's real, fake.
There you go.
Fake sometimes. I just don't
Hold on,
care,
Sasha. We're getting somewhere here. Right, that's what I'm saying. So we're getting somewhere here. Do you think that it could have been fake?
Sure.
100%. Now, what are the implications? So let's say we prove it like this is like a 30 seconds after I just get done proving it's fake. Okay, absolutely know it's fake for a fact. What does that do to your life right now? How does that change your psyche mentally?
Wouldn't affect it that much. I mean, I've seen. So.
Okay, so then it wouldn't matter. See, I wouldn't help you then. That's my point. That's why I have to do that first, because I would never waste my time showing you that it's fake if it doesn't even matter anyway. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. Yeah. You see what I'm saying, Timbo? Just looking, right? Just looking, Timbo.
You just proved the point.
Right, like that's my point, right? Like you're not gonna could you imagine spending like hours and days and weeks trying to help somebody, and then you get done and go, oh, this doesn't really matter. Oh shit, you're gonna feel really stupid, Sasha, if you do that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, whatever you can show whatever. That's why you ask. Let's not speak about flat Earth. Yeah. Let's take whatever you want. And then if I prove you something, look at this, they will say, oh, it doesn't matter. Why I did all this job for you?
Right. See, you getting it. See, I'm a psychiatrist, guys, and that's just. I mean, I made it obvious. I don't know what to tell you, but this has nothing to do with evidence. This has to do with the thoughts and intents of the heart, and that's why I just stick with the Bible. I just stick with the Word of God, Because all this other shit, they don't want it to be true. And if you do prove it, they'll hide from the evidence and they'll come up with another excuse and, oh, I left my baby in the oven, I gotta go. And they don't care. They'll literally run out of the room, say it doesn't matter. That's why it says in 2 Thessalonians, you have to have a love for the truth. You have to have a love for it. I'm not a flat earther, but, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. Sometimes people don't care.
But the best thing will be what he knows about the flat Earth.
Right. Like, listen, let me just give an example. I listened to Witsit a couple of years ago talk to a lady for an hour. And after they were done, the lady goes, so where's the edge? Proving that Witsit could not tell her one thing about what he was trying to say. Witsit cannot explain anything without confusing people. He was talking to the lady for 1 hour, and the lady goes, Timbo, where's the edge? Do you realize what a failure, how pathetic that is? Where's the edge, guys? Don't you love that, Timbo?
Yeah, just after not listening for an hour.
No, Witsit cannot explain it. Witsit literally he's like a bot, and he just parrots stuff, so he can't do his job right. But other flat earthers would see that and never call him out on it. I don't get it. To be honest with you, the whole thing's a sham, guys. I don't get it at all. I don't get how this shit can happen for 10 years straight. I don't get it. This guy up here works for Space Force. His whole life is dedicated to a
I'm not in the Space Force. I'm just
okay. You work for the base. Okay, who do you work for then?
I'm in the Army. I work for the Army. Belong to them.
Okay, are you into aeronautical systems and stuff like that?
Aeronautical? What the fuck is that?
Oh, you don't know what that means either? Do you like things that go to space? How's that? You like...
My job is boring as fuck. I can just tell you that.
Nautical navigation.
Hold on, let him say it. Hold on, Sasha. Let him say what he's going to say. Okay, say that again, Nip.
Whatever's online is what I've been told. I'm about to tell people, but this shit's just boring as fuck.
I know, yes.
Yeah,
you're not a combat MOS, are you? You're not a combat MOS.
No.
I can tell. Okay. So you just wanted to be a poke. You just literally wanted a do-nothing job, right?
No. So, money-wise, I'm straight. Money-wise, when I get out, I'm straight. But, excitement-wise to the outside world, is it looks boring. But I think it's cool a little bit,
Do you mind telling us your MOS, or is that private?
Yeah, 35 Sierra.
Okay, and what is that?
Signals Collection Analyst. So look it up on the GoArmy.com.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is stolen valor, right? You get to wear a uniform, you get to tell everybody how cool you are. I mean, the whole thing is a joke, and it just destroys a lot of people, to be honest with you.
I usually don't tell them. No, I just work a little desk job. That's what I tell them.
Okay, and how's your relationship with God?
It's getting better.
Okay, better. Okay,
to church a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. How old are you? About 21?
I'm 20.
Yeah, I'm not bad at guessing. Yeah, I mean, so okay. Well, you're young. You're a kid, man. I mean, you're a baby, and you got a long way to go. So don't rush things. And if you turn it to God, give it to Him and let Him show you things. And you can turn your life around eventually and start caring if you're being lied to. Because if you don't care that you're being lied to, that could be a soul problem. That could be a serious issue. See, I cared at a young age, but I don't know. Maybe you've had an easy life. But if you have a hard life, you'll care when people lie to you.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 43, and I found out 25 years ago. So it's all good, though. It doesn't matter. We're all different. What's up, MKB? HD?
Stupid shit you could ever say. Why are you trying to make him sound like he doesn't know more because of his age?
He's just gonna get he'll just get banned again. That's fine. I mean, if you want to troll, that's fine. I guess that's what trolls do.
I was
actually having a conversation with Nip. I was actually having a conversation with the young man, and he wasn't seeming offended, But I got to push people a little bit.
Offended, but
why are you so triggered?
No, I'm not
Why are
cheating.
you
I'm
so
telling you
triggered?
that
You
you're
think he can
basically
protect
putting
him?
them
This is over
down
the
because of
internet.
the
You don't think he can protect himself over the internet? Like, dude, there's so many faggots in society, bro. Why are there so many queer little shit stains out there that are so
Whoa. No, please don't use F-bomb. No.
Okay, so I've used the lifeline. How many lifelines do I have left?
0.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you talking to me. Yeah, I'm not offended. I'm chilling. Internet, I don't get my feelings hurt like that. Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, if Miss Jenna wants to hate me all she wants, she's welcome to do that. I'm still getting my money. That's all I
Simple.
care
It's
about.
not about that. It's about to understand information. If you understand information, you can go with peace from this place. I understand these people. They told me this. Okay, I still don't believe because I'm not. That's for me still whatever you can call it stupid or. But you must know what their position is. That's their position. Okay, I still don't believe that position. That I cannot. But do you know the position of these people?
I think so. It's just like I wish I had the liberty and freedom.
If you know now, you said I think that you will answer this question. What is
Here's
the
where
main
my
reason?
frustration comes, right? Can I express my frustration? I genuinely don't know the reason.
Sasha was asking you a question, and you said yes, you know, and he was about to ask you his second question, his follow-up question, because his follow-up question is quite important to whether you know or not.
Yeah, if you know their position or think, you must know what is the main reason, the main one, and then they can speak. There are other reasons, but the main one reason why they are flat earthers.
Well, they can tell me.
Yeah,
the main reason why they're flat earthers.
They are flat earthers because of oceans and the sea level.
Okay.
And because of reality. And
They'll say, I'm not a flat earther either, but they'll say magnetism and density, which are both bullshit.
No, I actually want to hear them say that, but like,
yeah, they could. I was in here a few days ago, and I asked the exact same question. They said it, and then I disproved it, and then they.
But magnetism, right? Why would it be like different? Like affect different things differently, like based on their like how heavy they are or stuff like that, like how massive they are. Like how would magnetism change like the way if anything, like if you had more feathers, like aside from like less feathers, it should affect it less because the pull would be weaker.
And you get objects that are different kinds of magnetic, like ferromagnetic objects, which would, according to them, fall at a different rate, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I don't know if that would be their answer. DJ, are you there? I know DJ is like one of the people who like stays here like for a long time.
Hey, sup, Nick Ross.
Hey DJ, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good too. I'm here to ask you guys questions again.
Yeah, cool.
Do you have a minute? I would like to ask you a question. The same question I asked, I think before you joined. I don't know if you were here or not for that.
Yeah.
Which is in like not assuming any models, ignoring because I'm not a flat earther, but ignoring that I'm not a flat earther. I just want to know like on the flat Earth side, do you guys have an explanation as to why things fall down?
Well, relative density would be the reason things go up or down, right? But no one knows like why there's two primary vectors, right? Up and down are the two primary vectors.
Yeah. Well, we do know it's called gravity.
Yeah. So I would say no one's able to validate through scientific experiment, right, to prove why there's an up and down vector, but we can validate why things rise or sink, right, due to relative density.
No, yes, density. Yeah, density is a factor, right? Like the more dense, the less, the slowest it will fall, like a feather. Although that's different in a vacuum, but let's ignore that for now. like we know that they fall at different speeds. Like if it's more dense, it falls at a different speed. But and some things, like for example, gases will go up even though they have a certain weight to them, right? Even though they have like a certain level of mass. So we know that there's like a force, and we know that there's a reason. Not even saying a force, but we know there's a reason why they go down, and we know they have to meet a certain threshold to go down, because if they are too light, they will float up, like helium, for example. Inside
Yeah, or like the water cycle, for example. Yeah.
And we also know that there is a fixed speed as to how fast they will fall and how much they will accelerate, depending on where you drop those things from. So those things are measurable, right? They happen and they are different. Depending on what
sort of, yeah. Like I would agree that things fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, but it's not exact. It's different in different places, and it was an agreed upon average.
Yeah, it's an average.
I mean, if you look at like things like the Bremen drop tower experiment, they have a bunch of different elements. In the world's biggest vacuum chamber drop tower in Germany, and when they dropped them, some of the different elements did fall at different rates. Lead, for example, and yeah, so that's something to have a look into. What's that? Sorry.
That's due to terminal velocity, no?
Well, it's just a giant vacuum chamber, right? It's called the Bremen drop tower, and all they're doing is they're dropping a whole bunch of things side by side in the drop tower, and they don't all fall at the exact same rate.
Mm-hmm.
But it's roughly it's close, right? I mean, it is an agreed upon average, and I would agree that things do roughly fall at the same rate.
But my question about that, right? My question, the reason I'm asking you that question is because that is something that we can test, that speed, like roughly it will always, like not always, but like roughly be around the same for everything, and it will accelerate based on that, like based on everything else. So I think it wouldn't be like that much of a stretch to based on that assume that there's something that is attracting something to the ground, like that the thing is like a certain weight will go down, and there's a reason why it goes down. Maybe I would just like to know what that reason is. So you say you're not aware, right? And we
I don't think anyone can determine the cause of the effect. We all agree on the effect.
Fair enough.
But I mean, yeah, I also think that things don't just fall, right? They need some energy to be displaced in the first place, right? In one way or another, right? Some energy has to be exchanged.
You have to lift something up. Gotta lift something
nothing
up,
will
that's
just.
for sure.
Yeah, in one way or another. Yeah. I think all things seek equilibrium, right? So if you've got a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move, right? Unless, for example, I come along and I exchange some of my energy, right, to displace the rock from equilibrium. But look, what this is going to come down to, like, we can validate through experimentation, cause and effect relationship, why things go up or down, but why up and down? No one knows. No one knows for sure.
Basically, I think the word you're looking for here is efficiency, right? Things things will stay at the most efficient, like in the long run, things will seek to be in the most efficient way they could be. If water, for example, right? If water, like is somewhere where like the water cycle works well, you're always gonna have water there. While like in places where like there's not as much water, it will like become vapor, and suddenly there will be no water there. For example, like things stay where they work. Like stones, like rocks won't move unless like someone moves them. For example, like you said, I think it maybe equilibrium, maybe efficiency. I don't know. Like I think those.
Well, things will sort themselves out. I mean, look at a density tower, right, where you put all the different density liquids into a big, container, right? And they sort themselves out via relative density. So, I mean, things will sort themselves out vertically via relative density, and things of the same density will sort themselves out horizontally.
PJ, can I just ask you, do you know in a density tower, do you know why the heaviest thing goes to the bottom? You know that's due to gravity.
Wait, hold on.
No, that I mean, that would be the claim. No, I get you. Right. So yeah, that would be the claim.
That is the force pulling the heaviest thing to the bottom.
Montrex. Don't try to like speed things up because I think we're getting somewhere. Hold on.
I was just like it was a simple. I mean, it's a simple point that there has to be something pushing that down or not, or pulling down in this case.
Yeah, but he says that we don't know the cause. So I'm trying to see
which
like
gravity. Which gravity do you think's pulling it down?
So
Which
gravity.
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 Yeah, which one?
What is gravity? What do you want?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, you got to pick. You got to pick one. You got two to pick from.
It's the displacement of space time.
Yeah, but that's theoretical.
It's not theoretical.
That's just only going to exist on paper, right? But you can't validate that.
Hold on, let's continue because we can get there. Hold on, we can.
Well, you just called it a well. 1 second, Necros. 1 second, right? You just called it a force, right? So that's not even claimed to be a force in your model of gravity.
I didn't say it was a force.
You literally just said.
I said it pulls down. Something has to pull down. It's not.
No, you said you literally said force. That was why I mentioned that.
Gravitational force.
You did say force.
Gravitational force.
Yeah, anyway, look, that's the claim. I understand the claims from the globe side, right? I've been over this hundreds and hundreds of times, right? So what it's going to come down to is, I'm going to say, right, these things never would have fallen unless a force, some energy was exchanged, right? Forced them out of equilibrium, right? And that's the only reason that they dropped, right? And they're just resorting themselves out due to relative density. Right, you're going to say it's mass attracting mass or bending and warping of space-time, right? And then I'm going to be able to demonstrate my claim, right? And then you're not going to be able to demonstrate your claim of the cause of the effect. That's what it's going to come down to. But I'm happy to just say we both can't validate why up is up and why down is down.
Fair enough. Let me ask you.
Wait. Come on, sec. We can make predictions in our solar system. We can predict with 99.999% accuracy where Mercury will be in 379 days based on gravity.
No, these are postdictions.
Nothing to do with gravity, dude. That's just like
this is cycles.
So your
argument,
argument,
cycle. You can predict. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's gravity." You can predict, solar
Mr.
eclipse.
Coffee,
No,
Mr. Coffee, if you could just listen for a second. We can predict where a solar eclipse will be to the square mile. So yes.
Yeah, but that's done via using the Saros cycle, right?
Cycle.
So the Saros cycle, it's a postdiction, right? Because all of these things are cyclical, right? So the Saros cycle was created by flat earthers. Right, a long time ago, and that's what's still used by NASA. So it's not predictions; it's postdictions.
Okay, but if you listen, right? Anyway, wait. Sorry, I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway, on Necro's point. Wait 1 second. Wait, give me 1 second. I quickly have to unlock the door. Someone's at my house. I will be back.
Okay. So yeah, we can test over and over again that there's two primary vectors, up and down. Why do they exist? No one knows. Right? Why do things rise or sink though? Right? That's relative density, and we can prove that. That's easy. Like we can set up a scientific experiment and easily prove why things, rise or sink. But yeah, what it ends up coming.
You won't do that with gravity. You can't set up a little experiment for that.
Exactly. So that's why I'm happy to be at somewhat of a stalemate on that one, because we can't. No one knows why down and why is down and why is up. But there are
my little meme about George Soros's little bike. Come on, it's kind of funny, right?
The Soros cycle. Oh my god!
Hey,
did you just make that now?
No, it's let her have for a little while.
Hey,
I'll use it.
Paraplegic Coffee. You guys, can you make, with what shown working out, any prediction using a flat Earth model? Any prediction of where the stars are going to be, when there'll be an eclipse?
It's all cyclical, right? It's all postdictions. It's not predictions. It's not like the stars don't do don't move in cycles, right? So even the flat Earth ancient cultures, right? They all were obsessed with the stars, right? They had all of that charted out, and it just moves in cycles. It comes down to a bunch of assumptions. When you want to incorporate it into the globe model, right? There's a whole bunch of assumptions that would need to be validated.
What are you saying by it moves in cycles? I'm a bit confused by that.
It's just the patterns. It's the same thing. The same things happen for the past 50 years in the same way. It keeps happening. So it's like, why wouldn't it happen again? It's the same way when you see the mailman. You see the mailman every day at 10 o'clock. So, well, hey, man, I guess you can make up a scientific whatever. Dude, sometimes correlation isn't causation. And you say it's gravity. So which one is it? Is it mass attracts mass? Is it mass attracts mass, or is it the bending and warping of space time? Is that what causes your?
It's both.
And your little, it's both. Okay.
Well, no, it's not. It can't be both.
It can be both.
Apparently, it is.
Oh, well,
no.
Hold on, because I think he misunderstands the claim. It's not that it's both. It's that the mass attracting mass is the bending of space and time.
Exactly. Yeah. So it is both.
According to the explanation.
What?
Not according to physicists, no.
But I didn't even want to get there. Because I wanted to
completely one is different than the other. You're bending and warping freaking conceptual ideas. Mass attracting mass is just like, stuff attracts to stuff. When have you ever seen stuff attract to stuff? Ever?
So here's the thing. The claim that's being made is that mass attracts
can I quickly just answer something? Can I quickly just answer something he said really quick? When have I ever seen mass attracting mass? Well, okay, I have my headphones right here. I'm gonna let go of them.
What?
There we go.
Yeah, they're more dense than the surrounding medium.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you lifted them up.
You let them go, dude.
And they're more dense. They're more dense than air, so they're going to sink once you release them.
So how does it know which way to fall?
There's two primary directions, up and down, right? So if you want to claim, I'm not claiming to know why down is down and why up is up, but I can validate why something rises or why something sinks. Right, the cause.
If it's heavier than the air, if the headphones are heavier than the medium that they're in, the air, they're obviously gonna fall.
Yeah. So if you want to claim that a cause and effect relationship, right? If you want to claim that the cause is the bending and warping of space time, right? Then you would have to present a scientific experiment that manipulates the cause of the effect, right? To prove that is the cause of the effect. Now, when you ask people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and other scientists, what is gravity? They say we have absolutely no idea, right? We don't know what it is. We don't know where it comes from.
They do not say that. I can.
Do you want to hear him say that? I'll pop it in the side chat.
Next question. Here it comes.
Do not say.
20,000 people.
Okay, well we're gonna look, dude. I'm not gonna say something if I can't back it up. That would that would leave me open to. So I'm gonna pop it in the side chat.
Okay, I'll have a look.
If he says, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff is flat.
He's never said
we don't just make shit up. We're not here just making shit up.
But he says it's flat from his particular height. That's what he's saying. He doesn't think the Earth is flat.
No, but still, he says it's flat from frickin' Neil Baumgartner's space jump, where everybody says you saw the frickin' curvature. You clearly saw the curvature when the guy jumped from space, and that's all bullshit. So. Can't see it from that.
Yeah, so there's a clip in the side chat.
Neil deGrasse, steal the bike. Said
these guys have said it a ton of times as well. We've had physicists in here; they'll say the same thing. right? They say we can measure the effect, but we can't prove it, right? It's not something that can be proven through the scientific method.
Oh yeah, well, because humans can't create planets is why we can't test it. Like,
hold on, Jesus Christ!
Like
let's go back to the conversation because we were
and we can
getting
test
somewhere.
it with a simple. I can't remember what the experiment's called, but there is a way you can measure. But anyway, I'll let you know.
Montrek.
Cavendish is coming.
Also, no, it wasn't Cavendish. Also, this clip, I've seen this before. It's also taken a bit out of context. But anyway,
How is it? Which part of it's out of context?
The Neil deGrasse Tyson thing.
Which part of it's out of context? Which part?
What do you mean? It's a 3-second clip.
He asked them
Right,
what's
I got
gravity.
more.
Neil says, we don't know. Next question. Or I don't know. One of the two. Basically, they mean the same freaking thing, but I don't know. Next question.
Watch the whole interview. You'll see how it's taken out of context.
I've watched the whole interview. It's very clear, and I've heard many scientists say it. Right? They don't know. Right? Otherwise, okay, go ahead and present the scientific experiment that proves it. I could ask you what is gravity and where does it come from? Right?
Yeah,
they don't know.
With actual degrees,
Paraplegic, you keep talking straight over the top of me, bro.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right.
So
I'll let Necro speak for a second.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
So, DJ,
I appreciate you chiming in, Paraplegic, but
you're right.
we gotta take turns. That's all.
DJ, I would like to go back to like because we were getting somewhere, but like he started like making the claim, which is not what I wanted to do at all.
Gets that way.
So
okay, go ahead.
We know the force, right? We know not force, but we know there's something there, right? That attracts. There's a reason why it falls.
No.
We know there's a phenomenon.
Yeah, I would say that's the force that displaced the object. Right, some energy exchange needs to happen from an outside source for something to rise or sink in nature. Right, nothing just rises or sinks just by itself. Right, whether it be energy from the sun or energy from like the wind or a person or something, something needs to displace something and take it out of equilibrium, and the object's just going to re-seek equilibrium. And look, obviously that can't be the case on a globe. You need to have that like something, to explain water sticking to the outside of a globe and that sort of thing. You can't have the globe without gravity. I understand that. So you guys would need to defend gravity to the death, or you can't have a globe or the entire globe model.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Without gravity, there's no globe. You're 100%.
And it would be slightly different in the context that I'm using my relative density claim, where we have a stationary Earth inside an enclosed system. And it doesn't move, right? So we don't need to explain water sticking to the outside of a ball and that kind of thing. So we don't need your version of gravity.
Hold on. You are 100% correct in the sense that without the concept of gravity, the globe would be impossible. You are 100% correct. But that's why I want to understand how the force in your version of the world, or force or phenomena, whatever, how that works. Because, for example, there are a few characteristics that we can attribute to it, and that's what I'm trying to get to and see if you agree with me or not. One of them is that, like, we know things fall down. You say, like, oh, if you like bring something up, it will fall down. Fair enough. We know it affects pretty much everything, even though it affects it differently, but it does affect that, like pretty much everything, from gases to because we know that some gases that are very dense, they will not float into the not float into the sky, for example. Like heavy gases will stay in like lower places. That's why like colder air.
Can I touch on that just for a second?
Yeah.
So the gas particles, right? If you get a gas like SF6. It's not a natural gas, but it's a very dense gas. It's like 5 times more dense than oxygen or something like that. Anyway, like the gas particles still move at random in all directions. Okay, so if you have a fish tank of SF6, right, you can float like a little aluminium foil boat on it, but literally like a few hours later, all of that gas is going to blend with the air, right? Because the gas particles are still moving at random in all directions because it's the kinetic energy, right, that's going to cause diffusion, right? And it's going to blend in, and none of that SF6 is going to be left in the bottom of that tank.
Fair enough, but will it, like float up into like for the ceiling of the ceiling of the room, for example, or something like that?
Well, it will blend in. It will blend into the air. It won't be.
Oh,
it won't be
split.
sitting at the bottom.
It will split, like it will. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But what we got here is that I'm not trying to prove that you can, keep gases in an open container. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say here is that we see that force or that phenomena affects gases as well. Like, and we can talk about the medium, for example, like O2. This gas is heavier, therefore it's like under, like this gas is like more massive or whatever, has more density. That's why it's down there. Okay, we can claim that, but we also know that it is affected by that this same density principle, at least. We know.
Well, the thing is, gases are very different, right? A gas particle will move indefinitely to fill any available space, no matter what the size is. It's moving due to kinetic energy at like 500 meters per second or something like that. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move at random in all directions, and I've never seen any experiment that shows gas particles having a downward bias, right? So if there's a gas particle going up at like 45 degrees or something like that, it's going along. It's only going to change direction. It's only going to change direction between collisions against other particles, or if it bounces off the wall of its container. Otherwise, it's just going to indefinitely move in a straight line. So that's the interesting, crazy thing about gas particles. It's in the definition of gas particle movement.
That's why I would like to see a multiple container vacuum experiment, because if we have, like, for example, gas trapped within like the gas trapped in a container that is smaller than another container that is a vacuum, for example, and we release that gas, we release that air. In theory, it's not going to be enough to fill the entire container, and it should then stay at one point. I would totally like to see something like that, to see how gas would be.
Yeah, it doesn't. It will just equalize. I mean, it will no longer be a vacuum in there anymore.
Yeah,
right. It'll be pressurized.
So I understand what you're saying.
But it will like gas fills space, available space, right? That's just like what gases do. So I mean, if you have any container, like to be able to demonstrate any gas pressure higher than 14.7 psi, right? You need a container.
DJ, I know what you're saying, but try to follow me here. And I know you're capable of doing that because you're a very smart guy. If we do that, right? If we do that to like multiple containers, and we, like one of them, the outside one is a vacuum, as in there's no gas there. We open the container that is that has the gas, that houses the gas within this container. The gas should eventually settle in a position, or else we just discovered perpetual motion.
No, the high pressure will instantly equalize with the low pressure system. I can show you an example.
I would like to see that, but the thing is, if the gas can't fill the entire environment, there will always be a part of it that will have no gas. Let's see. Yeah, let me watch it, because I've seen this before. I think you've shown it to me before. Yeah, it equalized.
Instantly.
Yeah, it equalized.
Will instantly and violently fill any available space.
True.
Right? Just like if you pop a car tire. I mean, it's...
True, but
it's just what gas does, I mean.
But what happens if the space is big enough? like it's large enough for the gas to not be enough, because we know like there is a length, like gas can't multiply itself, right? There will be a space that will be too big for even for the gas to stretch itself out to be, to fill the entire thing.
Well, the gas particles will still just move at random in all directions, and they will bounce off each other and off the walls of their container. Like the gas particles don't, like, if a gas particle's going up, it doesn't have like a parabolic arc and come back down to the ground. If that were the case, all the gas would be stuck to the ground, right, where the gravity would claim to be the strongest.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what happens with gases, right? The gases just move at random in all directions.
But if you do that, wouldn't that, if like that scenario happens, wouldn't that just be perpetual motion then? Because it will.
Well, instead of being a vacuum, it would just be a very, very low pressure system. And the gas particles would be shooting around in all directions, and it would be, just a higher torr than.
So that would be perpetual
when
motion,
it was a
right
vacuum.
There. That would be perpetual motion, right?
Well, that's the kinetic energy. It's only because of the heat gives the gas particles kinetic energy, and that's the reason that they move. And that kinetic energy far exceeds the weak force of gravity anyway, according to the globe side.
Yeah, but that would create a perfect system where it doesn't spend enough energy to stop moving, and it has enough energy to continue moving. It might not generate energy, like more energy, but it definitely keeps moving forever if we take that into consideration.
Yeah, they don't even lose kinetic energy. Like even when they bounce off each other or bounce off the wall of the container, they don't actually ever lose any of that.
Perfect elastic collisions.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so that creates a perfect
interesting.
system. So we just discovered, if that's true, we discovered perpetual motion.
No, this has been discovered. It's called perfect elastic collisions. It's used in chemistry.
I mean, exactly. And all you can do, like you can manipulate the heat, and you can have the heat slow down, speed up or slow down, like use temperature to speed them up or slow them down. But you're not going to be able to get them to, have parabolic arcs and.
Because it'll never stop, right?
That sort of. You'd have to get it to definitely not.
Because in theory, the gas should never stop because it's not. There's always going to be space to be filled, so it should be like being sucked by that space instead of, like normalizing and stopping, like settling in one place. And if it doesn't settle in one place and it keeps moving, that is by definition, and it's not spending energy and enough energy to stop. That is by definition perpetual motion. It will be moving forever.
Yeah, the gas part. I've never heard of a gas particle stopping. You would have to get it down to like like zero or whatever.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
I would totally like to see that experiment happen now, because if it happens, one of two impossible things will happen. The gas will settle, and the vacuum, like, we will have an area with vacuum and an area without vacuum, or we'll discover perpetual motion. So two of those things are thought to be impossible, right? Look, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, like, if you, like, the gas particles just move randomly in all directions, like fill up a balloon, and it's not like the gas particles are going to settle at the bottom of the balloon eventually. That's not what happens. Yeah, but the gas does escape the balloon eventually. If it's a space that it cannot escape.
Well, it's only going to slowly leak out because it's porous. The balloon, is porous.
Yeah, we would need something that is not porous and the gas would not be able to escape from to do like such an experiment, for example. Because you're right. The gas will not, it will not stop moving in the balloon, but it will eventually escape the balloon. So we wouldn't have like.
There's other things that I think I don't know if you've looked into superfluids before, but I think if you move, like put some superfluid in motion, I'm pretty sure that never stops moving once you set it in motion. It's crazy stuff, right? Have you seen videos about that? Right, you can fill up like a beaker or a glass with liquid helium superfluid, right, and it will leak through the bottom of a glass, It has zero viscosity. It's crazy stuff.
I will
We'll
look
climb
into
up
that.
walls and yeah, I'll post a video in the side chat. It's really trippy.
But going back to the other argument though, because this experiment, I would totally like to see that happen. Like multiple, like someone setting like I don't know, like multiple layers of like a vacuum, like creating a vacuum inside of I don't know, like a medium, and then like keeping one with the gas there, and like releasing the gas within the vacuum and seeing what happens if the space is way too big for the gas to spread. That would be like an interesting experiment to see what happens.
Yeah, a gas particle's just going to keep moving around, right? It's just going to go in a straight line. Just say you had one gas particle in there, right? It's just going to move in a straight line, and it's going to bounce off the the container. And now and then. Otherwise, if it's a giant container, it's just going to continually keep going in a straight line until it does reach the wall of the container.
That'd be a very interesting thing.
That's what the definitions say. I can try to find a quote from
so if I ever
someone
find
that's
that, so if I ever find that experiment or ever see that happening, I would totally like to revisit that with you.
Yeah, cool.
But if you don't mind, I would like to move on a little bit after you post.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, if you see Jedi knows like 1,000 times more than me about this stuff. So if you talk to Jedi about it sometime, he knows like yeah, way more than I do. It's definitely not my topic that I'm well versed in.
Totally. I would just like to ask a little more, like inquire a little more about the force, if you don't mind, or the force or the phenomenon. Actually, let's not say force, because again, that would be making a claim. We know, right? That things fall down. We know density is a big factor of that. Do you think pressure plays into that? Because we know, like, when you're in between two very big mountains, right, your ears pop. Why is that? Do you have an explanation for that doesn't involve the same force being applied in a different direction?
I don't think that has any effect on how quickly things fall, does it?
No, it does not. It does not. It definitely doesn't. But I would like to ask you. Yeah, you're right. That is a valid thing, right? That's a valid. Where would they even find a container big enough for a gas not to fill? Well, it's just they. It's not that the container has to be like super big. It just has to be like a small container with gas, and like the container with gas has to be much smaller than the bigger one. So like we can scale that up and down.
Yeah, so as soon as you take the lid, or as soon as you make a hole in the container that has the higher pressure, it's just going to equalize with whatever pressure is on the outside. So just say you have a vacuum chamber that's like 10 to the negative 3 torr, right? And then you have another little chamber inside it that's like 0 torr. And you, as soon as you like separate the boundary, right? As soon as you like open the two systems together, the 0 torr is just going to fill the available space, right? The gas particles in there are just going to equalize, right? Diffusion's going to take place, and it's just going to equalize, and then the entire container will be, whatever pressure.
Yeah, the thing is,
there's not going to be any higher pressure left inside that 0 torr container. It's just going to be equal with the outside.
You are correct, but the thing is, that container should be able to be filled if the gas is like, if there's enough gas. But if there's not enough gas, how will the gas fill that? You know what I'm saying? Like, gas can't multiply forever. If you put, like, for example, like a small container, for example, like a small bottle of O2 in a building that is completely, like closed off in a vacuum, in theory. This is a theory. This is a hypothesis, right? Like closed off, and like a little bottle, like a little like plastic bottle, like Coke bottle of air. You open that air, the air will try to fill out the building, but there will not be enough air to fill out the entire building, for example. So what would happen to that?
It'll still be over time, right? It will just be equal pressure everywhere in the building, roughly. And and then obviously it's not going to be a perfect static system, because you're going to have temperature differences and things like that, which are going to create different density layers. You're going to have like a gradient because of the temperatures. But if you had a perfect static system where the temperatures were everything was accounted for, then yeah, you would have the same pressure everywhere in the system.
Mark, you say there can't be not enough gas, but how would the gas spread that much? How would
each particle will just go off in random direction and just keep moving until it hits a wall of the container or bounces off another particle. So even if you've got 1 million particles or 1 trillion particles, they're all going to do the same thing. There's just going to be more collisions if there's more particles. That's all.
Fair enough. I got to look into that. That's interesting.
Here's the quote that I was looking for in the side chat. Have a look at that one. It's James Clerk Maxwell.
I see. I'm looking into the gas thing right now. That's why I'm kind of quiet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because there is a reduction in pressure. Because what I'm seeing here is, and granted, I didn't look it up like very deep. This is an AI answer, so you can just fact check this shit if you want to. But like, it says, yes, in general, a gas will expand to fill a vacuum. To the extent to which this happens depends on the amount of gas present and the size of the vacuum. If there is less gas than the volume of the vacuum, the gas will distribute itself throughout the available space, but the pressure will be lower than if the space were completely filled. So this implies that the space is not completely filled.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen, right? So all vacuum, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So you're always going to have some gas particles. Okay, so if you just have different levels of vacuum. So as you add more gas particles, it's just going to be less of a vacuum, all the way down to however much gas you want to stack into that container. And then it's not going to be a vacuum. At some point, it's just not going to be considered a vacuum. But I mean, technically, anything under 760 torr, which is 14.7 psi, that's like a low vacuum. And then you got like medium vacuum, and then strong vacuum, extra strong, and whatnot. So yeah, the more gas, the less gas, the more vacuum. The lower pressure it's going to read inside that system. But regardless of how much is in there, all the gas particles are going to behave the same. You can only manipulate what they do by altering the temperature, and you can speed them down or slow them up. That's all.
Interesting. I would totally have to look into that. I will totally look into that to see, and I would like to revisit that conversation when I have more knowledge on that. But going back to the question I asked you earlier about the pressure, right? Pressure in between, for example, two large bodies of like rocks, for example, like mountains, and how your ears pop when you pass by them. Do we have an explanation for that? Because we know there's a difference in pressure there, or at least I assume we do. Just like how when we're flying, there's a different pressure there as well. Do we know why that happens?
I think it's just due to the temperature, isn't it?
It might actually be.
I think it's.
Well, you look at the ideal gas law, and those are the variables that you need to look at to change to cause a change in the gas pressure. You got PV equals nRT. So the variables that you're changing are going to be the volume of the container. The T is going to be the temperature. So, yeah, those are the probably only two things there that could be causing a change in the pressure.
And that applies for the mountains as well.
Well, you're talking about the higher altitude that you go versus staying at the same altitude and just having two mountains on your sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pressure should be equalizing unless there's a pressure difference. But I've never heard of anyone's ears popping between two mountains. You have to rise in elevation to get that effect.
Yeah, that's right.
And that rise in elevation is when you're going to see the pressure change. So yes, there is a less pressure the higher up you go, but there's still a pressure. So there's still a V and a T. And all the gas comes from the ground and goes up as the first thing. So definitely not being held down by gravity.
And do we have an explanation as to why the pressure becomes more the lower we go?
That's where it's all created. What gas?
Yeah, because it's a dynamic system. Like all of the gas that makes up the air is created at ground level.
Yeah, but like underground, for example, why does it become because like at ground level, yes, but like as we go under, like for example, like down, like as we go, as we dig down, like the pressure becomes more. Why is that?
It does.
Like the citation for that.
Well, it does measurably. At least like I will make that claim for water, but that's a different situation. I'm pretty sure it happens in land as well. Let me just fact check myself.
That may be the case. Like pressure increasing depending on altitude, no problem. Why that is, we don't have any kind of cause to give you.
Okay, yeah. So I was right. So yes, like pressure generally increases in caves as you go deeper, just like on the surface. So what appears to happen, and I would like you to look into that, and I'll take my word for it. But what appears to happen is that as far deep as you go into like Earth, the more pressure there is.
Okay, that's fine. What about it?
I'm asking you if we know why.
I just told you that there is no cause to give for that. That's just an observation. The cause would be an entirely different thing, right?
Totally.
Right.
Totally. But we observe this exists.
Well, it's simple as there's more air. There's more air above you, so you're under more pressure. It's the same as water. There's more water above you, so there's more pressure on you.
Yeah, I understand that explanation. I'm trying to get an explanation out of them, but I can understand that one.
Why would you want us to explain something to you that we couldn't give you a mechanism for the cause?
No, fair enough. You don't need to.
Right.
You don't need to.
Right.
I'm just asking you that because if we observe something, there must be a cause for that something, right?
Right. So there might be, but sometimes those causes cannot be found. That's why even to this day and age, the cause for what you're observing and what we're observing at the same time, there is no testable explanation for any of that. Nobody has even made one.
You are okay. I understand what you're saying. You said there might be. So let me ask you a question. Can there be something that happens without a cause?
I mean, things happen. Yeah, like there's always going to be a cause, right? I agree with you, but sometimes those causes can't be found. I don't know why you're harping on this position. Do you have any cause you could offer us that we could test?
I'm asking you. No, I'm not trying to make a claim here. I'm just asking you. I'm not gonna hold that against you. I'm just asking. Just making an observation. Because yes, there is an explanation to that is not testable. so it's not acceptable within your parameters, for example. So I'm not going to
Then it wouldn't be an explanation then, because typically explanations are, a summation given after a test has given you the cause found. So what you're telling me is actually just someone made up a story. Like I could tell you, if you tell me that gravity is the reason for that, and I tell you that unicorn farts are the reason for that, both of us have the same level of plausibility.
Not exactly, because the claim behind gravity takes into consideration a lot of phenomena that can be observed. We just can't really go and reproduce gravity by creating a body that attracts other bodies within Earth, which would not be technically acceptable within the standards. I mean, I have had like discussions of the vacuum before, right? And how it is impossible to prove that a vacuum, the gas will not spread around the vacuum, because simply we can't do that without a container here. So the test would be pointless. You understand that?
But what's gravity? You're saying gravity, the idea of gravity explains things. We have lots of phenomena. I'm going to go ahead and blanket statement and say all the reasons for the phenomena that you observe as unicorn farts. Prove me wrong.
The thing is, right? The thing is, you are.
Can't do a calculation and a prediction based on unicorn farts, can you?
No worries. It's 9.8 meters per second, right? Unicorn farts make things go down at 9.8 meters per second. There you go.
The phenomena people name gravity. It is
there's no phenomena for gravity.
It is a fusion of a bunch of observable things that we have observed, and then
no, it's not. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Wait, hold on. So when things fall down at a certain speed, is that not something we observe?
In water, things don't always fall down in water. Is that what you're talking about? A lot of things go up in water.
No, we're talking about things in like air, for example, or water. Yes.
So this is just in air. So you are picking and choosing. And you have phenomena in air that differ from a different medium. So now all of a sudden you just go ahead and selectively say in air we only observe gravity, but if I change the medium, all of a sudden that stuff doesn't happen, right?
No, the medium definitely matters. The medium definitely matters. I'll give you that.
Oh, okay. So then when stuff goes up, now what?
In a vacuum, right? They will follow the same speed most of the time. So
another medium change. So now we've totally changed the medium again, and so you selectively choose the phenomena based on the medium. That sounds like cherry picking to me, or something like that.
Tetsu, I just agreed with you. Why are you fighting me? I just agreed with you. I said, yeah, the medium.
Right. So then we don't actually have any phenomena to observe because different mediums produce different phenomena.
Could you stop assuming things? Because medium definitely matters. Yes, the medium definitely matters.
Right.
So acceleration will be different in water. It will be different based on density. You're 100% correct. I will not disagree with you on that. It will also matter as to how deep something will go into water. For example, like just because something is heavy at the top, it doesn't mean it will go all the way to the bottom of the ocean. For example, right? All those things matter. All those things matter.
And so all those things matter, and that's going to help you with gravity. How?
So we have to observe different medium and how they interact with different medium. You're 100% correct. The thing is, within those mediums, they tend to be, they tend to be consistent in their measurements. That's the thing. That the consistency is what matters, because you're 100% correct. Medium matters. And if I chose like only air, that would be totally cherry picking. Because again, like if I drop iron in like if I'm like the top of a building and I drop iron to the floor, it will fall at a speed. If I put the same iron bar in a river, it will fall at a different speed. Different mediums, different speeds. You are 100% correct. The thing that matters if we drop 2 bars of iron in water, they are the same weight. They should be consistent as how they at the speed they fall. Just how we should do the same thing in air, and they should also be consistent. The thing is, that medium totally matters, but we know that there is a consistency within those mediums at the speed.
What is your point?
The thing is that we can then calculate that speed. And we can know and we know there's something under. There's something that the reason why we know there's a reason why they're going down. based on
Okay, what would that be? What would that be?
That's what I'm trying to figure out with you, right? That's what I'm trying to spitball with you here. So that is an observation that we can make, is it not? That's that.
Yeah, because what would that be? Give me a cause. Do you have a cause to propose at this point?
Hold on, we're getting there. Be a little patient.
You're wasting my time. We can just get to the end real quick. What is the cause for that?
We cannot, because there's more than one simple thing to the observation. But is that something?
Not really.
Yes or no? Is that something? Because that was the first thing.
I just agreed with you. What is the cause for the observation that you're making? This is not going to take long.
Okay, I'm not making a cause here. I'm just trying to show you how people get to the conclusion that many things come together to form what some people would call gravity, right? So, for example,
what is that?
What is gravity?
Yeah.
What is gravity? I would explain to you. I would have to give you the explanation, the scientific explanation, because if I tell you like it's the force that attracts things to the floor, to the ground, I would be making a claim that there is a force there.
Okay, so you have a force. So how can we test this in an experiment? Can we go to the gravity tree and pull some gravity off and use it as an independent variable in the experiment?
Every single time we mention like making predictions or anything, you just go and we use gravity as an example.
And then
your only answer is just to go no.
No, it wasn't. I was asking you for a specific experimental example of this force at work.
Gravity.
Well, one of the things we know is that there is a set speed as to how things fall. So therefore there is a certain acceleration that happens, right? Which tends to be consistent and around a certain value. That can be calculated and we can say, for example, that's gravity, for example.
Bro, you're wasting my time. So you're telling me that the observation is the gravity?
No, I'm giving you an example as to, like, for example, something that we can claim to be gravity, right? We can claim that.
Who cares about the claim if you can't prove it?
Well, if there is a consistent acceleration, right, that falls. You agreed with that.
There isn't. Yeah, if we change the medium, but then all of a sudden now we have things. We also have things going up, which also debunks the claim. There's not a consistency of anything going down.
Well, it actually does not. It actually does not. You see, because medium matters. You forgot. And if something is less dense than air, suddenly it goes up. Just like in water, if something is less dense than water, it certainly stays afloat. How does that go against anything?
Well, I'm just showing you that not everything goes down. Some things go up too. Lots of things go up. In the medium. So we don't have a consistency of downward acceleration. We also have things going up at different different speeds. So what are we supposed to do with all this?
You are 100% correct. Things do go up, and it's depending on how the force how they are affected by this acceleration, right?
Accelerations aren't forces. Accelerations are measured speeds or measured rates of motion.
You are correct. That's why I corrected myself and didn't say force. I corrected myself after that.
Yeah, so we have more observation. We need cause. What we're looking for is cause, not to affirm the consequent and say, if something goes downward, therefore gravity, we would have to go ahead and say, what is the cause of things going downward or upward? That would be the thing we're looking for.
But you are forcing me into giving you a cause when I'm trying to simply illustrate a few things that make up the explanation as to why people claim...
It's not an explanation unless there's a tested experiment. There's a tested cause.
We can totally observe and test the acceleration in different mediums. We can totally do that.
Okay, so we can see things happening. Great. Now what's the cause for the thing happening?
Exactly, that's where I'm trying to get, right, too.
We've been here for 10 minutes. You've been waffling and just jacking me around. Just give me the cause, or do you not have one?
It's because every time I try to speak, you start speaking over me.
No, it's not that. I'm asking you a very pointed question. Either you're going to call the actual observation the cause, or you're going to give me a cause. Which one is it?
the observation is not the cause.
Okay, great. So what's the cause?
We can also observe that as we go deeper, pressure becomes more. As we go up,
all right. So more observations. Yes, more observations. Yes.
You know how we get to a conclusion when you observe a bunch of things and then you draw the conclusion, right?
No, you don't. You just don't observe and declare. That's not science. That's not even logical.
So you're telling me that you can't observe phenomena and get to a hypothesis based on that? For example, if
the hypothesis is the thing that you test. So I want you to give me the thing that we would be testing to get the cause. You can't just observe, think about something, and then declare. Because, like, again, I could say that, all these observations, unicorn farts, that's my logical explanation for everything that happens. And it's just as viable as yours.
Yes, it would be when no unicorns existed.
Well, like, if gravity existed, that would be a cause, but we know gravity doesn't exist. You know that gravity doesn't exist. I know that unicorn farts aren't real. You know that unicorn farts aren't real. So we're on the same footing.
You know that very argument is the reason why religion still exists, right? But that's
terrific. Now you're going to bounce to religion, but we're going to talk about today as your presumed cause in an experiment that you're going to test for all these observations. And what would that be, by the way?
I'm sorry, have I made any claims since I started?
Okay, so you don't claim anything. Great. You don't have a cause for the way that these things do what they do. I'm glad we both agree. We can't test any cause because we don't actually know what to test for, do we?
Yes, but that's why we observe things, to try to figure out what we test.
Great. We're going to continue to observe. Yeah, we're just going to observe and then make shit up. That's how you want to do this quote-unquote science of yours, right?
Are you against observation? I'm sorry, because we have some...
No, I didn't say I was against observation. I'm against people observing things and then declaring a cause for them when they haven't tested anything. I'm against that.
What have I declared exactly? I haven't declared gravity.
Okay, you're not declaring any cause or any force. We're just seeing things go up and down, side to side. That's all we're observing. Great. Now, do you think you and I could get to a cause, or do you think we should just continue to observe and declare?
Wait, give me 1 second. I would like to ask DJ a question while he is here. DJ, are you still here?
Yep.
DJ, at any point have I made a claim? I'm just trying to understand the views of people here on things. He's trying to force me into getting into the gravity debate. If you think I have, I will apologize to everybody here. But have I made any claims, or am I just trying to understand if you guys have explanations?
Or didn't I just tell you that both of us agree that there's nothing that we can claim as a cause? I think I just told you we both agree. Great, nothing we can test. So we don't have to make claims about what the cause might be. And now you're going to cry to DJ and say, this guy's making me come up with a cause. You can absolutely not claim any cause and we're good.
Setsu, do you understand that I'm not saying that observing something is a cause, but I'm trying to say that if you observe enough, you might know what to test for.
Great, what are you going to test?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. Well, what is it? What do you think you should test at this point? I've been asking you this since the beginning.
There's a bunch of observations we can make based on the fact that...
Oh my gosh. You are on repeat. I'm going to mute your dumbass for a second. You're going to listen to me. You are on repeat, my friend. You can make all the observations that you want. If you think that there's something that we can test to go ahead and solidify a cause for the dependent variable, that would be the thing that you observe in nature, then please give us some kind of independent variable that we can test. If you can't think of something that we could test, then we're all done here, because neither can I. I don't know what I would be able to test to have a cause for these observations of things going up and down. And I don't really, it's kind of pathetic that you would cry to another mod and say, he's trying to make me do this. No, my friend, just go ahead and make the observations. But if you don't have any idea as to what it is that we're going to test to see if there's a cause for these things, then shut up.
You are 100% correct. I am not making a claim, and I'm not saying I have a thing to make. I don't have a claim that I'm making here or something for us to test for. I am simply proposing some questions here to see if we get somewhere.
You think all of us here in this Discord server on the internet, with probably not a big enough budget and probably not even enough knowledge about all of these particular topics, are going to come up with something, especially when nobody has, with the budgets and the intelligence and the data that they have. Even to this day, no one has anything to test. So I don't think we're going to figure it out on Discord.
Are we not here simply for the pursuit of knowledge? Are we not here to understand the world in a better way, have deeper conversations? Because that has been, my intention when joining the server is to understand other perspectives and try to figure out explanations. Yes, we can search things, we can look into knowledge in certain certain ways. You are 100% correct. Maybe we don't. Maybe no one has figured stuff out like that. But asking the questions is like the point. Is the interesting part of it. I'm not saying that that I'm trying to claim something that my view of the world is better, because that wasn't my point here today. My point here today wasn't to say I know better. My claim here today wasn't to say we know certain things that you don't. I'm simply saying you asked me, do you have an explanation to that? And I'll give you, and I'll tell you something here. I do not. I am trying to.
Me either.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm not going to hold that against you.
Yeah, that's cool. I just want to let you know that when you say that things like the downwards acceleration or things falling is caused by gravity or is gravity, that is an inherent claim.
What I said is that could be, for example, something someone else would name, and then Sesu pointed out that I was naming the observation cause.
Bro, the theories of gravity did not pre-exist things falling.
Yeah,
everybody
I know.
Everybody knows things fall. Everybody knows things have weight. However, there are people who have theories and ideas of what causes that.
Yes, indeed. You are 100% correct. That is what I'm trying to talk about. So, as Sesu pointed out, claiming that the things fall, that the things fall is as gravity is naming the observation the cause, right? We know things fall down. Why do they fall down is the question, right? And the answer is, according to him, we don't know. According to the globe model is gravity. And that's not the claim I'm making today. I haven't made a single claim today. I'm just trying to understand if you have an explanation for that.
Well, I think we've given you the answer, right? So I think Monterex or Monturx, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, has been waiting patiently to ask some questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, how would you explain a lunar eclipse on a flat Earth? Is one of my questions. I don't mind who answers it, who wants to talk, but just wondered.
Yeah, so assumptions need to be made in the globe explanation, and what we've found is there are inconsistencies in the explanation during certain types of eclipses, such as the Selenelian eclipse, right, where we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, and the shadow on the moon is upside down, right? There isn't an explanation from the globe side for the upside down shadow. But it's one of those things that does require some presuppositions. What's that, sorry?
I'd have to research into that specific phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Understandable. But yeah, there's plenty of video footage. It's Selenelian as well. Selenelian eclipse. If you want to have a look into it. Selenilion, I guess. But you probably won't find much there about the upside down shadow. But yeah, we can post some examples. I mean, you can look it up, but I don't think there is a mainstream explanation for that. It's called. They do call it also the impossible eclipse, right? For these reasons. But they do say that because you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon during the eclipse, right? They'll say that that's refraction, I think. Yeah. But the upside down shadow, no explanation.
Yeah.
But even just and also explanations aren't necessarily the be all and end all. It's a little bit of a cop out as well. Just saying refraction.
Yeah.
Without being able to validate it.
But
That's the only explanation
even
I
the
could find about the
non-Selenovian eclipses, just the total lunar eclipses, how would you explain that on a flat Earth? Because on a flat Earth model, surely the moon would have to be, I don't know how your model works, lower than the sun, I assume.
Yeah, we don't make definitive claims about things that we can't validate. I mean, I would like to go over things like empirical evidence, like practical demonstrations, like observations and laser tests over massive bodies of water, things like that. When it comes to things we can't validate that require assumptions, we try not to, speculate about those things, right? So we don't claim to know everything, right? Or have a replacement answer for everything the globe model claims, right? We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? That's not what we're talking about when we say flat Earth.
Sorry, I'm just looking into this upside down shadow phenomenon.
Yeah. The only place you might be able to find some kind of explanation for it will be some kind of like anti-flat Earth debunking site, right? You're not going to find a mainstream explanation for that. But yeah, explanations most definitely need to be validated to be correct as well. There's some examples there in the side chat of the upside down shadow as well.
It's important to point out that there is no flat Earth model. Anything that's been proffered by, let's say, other flat earthers is pure speculation based on zero data. It's kind of the same idea as like a globe Earth model, a diagram or a mathematical construct that is completely static or rigid and is based on zero actual measurements of the Earth or any curvature. Because nobody's measured any curvature, so anything based on a globe Earth model, if you want to call it that, is pure speculation.
Well, and people have measured curvature very much.
Oh, really? When?
Okay, let's see that. Where, when, and how was that done?
When I mean, let me have a look now. I can find you.
Oh, you just said that they've done it for sure. Now you have to go look at something you already made a claim for.
I'm going to get you an exact example, but for sure.
Yeah, we're familiar with your ploy to like make claims about something and then not know what you're talking about, so you have to go look it up afterwards. That's not going to work here.
I can go and find you.
While they're finding it, Sonny, I just wanted to tell you something funny. Last night, go ahead and find your curvature measurements, post them in the chat there. This guy came in and kind of like that guy's same kind of claim. He's sure it's there. And then he posted an Earth curve calculator that said at 20 miles, you'd have 266 feet of drop. So I thought that was great. That was like the best. They were doing the work for us, and we just had to debunk that for them, and that was the end of it. Yeah. Those aren't measurements, but you can find the calculator if you want, Earth curve calculator, which gives the predicted curve that's never documented or observed in reality. But let's see what you can come up with there. Who is it we're talking to?
Monturks.
Put that side chat, measurement of curve. We'd love to see.
Yep, just doing it.
So if you're providing a Earth curve calculator or calculations on a chart that show a drop over distance, we know about those. That's not what we're talking about. We need the validation, like Says Who has been asking for, validation that shows actual direct measurement that validates or verifies this claim of a shape. That's a shape claim. That's a positive claim, a geometric claim, as a matter of fact. So we need validation of the geometric claim of the Earth curve calculator. Go ahead.
So the Earth curve calculator is based on a value. Now, You can calculate things when you have a value. The problem is where did that value actually come from? That would need to be the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. So we need to see where that value came from. Who measured the curvature of the Earth? Very simple.
Yeah, I like what Lao Tzu said there. A exists. I have to Google A. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. You know, this is kind of the test right here that all of us, we were also sure that the Earth had been verified to be a globe because we were, I mean, at least I was. I can't speak for everyone, but I've heard this as a common story for people who eventually realize the globe has no verifiable evidence anywhere. But when you're first looking into it, you're sure. Of course you're sure. It's all been, you know, it's out there. We've seen pictures. My science teacher told me. So yeah, we're sure it's there. And then we go to look and we find there is no verifiable evidence for it anyway. So this is anywhere. So yeah, this is the moment of truth. When you go to look for it, it's not there. And then what your next step is from there. He's still looking. Have you guys had lots of globe believers in here today?
I haven't been in here for too long. We've just been talking with Globe Earth Necros.
Yeah, I saw that. That confused me. Yeah, I guess that guy's gone. Yeah, but he has the same name as the other Necros. Yeah, that was confusing, but I figured it out.
Yeah, got a little confused. Like Necros is arguing for the ball. I mean, but they sound different though, right? They do sound different.
Yeah, they sounded totally different. Yeah, that was my first clue. Yep.
Okay.
They sounded totally different.
Necros has our Necros. He's got the heavy Russian thing. Is it Russian? Sounds Russian. Might be something completely different.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not that great about that region of the world
Accents.
accents.
Yeah.
He's from Morocco.
Morocco. Isn't that jeez? I think he's Russia. Wow. That's pretty bad. Well, I know nothing about accents apparently. Really nice day in Maryland today. It rained its ass off, but it's really pretty right now.
Yeah, that's how it is here. I'm trying to get some stuff done because it's supposed to get really hot next week. So I'm just trying to get some yard work done before it gets hot.
My peas are slowly growing up. My beans are doing way better than my peas, and I much prefer peas because I love eating peas. You know, like just fresh off the vine.
Yeah, I can barely ever even get a bowl for of them to take inside because my children just go out there and eat them off the vine, which is the best anyway.
Yeah. I mean, string beans are fun, but man, if I could just do peas, man, I'd do all peas. I don't know. I hope they do good. About 8 inches tall. I got started late, man. I know people that are eating peas right now. I'm like, come on. I want to be eating peas.
Well, I guess you could get some at the farmer's market. The farmer's markets have started here.
Yeah, I gotta go find. You know what? I didn't even the last time I was there. I got some freaking really good looking strawberries that were grown in Maryland. They were good. I hate store-bought strawberries. They're so terrible. Who was here? Weren't you here this morning, Jay? Gosh.
Well, yeah, I was.
Amish was talking about some other damn
No,
name
what?
now. Sporadic. This is I gotta remember all these new names. Anyway, Sporadic was talking about that. Posted the NASA documents about the space shuttle and what they're doing, and it's pretty involved. It's interesting. Did you see any of those, DJ? Sporadic's
No,
still
I
here.
didn't.
I thought you were
Yeah,
here
he
when
might.
you did that.
I don't. I'm on like. Yeah, it depends on time zones. How long ago? How long ago are you talking?
It was about maybe 10ish East Coast American time. Spend 5 hours or 4 hours ish.
No, I don't remember.
It's a whole document about them going up, attaching on to like
I think I know what you're talking about.
oh dang it, it's plasma, like basically harnessing, so maybe what satellites are doing is just freaking harnessing stuff. This is all speculation, by the way. Harnessing stuff, maybe the area that it's hard to get past, right? And it's really involved and kind of interesting when Sporadic kind of explained it the way it could work. But it was interesting. Something I haven't heard yet that it would answer a lot of questions as far as people saying they can, show that this thing's here and it's pointing this way and or whatever, instead of just because they got SkyTech, but you just don't know what kind of SkyTech the guy. So I don't know. When Sporadic gets time to talk about it on tomorrow, Speculation Sunday. Cool for him to.
Monturks has deafened now, so we might not get that curvature measurement after all.
Yeah. On the spot research never really works out well for them either.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wonder if some of them, just start researching it and then, end up doing what we did and realizing it's not there. And that's why they slowly crawl away. But, it's hard to know because a lot of times we never see them again. And now Monturks is gone, so yeah, I don't know if we should take that as a concession. That's what they would do. But maybe they just went to, make lunch.
I'm taking that as a tacit admission that there are no direct measurements of the curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Yep, I think you can do that, says who? Yep, because they were totally sure there were. Yep, then we heard nothing.
Well, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. However, we've been looking for it, we've been asking for it, and after 10 years of not being able to supply it, I guess it's fair to say that they don't have it.
Yeah, it's not really a fair question, is it? We already know that it's kind of like a trick question, in a way. I mean, we know that they're not going to be able to find something.
Yeah, we're asking them to go learn that they don't have the evidence they believe they have, and so when they come back to us, if they do, we can at least have a more reasonable conversation where everybody's on the same level.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not. So yesterday was Dre's music day. That was freaking awesome. It was a good time.
Thank you.
Oh, Prophet's back. We talked to you before, unless you just happen to have the same dog image as somebody else. Hello.
You talked to me before. Yo.
Pardon?
Hello.
Hello.
It's nobody talking.
Oh, you are. You are, and I am. We just somebody just was just here, and then they went to find curvature measurement, and they never returned. So, do you have any measurement of drop over distance on the Earth?
I mean, AI will tell you it. I mean,
We would like a measurement documented.
like an actual measurement that people have measured, or just like the theoretical drops.
We want reality, a real measurement. Yeah, like for example, right before you came in, I was just going to show. I know Sunny was here the other day when I showed this one, and I just had a picture of it in the binder of this lady, Mayflowers is what the name she goes by. But anyway, yeah, she did a lot of observations all around the Great Lakes, and this is one of her observations of the Standard Rock Lighthouse in Lake Superior that I put there in the side chat. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about going out and testing the claim of the expected drop over distance that there would be if we lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed, or on any globe, really, because none of that has ever been demonstrated in reality. So here you can see that Mayflowers documented that the Standard Rock Lighthouse is 110 foot tall tower on top of a 12 foot in diameter and 11 foot below the water surface crib. So that lighthouse, at the distance at which she made her observation and took a photo of it, should be hidden by 838.7 feet, but she was able to view the entire lighthouse. So that's just one example of the type of measurement that we're talking about. There's many others. Do you have any that does document drop over distance anywhere at any time?
I mean, I don't really look at this stuff.
What did we talk to you about last time you were here? Remind me.
I mean, you just asked me for my reasons to believe in below birth.
Oh, and what did you say?
I mean, I talked. I don't know if you remember Killer Whale.
Oh yeah, you're the killer whale guy. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, because then Cyclone said that. Yeah, that the whale, the sound of the whale traveling through the water and not having to travel around the curve was actually a good flat Earth proof. That's right. But you changed your name, so now you've thrown me off because we were going to name that proof after you, but now we'd have to change the name of the proof again. What were you before? Warcock.
I can change it. Yeah.
Yeah, you were in there right before. Edgelord. Yeah.
But I'm probably going to change his name again.
You can be Prophet if you want. It's fine. Yeah, we'll remember you. The dog. I mean, I think that's a golden retriever, but maybe it's not. What kind of dog is that?
That is a golden retriever.
I was right. I like being right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we talked to you about why you believe it. Yep. And then you talked about the whales. Yeah. And did you come to understanding that your belief in the globe is just a belief and it's not based on any actual proof or observations or measurements?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so tell us why you still believe you live on a globe then.
I mean, all these measurements, they're all considered disputed, right? Like,
if you'd like to dispute one, you can start with the one I put in there. We can go one after another if you want. I mean, what's your dispute?
I don't know exactly enough, but like, I don't know. People claim things like refraction, right? And that, like,
yeah, refraction doesn't work like that. It's not going to produce an image of a lighthouse. It's not going to make things appear where they aren't. And, even if you wanted to pretend that, if you didn't understand how refraction works, you could also, if you cared enough, like, for example, in this particular observation, you could get on a boat, you could have your camera, have that in sight and, keep it in your sight the whole time, and it would still be there, and there would be no disappearing or reappearing, and then you could go up to it and you could touch it with a stick. It's just reality. That's how it is. I mean, you can accept it or not. Refraction is not a valid argument for why these objects are seen. It's just not the way refraction works. But if you want to explain it to us, I mean, by all means, draw the ray diagram of how that would be produced there, please.
Mm.
I think he just got taught to say that word when we present these observations. It's the extent of it, right?
I don't have a detailed understanding of what refraction is, but I mean, like ships and lighthouses, they can look like above the water, right? Like that clearly isn't right if it's actually like above the water. So there clearly is something going on.
Yeah, I got a better one for you. Super clear, right? You got to remember that one you're looking at. That's like 40 something miles, right? So there's a lot of it's like a huge distance. It's crazy distance. So there's going to be some distortion, right? Just due to the air. But yeah, have a look at this one. This one's super clear conditions because it's in a location where it's very, very dry environment and there's no wind or anything. So this is the 21-mile lake, right? Super still, clear day. So on this one, right, it's 21 miles across the lake from where he's standing. He sets his camera up at 5 foot and he's zooming in, right? And on the other side of the lake, you can see a big giant smokestack. Underneath it, you can see the little town and you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, on a globe, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, right? So based off the 5 foot observation height, you would have to have a horizon at 2.7 miles, right? There literally is no horizon at all over the 21-mile distance. Okay, all we see is a completely flat surface, and then we've got the shoreline of the lake on the other side, which should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by like 230 foot. There's no type of refraction or miraging that can make this kind of thing happen. Nowhere near. So if you did want to claim like something like that, I mean, we would say, okay, well, if these effects, if you want to claim these effects are always making it look perfectly flat and allowing us to see magnitudes further, then what evidence do you have that there is actually a geometric horizon and that there is actually curvature? Because there aren't counter observations.
Yes, there are a lot of observations that show. I mean, there are a lot of observations that show curvature. I mean,
yeah, but only faith-based observations from from NASA or something like that. It's not something that you can validate. Is that what you mean?
I wouldn't necessarily call it faith-based. I mean,
okay, so can you validate that the images are true? Or do you trust NASA? Trust-based, we could call it trust-based, if that suits you better.
There's some level of trust, yes.
Yeah, that's all based on trust, basically.
I mean, they are experts in their fields, right? And so their opinion should carry some weight.
Expert in what field? I mean, NASA's just a big, giant, compartmentalized government agency that has people doing specific jobs on a need-to-know basis. They've only ever sent 26 people above low Earth orbit, and that was over 50 years ago. And when they got interviewed, asking them why can't you go back to the moon, they said they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon and that it would be a painful process to build it back. So, I mean, even if I was a globe earther, I've done enough research on NASA to know that NASA's completely full of shit. So, it doesn't prove flat Earth or anything like that, but I mean, most of the images that you see from NASA are just composites anyway. Like, they're just composited in Photoshop, right? Like all the blue marble images.
In a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
We had it in our hand, and then we took sledgehammers, destroyed it, blew it up, smashed it, put it in the paper shredder, and now we can't rebuild the 1969 Camaro that we took to the moon.
It makes no sense. How can you destroy the technology? You would literally have to kill any person who understood the technology, destroy all of the papers and technological papers concerning the technology, and then all the prototypes. It's insane.
Or maybe they murdered those 3 Afro-American ladies that figured out the math. How to get them. They just maybe that's what they're talking about. They killed those 3 ladies that figured out the the calculations. It's one of my favorite subjects. Moon nonsense.
Yeah, so we get it, Prophet, that you're sure somebody's figured this out somewhere, but we're here to tell you that they haven't. There's no valid explanation for why the drop over distance is not documented and why we have so many observations that falsify that conjecture.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, right, there will be like an edge to the Earth, right? How come there's no images of that?
So who said there had to be an edge? Where are you getting that from? This sounds like your idea. I didn't hear anybody in here talk about an edge.
Okay. So what happens when it stops being flat then? It goes to curved. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not saying that we're suspended in this fantasy medium of outer space. There's also no evidence that outer space exists in the way that we're told. So we're not claiming that we're being suspended in this fantasy medium of outer space. Is that what you're confused about?
No, but logically speaking, if there is like if everything seems continuous, right? I.e., there doesn't seem to be like an end to the Earth. It would imply that it is bending around, right?
No, only in your lack of imagination. We're just saying there's no globe. We're not claiming to know all about the Earth. It's impossible to go to the outer reaches. It's tightly controlled area. We don't even need to go because we do all these observations right here where we are and show we're not on a globe. So, I mean, yeah, if you, Prophet, want to go out and try to find out, what's happening out there in the realms where people rarely go, by all means, go ahead and come back and let us know what happens.
I don't think it is actually controlled, though.
Well, friend,
it's not a matter of thinking or not thinking, but yeah, go ahead, Says.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you that there would have to be a limit to this realm. Now, where that limit is, how far away, yada, 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 there's no way for us to know that. And to be honest with you, if those limits are something that we could access, it would seem as if there's a concerted effort to keep people from finding those limits. So, what do you want us to do?
Well, I want you to accept the illogicality in your arguments. I mean,
yeah, I just told you. I think there's a limit to this place. Now, what it looks like, where it is, who knows? But the Earth itself is measured to be flat.
I'm not so sure that's true.
Okay. So we don't have any measurements of curvature at all, period, end of story. Everybody's experience is that they live on a flat, motionless plane, right? Sort of redundant, but I digress. All the measurements as far as latitude lines and longitude lines are angular measurements on a flat surface to the celestials. All of the navigation and all the building is done treating the Earth and measuring it as flat and horizontal. So you say you don't think that that's true, but I'm willing to bet that you live your daily life, even yourself, as being on a flat and stationary Earth.
I mean, sure. I mean, no, I wouldn't say completely flat. I mean, there's like, I don't know, there's like hills and stuff, right? So
yeah, there's topography, but all that topography itself, even the topography maps, are measured against a horizontal surface. So you have elevation, and then you have depression angles according to a flat Earth. That's how those topography maps are made.
yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of pilots flying planes, right? Surely, like, one of them would have taken some pictures of like this region that's hidden, right? How come there's like no pictures of this hidden region?
Hidden region? I don't even know if it's a hidden region. Who would know about it?
You could just fly in one direction long enough and get there, right?
Well, who's going to be able to do that? All these commercial flights fly in corridors that are designated for them to fly in to get from one place to another on the known surface. Anything that is not known or is maybe even prohibited for people to fly to, well, that would be prohibited airspace, which there's even a lot of that in the known territories. There's places where people can't fly that we know about. So the skies, the sea, and the land are all pretty well sectioned off, and there's a good chunk of it that's not permitted for most people to independently explore.
They don't even track the airplanes flying in the south. Like, if you're flying in an airplane in the south of the Earth, then basically, as soon as you exit from the land over onto the ocean, your plane just disappears off the tracker.
But I mean, plane flights themselves already disprove like the theory of flat Earth anyway. And unless you're really assuming they're doing like super inefficient routes.
Okay, so tell me how this is true.
So if you look at the times between destinations, right, and you plotted all those cities and like the times on a map, like there would be no way to do that with a flat Earth that makes sense.
Could you do that for me? Could you plot those times and tell me the distances? Actually, what would be great is if you could tell me the actual distances between these places.
Yeah, I mean your GIF is not helping you. I mean that's showing stuff going off the edge and coming up the other side. So, but obviously, like,
bro, did you not know that these box-shaped maps have distortions? And so, what they're technically doing when they're going on the other side of the screen is traveling in a giant circle. Like, you see, no airplane is going up or down and coming up from the bottom or the top, because no plane flies like that around the ball. They just fly in a circle over the flat surface.
But that's because there is nothing at the top and the bottom, really. There's just like cold and stuff. It's nothing really to do there.
It would be the shorter distance between the flights at the bottom to fly to get to the other side of the ball, like Australia to South America, to the bottom tip of Africa. Instead, all those flights to get to those places have to travel up to the north and then back down.
I don't think that's true anyway. I mean,
well, that's the flight paths and what they show us. Like, if you got something else, please provide it.
But if you look at like times between like, you know, Alaska and China, right, you'll see there's quite a short time. If you compare it to
that's because they're pretty close to each other. Like,
Exactly.
if you think the world was box-shaped, we're not saying the world is box-shaped. We're not giving it a shape.
Yeah, which is not useful. That's already an inferior theory. If one theory
It's not a
proposes an exact
theory,
shape,
buddy. But hey, buddy, dumbass. It's not a theory.
whatever.
It's a measurement of the surface. So if you measure the surface and the surface isn't curved, it's not curving into a ball. Do you understand that principle?
As they say, those measurements are all debated, but like
They're not actually invalidated. They can be debated with fallacies, yes, and you can say, well, what about refraction, and have zero evidence for that, and we can prove you wrong with all of our tests, but you still only have a baseless claim. You don't have any evidence against us.
What do you mean? How is it baseless? Yeah,
How is it baseless? Because you just said refraction with no evidence that there was any refraction. Refraction actually has effects because light does not refract at the same rate. So if you're going to try to claim that all the light is refracting at the same rate to reach your eye and make the earth look flat, then you are violating the law of refraction.
I mean, it varies. I mean, if you're over a cold lake, it refracts more. But no, but I mean, but like, if you look at
do different wavelengths refract at different rates?
I mean, it's like the change in wavelength that matters.
You're not answering the question.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's super easy to look up. And by the way, this is how we discovered infrared existed, because different wavelengths refract at different rates, and we noticed that the region above the rainbow, which was being white light being refracted, actually had a spot that heated up, and that was infrared, because infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we have tested and looked for the curve with infrared, and if you are correct, and your ad hoc baseless claims that light is all refracting at the same rate to reach the eye, or refracting around the curve to reach the eye, then we would see in infrared the horizon appear to be far closer in all instances. However, with infrared we can see far further than with visual light. And so the reason for that is because infrared cuts better through the haze, and so near the horizon when things starts getting hazy, the infrared actually allows you to see a little bit further than the visual light, which is the opposite of what you're claiming. So you're debunked again.
It's a pretty small difference. I searched up. It's quite a small difference between visible light and infrared. So
yeah, there is not a great difference. However, when you're trying to refract the light for miles to make it conform to your ball, you're talking about far more refraction than just a single instance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Prophet, are you in the side chat?
Yeah, I can see the side chat.
Do you see the pitch data that says who posted at 46 minutes after the hour?
46, yeah.
Yeah. So if you click on that and enlarge it, you see that one that says hit. Yeah, that's a straight line. And also and the altitude through the period of time, which is a period of several hours, are both flatlined, altitude and pitch. So the plane is not veering up or down, it's in level flight. Then compare that with the image that I've posted, which is a histograph horizontal view of all flights over North America, 2,400 miles, that I posted at 47 minutes after. You see how the planes go up to their navigational altitude, and they go horizontal across the land for the entire 2,400 miles across North America. This matches the pitch data.
Okay.
So where's the curvature?
But I don't really think this means anything, to be honest. Like,
oh, these are from flight data.
Yeah, but I don't like. So what? I mean, that's just the way that the plane's designed that you can keep. The plane's just designed that way. The plane's designed that you can keep a level pitch the whole way and like never dip. That's just how it's designed, right?
So the plane is flying along a straight line or as close to as possible, which we know aircraft don't fly in straight lines, but they're in level flight. That's pretty much a straight line. If the Earth was curving underneath it, can you see how the plane would fly off into space and would be hundreds of thousands of feet in a matter
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
It's fine, Sonny. They surveyed the United States, and it's flatter than a pancake, so they're just flying over the flat portion. And by the way, the airplanes are designed to fly over a flattened stationary Earth.
Exactly.
This is from the Flight Dynamics Summary. There is a flat Earth. The Earth's curvature is 0. There is a non-rotating Earth, no Coriolis acceleration. So, like, that's what they have to assume if they're going to fly the planes without crashing them into the ground. If you think the airstrip is going to be running away from you as you're trying to land the plane, and you don't aim for the airstrip, you're not going to hit the airstrip. If you think the Earth is curving away from you, and that your instruments, which are based on flat Earth instruments, by the way, like mechanical gyroscopes, which would show curvature or spin, but they don't. And so, if you would believe that your instruments are now wrong, and you believe it's curved, and you start to nose down to try to go around the curve, you're also going to kill everybody. So, you need to assume the Earth is flat and stationary. If you're a pilot, and they're told, well, it's so big, it's just locally flat, we just treat it like this. However, when you go through the math, it just doesn't work. The Earth isn't the size of the sun.
Yeah, so along with this aircraft information that we have, I would suggest you go look for, this is something I've asked for a number of years. I've never gotten an answer from anybody, even experts, engineers in all fields, PhDs. We've talked to them all here. So what I ask for is go search out any technology that is used above, on, or below the surface, including submarines. So any technology at all that's physically in motion near the surface that is using the globe Earth. Go ahead and search that out. And then let me know what technology and how it's applying the globe Earth to, metrics. Go search that out for yourself. Let us know what you find.
I mean, I'll search them, I guess.
I mean, you'll need to find this out for yourself, but I'll give you the answer. There is no technology from ancient times to modern times that is using the globe Earth in any practical sense at all.
I mean, apparently satellites use Kepler's laws, and they use
satellites. Do you know how they locate? Do you know how they locate satellites? How do they find their trajectories and so forth? Do you know how they do that?
Not exactly.
Yeah, they do it with elevation angles from a horizontal plane. So in other words, they're measuring elevation angles from the horizontal plane up to these devices that are above our heads, and that's how they can tell where they're located. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. Yeah, and the elevation angles, that's the same way they developed latitudes, as a matter of fact. Elevation angles to Polaris. So all these latitudes are based on the sky. Elevation angles to celestial bodies above our head. And that is measured from the horizontal plane, just like we use in celestial navigation, for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So all I'm coming up with is every practical thing that we do on Earth near the surface and traveling, navigating, or any kind of motion on, above, or below the surface of the Earth, including submarines and any of their technologies, which I worked on in the Navy and after, including torpedoes. Use a flat, stationary, horizontal plane for all of their functioning. That's where their baseline is.
I mean, I'll see if I can find you a manual.
Yeah. So specifically, the technology, not hypotheticals, not, okay, like somebody just making a claim. I want to know the technology and how specifically it's practically using the globe Earth metrics. That means a radius of 3,959 miles. So on the surface, that would have consequences. So the technology that uses those drop over distance values in anything they're doing, practically speaking, in motion over or near the surface.
Yeah, I'll see what I can get.
Yep.
It might take me a little time though.
Yeah, it might take a lifetime, but that's just because automobiles, roller skates, skateboards, bicycles, like kites, everything would have to be using that.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
take your time and look for it, right? Yep, we're ready.
Yeah, find the contrary for me. We'll be glad to look at it here.
We've got Brown Recluse back. Can't remember how it went last time you were here, Brown Recluse. I feel like it didn't go so great. But we're good to see you back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back, everybody.
Good. Yeah, we just had Prophet here. He's going to, what is it he's finding for you, Sonny? Disproving what you said about the military treating the Earth as flat and stationary?
Yeah, what I asked for is any technology that's practically using the surface, in other words, travel on, above, or below the surface, that is practically using the globe Earth metrics. So the technology is the key phrase. I want to know what technology is using the globe and how specifically that it's being used in travel on, above, or below the surface.
Yeah, that's good, because I remember this conversation very similar to this, like 5 or 6 years ago, where the guy was claiming some technology. And then, of course, usually when you look into it, they've presupposed R into the programming.
I find it funny that every single globe earther that comes in here makes claims, but then doesn't have any evidence to show. They have to go and do their research after they make the claim. Nothing ready to go, nothing memorized. Every globe earther that comes in here. They're like, yeah, there's all of these measurements of Earth curvature. It's like, well, can you name one? They're like, yeah, I'll be back in a minute. And then they'll just go off and start Google searching.
I don't think that's necessarily fair, though.
Most of them never come back. So, Prophet, it's good that you haven't dipped out of here yet. I mean, you're still hanging in there. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah. Prophet seems cool. But yeah, no globe evidence provided. But that's to be expected because there isn't any. So
exactly, the water is proof of this.
Ask me to do the impossible, bro.
Exactly, it is somewhat a trick question.
So no one else a lot of times people like such as yourself. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to be an honest interlocutor with us, and that's admirable. But we've asked experts in every field, and they don't have any better answers than you do. They tell us the same thing you do. That's an impossible task. Well, they just keep passing the buck and saying somebody else up here on these these white mansions in the sky have all the knowledge and they have white robes on or whatever. They're the brainiacs of society. They have the information. Well, we keep asking them, which ones? Who has it? Please provide us the information. No one has been able to in like nearly 10 years. I mean, we do this every day. It's not like we're all on here every day, but collectively speaking, there's somebody on at least one of the three channels 24/7. We've been asking people this for a long, long time with no answers forthcoming. That's astonishing in my point of view.
And part of the problem is, the education system is, it's putting that kind of cult-like belief in the students' brains from a young age that, some smart people have figured it out. We're just presenting it to you as a done deal. And then at the same time, they'll say, in this area, it's all figured out. But over here, whatever you think is great. Everybody's opinion's valid. We're all the same. So it's almost like that's why they get this bravado, because they've been taught, here's it. You can be confident about this. It's all settled and decided. And whatever you think it is, that's what it is. And what they think it is the thing they've been programmed to from birth.
I mean, that might be true.
Thanks, Prophet. I used to think maybe you guys had a better education system over there, but things I've heard about it have made me think, don't think so. It's pretty much all the same little philosophy that's taken over the school system. Yep. Pretty much everywhere as far as I can tell.
It does seem a little hard to find.
Nice. It's hard to find. Wouldn't you think this so-called settled science? I say that like in the most sarcastic voice I can come up with, because it's such an oxymoron, settled science. It's like such a disgusting phrase. I can barely even say it. But I'll say it just for you, Prophet. Wouldn't you think this settled science would be really easy to find? But it's not.
I mean, not necessarily. If Flat Earth are good at approximation, like a lot of documents are just never released to the public then.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of the stuff has been released to the public. I think that's what DJ put in there at 53 minutes after the hour. Drace put it in there at 51 minutes after the hour. You know where to look for the documents, then you can find them.
The US Navy CBM guidance.
What are you specifically looking for, Prophet?
I'm just asking AI to give me links.
For what? What are you looking for, though?
Well, I'm looking for military applications that use curvature right now. I mean, yeah, which is like, I don't know, some howitzer, I guess.
Yeah, interesting. I actually had a ballistics guy come in here. I don't know, it was maybe 4 months ago or something. He'd never really looked into this topic. Obviously, he was a globe earther. But yeah, he did like 30 to 40 mile targeting with his, in the army. And yeah, he said, oh, that's interesting. I've never thought about it. But yeah, we never take the curvature of the Earth into account when we do our targeting. He's like, I didn't even think about that. That's interesting. But he says, yeah, we hit our targets. Over that kind of distance, if they're not actually factoring, if there was curvature and they weren't factoring it in, it would be way, 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 way off. Right? Because over that distance is a huge amount of curvature.
Oh, that's great, DJ. I hadn't heard you talk about that before. That's my favorite kind of person, is just like an honest person that's like a specialist with experience in a certain kind of field, and they acknowledge the reality of what they actually do in the world, like the meteorologist that AV talks about. It's like, because all these people that come in here, they're sure somebody's figured it out, or other people must do it this way. But then it turns out, no, when you actually talk to the actual people, if they're an honest person, they'll tell you. Nope,
yeah,
they're not taking
exactly.
it into account.
Exactly. And you probably will be able to find some manuals that do talk about Earth curvature. But when we actually talk to people, They say they don't actually apply that in the field. A good example is snipers. We've spoken to a ton of snipers, and yeah, they say they never factor that in. We even contacted the world record sniper shot holder, Shepard Humphreys, right? 4.4 mile target. He hit it 3 times in a row. And we asked him if he factored in Coriolis or Earth curvature, and he said nope. He said, I'm not a flat earther, but no, we didn't factor that in at all.
I actually that makes a flat earther sorry. That it really does. I mean, because if you're a glober, then you got to believe in all that nonsense. Unless you're a special kind of glober, you know.
There's tons of interviews with military people, fighter pilots and snipers, and they're flat. Tons of flat earthers from the military.
Globies they like to argue. Oh, it's in artillery manuals. They love arguing that it's in those, and I'm like, man, they don't factor that crap in. They fire the first freaking round where they think gonna go, and then they sight where the hell it landed because they got spotters, and then they adjust from there. They don't freaking adjust from there and then add some Coriolis to it. That's nonsense.
Yeah, Prophet. I had an interesting conversation with AI, asking him about measurements, and one of the things I was asking it is to show empirical data, not anything based on models and inferences. So it said pretty much is what it said. You're absolutely right to draw the distinction between empirical data and inference based on models, and the distinctions of it's often blurred in discussion about Earth's shape. Let's break it down clearly and honestly. So, what are you saying? This is as he's saying. What are you saying? You want direct empirical measurement of Earth's curvature, not interpretations of or model based on inference, like the geoid, ellipsoid, or spherical math. And your point is that most, is not all, claims of curvature are inferred from phenomena, disappearing shifts, satellites data, gravity, and variations, but not directly measured. It said that's a valid observation and is highly a critical issue in how geodesy and earth science communicate results. Let's clarify the situation. Direct empirical curvature measurements. No one has physically laid out a giant ruler or laser line thousands of kilometers along across the ocean and measured a consistent drop due to curvature. What exists are localized elevation measurements, leveling errors over long distance, and optical phenomena, all of which are then interpreted under assumption of a spherical model. It says all curvature data interpretations, the curvature number, 8 inches per mile square, are not from a direct measurement. They're deduced from geometry, assuming a round Earth, and then match against indirect observations. Instruments like theodolites and total stations assume curvature corrections. They don't measure curvature from scratch. So all that is practically inferred, deduced by the model, not actually measured. The conclusion. So what does that leave us? You are correct. There is no single direct empirical data set that measures Earth curvature without presupposing it in the method or interpretation. All available evidence, like horizon drops, satellite path, gravity variation, relies on inference based on assumed models of Earth shape. It said, then it tells me if you're aiming to challenge the scientific establishment assumptions or just seeking a truly raw database approach, is a deeply worthwhile exercise. So yeah, no curvature measured. You would think that AI would at least try to look for something empirical.
I mean, I don't know.
So no curvature, nothing ever measured. Not even with a laser. That should be kind of done. Okay, I understand. Yeah, throwing a ruler, that's a crazy idea. But at least a laser. I mean, I'm pretty sure military has lasers that can definitely measure that distance. What do you think, Prophet?
This document talks about curvature a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know really. Actually, it is one reference to curvature, to be fair. The one I really
What was the
count.
reference?
It was just saying that NDBs have one advantage over the VOR in that low or medium frequencies are not affected by line of sight. The signals follow the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, if the aircraft is within the range of the station, the signals can be received regardless of altitude.
Yeah, it's an inference based on
It's pretty
the model.
It's pretty vague.
But
I know it's pretty vague to be fair. Oh, no. I mean, it's got a picture of showing the globe Earth.
Where was it taken from?
It's not. I think it's just, I don't know, like an artist's impression or something. I don't know. But I suppose. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you kind of expect them to just model it with flat Earth assumptions though, because it's easier? Like, if it's possible to model using flat Earth assumptions, they would, right? So, like, it's not that unexpected.
Oh, they do though. All, especially like NASA, military, they all assume when they're actually doing their things, they're all assuming flat Earth, non-rotating Earth, and then they extrapolate.
Yeah, it's easier because that's the reality of it, because that's what's actually here. That's why it works. If they tried to use the globe model, it wouldn't work because we just explained that to you. The drop over distance, 10 miles, 66 feet, 20 miles, 266 feet, and so on. That drop over distance is not there. So that's why they treat it as flat and stationary so that people can actually get to where they're going and so the sniper can actually hit the target.
I don't know, man. I feel like I don't know. Even if there are no documents showing flat Earth, I'm still tempted to believe that globe Earth is true.
Why? Because you just want to believe? You want to click your heels together 3 times and say, I believe in the globe?
What's the point of the lie, though? Like, why? What's the point of the lie? Like, what are they gaining? I mean,
they got
have you ever?
you.
There you
Yeah,
go.
really loyal people like you that just like look up to them and defend them.
Zombies. Fox.
They wouldn't need. They don't need to lie about flat Earth to achieve that.
Dude,
like
people already distrust the government. Maybe it's just self-preservation at this point. This was something that was put into the mainstream education system 500 or 600 years ago, right? So imagine if they came out and they're like, we've been lying to you about space and it's actually not a globe. We're going to have to fire half the scientists, rewrite the entire history, all the education system. It's all going to have to change. It's not going to be very beneficial for them, right? Even just that alone, right? Self-preservation is a reason to continue it. But most people aren't lying, right? When you say the government's lying, right? That's not really a fair statement, right? Most people would have no idea. Most people just believe it's a globe, right? In the government, scientists, professors, they're not lying. It's hard to find who would be lying and then prove that they're lying.
But everyone that like makes models for planes and shit knows it's flat, right? It's like, But if they will all say they're globus, right? All these pilots will claim they're globus but use flat Earth models. Like, why would they do that?
Well, no, that's not the case. There's tons of flat earthers that are pilots, right? Dandelion put 19 pilot interviews in the side chat there, right? There's plenty of them. Military pilots, jet pilots, commercial pilots. There's tons and tons of interviews and videos with them talking about flat Earth. But yeah, look, you can say it's for simplification purposes. That's fine. That's what they're taught, right? Yeah, we assume it's flat for simplification purposes. They still believe it's a globe, right? But they utilize it as flat. So it doesn't really matter if they believe it's a globe, right? They're still utilizing it as flat, and it's not even high enough to see any curvature, even if it was a globe. So it doesn't really matter what their personal opinion is.
Apparently they're using this like WGS84 system to I don't know, it's a model of the Earth. And they use that instead of like directly calculating numbers each time.
For what in particular are you talking about?
Well, this was a NASA rocket. But actually, I mean, I guess let's see. Like, as I say, if I don't know, I still don't really think like, so basically everyone at NASA knows it's flat Earth, right?
No, most people at NASA, if not nearly everyone at NASA, probably believes it's a globe, right? Like we said before, they've only sent 26 people beyond low Earth orbit, allegedly, right? And that was over 50 years ago, right? With the ridiculous Apollo foot. Yeah, so they're not really the people at NASA, they're not going to space.
But they are writing equations, though.
Some people, I'm sure, are writing equations. Yeah, they get $80 million a day. They have to do something.
You can write the equations with the presupposed radius value and presupposing all these other things. Yeah, you can believe that that's what you're doing and you're not actually doing anything of the kind. Yeah, for sure. They're very compartmentalized in their task.
So people can be writing equations and formulas and so forth, so on, graphs and things like this, based on a hypothetical model. That doesn't mean, so you could do the same thing with Superman. You could have all the metrics of Superman. You know how his suit fits, like how fast he flies, what his trajectory is. You could write calculations for this too. That doesn't mean any of those people writing the calculations have ever seen Superman fly.
If you have a look, there's tons and tons of NASA documents that does the same thing as like these FAA flight dynamics manuals, right? Just talking about assuming a flat stationary plane as well for their calculations. So NASA does that as well quite often.
Yeah.
But the main thing is, right, like we've gone out, right, we can't find any curvature. When just saying refraction, when it comes to being able to see thousands of % further than you would be able to see on a globe, isn't a valid excuse, right, if you look into it. Okay, so even according to the experts on the globe side, they'll say that atmospheric refraction will only allow you to see 7 to 8% further, right, than the globe radius, right, the globe horizon distance based on the height of the observer. In extreme conditions, it could be up to 15%. Right? I was listening to a physicist that was debating David Weiss and another guy the other day. Now, he was a nice guy. He was unbiased. Like, he wasn't like an anti-flat Earth person, right? But he was just stating the mainstream. He was saying, yeah, refraction, if we account for refraction, it's like 8 to 15% maximum. So if you guys can show me an observation where we can see further than that, right, then I'll be astonished. I'll be gobsmacked. So we have observations, countless amounts of them, where it's crystal clear and we can see thousands and thousands of % further. So just saying refraction, usually it's people that say that they don't really haven't looked into it correctly.
Hmm.
For example, that 21 mile observation that I put in the chat earlier, right? That's a 21 mile lake. You know, and he's just setting the camera up at 5 foot, and you can zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side. Right, the horizon would have to be at 2.73 miles. Now, even if you add the extreme refraction, right, that would only make it like what 3 miles or something like that, 15% more. Right, but over the 21 mile distance, there's zero horizon anywhere. It's just a flat surface, and you can, yeah.
Well, when I was searching up, it said refraction could like completely counter the curve of the Earth. If it's extreme
Counter the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, so it would appear flat. Right? It's like it. I don't know. That's what Grok tells me, that like, I don't know, in an extreme case of refraction, like you could completely see the shore way 21 miles away. It thinks it's possible.
Who thinks that's possible?
There's AI, but it might be lying to me. I don't know.
Well, we can have conversations with AI against AI if you want. I've got an AI that says that's not possible.
Exactly. When I punch that into AI, it says that would be a big problem for the globe. The thing is, right, we're going to different locations, completely different weather conditions, right? We're going to a lake here, a lake there, a 20-mile lake, a 15-mile lake. And it's just somehow there's this perfect refraction that just somehow flattens out the entire surface every time. It's such a stretch of a claim. And it's actually going against the mainstream science, about what atmospheric refraction is, what mirages are, how they're caused, and what kind of characteristics are going along with each particular type of refraction effect that's taking place. Just saying the word refraction is just like, it's just a cop-out.
A cop-out. That's a good way to put it.
It's a cop-out. It's also butchering, right? Butchering the mainstream. Like I said, the physicist that has studied this, that was debating with the flat earthers that I watched recently, he said maximum 8 to 10%, or 8 to 15. I think he had said 8 to 10. Some sources say 8 to 15. It's really not a big difference. And then when you have really extreme conditions, you start having crazy effects like crazy mirages and things like that, where it's super noticeable. Whereas the observations we're showing you, right, they're crystal clear. There's no miraging, right? There are no characteristics of any types of mirages taking place.
It's 8 to 10% of the expected drop. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it would, if the horizon should be at like 3 miles, right? Then if there's some refraction taking place, this is according to them, right? It would be 8% to 15% further than what it would be according to the globe radius, right? So it would be
okay,
like
the horizon. Okay, the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining.
Horizon distance. But yeah, I mean, I suggest you look into it a bit further, and it sounds like yeah.
Mirage is like a type of refraction, right? Was that just wrong to say that?
Yeah, according to the mainstream, mirages, atmospheric refraction is basically mirages.
So I mean,
right. So it's just caused by a difference in the refractive index within the medium. Okay, so that's primarily altered by temperature. Okay, so if you have different temperature, right, just say you've got really warm, like a really warm concrete surface on the ground. Okay, it heats up, and then it creates a warm layer of air above the concrete or the road. Okay, and then it slowly cools down as you go up in altitude. Okay, so it changes the refractive index of the air because the warmer air, the gas particles are more spread apart, right? So it has a lower refractive index, and as it slowly cools down as you go up in height, it's a bit cooler, right? So it goes, the refractive index gets a bit higher as you go up, right? And that causes what's called an inferior mirage. And that's when you'll see that mirroring effect on the road, and it looks like the cars are cut off, like you can't see the bottom of the car, and that sort of thing, right? And there's a whole list of different effects, right? So you could have the opposite. You might have a really, really cool surface on the ground, and then warmer air above it. So you'll have an inverted vertical temperature gradient. And then you have the opposite of an inferior mirage, which is called a superior mirage, right? And then things will look like they're higher than what they normally are, right? Where you'll see like floating ships and things like that. So yeah, there's a list of different miraging effects, but when we're showing these long distance observations, there's no visible characteristics of any of these miraging effects taking place. Yeah, can you see what Sunny just posted? Right, that's the exact example I was just talking about. That's an inferior mirage. Okay, so it's cooler, warmer air closer to the surface, and then it slowly gets cooler as you go up. Right, causes the light to act a certain way as it bounces off the object that you're looking at back to your eyes, and it causes a particular type of miraging effect.
DJ, do mirages help us see further?
No, like they say things will appear higher or lower or squished or stretched.
In respect to the horizon.
Well, I mean, sometimes there's even even if there's no horizon, it'll just, like the Skunk Bay time lapse is the perfect example. Oh, right there. Thanks, whoever posted that. So have a look in the side chat there, right? Nothing's getting further or nearer, right? That's a Skunk Bay is the place, and it's a time lapse throughout the day. So you'll see like all of the known miraging effects taking place there. Right? Things are getting higher, they're getting lower, they're getting stretched, they're getting squished throughout the day. Not all of a sudden can you see 20 times further.
Yeah, I mean, you came in here from the beginning, Prophet, talking about refraction because somebody told you that was the way to debunk the long distance observations that we were presenting. But what DJ is telling you is, you know, that's just kind of like a desperate measure or cop out, like he said, because, you know, some people think they have to keep defending this globe model because they aren't able to step outside of it and realize that over the history of mankind, many wrong ideas have been shown and objectively demonstrated to be wrong. But I'm sure you've heard that, you know, it's the nature of mankind and the historical narrative in general that there's a lot of resistance at first, especially if there's a heavy investment, either emotionally, psychologically, financially, or all three, in the idea. So all we're asking is for you to remove your presupposed ideas and think that there might be some chance that what we're telling you is actually the case, that these long distance observations disprove the claimed geometry of the sphere and that you actually don't live on a globe. I mean, do you think, Prophet, you could even consider like that's even like a percentage possibility? Like, what percentage confidence would you give yourself now that you live on a globe? Like, what percent are you confident that you live on a globe?
No, I still think it's like 99%, to be honest.
99. Okay, good. Because we have some people say 100, and that's scary. That's scary to 100% believe in something you've never seen for yourself, you've never verified, and you've just been presented with like an hour or whatever worth of evidence. And the last time you were here of questions to this, like that you're questioning the 1%, you know, that's good. That's good.
This level of deception would be insane to pull off, though. Like, I don't know.
So you
Oh, yeah,
said
you're back to
99
that. You're back to that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So I just wanted to say one little thing, Tim. I was going to say last time we brought that up, and I didn't want to bring it up again. But before you keep going, it's, you know, I liked DJ's little thought experiment there, because I've said that to people before. You know, it's common that a liar, you know, would lie about something, and then we went on and explained to you how it's actually like a small number of people would actually have to be consciously lying. Most people are just passing on the story they're told, just like you are. But even those people, it's like, Yeah, I mean, they just keep telling more lies to prop up the original one because they don't want to come out and admit that, because it'd be really painful and like expensive and everything to come out and admit, yeah, we're lying about this whole thing the whole time. So it's more convenient to just take advantage of human psychology and keep them all thinking this, because we're also benefiting from it in so many other ways, like, why give it up? But nonetheless, if it's hard for you to imagine they're able to lie about it, I mean, that's an argument from incredulity. It's a logical fallacy. It does not refute any of the objective information that we're presented here. Go ahead, Sonny, what were you going to say?
No worries. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. So Prophet, here's a question I like to ask people. So you said you're still 99% sure that you're on a globe. So I'd like to ask this question. What other issue or topic in life do you run with a 99% positive with zero proof?
I think lots of things, like lots of stuff I learned at school, I would say I'm like basically sure it's right. I mean,
well, I mean, there's the things that are obvious, okay, like electricity. Okay, we just assume when we go to the switch on the wall, we turn it on, that the electricity is going to be there at the required time, and it's going to make the lights go on. I'm not necessarily talking about things like that are obviously we can't see, but we know there's things that exist, right? But it seems to me this topic alone tops the list of things that people have a 99% confidence in, but they provided no proof. And in the hour or so that you've been here, you've provided no proof of this globe Earth. But you still believe it 99%. So I find that curious because people don't operate that way in everyday life.
Sounds like it's more of just a belief from you, Prophet, rather than something you actually know. I mean, you're kind of just trusting, in authority that they're not wrong. Is that right?
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, like, if you just say you were around like this, like when everyone thought the Earth was flat, right? You'd probably be making the same arguments to someone that came in and said, "Oh, I think the Earth's a globe." You'd be like, "Well, why would they all? How could they pull this off?" Same questions, really. So
Yeah, he'd be really mad at the cult of Pythagoras, right? Yeah, you're like, "Hey, that's not what we're doing here. That's not what we see." But yeah, because Over Fences made a really good point about that I wanted to bring up earlier, Prophet, that because I think DJ or somebody mentioned, this was the whole concept of the globe was originally just a philosophical idea presented by an ancient Greek cult hundreds of years ago. And then eventually they, started pushing their religion on the mainstream and started, telling people that even though you experience the world as flat and stationary, it's actually a spinning globe. And even though that seems to go against all logic and your lived experience, this is how it really is. And then, eventually they got their bad idea to take hold. But, it's not, it was never, to begin with, it was in no way, shape, or form scientific. It still isn't. And it wasn't mathematical either. It was just a presupposition because they wanted it to be that way. It was just a religious belief, and it still is. So we understand that it's hard to give up a religious belief, especially when you've been brainwashed into the religious cult of the globe since birth, so that you have all kinds of emotional and psychological, fear of stepping outside of what the consensus of the group is. It's a natural human fear that most people have. So, all I wanted to say about that is even if you start to look into this and think, maybe there is something to this, and your 1% becomes 2% doubt in the globe, and then you get to 3%, and you get to 4%, and then soon, you're only 85% sure it's a globe. You don't have to run around screaming it from the rooftops. I mean, you can quietly understand the truth, just like a lot of people do. I mean, I think it's cool and brave when people are able to speak out publicly about the truth. But, there's many people who understand the Earth is flat. I mean, like these pilots that were in that YouTube video. I mean, they said it, but there's many other pilots, military people, people in many fields who, especially if they've been presented with the measurements, that are willing to accept this. But that doesn't mean you have to go out and like buy a flat earth t-shirt or, put a flat earth poster on your wall. You can just understand the truth, and it might help, clear up your thinking in other areas if you actually accept things the way they are with an internal locus of control and don't farm out your brain to somebody else's so-called knowledge and so-called expertise that you just found in your searches is not even there when you actually go and look for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty open to generals like new ideas anyway, so.
You're pretty what, did you say?
Open to new ideas.
Oh, open to new ideas. Great. I know. That's why I'm glad you came back, because you had a really great conversation with Cyclone the other day. And, so yeah, feel free to come back. We're not going to like pressure you to become a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, we'll just have conversations. You've been having a great conversation today with everybody here. And that's what we like to do too. We like to just examine the ideas. So yeah, I mean, if you come up with something ever, that you want to ask us about, feel free to come back anytime. I'm not telling you, I'm not like saying goodbye to you. I'm just saying, I'm glad you're willing to have the conversation, because a lot of people are not. A lot of people, when they came in and said refraction and then that was taken away from them, they have a meltdown, like we've seen it many times. They just have this weird emotional reaction and start like calling us names and stuff, which you haven't done. And we appreciate that.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not completely faith-based. I mean, we can look at the moon, right, and we can see there are multiple sides to the moon. So, like, it seems to, like, follow... It's like the moon in the sky, right?
We can see multiple sides of the moon.
Right, yeah.
No, we just see one side of... Sorry, dude, we just see one side of the moon, don't we?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay. That's why I jumped in.
If I didn't make that up. It rotates coincidentally at the same rate that it orbits the Earth. Interesting. That's a little sus, to be fair.
Yeah, so even in Australia, we still just see the same face. Everyone just sees the same face. It's kind of crazy. But even if we were to grant you that was like, spherical, then that doesn't mean that the Earth has any similarities to that, right? So like you could have lights on your ceiling that are round. It doesn't have anything to do with the floor being flat. Like it's kind of like flawed logic, but it's fair enough that you have that logic because it's something that's deeply ingrained, this whole model of outer space, right? Flat Earth doesn't fit into that whole giant model of big giant balls in a vacuum of outer space and that we're on one of them, right? Like we're not claiming that the flat Earth is inside the globe model of space and it's like an anomaly that's just like a flat planet with all other round planets, right? It's a completely different system, like an enclosed system. So if there is something in the sky that looks spherical, that doesn't have any relation on the ground being also spherical.
I don't entirely agree though. Like it's still a pattern. It's still a pattern. If everything in the world, if everything we can see is spherical, then it is more likely that this is also spherical, considering it also has other similarities.
If all I see around me are trees, then it's more likely that I'm a tree. Dude, if you're going to say, well, it could logically be true, I mean, okay, I can say to you that maybe the Earth is like those things in the sky. There's a maybe there. But you're going to have to demonstrate that the Earth is like those things in the sky. You'd have to demonstrate curvature, for example, and motion, the two predominant things that the things in the sky do, curved balls that move. You'd have to prove it, not just say it's logically consistent that possibly we might be like one of those things. That'd be silly. Otherwise, I'm a tree.
I mean,
all I see trees, dude, so I must be a tree.
Yeah.
Can I measure myself and look at myself to demonstrate that I'm obviously not a tree? Then we can do the same thing with the Earth. We can measure the Earth to see if it's like those things in the sky, and it's not.
I mean, there must be some good proof out there. I would have thought.
Well, yeah, we all would have thought, but 10 years later, here we are still looking for it. Well, in actual fact, we've stopped looking for it. We know there's no curvature because we measure it horizontal. We know there's no motion because we measure no motion. So, yeah, 10 years later, it's more flat than it was before.
Okay, but so you know, like geographers draw maps of the world, right?
Yeah.
Like when they first started drawing the flat Earth, they drew it in multiple different ways, right? So these geographers would have to have been on a flat Earth conspiracy from the very start.
Okay.
I don't think it's all that realistic.
How do we make maps?
Well, I mean, the maps we see are approximations. I mean, I don't know. The geographers, like, I don't know. They go outside, they make distances, and then draw maps from that. I assume.
Yeah. Cartographers, not geographers. But yeah, we can make maps, and the art of making maps is from a horizontal coordinate system. Because we want to know the height of that mountain or the depth of that lake, don't we? Do you know how to make maps?
I mean, vaguely.
Vaguely.
I've made the map of my house before.
You've made a map of your house before. Awesome stuff. Some maps are really easy to make in some instances, right?
I mean, it was actually, I don't know, that was like a long time ago when I was like 10 years old. But we made it quite accurate.
But anyway, I digress.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'll see if I can find some real proof.
Okay, man.
But is this all just reference to the end?
Do you think real proof is?
It'll take a while, so I don't know.
Pardon?
It's not an easy task, it would seem.
No.
What's crazy is there's not a single observation from the globe side, right, that validates a geometric horizon or any curvature of a distance.
But to be fair, they
not
don't
one.
really need to, though. Everyone believes in globe Earth already, right? So
Yeah, but you would think that all of these people, right, that have like flat Earth debunking channels or trying to even prove the globe Earth, right, throughout history, right? Surely there would be evidence of Earth curvature. I mean, if you have a 10-mile lake, there has to be 66 foot of curvature just over that 10-mile lake. Like, you can go and test the shit out of that lake. You're not going to find any curvature, right? You can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. So it's not like, these things have to be there. Like, you have to have that curvature on a globe. Well, when I was at school, they taught me, the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot, you're standing at the water. It's 3 miles away. Anything that goes beyond that starts to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Now, it's disappearing over physical matter, right? Over the Earth. So it's like someone walking over a hill, basically. It has to be there, has to have that curvature. So when we have these observations where we can see like 30 miles away when you're standing at the beach, it doesn't work on a globe. And there's no observations that show a horizon at 3 miles from 6 foot observer height. Not even close.
Yeah. Oh, I sent one document in chat. I don't know. This is talking about how they create, how they change from 3D into 2D to make paths.
Make what?
So it's how they convert a 3D Earth into a 2D path.
Yeah, but first they start with flat Earth elevation angles, right? They start with flat Earth metrics and flat Earth measurements, and then they apply it to that WGS 84 spherical coordinate system, and then that's what they apply to the 3D rendered globe. So it's, it's just being converted into a particular coordinate system based off the assumption of it's just based off the celestial sphere, right? Which is an assumption on a way that we view the sky as a celestial sphere, right? And they convert that into a spherical coordinate system to match the sky observations.
Yeah, and this one he's giving us is claiming a polygon. I'd have to look at it in more detail here, but that's
I mean, it's still a technical document. So this is NASA, and it's showing them using some sort of globe Earth, and it's got mass behind the globe Earth.
Yeah, but a polygon's not a globe. I mean, are they just? I mean, is this the claim that some of them give, that we have all these different flat surfaces melded together somehow? I'd have to look at it in more detail. I'll look at it.
So the way those blue marble images that NASA gives us of the Earth from space. You know those? Do you know how they make them? It's kind of like what you've put in this document here, right? They say they take a bunch of radio telescope footage of the Earth, right? So they take a bunch of imagery of the Earth using a radio telescope, right? And they convert that data into images. Like a visual artist that works at NASA called Robert Simon, right? He converts the data into images, and then it makes a whole bunch of flat images of the Earth, right? None of them show any curvature. Okay, and then he makes a big flat map out of that, and then he wraps it around a ball in Photoshop. Then he adds in clouds, and he said that he keeps tweaking it until it kind of fits and meets people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space. But all of the raw images that they're using, they don't show any curvature at all.
Yep, so yeah, both of those. Oh, I've got the source right there for you. You can go to that. I'll give you the actual link if you want. That's a screenshot from the source, and then I put the link to it there for you, but I'll find it for you too. Yep, that's a quote from him. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. So, yep, right there on NASA.gov, they're telling you they've created this image for you from flat maps. And then he had another interview. This is the NASA.gov link. I'll give that to you. And then there's also a YouTube video of his interview where he says it's photoshopped because it has to be. So he's admitting that this image that many people on first glance would assume, and I believe it was first claimed, that it was a snapshot of the Earth. But no, it's created on the computer. And he said it took him 4 months to come up with it. Got the other link for you, just a minute. So yeah, and even in that quote, I don't want to put something up there that has a disreputable claim in it, which it does when he says, Robert Simon, this is still a quote from him. The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. So, I mean, if you're interested in that kind of thing, there's all kinds of discrepancies and anomalies in that claim that image, like, for example, the time they said they took it, which was around 10:30 Greenwich Mean Time, the light in the photograph where they're claiming it's one side, a hemisphere, meaning half, does not actually match what the light would have been on Earth at that time. And, like many other things. I mean, we could sit here and give you thing after thing that shows that NASA puts out contradictory images that don't match each other, where the sizes of the continents are wildly varying and so on. So they do not have one legitimate image that matches all their other images, which it should, and then they come right out and say there on the website that they made the image on a computer. I mean, what more do you want?
But I don't necessarily think this is actually saying that the Earth is flat, though, right? They made a flat Earth image from a collection of curved Earth images, right?
Yeah, but none of those images that they hold on a second, 1 second, sorry. None of the raw images that he used to stitch together show any curvature. That's the point, right? I'm not saying that they're saying the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that the images that he made out of the data that came from the radio telescope don't show any curvature, right? Zero curvature in any of them. Yeah. I my old account got banned, and I had the link on there. I have screenshots of it. I'm just trying to find them now. Oh, here we go, right here. This actually has the link in the screenshot as well, luckily. Right, so these are the types of images that they use. And if you go to, does that have the link? Maybe not. Anyway, I'll find the link. But yeah, it shows it's just images like this that you can see there in the side chat.
So yeah, that's good, DJ. I haven't seen those before, but yeah, I mean, you can see, Prophet, just like what we were asking before about what NASA employees do or do not know. Like, I don't know what Robert Simmons knows or doesn't know, but he could easily, take all these images. His job's to put them together as a globe. He could totally believe it, because that's what he's saying. He's matching people's expectations. So yeah, he's not claiming it's flat. He's just, saying they have to do this because they can't go high enough, which goes back to DJ's original point about the very tiny number that even claim to have been able to see the entire Earth. So you're putting your 99% faith basically in the words of this very tiny exclusive group that claim to have seen this. So it's up to you. I wouldn't, bet anything 99% on what, 23 people said, because I know you can easily get 23 people together that are either lying, clueless. It's not that hard to get 23 people to lie, especially if they've got a lot of reasons to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I trust these images.
Yeah, don't go out and do some long distance observations for yourself. Find something on the map and document the distance, and then see what you can see.
Oh, I can find you. It's a NASA link. I'm just trying to find you the link now.
Oh yeah, it's from NASA. I thought he was saying he didn't trust NASA, which that's a good starting position.
But I think just
what's that?
It says MODIS Terra calibrated radiances. Is that not like some computer generated thing?
No, so the radio telescope on the satellite, they say it's called like the MODIS Terra radio telescope data, and that's what takes like scans of the Earth over the period of 3 months, and then this is what he says. And he says he gets that data in, and then he converts the data into images, and then he stitches the images together to make a big flat map of the Earth, and then he uses that, he wraps it around a ball in Photoshop, and then he adds in the clouds and stuff later. That's why if you zoom into these images, they have copy-pasted clouds everywhere. Right, they'll have the same sections of clouds all over the place, right? And then you look at like the 2002 blue marble, and then you look at like the 2007 blue marble, and they'll have like the exact same clouds. Like they're reusing data for some reason. It's kind of odd, but most people, right? NASA admits they're doing it this way, but most people think that these are images from space, right? Like when they released the 2012 blue marble, Obama did a big press conference, and he's like, well, NASA's blessed us with this beautiful new photograph of the Earth from space and blah, blah, blah. So people just hear that and they think, oh, wow, it's a photograph of the Earth from space. Whether Obama's lying or he just doesn't, or he thinks it's a photo, right? I don't know. But once you look into it, it's not a photo. It's just a composited image.
So if they're just like, I mean, the satellite just deliberately making square images though, right? So that doesn't actually really mean anything.
you're just having to have blind faith in NASA that this data is coming from a satellite, and this is exactly what it is. We can't confirm all of that. This is just what NASA's telling us how they make it. My point is that it's not a photo of the Earth from space. It's just data that comes in, and then an artist turns it into a globe in Photoshop.
Okay.
That's all.
But I mean, there surely must be some photos they're taken from space that aren't just composites, right?
Yeah, they claim the only full-frame photograph of the Earth from space is the 1972 blue marble that Dandelion told you about earlier. Now, I don't know if you've looked into the moon landing missions, but if even if I was a globe earther, I wouldn't be buying into the Apollo missions myself because I've done the research.
That's photos that were taken by a human holding the camera, but they unfortunately do claim that there's satellites that are extreme distances away from Earth with cameras on them that do take full frame images of the Earth, such as Discover and Himawari. But there's no being able to confirm and validate the authenticity of that imagery. Plus, they do admit that it is not raw imagery, right?
Yeah, it's not like a photograph. So that's what I was saying about the 1972 blue marble, right? That's the only like actual photograph, different than imagery, right? They use the word imagery for a reason because it's radio telescope data. It's just coming in the form of data. It's not coming in the form of a photograph under the definition of what we know as a photograph taken by a camera.
Yeah.
It's faith-based stuff at the end of the day.
Yeah. Right, and these agencies are going to say, well, for security reasons and blah, 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 we can't share, we can't be purely transparent and share every single little bit of data with you, blah, 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 right? They're always going to have that level of secrecy about them for whatever reason they want to claim.
No, I mean, I do think like your like measurement of like the coverage of the Earth directly is probably like the strongest evidence. Like just looking at the horizon.
Yeah, exactly. Like testable, repeatable, empirical evidence. That's the strongest evidence. Things that people can go on and redo.
I'm going to get some food.
No worries, man. Appreciate the chat anyway.
Yeah, good to see you. Come back anytime. I was going to put that info about the light. Is he already gone? I'll just put it in there anyway.
He's still there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just put the thing about questioning the Apollo 17 light there in the chat. Yeah, I mean, their images just make no sense. So many of the images, so many of them where they're showing, some of those where they're allegedly showing curvature, and then, you see like New Mexico is gigantic, and, and then another one, you just have like you have the entire United States in that same area where formerly only New Mexico was. I mean, their proportions are way off. They're just, it's just amateur hour. You know what I mean? That's what is sad to me, is that they're not even trying that hard. If these guys are getting paid millions of dollars a day, like they could have like just consistently had, this image that showed everything. It's, it's just like a joke. I just don't even understand why people can even take them seriously at all. They don't even make the tiniest effort to have a consistent story. It's ridiculous. I mean, probably they just, just like any other corporation or organization, might not have a very good hold on their people, I guess, and what their kind of images they're putting out there. I don't know. I guess they don't even care because people will just accept whatever nonsense they put out there. It might have even been Prophet. I know it was somebody recently that came in and said that, tried to give that claim that it was around that same night that it'd be easier for them to actually go to the moon than to fake it. It's like, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. That lie came out, that was like late 2019. I'm very familiar when that lie came out because somebody tried to push it on me, somebody I know in real life, and I was like, what? Then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, okay, so this is their latest cope. It's just like so ridiculous on its face. But these people who are so emotionally tied to the globe that they'll just desperately cling to any story. Please explain this to me. Please tell me I don't have to become a flat earther. Please, they'll just grasp at anything, even something that's like completely absurd, especially when you look at the level that they do for some of these animations, that NASA puts out. It's like so low level, like they don't even try. And you're trying to tell me that it would, if they could do this thing, which they clearly can't do, of going to the moon, that it would be cheaper to go than to fake it? Please. They get off so easy with all their half-assed stuff. It's sad. You'd think people would demand better actors, better animation, more realistic science fiction, please.
I don't know. I didn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I mean,
Okay, good, Prophet. Thanks for speaking up for yourself. It must have been somebody that came in after you. I think it was that same night. So good. I'm happy that it wasn't you. It was probably
Hey, Prophet,
Edgelord. Yeah.
I finally found that link. It's in the side chat there when you want to check it out.
no, I mean, and the guy is right. Like, my belief is like somewhat faith-based. To be fair. Oh, I still think it's like 95% chance it's a globe, though. Like,
hey, we've dropped you down like 4%. That's good. That's a good first day.
Yeah, because you made me feel like I'm being delusional. So, like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, you think you live on a spinning space pear, hurtling through an infinite space vacuum, where they tell us it rains diamonds on Uranus and sideways glass rain on distant exoplanets. Okay. So yeah, it's a little crazy. I'm just joking, by the way. But they do say those things. They do claim that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the way flat Earth is presented on the internet, you guys just seen it as a joke, right? I don't know.
Yeah. Like, dude, if you search it, right, it's just all pictures of these discs floating in space with all water falling off the edges and people wearing tinfoil hats and stuff like that. Yeah.
And a lot of it is presented from the aspect of of flat Earth being on the defense. So these people putting a lot of content out on TikTok and all these other platforms, it's almost like they feel they need to they need the ones that have to prove it, right? But if you turn it around and put the shoe on the other foot, most people come in and they don't know where to begin to try and prove the globe. right? And that's what we're saying. That's all we're saying. At the end of the day, we don't really care what you go away believing in, but take the challenge. Take the challenge to try and prove what you think you believe in.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that they. Sorry, what? Well, it's interesting the way that they.
I was just going to compliment you, DJ, that you went and found that NASA.gov source for the.
Oh
for the
yeah, I
image.
found
Good
it.
job.
Yeah, well, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. Like by using Google, I had to like search in the home server and try to find some of my old posts, and that was the only way I could find it. It's really hard to find. But yeah, what I was going to say was actually like any server that a Flat Earth Room pops up in, right? Like this politics and religion server or the main politics server, it becomes quickly the most, like the busiest chat in the entire channel. Back in 2015, 2016, Flat Earth was becoming the most searched term on all of YouTube. And it even overtook Donald Trump during the elections. And it was at that point that they started to get worried, like, and they got together with, like, the government got together with Google and YouTube, and there's like a Congress meeting, right? There's a video of it where they say they're going to censor Flat Earth information. And to this day, it's like crazy shadow banned, right? So instead of Flat Earth content coming up, proper Flat Earth content on YouTube or Google, it just comes up with propaganda, discs in space, right? So not only did they censor it, but they replaced it with a propaganda playlist designed to turn people away from Flat Earth. It's just weird that they would do that, right? When much of the videos that we're presenting is literally just long distance observations where, hey, look at this observation, doesn't match the globe math. What's the deal with this, right? They're like, oh, we have to censor this dangerous misinformation and replace it with some propaganda nonsense to turn people away and put a disclaimer under the video. Like, it's kind of crazy. And demonetize the channels, and you know, it's crazy.
Did you say raining glass sideways? Is that just something
Yes.
Babel made up?
Bro, they claim it rains. Yeah, it rains sideways glass rain on some distant exoplanet, and they say it rains diamonds.
Shit.
It rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus.
See it raining. We can see it raining on an exoplanet. It's fucking hilarious.
Sideways glass rain. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we were just
Yeah,
some
some black
cute little,
holes.
yeah.
Some black holes are actually hairy black holes, and it helps solve Stephen Hawking's paradox or something.
God.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb. Ugh.
If we were just some cute little club that, if we were just some cute little club that, wanted to deny the globe, like, why are they so threatened by us? Why do they have to have hearings about it? Why do they have to shut down the information? Because they don't do that, with many other things that are kind of like esoteric topics, people who are searching for Bigfoot, so on and so forth. They don't freak out about those things, but they definitely freak out about flat Earth. What were you going to say? Who was that talking?
I was just wondering if the sun is flat or the moon or like Mars.
Oh, this is Subnot. Welcome, Subnot. Good to see you. He wants to know if the sun, moon, or Mars are flat.
Do you know anybody that's been? Do you know anybody that's been there?
Well, I mean, we have telescopes.
Yeah, does that mean they've been there?
I don't. No one's been there. I don't know why that's relevant.
Yeah, it's relevant because you're seemingly trying to say that somebody knows what these things are up in the sky. We make no claims about those things up in the sky. What we do make a claim about is that
we don't know.
We make claims that Earth is not a ball, objectively, measurably, repeatably. Earth is not a ball. So whatever you think about those things, that's great. They're all above a flat Earth.
So you can't answer me about the moon, the sun, or Mars?
Yeah, how would I know that's information?
Well, because we can look at it.
Okay, good. Well,
you can see the different sides of Mars.
When I look up with a telescope, I see the same exact thing you do. And then what?
And when you look up in a telescope, you can see that Mars spins, that there's different sides to Mars. You can see the sun. We have, like the James Webb, we have the James Webb telescope that goes around the sun.
Okay, great.
Just say,
So I'll concede that. Let's say all that stuff is true that you just mentioned. How does that make Earth a ball?
Well, I think it'd just be very highly unlikely that, we're in a solar system and every single, planetoid object is a globe, but the Earth isn't. I don't think that makes a lot of sense.
So you're begging the question. You're presupposing a heliocentric model before you even start. You're reifying the globe Earth.
So, do you think that makes sense that Mars and the moon and the sun are globes, and the United States are in Earth is flat?
Globes, yes, yeah, they could be spheres, and this place not be. But you're imagining that within a paradigm which you don't know is true, that these things go around the sun, that the sun is this big ball of fire, plasma nuclear reactor in an ever-expanding vacuum, blah 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 blah. There's a lot of nuance to it that you're just expecting everyone to take for granted is true to begin with. Earth is very unique, even within the heliocentric paradigm. Right? But there's a lot of things that you have to take on faith, right, and accept as being true in the first instance, in order to accept that those things up there in the sky are worlds like this place. That they're things that you could go to and walk around on and experience being upright, just like you can here. You don't know those things. Don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I mean, we can measure these things, and we have, like, we've sent things to Mars. We've had like Voyager that have passed, Pluto, taking pictures of it. These things exist.
When you say we, you're believing what NASA has said about this, and yet, there's a lot of anomalies and discrepancies in this information that they provide, and as was pointed out to you earlier.
I mean, you don't even have to do just NASA. I mean, there's other space agencies all around the world that have all had the exact same thing, the exact same results. I mean, if anything, the Soviet Union would have had like a huge motivation to like discredit the moon landings, but no, like, they were able to spot the mirrors that is able to measure how far the moon is. If anything, all of these independent space agencies that are independent of NASA have all said the exact same thing as NASA.
Okay,
oh, dude,
so
the head.
So you'd have to believe in, like,
one second. One point. One point, really quickly. Right, the head of the Russian space agency literally called bullshit on the moon landings that America went to the moon. I'll post an article about it in the side chat. So, just pointing that out. When you say they're all in on it, right? Literally, the head of the Russian space agency called bullshit on the moon landings.
So
we understand. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he's gonna put that in there. So we'll get to that as soon as he's got that in there. But yeah, you need to understand, like, this story that you're telling. It's like almost verbatim, word for word, to the story we hear here day after day. But yeah, we're questioning that story. That's why we're here. And nonetheless, no matter what you think, I mean, the story of outer space, like, it's cute and everything, and it can easily be shown to be full of holes. But what we're talking about here is there's no globe, and what we measure here on the Earth through long distance observations of location of horizon that would be predicted by a globe but is not seen in reality, is that the curvature is not measured on the Earth. So that's what we're talking about here. Not talking about your science fiction stories from NASA that you believe in, because you use the word we, but I don't think you work for NASA, and I don't think you've been involved in any of those missions. You just took it for granted that they were true. So, we're just trying to re-examine the evidence with an air of skepticism, logic, and asking for reason and actual scientific method being carried out as opposed to fairy tales from space.
If anyone's pushing out pseudoscience here, it's the flat earthers. I mean, how do you explain the 24 hours? How do you explain a 24-hour? How do you explain a 24-hour sun?
We'll get to the 24-hour sun. Let's not go so fast. So you said other independent so-called space agencies. So we should rely on these other independent space agencies? Is that what you're telling us? Should I rely on
when all of them are saying the exact same thing? I don't think that's.
Okay, what about when they contradict?
Show me a contradiction.
Okay, posting it right now in the side chat. Chinese space station 250 miles above the surface, supposedly. And look what they show the horizon.
How about almost each
Well, where'd
astronaut
you get
having
the Chinese?
different story?
How would there even be a Chinese space station on a flat Earth model? You guys don't even
look at it. There's the image directly from their space
I think
station.
that this is total bullshit.
Oh, really? It's from their
It
live.
doesn't even make sense.
From their
How
live
would they
stream.
have? How would a Chinese space station work on a flat Earth?
So
Okay, hold on. Before, you're going to call him out on that. Yeah,
It doesn't
you're the
even
one
make
who said-
sense. I think this is bullshit. Where's this video? Provide the actual video.
Calm yourself. We're
It's right
talking
there.
about your original claim that all the space agencies agree, and we're showing you that they don't, and we can get you all the documentation you need. But I just wanted to mention, because you do tend to be jumping in there, and you're real hot on the topic there, Subnot. T-Dub was trying to get something in there, and he's very calm and well-spoken. I didn't want to miss his point. What were you going to say, T-Dub?
Where's the Russia guy saying that?
Okay, I said the word. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Oh, Subnot, are you just one of those who's like, oh, the woman's talking. I'll just wait for her to be done, and then I'll just say what I want. So even if you're like that, I said T-Dub. Please repeat what you said because Subnot talked over you. Go T-Dub.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that there's a lot of different conflicting testimony about being able to what you can see from space. So we have a bunch of different astronauts from all the different agencies giving different stories about exactly what you can see in the sky when you're in space. You can see stars, you can't see stars, it's black, it's bright white, all these different stories, right? There's conflicting, contradicting statements right there.
Yeah, I mean, all these space agencies believe that the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the hard, the words you said, Tito.
But where's the?
Yeah, at least he's equal opportunity ignorer. He ignores men and women, so I was wrong about that. Thanks, Flat Earth Ranger, if that was you.
Indeed, Mary Mom.
Yeah.
Well, we also have so-called astronaut testimony conflicting, contradicting others where they ones say, yeah, it looks round from up there. Oh, it looks very flat from up there. I mean, there you go. One guy said, yeah, flat, Earth's flat, just like some expect. A Russian cosmonaut went on a TV program in an interview said, we haven't been to space. If anyone says that we have, that's a lie. We haven't been to space.
I mean, it's hilarious. This video that you sent, you just jumped to 49 seconds, and they're literally going around the globe. That looks like it's just the lens that they use, why it looks flat like that. In the exact same video, you jump just a few seconds forward, and it's the globe that they're going around.
Okay, so
Clearly
do you
just
say
the
the
lens
same
that they're
thing?
using.
Do you say the same thing about NASA using a fisheye lens?
49 seconds. Are they?
Do you have the same skepticism? Shut the fuck up. Do you have the same skepticism for NASA using fisheye lenses, creating artificial curvature?
In that video, 49 seconds, are they not going
You just don't listen to anybody. You don't answer questions. You just fucking talk over everything.
No, we're on this video real quick. On the 49 seconds, are they or are they not going around the globe?
I asked you, do you have the same
No, dude.
skepticism towards NASA using fisheye lenses?
Yeah, I want to explain the lens
Well,
thing
none
to
of
him
they
really
use fisheye
quickly.
lenses, but
Right,
go ahead.
so-
Why is it
so
that
not-
49 seconds they're going around the globe?
Subnot, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Subnot? Yeah. Okay. Right. So there's no type of lens, right, that makes a curved horizon completely flat from all angles within the frame. Okay. So fisheye lenses and wide angle lenses, right, will distort straight lines or distort any lines, right? But you can see throughout this footage, right, from the main cameras on board the Chinese space station, that when the horizon's at the top of the frame or the bottom of the frame or the center of the frame, it doesn't matter. It looks completely flat. Now they have one extreme fisheye lens on there where you can see a dramatic amount of curve, which would be way more curved than you would actually even be able to see, right? The point is that this footage completely contradicts what you're seeing from the International Space Station, right? I think.
Footage
right,
contradicts itself.
Well, let me finish really quickly. Okay, so this is conflicting footage, but from two different space agencies. Okay, I think the footage from both of these companies is completely fake and looks ridiculous, and I don't know how anyone in their right mind can think any of it looks realistic. Now, I'm just showing you that you have conflicting footage between the two. That's all.
Yeah. I think flat earthers are a whole bunch of pseudoscience dumbasses, and I think you guys should all fucking learn something.
Howard, he just says that and leaves. Gosh, I think you should become a man, whatever your
What a
name
coward.
was.
Yeah, grow up hair. What a
That's
little
funny.
baby. Wah. Unbelievable.
But yeah, that's
Well,
okay.
that's
Hey, Prophet, he makes you look really good. Did you hear your fellow Globe proponent coming in? That's what I was talking about. That's why we appreciated you. At least you're like willing to have like a real conversation, not just come in here and shout at us, insult us, and go away.
Yeah, so Prophet, my claim was that the head of the Russian space agency, whatever his name is, called bullshit on the moon landings, right? And that's what happened. That was my only claim when it came to that. And then Amish posted another article where a different Russian official wants an investigation into the moon landing.
But it's years later, though, right? So, I mean, I don't know.
What's that? Sorry?
I mean, the claim is 50 years after it happened. So, I mean, they could just be doing propaganda now. I don't know.
You think they were friends back then?
Exactly.
The thing is,
Well, I mean,
the thing is, these countries, right? They have even shittier looking footage than NASA's footage. So why would they call out NASA's footage looking fake when their own population would be like, well, your footage looks 100 times worse. I mean, look at India's footage. Look at India's footage from like 2024 or whenever it was, right? It's the most laughable footage you've ever seen. And then
That's a great
Japan's
point.
footage, it's even worse. China's footage, right? It's just laughable if you have a look at it. Most people haven't looked at the footage.
Why did they do that? It's freaking bad. The Indian one? What's the point?
Dude, the animation, they showed the animation, right? Because the actual footage that they claim is the real footage looks worse than the animation. I'm going to post it in the side chat. It's really funny. It's just a tiny amount of footage, and it's footage of like their little moon buggy rolling off the lander onto the moon. It's really funny. 1 second. Yep. So there's the footage there in the side chat of the little buggy rolling onto the moon.
That's so cute. I've heard people talk about it. I haven't actually watched it before.
Well, most people say that there
Does
wasn't
look
any
pretty
footage. Yeah, just a little bit. And then I'll post the Chinese footage of their little buggy thing going onto the moon. It's kind of equally as funny as well. There's a massive glitch in it as well. It's funny, the NASA has their comments section turned off for every single video, but the Chinese space station footage didn't turn off their comments section, and it's a hilarious comment section. They're just getting roasted in every single comment.
Yeah, so look at these two images from the Chinese space station. They're within the same second. In the timestamps, they're both at 1 minute 40 seconds. So one shows this extreme ball, and the next, less than a second later, still at 1 minute 40 seconds, completely flat horizon, which the flat horizon continues on. But it's amazing when you watch it that they flip from one to the next, like within a second.
Yeah.
It's got to make you think. Like, why would they like, don't they realize people are watching?
And it's clearly like an overlay as well, because you can see that all of the stuff in the foreground, like when you have the flat horizon, have a look at the equipment, have a look at the panels, everything's like super fisheye, warped, right? But then all of a sudden you've got this like flat, super fake looking horizon. But the Globies refuse to even throw the Chinese footage under the bus or the Indian footage under the bus, because they just can't handle that any of it might have been faked. It's kind of funny. Here's the Chinese footage.
Doesn't matter, because there's all kinds of different altitudes with all kinds of different curvature rates. So how do you know which one to pick?
Yeah, that's a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Which one accurately represents the curve of the Earth? They can't tell you that. All they can tell you is, well, it looks curved, therefore it represents the curve of the Earth. So basically what they're telling you is they have no idea what should or shouldn't represent the curve of the Earth. But in doing so, they remove themselves from having the ability to tell themselves, let alone you, that what they're looking at is actually the curve of the Earth. In other words, they're disqualified.
Yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to stay out of that conflict with these images from so-called space. And
well, that's the resolution. The resolution is that none of them have the expertise to gauge, even if they could. So it's pointless. They're just admitting that they're taking it on faith, and they're believing the story and taking it on faith. And if they're willing to admit that, by all means, they're being honest, right?
Yeah.
I believe the Earth is a globe because that is my faith. And you have your faith, right, in things you have faith in, and I have my faith in things I have faith in. And therefore, I'm not going to criticize you for things you have faith in, and you can't criticize me for things I have faith in. Like, that's their attitude, right? The difference is, though, is they try to trick you, and at least they try, it's not like they necessarily succeed, into admitting that flat Earth is a faith, when flat Earth is the common base human experience. They're okay with you believing in flat Earth as long as that's what it is, a belief and your faith. But as soon as you start telling them, no, it's facts, it's empirical, it's measurable, it's demonstrable, then all of a sudden reality's up for grabs, right? It's like, oh my goodness, I don't know what to trust anymore. Up could be down could be up. Dogs marrying cats. It's crazy. Chaos. Yeah, so why don't we just call Fridays Globe Faith Fridays? Come in and have your religion respected. How about that?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we could start out. Yeah, we have a freedom of religion But I don't know. It'd be hard to do. Like, I guess you just have to in every statement of fact, myth, and measurements that you give, you'd have to say, but you can keep believing in your global religion if you want. I don't know. It'd be hard to like keep putting that in there when you kept giving them, doses of reality. I don't know how you would do that.
If the Earth is flat, is the Earth square?
No.
Then what is it?
Unknown.
How would we test that out?
Is it a circle?
How would we test that? How would we know that?
So you don't know, but it's flat.
Yeah.
Flat is not a shape. What shape is flat?
Like the description of a surface, right, Joe? Well, she's gone.
While you're thinking about that, John, whether you're here or not, the same questions could be asked of the heliocentric expanding universe, right? So, for example, the mainstream science gurus say that the universe is flat, but they also say that the bounds of the universe are unknown and indefinite, and they can't truly know because space itself is expanding faster than the speed of light, which means the boundaries of space they couldn't possibly know. One, because they can't even speculate within any realm of reason because it's an unknown. And two, because they said themselves that they can't reach the boundary because it's going faster than the fastest thing that we know of. So even if we invented a ship, we can never reach it. Ever. So there's actually no way for you to definitively tell me the shape of the universe, even though the universe is described as being flat. It's funny how that works. Same questions apply to the heliocentric model. There's no answers there either. Yeah, friends, I'm gonna submit to you that every question they ask is a Freudian slip Achilles heel to their own paradigm that they're trying to pass off onto flat Earth. Where's the edge of the Earth, right? You've heard that a million times. The edge. You got to have an edge. You're right, you do. If the Earth is a ball, you have to have an edge called the horizon. But that edge is never where it's supposed to be, so I guess you don't have a ball. See? They have an edge that can be tested. And that's their Achilles heel. And so they want to ask you about your edge, thinking that it's going to distract from the fact that they have an edge that can be proven or disproven.
That's good. Yeah, I got to remember that every time they ask where the edge is. Yeah, ask them where's their edge. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, before you respond to them, take a moment and think, what weakness in their worldview are they trying to cover for? And that'll help you understand what's going on in the combo.
Do you just think it defies reason? You just teleport from one side to the other.
What's that?
So if there's no edge, right? If it's do you just think if you reach a certain point, you just I don't know, teleport? You go through a wormhole.
Well, I mean, think about it. You said wormhole, but the idea of wormholes is a globe religion belief, right? That's in the globe paradigm. You can go in one spot and end up in a different place in time and space. That's globe.
Well, yeah, you deny Einstein and Rosenbridges? What, bro?
Yep.
Realize.
Denying Einstein right here, bro. Now, be fair, you didn't deny it, you're just questioning it. But if you deny it, that it's possible for it to function on flat Earth to solve some of the problems you have with the paradigm, then you have to shoot it in the foot for your own paradigm, because that's where it comes from.
I'm going to tag you, AI, in just a second in the chat room and tell you a theory of mine.
Okay.
Did you know, Prophet, that NASA claims the universe is flat? Flat like a sheet of paper, they call it.
I mean, not really. But I mean, I would have to believe it. I mean, the universe is essentially infinite. I mean, I don't know.
They say it's flat.
But I mean, their definition of the universe is like.
Dude, pause for a second, brother. How come you can just casually and flippantly throw it out there that the universe is essentially infinite? But if a flat earther says, well, maybe the flat earth is infinite, you're going to laugh at them. How is it not equal, bro?
I mean, essentially infinite for the intents and purposes of us as humans on Earth. Like, we can't see any edges of the universe ever. So therefore, it is basically infinite from our perspective.
Okay, yeah, cool. So what if the Earth operates in the same way?
Yeah, you can't see you can't see the extremities of Earth either. So both it would apply in both cases, then, right?
Yeah, so I get it now. So the globe workers are allowed to appeal to nonsense claims that can't possibly be proven. But if the flat Earth isn't that weird, guys?
Yeah, I
double
think I got it. You were breaking up a little.
You sound like artificial intelligence, AI.
Yeah, so the basic idea, Prophet, is that we're showing how the geometric horizon or the edge of the sphere is not observed in reality. So we're showing how this model does not match with what we observe in reality. We don't have to explain every single thing about the Earth or the outer reaches of it and so on. I mean, I understand how there's natural questions that come up about it, and you can like sit there and speculate about it if you want, but it's easier to start with, I think, to just really wrap your head around the fact that this predicted drop over distance is not observed in reality, and then just start accepting reality the way it actually presents itself.
But I mean, if you like a counterclaim, like the globe Earth, it predicts time zones. It predicts why the equator is warmer than like the poles. Like it predicts why you can see different stars in the north and southern hemisphere. Why the winds go different directions, north and south. Like things like that. It's all like predicted by the globe model. And I think if there was a flat Earth model which predicted all of that as well, that would help.
Dude, everything you just said is about the sun, not about the Earth.
No, but it's about.
It's a story about the sun being in different locations throughout the year, dude. Guess what? The sun being in different locations throughout the year isn't contingent upon the Earth being a particular shape or doing a particular thing. What if the sun is responsible for all of that, not the Earth? So if you remove your assumptions, then your story isn't as elegant as you thought it was.
Yeah, but it is elegant in the sense it does explain it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I can create 1,000 explanations, dude. It's not about explanation, it's about validation. So if you say the globe Earth elegantly explains this in relationship to how the sun moves, that's fine. So if the Earth was a globe, you would be correct. So you have to prove that if by demonstrating that the Earth itself is a globe, and that would verify your story. So when you go out and you measure the Earth in a methodology that's sufficient, for example, the standardized level, which is water, which is sea level, which covers 70% of the territory, you go out and you measure that thing, and it turns out it's not curved, and therefore the Earth can't possibly be curved. Therefore, the if statement is disproven, the Earth is not a globe, and therefore your story is irrelevant.
But unless you want to claim refraction and that all this data is lying, in which case my story would become relevant.
What? Okay, so your salvation, fair point. So your salvation for your story is another unvalidatable story. I get you. I understand the globe religion now. It makes perfect sense. It's a very elegant religion. I agree in your faith that you believe it. I agree with you that you have a strong faith in your faith. Good job, faithful.
I mean,
friend. I'm very tolerant of other people's religions. I'd love for you to tell me more about yours. Go ahead.
I wouldn't consider it religion necessarily. Doesn't
Hold on a second, brother. Hold on, brother. You just told me that the validation for your stories is another story. That sounds a lot like a religion. Does anybody else disagree?
No disagreement here. I think it needs to talk about like the creation of the universe and like I don't know.
Yeah, the creation of the universe the creation of the universe is implicit within your paradigm, dude. It's all part of your religion. The fact that the Earth is a globe, coinciding with the synergy of gravity being a creation force in the past, it's all part of your religion and your creation mythos. Look, I'm sorry to inform you, friend, whether you realize it or not, you're literally exhibiting all the signs of a telltale religion. We cannot see it plain as day. That's why you have faith in it. That's why story upon story upon story, which none is validated. It's all religious beliefs without any tangible evidence. It's just explanations about the phenomenological world, no different than God did it.
I mean, I don't know.
I do know, friend, and you do know as well, and you're just fighting it because you don't want to admit it. But it's fine. We all see it plain as day, and everyone in the audience sees it. So it's okay. This is an intervention, dude. We're here to teach you right here, right now, that you've been indoctrinated with a religious system that you were born into, that you were a victim of through no fault of your own. And now you actually have to be a man and take yourself by the bootstraps and face reality.
Yep. So the determining factor is if it's a religion or not is if you can validate your beliefs with empirical proofs, which in the several hours you've been here, you have not provided any verification or validation for these beliefs, and you've heard no one else that's come in here in those several hours, in addition to you, provide any of those proofs either. So it is a religion. But don't feel bad. We all grew up in the same religion of the globe. All of us.
Yeah. Similar to a religion. We could call it a belief system, something that we were taught from a young age, right? And we weren't given an alternative option, right? You probably still don't know most of the arguments from our side. But what you'll find is many things can be explained, right, on a globe or on a flat plane. Right, but what you're going to find is that when it comes to the empirical evidence, right, and things that you don't need faith or assumptions for, this is going to be things that only work on a flat Earth, right? Like water, for example. Water is the biggest killer for the globe side, right? You need a container for water, and then the surface of a large body of water is flat, just like everyone experiences, right? It's absolute common sense right there. And then we can go out and test it, and we've done so. We cannot find curvature.
Yeah, real quick, bro, before you answer, and I'll let you reply after this. No other flat earther is going to interject, because that would be rude. Not only is water experienced that way, but it's used as the standard for level throughout the entire surface of the Earth, throughout the entire antiquity of the known history of mankind, throughout every society and every culture. This is the way water and level are described, with synergy together, that if you level something with water, it's level. It's the standard. It is what it is. Go ahead and reply, my friend.
So, I mean, I don't really get why, like, surely gravity keeps water in check. No? Why do we need to contain that?
Dude, I agree with you 1,000%, dude. Gravity keeps water flat, just like the Earth, therefore it's flat. Solved. Good job.
Yeah, okay, I mean, but as I say,
yeah, dude. If gravity holds water down, then water's being held down. When you measure the surface of water, it's flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. So gravity proves the Earth is flat. Good job. I agree with you.
Beautiful.
Really.
Yeah, there you have it. You just proved it.
I mean,
yeah, no, you did, Prophet. not AI. You proved that the
Yeah,
Earth is
yeah.
flat.
Yeah, water being contained
prove it gets-
it's
okay.
a fact. Well, hold on, friend. Water being contained is a fact, dude. It's like, when have you ever seen uncontained water maintaining its form and shape in free space? Where it's not under the principles of its intermolecular bonds. For example, like water will stick to itself and form a droplet. That's obvious. But a body of water will supersede those intermolecular, electrical bonds, and it'll flow out. And if you tilt the container of water, the water will flow out the side that's lower. If you tilt the level, the water will flow to the other side. Right? You don't know this, dude. This isn't up for debate. Anyone who challenges this, their sanity has to be questioned. You know that for a fact, dude.
No, I don't. How is the day and night explained in Flat Earth?
Did you just say no, I don't?
I don't know. I don't see. You're trying to do some sort of philosophical proof of why the Earth is flat.
Hey, brother. Do you understand that if water is in a pond or a pool, the surface is flat? And if you get 10 guys to pick up one side of the pool, the water's going to run out the other side. Do you not comprehend that?
Okay.
I mean, dude, it's a given, right? So we've got all these natural physics of water that we all understand. Water's the standard or level. Water, if it's higher in one spot than another, flows, et cetera, et cetera. So according to hydrostatic equilibrium, the principles of water, Pascal's principle, and all other types of natural laws, you're going to end up with water being a flat surface standard, dude. It's how they do everything. So if you know this is true, and it is, and you can measure a surface of water to validate that that's true, and you can, then that means that water, according to those physics, you can then extrapolate it across the entire surface of the 70% of the known territory of 192 million square miles, and you end up with a flat surface. I mean, what's so hard to understand about that?
But the surface isn't actually flat.
Okay.
It's very slightly curved.
Yeah. Full story, dude. Full story. So where's your evidence that it's curved then? That's your claim, dude. Where's the evidence? Now, I'm gonna submit to you, friend, that you're not actually gonna provide evidence that the surface itself is curved. You're gonna provide more religious faith stories. Go ahead. Like I said, I'll tolerate your religion. I'm open to listening to your religion. Tell me more.
Look, I mean, a lot of these stories are convincing. I mean, like, they're not like...
Yeah, I know they're convincing, dude. Convincing stories don't make them valid. It's kind of like your girlfriend convinced you she's not cheating on you, but we here all know she is because you clearly ain't got the man's spin gel to keep it locked down at home. Okay? That's the way it is.
That's true.
I know it's true.
That's just the way it is. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to dump her just because she's cheating, you know?
That's the same thing with the globe. That's exactly what you're doing with the globe.
He admitted it. It's Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, the globe is fake, but I still love her. We're gonna stay together.
They aren't giving me another model, so I'll just stick with the one I got.
He's saying, so what that the globe cheated on me? I'm still not gonna leave her.
Hey, listen, dude. True love and devotion, and faithfulness, not only to your woman, but to your religion. I mean, I guess that's an admirable quality. By all means, be faithful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, but then how does it benefit my life believing in a flat Earth?
Well, it depends, dude. If you have a high respect for truth, then it would matter to you quite a lot. But if it's like, whatever, I just want to do whatever gets me through the day, and it doesn't matter what's true or isn't true, then I guess it wouldn't benefit someone like that at all.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't mind living with the contradiction of how we actually know water behaves here on Earth, that it's flat, measurably so, and used practically that way, if you don't mind having the contradiction to knowing these things as fact, yet having a contradictory thought in your mind, no, this flat water is actually curved, If you don't mind having that contradiction, then no big deal. Keep on believing what you believe. But we know here,
Yeah, exactly.
it's just a belief. So that's
Right.
fine.
So with that, I'm going to have to bow out. But keep in mind, friends, that just because he has a different faith doesn't mean we need to persecute him for his religious beliefs. Okay. So be tolerant of his religious beliefs. Let him talk about his religion all he wants. Right. Make sure you agree with him that he has a belief and it's his faith, and you respect the fact that he's faithful. And with that, I'm out.
All right.
Here's AI.
See you.
By AI. Oh, he already left. Oops. Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Killer?
everybody.
But yeah,
Hey,
water needs a
everybody.
container. Imagine that. And then it's flat on the surface. Imagine that. Crazy claims that we're making.
I don't think that means anything, though. Like, what? But the container is essentially just the rock on the Earth, right? I don't know, just the Earth
The
itself
what?
is a container. Like the
No,
Earth's gravity is a container.
Yes. No. The flat Earth, right? Water gathers in the low spot in the land, right? That's what water does. It finds a container.
Okay.
And then it conforms to the shape of the container, and then it's flat on the surface. If you get a giant lake, it forms, when there's no wind, it forms a perfect specular reflection on the surface, which is like a mirror, right? And you can see a perfect reflection of whatever's in the background. Now, you can only have a specular reflection if you have a flat surface. Basically, if it's a globe, right, you have to have curvature over distance, but it's not there. We've tested it over and over again in so many different locations. We've had teams of field engineers go out with literally a $30,000 laser and shoot the laser across the surface of the water over 20, 30-mile lakes, right? And document it all in giant PDFs where they account for all of the atmospheric conditions, and they use different spectrum lasers, right? We've had PhDs like Dr. John Dee go out to try to disprove flat Earth and become flat earther in the process. And now he makes these really long distance observations using really high-end equipment. So long distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, all of this stuff's been done and repeated over and over again in so many different places. We can't find any curvature at all. And when we go looking for the same standard of evidence from the globe side, we get absolutely nothing. So, I mean, it also completely just defies common sense at the end of the day, right? Saying that you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a ball. Like, that's not a container. A globe isn't a container.
I don't think that does defy logic, though. We as humans are basically sticking towards the Earth, right? So it's like, why would it be different from water?
You're not sticking to the Earth, dude, right? Like, you're in a medium of air, right? It's a very light medium. Now, if you were less dense than the air, you would just float up like a helium balloon, right? But you're more dense than the air, so you're not going to float up through the air. Now, most matter is more dense than the medium of air. Air's a very light medium, so most things are going to sink through that. But if you have something that's less dense, right, like the water cycle, for example, right, that's going up from the ocean to form clouds. It's going up because it's less dense than the surrounding medium. A helium balloon, smoke. You know, if you change the medium, things behave differently. Okay, you're saying okay because you want me to stop explaining it?
In the oceans, the water in the oceans is like vastly more dense than the air, though, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
if it were less dense. If it turns in, okay, so when it evaporates, right, from the sun, right, when it evaporates, it's in such small little sections that it's less dense, right? So it goes up, it forms clouds. But yeah, when you have a body of water, of course it's more dense than air. That's why it's sitting at the bottom, right? So if you have a bucket of water, right, it needs a container, obviously. The surface of the bucket of water is flat, obviously, right? Now, if you remove the bucket instantly, the water just goes everywhere, right? And the water's going to drop, it's going to sink because it's more dense than the air. It's going to find the low spot in the land, and it's going to form a puddle. Okay, so the water collapses on itself because it's a liquid. So that's the the way that water works, it's going to keep collapsing itself on itself until it conforms to the shape of the container, and then it's going to be flat on the surface. But things go rise or sink, if they're more or less dense than the medium that's surrounding them.
Yeah, but this works perfectly fine with globe Earth model. Like, I don't see why this needs a flat Earth model to work. And so I don't see how it supports you.
Well, with a globe Earth, you're going to have a surface of water that curves, right? You can't have flat surfaces of water on a globe.
Right.
So I don't see how this works on a globe at all, but I see how it works in reality.
That's only if you believe these experiments that show the curve, though. They show flat.
Yeah, see how the truth slipped out there? It's only if you believe it's curved and you never experience or see it like he's explaining to you. You just believe that it's curved, but you've never seen it.
I still think there is I don't know. Even though the evidence might not be bulletproof evidence, there still is a lot of evidence to suggest it is curved.
Only faith-based evidence.
Right, tell us about it. You already failed with our water proves flat. All right, tell us more.
Yeah, without appealing to something you can't validate, like NASA or something like that. What evidence do you have that it's curved?
I don't think that's worthless, by the way.
Yeah, but you can't validate it. Okay.
What's worth something? What do you have other than those NASA photos?
You haven't provided anything.
There isn't anything.
Look, we talked about the other guy talks about as far as I'm concerned, the fact that everything else in the sky is spherical, it is to me indicative that the Earth should be similar.
So you didn't hear what DJ said about the things in the sky not dictating the shape of the Earth or shape.
As I say, it's still a pattern. It's still a pattern. If I see 10 things that are all the same thing, it's more likely that this is the same shape.
You must be one of those. Yeah. So you go out in the forest and you're like, I'm now a tree.
But this is such a false comparison anyway.
You reverted back to that thing that code already. What else do you have, Prophet? You have anything else?
Look.
Well, let's go with this false comparison really quickly, right? So yeah, you're comparing something that has no characteristics of anything that you're talking about with the comparison, right? So it's ridiculous to say that I'm a tree because I'm in a forest and I see trees. So it's just as ridiculous to say that an Earth that measures flat, right, and has no characteristics whatsoever of the things you see in the sky is also one of the things in the sky.
No, the Earth follows the same laws of nature as other things in the sky, right? As far as science is concerned, we're another planet orbiting the sun, the same as the other planets we see, right? But obviously,
what evidence do you have of that?
Stories concerned without any validation. Yeah, you're still talking about things in the sky that you haven't validated that aren't anything like the thing you're standing on. Like DJ.
Yeah. So what evidence do you have that the Earth is anything like a spherical planet? Without appealing to the sky, appeal to the thing in question, which is actually the Earth, right? Okay. So you've never seen you've never felt the Earth moving, right? You've never felt the Earth move, and you've never seen any curvature. Okay.
Or
that doesn't prove.
Or curved water.
Yeah. Or curved water, exactly. Yeah, specifically water, right? You've never seen curved water. I mean, it defies anything that you've ever experienced or I've experienced, right? You only believe it's a globe because you were taught it from a young age, and it's like a deeply ingrained belief system. And once you look into it, you'll find it's just a mathematical, theoretical model that we're taught from a young age. And the people teaching it to you also haven't tested the Earth. They were just believing it from a young age too. And it goes back and back and back. So, I mean, what evidence do you have without appealing to the sky, right? Because we all see the same thing in the sky. Okay, we can't go and validate.
If you want to get to the physics of it, obviously, So gravity would tend towards a spherical shape, because it's the shape with the lowest gravitational potential energy.
Yeah. So gravity is just something kind of like your refraction a little bit before, right? You need a way to explain how you've got oceans of water sticking to the outside of a globe and you've got upside down Australians underneath your feet on the other side of the, the spinning ball planet, right? You need gravity to have the globe because it defies so much logic, right? You need like a band-aid word to like, well, how's this work? If the Earth's a globe, it's all gravity, right? In reality, things rise or sink due to their density in relationship to the density of the medium that they're within. That's why a tennis ball goes up when you put it in water, and it goes down when you put it in air.
But that is explained by the gravity equation. So it's obviously something that's sent for a globe, like a strong gravitational force. So obviously, it would, yeah. So if it's
no. Things fall at the same rate. It doesn't have a stronger gravitational force, right? So if you drop a feather and a tennis ball in a vacuum, they fall at the exact same rate. It's not like one of them gets sucked to the Earth faster than the other because it's more dense.
The equation has the mass number in the force, right?
Sorry?
So it's got greater. If you look at the equation of gravity, it's got mass in it. So something with a higher mass will have.
We'll define mass. Yeah, look, I'm saying things are composed of elements, right? So things are composed of elements. So if you have a lump of lead, for example, right, and you drop it in the medium of air, obviously it's more dense than the air, okay? It wouldn't even sink, right? It wouldn't even drop or fall if you didn't touch it. If you didn't pick it up, it would just sit on the ground forever, and it would never move unless some outside source of energy came and displaced it, right? So once you come along and you exchange some of your energy to displace the chunk of lead, right, and you lift it up and you drop it, right, you've given it potential energy and it's just going to re-seek equilibrium, right? Same as if you push a tennis ball down under the water. You've forced it down under the water, and that's the only reason it's going to go upward. Now, that's something that we can test. That's something that we can repeat over and over again. It's obvious and it's testable, and it explains why anything rises or sinks within nature. Now, you need gravity to have a globe. So you're going to have to cling on and try to defend gravity. But if you look into it, right, there's no proof. There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity. The experts even admit this. When they interview Neil deGrasse Tyson, they say, "What is gravity?" He says, "We have no idea what gravity is. We see it. We see an observation of things falling. What's causing it? What is gravity? Where does gravity come from? We have no idea. It just has to exist to have a globe, basically."
So, but we can't explain the natural laws. They just are. I mean,
it's not a law. Like right? So the law of gravity was Newtonian gravity, which was claimed to be a force of mass attracting mass, which was a force of gravity. Right, and that was the law of gravity, and that was debunked 115 years ago and replaced with Einstein's theory of relativity, right, which is not mass attracting mass, it's actually the bending and warping of space-time, right, which is literally just a mathematical concept. So it's not something that's scientifically testable. It's kind of textbook definition pseudoscience. Right? The definition of pseudoscience is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Now, it's not possible to, right? So the scientific method is to establish a cause and effect relationship, what the cause of an effect is, right? So you need to vary and manipulate, like you need to make an observation in nature, and then you need to make a prediction, and then you need to do an experiment and work out the cause of the effect that you observed. Okay, and test it, and then repeat it again and again, right? And then you come up with turn it into a theory. But that's not possible, right? Gravity, space science, astrophysics, it's all assumption based. It's just calculations based off assumptions. But yeah, we can, here's an example, right? So if we get a glass of fresh water and we put an egg in the water, the egg's going to sink to the bottom of the cup. Okay? The egg's more dense than the fresh water. Now, I can vary and manipulate the medium. Okay, so I'm going to add some salt into the water. Now, that's changing the density of the water, and now you're going to see the egg rise up and go upward, and now it's sitting on the top of the water. Now all I did was vary and manipulate the medium, right? So that's a way of testing
I'm
the
curious,
cause and
when-
effect
you know, when-
relationship.
Sorry, how out of date eggs float. What's the reasoning for that? Because I guess the mass isn't changing, right?
Probably something to do with the gas that's created inside the egg from the process of it getting disgusting. Yeah, no, that's a good way actually to test your eggs. If they're fresh, they'll sink in fresh water.
Yeah, there's a whole video on that about the release of the gas through the pores, seeping through the eggshell and such. So yeah, once you remove the shell, it's a different type of object. So the medium, it's affected differently by the medium. So yeah.
Oh, we lost the golden retriever.
Yeah, I think he'd had enough for the day.
He was here a long time. We got to give him credit for that. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's in there. Lots of staying power there.
He was all right, apart from dipping out like that. It's weird how they do that. Maybe I was going on for too long.
I don't think so. Probably just girlfriend showed up or something.
Yeah, what quick say that TikTok attention span.
Probably
his boyfriend. That's why I'm playing Nubby's Number Factory. It increases my attention span like crack cocaine.
No one on Flat Earth promotes the use of drugs.
Where's Prophet? Is he gone?
Yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure. I mean, he came in, he was like, yeah, I'm 100% sure it's a globe. And then like an hour later, he's like, well, now I'm 99%. And then a few hours later, he's like, well, now I'm 95% sure.
Yeah, we got to ask him next time. Get that percentage next time. See how it goes.
Yeah. It's going to be down to about 80 by now.
I feel
like I just jumped in. I just want to say that I just jumped in because I heard on the stream on YouTube. Did he really say that the globe is like his girlfriend? If he cheats on him,
yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
That was hilarious.
Wait, he said what?
He said the globe is like a girl. If you find out that she cheated on you, you will still not leave her.
Yep.
Yeah, he totally said that. He totally said that.
Yeah, I hope I formulated it understandably, but yeah, I guess he got it. The other guy, curse. Yeah, he said that.
That's interesting. Say the least.
I think I heard DJ say the word which I said. I just don't want to say it because I don't want to. Yeah, I think DJ said cuck mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, it speaks to, the globe as both as a belief, as an addiction, even. Like, that's why they get, some of them get agitated like he did, that we aren't going to provide them with a model, exactly what it looks like, where are the edges, give me another one, give me another model, or I can't leave.
this one. I got to do my branch swinging, globe model here.
I guess QE has right when he calls them glue sniffing cards, right? What does he call them? Glue sniffer or something like that. Yeah, like an addiction.
Glue sniffing ball turd.
The fuck?
All right. Does anyone have any globe Earth evidence? Curse?
I believe the Earth is a globe, but I don't feel like arguing with it right now.
No, that's okay. You admitted, right? That's okay. Look, we're not here to argue with belief systems, right? Anyone can believe anything they want, right? And you just admitted it's just a belief, so that's fine.
Well, I don't.
You
think
probably
it's
haven't.
Just, I don't think it's just. No, I don't. However, if you do not have the energy to come with, to discuss something, then saying it's just a belief right now because I'm not willing to debate it right now is the avenue. So I don't believe it's only a belief. However, for the purpose of me not conversing about it, it is only a belief right now.
Okay. So
I'll come with evidence.
Today, we'll give you the lazy earther roll for today.
Yeah. That is exactly what it is.
No worries, man.
That's one thing I find very interesting about this server in general, like, or this lobby within the server, however you want to say it. The Flat Earther group is actually one of the nicer groups, and a lot of the times the Flat Earthers are nicer than the Earthers that come in here, which is it's always a little disheartening.
Thank you for recognizing that, Curse. Thank
Yeah,
you for recognizing that. We appreciate that.
He's earning brownie points right now.
Y'all ever played Nubby's Number Factory?
No, I mostly just play chess.
Oh, well, if you're ADHD, this is like crack.
What's your rating? Chess go.
Oh, like 16 to 1800.
Oh, that's pretty good. We're not talking lead chess ratings, right?
Lead chess, yeah.
Oh.
Well, chess.com glitches out like crazy on my computer.
So, like, what would you say, like, in like FIDE rating, yeah, like a 1200 or something like that?
I'm not sure.
Because there's two different ratings.
How do you calculate that?
Yeah, there's two rating systems. Lead chess uses the French rating system, which always sounds like a lot higher than it is. So like a 1600 in French rating system is more like a 1200, I think, in the American rating system. So you
I don't know. I think I was like 1500 or something on chess.com before I got annoyed with it. But yeah, I prefer to play bullet chess. But yeah, I think bullet's fun.
Have you ever played?
But yeah, I'm probably better at. What's that?
Have you ever played bullet over the board?
Yeah, everyone's like knocking pieces over and stuff.
It's fucking chaos.
But yeah, no, I like all time categories, but bullet's fun. So I feel like it's beneficial for your brain, like trying to think like really, really quickly. And then you play like a 3-minute game and it feels like you're playing a really, really long game.
Definitely not beneficial. You're still a baller. Your brain is
baller.
It helps you. It helps you in the end games when time's getting a bit tight. You're used to that pressure.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the difference in the rating system because, I mean, you win a game, you get like 7 points. It's chess.com, you win a game, you get 7 points. It's pretty similar. But I think there's just more people on chess.com, so it's a bit more competition.
One interesting question I do have is what would be the point of lying about the Earth being flat this whole time?
Well, there could be multiple reasons for that. I mean, I'm sure people here could give you some good speculations on that. But it's impossible to prove like motivation. I think most people aren't lying. You know, your professors, scientists, like these people aren't lying. They believe genuinely that the Earth's a globe. They were taught it, you know, in their universities and from a young age, and they've probably never even questioned it at all. And they, you know, it probably doesn't make a difference to most people's, you know, day-to-day lives. So,
yeah, but what about those that did fabricate this whole thing? Why would they lie?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask them, I guess, but you're looking back 500, 600 years ago at the Jesuits, right? They're the ones that implemented the globe model, the heliocentric model into the mainstream education system worldwide. Why did they do that? I don't know. Like, we can speculate on that. I mean, back then, knowledge was power. Most people were illiterate, you know, throughout that era. And it was the church, you know, it was the people that ran the churches and whatnot that did, like, they were the ones that were literate. They were the ones that had the books, they had the information. Knowledge is power. I don't know, maybe it was to retain what they thought was divine knowledge and to keep the general public in the dark. Maybe it was to, I don't know. Look, tons of people can speculate on it, but think about it kind of like a court case, right? So, I mean, if you've got evidence that a lie has been or a crime has been committed, tons and tons and tons of evidence, then that's the primary thing that you should look at. The motivation. If you can't prove the motivation and you still have all of the evidence that the crime was committed or whatever, right? The judge isn't going to, like, well, you know, care about the motivation over the evidence. So we can prove that the Earth isn't a globe. And then why are they continuing the lie? I mean, it's kind of even difficult if I was to say, okay, give me some names and then prove to me that they're actually lying. It's kind of hard to even come up with a list. And most people don't trust the government, even people that believe it's a globe, right? So, I mean, if they came out and could be just for self-preservation at this point, if they came out and said that, oh, sorry, guys, yeah, we've been lying to you about the Earth and space and everything, and we're going to have to rewrite history and all the textbooks, and I think they would crumble instantly.
Information control is recognized as, you know, one of the best ways to acquire and consolidate and maintain power, information control over the masses.
Yep. I mean, they kind of playing God in a way. They kind of remove, like, I'm not religious myself, so I'm not coming at this, like, to defend religions or anything like that, but they have removed religions and kind of replaced themselves as the power, you know, that everyone should look up to. And we've discovered, we'll tell you everything about the universe, and, you know, we know everything about this and that. So look up to us. We're the all-powerful ones. And you are just insignificant specks that evolved from monkeys, that evolved from pond scum, that are just here by chance, you know, from a big bang, you know, and you're just little insignificant specks on a universal scale spinning through the universe, lost on a ball that's spinning out of control, going nowhere for no real reason at all.
Well, I don't think even in the globe idea, I don't think that anyone has the right to say for no reason at all. I think we are an expression of the universe as it is.
Yeah, but they say it's like, you know, it's not like, it's different. they say it's just like by chance, not that you were created. I mean, what's the universe? I mean,
Well, it's just by chance as anything else that happens, technically by chance, but all of that is again an expression of the universe.
the actual chance of this happening from the Big Bang, even according to their like math or whatever, they say it's kind of like the chances of an explosion taking place, like in a building blowing up, and from that explosion a Lamborghini is created.
I don't agree with that because
that's what they say.
Well, you give time enough time, right? You give everything enough time. You give that everything 100% chance of happening. Because if the universe goes on forever, then there's 100% chance of everything happening.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, you know, we can't validate a lot of this stuff that we're talking about right now. But what we can validate is that there's no curvature, right? There's no drop over distance. That would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I don't know if anyone has any evidence of that, but we haven't seen any over the last 8-10 years. We've been doing these having these conversations.
Well, what about the evidence that if you go to Dubai, you can watch the sun set and then take an elevator up and then watch it set again?
Right, but that would also be the same situation on a flat plane. Like, you're going to find a lot of these arguments, right?
How would that be the same situation on a flat plane?
Well, it's just due to the angle of perspective, right? So when you go higher, you can see further. You can see more of the surface area as you go higher, right? Because think about it. When you're standing at the beach, think about this. Think about this. This is linear perspective, right? And we grew up having it, but most people don't really think about it. Now, when you're standing at the beach, right, the horizon ramps upward, right, and meets at your eye level, and it converges with the sky. Right? Why is it ramping up?
Does it ramp up? I don't think it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Like if you're looking down a long hallway, I'll put some examples in the side chat so you can see what I mean. All right. See, that's what I mean. Like we grow up just having this perspective, and most people don't really think about how perspective works because we're just used to it. Perspective's a trippy thing. So have a look at this image, right? So this is what it looks like when you're looking out at a horizon, or if you're standing in a long hallway and you're looking down the hallway.
But okay,
everything converges. Everything converges into like a vanishing point. That's what a horizon is. It's a straight line between vanishing points.
What you have to understand, though, is that's not the ground ramping up. It's just your perspective. It's
Correct.
not the actual ground ramping up.
Exactly, but it's converging at a vanishing point. Right?
So,
That's the point
so
here.
you're
So if
saying
you go, you open up that angle of view, right? You see in like a prism of perspective.
That is such an interesting way of thinking, that you believe that, you know, the higher you go up, the more that, like, there's just an invisible line out there at a set distance, but the higher you go up from the ground, the further up that invisible line goes. Because one interesting thing I see within this picture is, because, like, what would be incredibly interesting is if you got go to the salt flats where everything is super flat, right? To the point to where you can't see the distance, which would be like 3, 4, maybe 4.5 miles. I don't know the exact numbers. And you took a measuring tape that changed color over 5 miles, and you put it flat on the ground all the way out, right, until it vanished. And
I
then
like your Go ahead. Sorry.
and then you took another tape that was, let's say, 6 miles long, and you put it a mile up in the sky. In theory, if your thing is true, you would see the same color tape at the end. And if the globe Earth was true, you would see more of the upper tape than you would the lower tape. Because in theory, with the globe Earth, you can actually see more distance of clouds, like a longer distance, than you can of the bottom. Because the clouds are curving over the horizon. But the horizon curves over first.
Well, I can prove to you right now that that's not the case. The clouds. No, I get you. I get you. Right, and it's a good hypothetical.
Well, under the globe Earth theory, that one would happen and the other would happen. So right here we have a something that would cost money. The money I don't have to prove, but do you see how that's something we could do? And depending on the result,
there's easier ways to do it. There's easier ways to do it, but I do like your idea.
I do think it's very interesting that you think of a horizon vanishing line and like a little triangle, because that just doesn't make any sense to me. But I do see how you came to that conclusion.
No. That's how perspective works. That's something to do with that flat Earth is made up, right? That's how our vision works. That's how it's taught in advanced architecture, art. That's how perspective works, right? The ground ramps up, the sky ramps down, and it meets at what's called a vanishing point.
Yes, but it's interesting that you think that you can't see anything past that, but it's actually still there. Like,
no. Okay, so, what do you mean by that?
Well, you think that the higher you go up in the elevator, the longer out you can see, and the vanishing line gets pushed back further.
Yeah, that's how it works on a flat surface, and that's also how it would work on a globe. It's not exclusive. Obviously, if you go up higher on a flat surface, you're going to be able to see more.
Not necessarily. You only
absolutely.
You get to see more detail, but you don't get to see further.
No. You will see further because you will have a greater angle of view, right? And that distance to your vanishing point will increase.
Well, you see further since you're up higher, and you can see more of the globe because it curves away from you at a further point now that you're up higher. But
this is the thing, right? So when I was at school, right, they taught me that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach, the horizon's at 3 miles away. That's the curvature, right? That's the distance that you can see due to the Earth being a globe.
I think it's a little further than that.
Well, it's 3 miles from a 6 foot observation height. We can check on that. I'm 100% sure.
Maybe the reason is because there was 3.4 miles away that the rocket was at when I was at Cape Canaveral, but it was a really tall rocket.
Yeah. So that's the distance to the horizon from a 6 foot observation height. Now that's something that has to be there because it's based on the geometry of the globe, right?
What?
It's something that has to be there at that distance because it's based on the geometry of the globe, right? According to the size of the globe, you would have to have a certain amount of curvature over a certain amount of distance.
Yeah.
What do you think the horizon is?
It's a little wobbly, but yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit wobbly because of atmospheric Well, it's roughly that, right? I mean, if you were to remove the atmosphere entirely, hypothetically, then it would
and remove the dips and troughs and the.
No. Okay, we're doing this over water, right? Where there's no dips and troughs,
But it would also depend how the moon was up, and because the moon.
No. The tide doesn't matter if the tide's over say 10 or 20 miles, right? The difference in the tide from point A to point B is not something you would have to take into account due to the tide, right?
So where does the tide come from in yours? Since we don't have gravity.
Well, let's stick to the horizon quickly, right? Because I wanted to show you, right? Because this is where this flat Earth claim is coming from, right? So you have to have curvature over distance. Okay, so if you go to a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile stretch of ocean, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that 10 miles. Now, based on your observation height, there also should be a horizon at a certain distance. Now, we've gone out and started doing tests, long distance observations, and different other types of tests over these distances, right? Trying to check for Earth curvature. And what we found is that there isn't any Earth curvature over vast distances where there would have to be Earth curvature on a globe. Now, I can show you some observations if you want that completely destroy the globe mathematics that's been given to us.
You can post them, but I don't think that the 3 miles is a given thing. I think it varies slightly depending on where you're at.
Well, I can give you a slight variation if you want, but if you look it up right now, like if you go to Google and you just type in Earth curve calculator, you could pick any Earth curve calculator you want and just put in the observation height of 6 feet, and it will tell you the distance to the horizon. It'll be like 2.9 something miles.
All right, but what were you saying? Like, you have like proof that it's not 2 point something miles?
Yeah, we can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe.
Oh, sure.
Not just a little bit, yeah, magnitudes. Right, I'll start with I got a bunch here. I'll just pick one. Right, here's one. Right, so this one is from 8 foot observation height. So if you check on any Earth curve calculator, you put in 8 foot, it will come up with the horizon distance. It should be 3.46 miles. All right, so here's an observation off the coast of California at Santa Barbara. And I took just a little clip out of the video. So the full high definition video is there, but don't watch that just now because it's long. But I just took a clip of the zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 8 foot observation height. And we have a couple of oil platforms. Now, the oil platforms are just in the observation because they're like distance markations. So we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was, obviously, just by looking out there. So we've got the oil platforms, and the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat. And it's 10.1 miles away. Now, in the full video, he shows you his location, his coordinates, all that sort of thing. And then he does goes on a map like Google Maps, and he does the distance thing, right, where he shows you that second oil Platform Habitat, is 10.1 miles away, right? So we can confirm that the horizon's far beyond Platform Habitat. So it's beyond 10 miles, right? On a globe, the horizon must be at 3.46 miles from that observation height.
So I believe that this has to do with mirages and how light will bend over water. And so this is one of those situations where, depending on the conditions, that light actually bends further over the horizon than it should, and that's why these two platforms look dramatically different.
No, this is what the platforms look like, right? They don't look dramatically different, and there's no signs, like there's no characteristics of any particular type of mirage taking place here at all. I mean, I can show you some close up images of the both of the platforms.
Well, I find it interesting that there's a light that is seemingly on the water or underneath the water, and you can see it coming out of it. This isn't an accurate depiction of what
that's a reflection, right? So that's actually evidence against the globe as well, right? So we've got lights on the platforms and they're reflecting off the water. Now, they should be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Just based on the globe geometry. So you shouldn't be able to see the bases of those oil platforms. So they have to be behind the horizon. Now, what you're saying is that there's some type of mirage taking place, but we're not seeing any types of mirage, right? You can Google like mirage, look at images. You're not going to see anything that just looks like like a normal image.
Well,
I mean, we can go over all the different mirages if you want, and you can try to say, well, this is this particular type of mirage. It doesn't fit any characteristics of any type of mirage. Now,
this is
if this was just one,
the floating boats that they used to see over the edge of the water.
That's a mirage. Now that's called a superior mirage, right? So that has
in your book. What would cause a mirage?
A difference in the refractive index due to primarily due to temperature changing the optical density gradient of the medium as you go up vertically. That's the mainstream.
But I thought you couldn't see anything past the little horizon line thingy.
No, the horizon, right? So the horizon's a geometric horizon.
Will change over time, or
yeah. So if you look up the definition of horizon, right, it has nothing to do with the globe, right? So a flat earther will tell you a horizon.
It doesn't, but I find it interesting that you think that there's.
Well, it does if the Earth's a globe, right? So when they say ships go over the horizon and that proves the globe, that means that they're going beyond the curvature of the Earth, right? It's like the leading edge of a sphere. That's why on a globe you have to have a physical horizon, right? But what I say a horizon is not a physical location, right? And it just happens to match the definition of horizon, right? So the definition of horizon is the apparent location, right? Apparent's the key word, right? The apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Now, it can change depending on particular types of things like miraging, like you just said. But mirages, like you said, like floating boats and obvious like inverted images, like it's very obvious when you have a mirage. And that's caused by vast differences in the refractive index that cause the miraging effect. But we don't see any characteristics of any types of mirages here. And also we have, this isn't like a one-off observation. This has been done at different times of the day, on different days at this location, and then we've done it on frozen lakes, and we've done it on other lakes, and we're consistently seeing magnitudes further. So this is the thing, right? The horizon must be at 3 point.
I don't think this proves the flat Earth by any means.
This isn't a flat Earth proof. I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof, by the way. This is us testing the globe math that they give us, and it doesn't match up.
Well, I don't believe that math is invaluable. Like that 3 miles away thing just isn't right to me.
Well, you can look that up yourself, right? It's based on the radius value, so you can do the calculation, right? It's like 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's not something that people can say is correct or not, because it's just geometry based on the radius value that they claim.
Yeah, it's a formula. DJ gave you the source up there, University of Washington. So if you've got a quibble with that, you're going to have to take it up with the University of Washington and many other, educational institutions. That's just the geometry based on the claimed radius that we're testing. We're testing their claimed radius.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in bed with them, so I don't care if their math is wrong. But it is.
Well, this is the math. This is the math that is used for all the calculations, to send things into space and to calculate the distance to the planets and the size of the sun and all this stuff, right? All has the R value in it, right? So if the radius value is wrong, then the whole model is kind of thrown out, if you know what I mean. Like if you have a wrong number in a math formula that's meant to represent something in reality, then, the entire formula can be thrown away. Now, this isn't just a little bit, of discrepancy. So if we see the horizon 10 times further away, it would change the radius value from 359 miles to like 250,000 miles or something, right? So it would be like a gigantic globe. So obviously that's, you know what I mean? It's not going to work.
I was just going to add, once you inflate the globe that much, all of the known Earth is just a tiny flat spot on your gigantic globe.
Exactly. Like the distances they tell you and all that sort of thing. It's not going to work anymore. But there's many observations. It's not just like this one. So I can show you another one over an even longer distance if you want, quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Even clearer one.
But yeah, I don't.
Look, I'm not trying to convince you of anything or debate you on anything. I'm just showing you some observations, and you can.
Yeah, I think it is. It is interesting, but from my personal experience, 3 miles isn't the limit.
Well, it should be there. It should be that distance if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, we
Right,
totally
so
agree.
1
3
foot?
miles is not the limit. Yeah, that's the point we're trying to get across here. Yeah, that's what the globe claims, but that's not what we see in reality. That's why DJ was showing you the oil rigs and he explained to you how the horizon was more than 10 miles. Yes, that's exactly our argument. 3 miles is not the limit. Absolutely, we totally agree.
That's what. It's not necessarily what the globe claims. It's what a completely flat sphere without any any conditions or anything or any changes in the Earth's surface over distant. Like, I don't buy it.
Right, that's why we're using large bodies of water here, right? Because they say that
large bodies of
it's water level. Yeah, but they say it's called water level, right? If you look at the images that NASA's giving you of the globe from space, it conforms in a circular fashion to the outside surface of the Earth. And due to gravity, right, it creates the water to be level, right? As in level the same distance away from the center of the Earth, according to the globe side, right? By that definition of level. You know what I mean? Like that's why they call it.
I know what you mean, but that would be with the perfectly flat conditions of water, which isn't. I don't know if you've ever seen perfectly flat conditions of water. But
well, have a look at this observation that I'm showing you here in the side chat. Okay, does this look like flat water? Right. So when you have perfectly flat water, it forms a specular reflection on the surface. Now, that's like a mirror, right? Obviously, to have a specular reflection, you need a mirrored, like a flat surface, right? So that shot that I just put, right, that's the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and that's this observation I'm just about to show you. So that's 21 miles from that little island that this guy's on over to the other side. So that should have 293 foot of curvature on a globe.
Over 21 miles. I'd be looking at a bunch of shit.
At a molecular level, it's understood.
I'll be posting a lot.
At a molecular level, it's understood, right, that the surface of a liquid is going to have
God, there's a lot posted. So which one did you post?
Am I not coming through?
Yeah,
I can hear you, T-Dub. I don't know if you can, maybe turn up your mic a little bit. I mean, you're a little quiet, but I can totally hear you as long as nobody else is talking.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'll drop out and come back in.
Oh, no, I think you're fine. Okay. Well, I thought he was fine, but he could turn up his volume on his microphone, right? Yeah, we can hear you though. Go ahead.
Is this any better?
It was fine before, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me, Curse?
Yeah. Which one was the...
You can hear me? So, I have a point to make about what you're talking about.
Point, yeah.
So at a molecular level, it's understood that the surface of liquid has undulation and is moving, right? Atoms, molecules, they're all moving around constantly, right? So that will never, at a microscopic level, form a perfectly flat surface. But it's well understood within the field of physics that you can use the term a liquid at rest, which means that there is minimal forces acting upon it. Okay, essentially there's no external forces acting on it apart from those which is occurring within the substance itself, right? And for all intents and purposes, that is considered to be, and they teach you this in hydrostatics, go and learn about it, horizontal.
I did not exactly understand what you said.
I'm just talking about what you were talking about a perfectly flat surface. Liquid at rest is probably the closest thing you can get to a perfectly flat surface in nature.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's still not flat.
Well, we're not talking about it being perfectly flat. In this context, what we mean by flat is that there isn't drop over distance that conforms with the globe.
Right.
So even if you've got little waves. Yeah, so if you went, just say you've got like little ripples in the water, you just go above the surface and draw an imaginary line horizontally over to the other side, and there's not going to be any drop over distance, right? That's the context that we're talking about.
Yeah, and I would say that the closest thing you can get to perfectly flat is after a little rain on the salt flats, not necessarily the ocean. The ocean is nowhere near perfectly flat. I mean, you would do better finding flatness in the plains. And the ocean with the even slight waves, you're going to be looking at a foot difference over a certain distance in the troughs and the peaks. And so, in my opinion, that's not flat whatsoever. So I would say more flooded salt flats.
Yeah. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. So look at 43 after the hour. Yeah, I'll just repost it.
I see it right there. What about?
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a specular reflection. It's pretty flat, right? It's like a mirror surface.
Yeah.
Now, what I was saying is there should be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. So that's the distance that this observation is.
To what exactly?
Just in general. Just in general, right? So if you've got a sphere that's 3,959 miles in radius, and you take a 21-mile section of the surface of that sphere, it would have 293 foot of curvature between point A and point B, right? So if you're standing on top of that sphere, it would curve away from you, right? So if you draw a straight line horizontally out from your eyes and then make a right angle at 21 miles, it would be 293 foot before the line that goes down from the right angle touches the surface of the Earth. So drop over distance, curvature, 293 foot over 21 miles. I'll show you that math as well, like on the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, but I don't see, what is this Great Salt Flat like proving or disproving in this picture?
It's disproving the curvature of the Earth.
How?
Okay, right. So now I'll show you the presentation of the observation, so it'll make sense. Okay, so once again, this is a full-length high-definition video, but I just took a little clip out of it. I will post the full video if you want to watch it after. So here's just a little GIF I took out, right? So he's set up his camera at 5 foot off the surface of the water on a tripod, and he's zooming across 21 miles to the other side of the lake, where you'll be able to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right, we can see the smokestack in the background and then the lights from the town and whatnot, but we can see where the water meets the shoreline on the other side. Okay, he's got his friend over. He's got his friend over on the other side. So here's a screenshot from the video showing you what it looks like close up to the other side of the lake. 1 second. And then we can go over the math really quickly. Okay, so Scotty's friend over the other side, just posting the screenshot now. Right, so in the video he pans the camera all around, but you can see there's like a giant, like muddy shoreline. It's quite long.
Yeah, but the muddy shoreline comes up from the ground, so of course you would see it.
Well, okay, so now we're going to do the math. Okay, so on a globe from a 5 foot observation height, the geometric horizon should start at 2.73 miles away. That's from 5 foot observation height. Okay, so that means that anything beyond that horizon should start to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, the shoreline on the other side of the lake...
How far away is it?
21 miles. So here's...
Okay, but my issue with it here is how many feet would 21 miles obscure?
Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, so in the Earth curve calculator here, I just posted the screenshot. So I put in eye height 5 foot, target distance 21 miles. Okay, so it says as the results, the distance to the horizon 2.73 miles, and the target hidden height, right, which is the shoreline on the other side, it should be hidden behind 223 foot of Earth curvature.
Really? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, that's correct. Right. So here's a second Earth curve calculator that has more detail. Right. So here's another one. Same thing put in if you want to have a look at those numbers. It's got a lot more details, this one. But you can go to any Earth curve calculator, or I can show you how to do the math yourself. That is the claimed hidden obstruction height at that distance. And Drace just put the Pythagorean theorem calculations for the globe below it.
Blue height. I don't. Okay, then what about, why does the visible say 0 feet?
Visible? Well, there's. Okay, where's the visible? Which one are you looking at? The second one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, they've probably put in. Okay, so they put in distance. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, according to the globe, right, you shouldn't be able to see any of the shoreline of the lake on the other side, right? 0 feet would be visible because 223 foot would be hidden, right? So you would have to have the shoreline, or say a person, like an object, it would have to be 220 feet high just to be able to see the top of it, right?
Yeah,
so if it was
I think
22,
the math is wrong. I think the actual feet that would be hidden would be 22 feet.
What?
No. Okay,
I think it would
so
actually
you
be
can.
15 feet.
No. Okay, so the drop over distance on a globe, right? It's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the basic formula that works up to like 1,000 miles perfectly. Pretty much perfectly. But over 21 miles, right? You can do 8 inches per mile squared.
So can you put up at the height of, this was at the height of 5 feet, right?
Yes.
Can you put up at the height of 12 or 20 feet, please? And do the math on that?
Yeah. How
far can you see?
1 second. I just go bring up the Earth curve calculator really quickly. Right. So 1 second. Right. So I'm going to put in distance to object 21 miles and eyesight level 20 feet. Okay. So that would make the distance to the horizon 5.5 miles, and there would still be 160 feet of obstruction. So this is the camera setup, right? So this is a photo of his camera setup. Just so you can see, it's 5 foot approximately. He does measure it, but you can see just in this image that it's, here it is. Yeah, so that's his camera setup. And in the video, he shows you the entire thing, right? He shows you his GPS location, coordinates, and everything.
Give me a second. I'm doing something.
And this guy's not going to get his math wrong or anything. He's like I think he's like an attorney or something. He's not a dumb guy. This is his location. And this is Google Map top view of the observation point A to point B. So he's at the top there of the image. And then the yellow lines, the distance marker, the distance calculator.
Well, so my issue though is, wait, Give me a minute. So this is from a Flat Earthers website that you've received this from.
Yeah, this is done by Flat Earther, right? This is all of these long distance observations that are decent, right? They're done by flat earthers. We keep asking the globe side to do them, but they don't show any curvature, right? So, obviously they don't want to submit them. We've had globe earthers, right? We've had like a guy, PhD, Dr. John D, right? He went out to disprove flat Earth by doing these observations, and now he's a flat earther. And he makes videos where he shoots high-powered lasers over these lakes in different spectrums and all sorts of different really technical observations. So yeah, a lot of people set out to disprove flat Earth, and they're like, whoa, okay, all right, well, there's no curvature, so they'll start looking into it after that.
See, I don't think that the Earth is flat, but I also don't think that the math is right on these calculators. I also, I've been in person as well. Let me go pull up that old video. And I could see
your arguments with academia then.
Okay,
yeah,
look, let's.
I could see further than 3 miles away.
Yep.
Yeah,
because the Earth's not a globe.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You shouldn't be able to see further than 3 miles away. And if you're claiming that boat's disappearing at 3 miles away over the curvature, complete that curve. It's a pretty fucking small spinning water ball you're on.
Well, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I also don't think the horizon is just.
Yeah, look, you shouldn't think that the Earth is flat just after having this little conversation. We wouldn't even respect you if you folded that quickly, right? Just have a look into it. Look into the math, right? The math is correct according to the globe side. Like, the Earth curve calculators aren't made by flat earthers. It's just basic math based on the radius value. I think we put in even like Washington University. I mean, you can do the math yourself. You'll find the math is correct. The thing is, we can see way further than we would be able to see on a globe by magnitudes.
EJ, you have been explaining to this guy for almost an hour, and then he goes back and tells you he doesn't think it's flat. This is very disrespectful. This is very...
No. I think this guy's... I've enjoyed talking to Curse, and it's normal. It's a normal reaction. I was the same, right? Like, when I first started looking into it.
Too. Sorry if I interrupt you, but I mean, you made it very clear. It doesn't match.
Fine. I mean, he's new to it. I mean, the only problem I had, Curse, is when you're saying there's something wrong with the math. I mean, if you want to take a little time, and put yourself on mute and find some kind of error in the math, by all means, go ahead. But to just claim there's something wrong with the math without having anything to back it up, you can't keep saying that. I put the calculations in there for you. You've got a lot of calculations. Drace put the calculations in there. There's lots of calculations in there. So if you want to go back and check them and find the error, by all means, do so.
Well, let's get this straight. I want to get one thing straight here. When I came in here, I said I was just coming in here to chill. He started a conversation.
Oh yeah, we're not upset with you. I'm sorry if I sounded upset. It's only because I'm a math teacher.
And then comes in and claims and that, then someone else comes in here. This is so disrespectful.
Don't talk over her, man.
Yeah, it's okay, Curse. Yeah, that's why I was actually trying to defend you. Okay, Curse.
Don't come at me with that attitude.
Okay, Curse. The only reason I even stepped in is because I said something in the chat that I think might have set other people off, and then I felt bad for even saying it. But, when somebody says there's something wrong with the math without actually pointing out the error, I don't like that, especially when you repeat it over and over, because there are other people listening. I don't want them to be led astray. But you have had a great conversation with DJ. You can go back to talking to him. The rest of us peanut galleries will just shut our mouths, and you guys can go back to it. You guys are having a very chill conversation. So I was trying to de-escalate the Berserker situation, but if I made it worse, I do apologize, Curse, because you gave us that very nice PSA at the beginning, and I think we're still on good terms here. So continue on, but if you could, just as a favor to me, stop saying, I think the math is wrong, unless you're going to actually go check it and point out the specific error. Do you think you could stop saying that?
Yeah,
I just wanted to.
Before you answer, I want to help you. I want to help you understand what she's telling you. If you're saying the math is wrong, you are throwing away the entire heliocentric model, and the entire cosmos. You're throwing everything, all of the belief that you came in here with, you're throwing it away, and we're fine with that. It's just you don't really understand what you're saying.
So, hey, Peanut, I have a question. Did he leave? Is that who you said I was talking to? Who'd you say I was talking to?
Oh, you were
DJ.
talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
DJ, my bad.
Yeah.
DJ, I have a question. Do you remember earlier
Peanut.
whenever I said that normally the flat Earth community is really nice and hospitable?
Yeah.
All right. So whenever I come in here, just to lurk, just to chill, and then you respectfully started an entire conversation with me, I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is me saying, yeah, I'm just here to lurk and chill. And even at the beginning of this, I said, for all intents and purposes, you can say, I believe, because I'm not willing to come up and put evidence up. I said that in the beginning of our conversation. The fact that you have other people in here that heard that. And so really what it was is me listening to the cool things you found and then giving my little bit of responses on them, right? Not me ever trying to prove that the earth is round, not me doing any of that. And then you have these people in the side chat going globetard, this, jumping in, going, you're being offensive, you're being disrespectful. I never came in here to argue with anyone. I never came in here to do anything but listen to cool little factoids y'all found. And y'all go, well, what do you think on this? I was like, well, this is kind of what I think. I'm not here to dig in, do any research and information. So I'm going to redact the statement I said earlier, saying that normally flat earthers are peaceful. I think you're peaceful, DJ, but these other guys in here who decide to jump in, listen to a conversation without knowing how it started, without even knowing my purpose here and going, this is disrespectful, this is rude, can you stop saying this? Look at this globetard, he's stupid. Like, come on, guys. What kind of situation are you hosting here? DJ, do you
I did not. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I did not hear anyone say that. You are totally mischaracterizing. No one here called.
Can we? Okay, let's see if they're. Let's see if they're in. If they're still in the chat there. There were.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. You can. I'll unmute you here in a minute. But yeah, one person, Berserker, came in and made a statement. And then I tried to cut him off because I felt responsible for it because I was complaining about your math statement. DJ cannot control all of these people and what they're going to come in and say. He does a very good job. So I'm going to, I actually did endorse you and was so happy about you recognizing our very concerted attempts to keep this a civilized conversation, which I think is still going on. So the only way it's possible to do that in a forum such as this, where you cannot control who's going to come in and make some random comment, and some flat earthers do get very emotional about the topic. So that's why we have moderators who try to calm it down. But if you're going to then go into this, little problem because one person came in and said something after DJ was patiently explaining this to you for like almost an hour or whatever it's been, like, that's really unfair for you because you didn't even, want to hear what I had to say. You didn't even let DJ come back and make a comment. You didn't really listen to what Drace had to say. So you gotta kind of look in the mirror a little bit there, Curse. Like, just because not every person is taking your tender feelings into account doesn't mean that you're going to now condemn the whole community. Like, I'm sorry for even saying thank you at the beginning now, because I don't know if you were just trying to shine us on or what, but I'm not liking what I'm hearing.
I take him on faith. I take him on faith, and I scroll up in the text, and I look and look and look, and is there any evidence of what he's saying? I'm 30 minutes backwards, and I don't see any evidence of what you're saying.
I see what he's talking about. Let me just clear it up really quickly. So Toby Dog at 48 after the hours wrote, "The absence of curvature equals no globetard." Right, so that he wasn't calling you a globetard, right? So sometimes as a joke, we call the globe a globetard, right? The actual globe Earth. It's just a funny, inside joke sort of thing. He wasn't talking about you being a globetard at all. And I think most people in the chat, right? We appreciate your demeanor. And it was just Berserker that said the one thing. And Berserker's actually a super nice guy as well. Maybe he didn't hear the entire conversation, but maybe we can just move forward and
we can move forward from that. But I do want to say this. She said that you were patiently explaining these things to me like I'm a dumb toddler. Like I was trying to wait. Let me finish this. No, I said I would just like to listen to things, and then she's like, "It's very disrespectful that he patiently explains this to you, and then you say these things and you say these things." It's like, he chose to come and explain these things to me. Don't act like, hey, you know, this is exhausting for the chat. You saying this is offensive. I'm sorry. I don't take the globe as part of my identity or anything. That's why I can have these conversations. I think it's something
that's all good.
Well, yes,
What
but the
we can
fact
do,
that
we
if
can let
I
you-
say I
we
think
can-
the math is wrong hurts your identity as a flat
No, it's
earther
all
to the
good.
girl who said
Hey,
that. I'm sorry that your identity is
It's
that
all
way.
good. Let's just end it now. Well, let's let this guy. Right, you got in the final word.
No, I'm sorry.
Right, and-
No, you're really going to let him get the. I'm sorry,
Yeah, no,
really?
yeah.
That the math being wrong.
Let's calm this down. Let me help you.
My
Yeah,
identity.
let me help.
No,
Let
you're
me calm this
lying
down.
on our live stream.
I know. Let's calm this down. Like, she's upset because she's a teacher. You're misrepresenting the math, and so she's trying to, like, hey, let you know. However, I get that you got upset at that and her, and, like, let's drop it. It doesn't matter. Just don't try to reframe it.
I'm willing to drop it. I'm even willing to leave if that's going to make Curse feel more comfortable. I get it. You don't like me. Yeah, I don't represent all the flat Earth. I'm just one person. We don't have to get along. You can still focus on the information, not the person. Thanks. I said what I needed to say. I'll unmute him.
How convenient, though, that right when he has to face the consequences for math being wrong, he starts to deflect and argue about this.
I never had to face the consequences of math being wrong to begin with. I said from the start of the conversation, I was here to lurk. DJ proposed to me, started a conversation with me. And so I'm never coming here to argue anything. I was just enjoying listening to what he had to say, and then y'all jump in and start going, this is offensive. We've got to do this. Talking in the side chat about globetards, me and him had a civil conversation the entire time until somehow me and his civil conversation.
Okay, you need to stop lying to yourself and trying to reframe and edit your memories, because that's not what happened. So calm down, take 10 minutes or 10 seconds or something, and just relax. You can talk to DJ again. Just stop talking about this. That's concern trolling.
In all fairness, that is what happens. There's a live stream. You can go back and see it.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm here to learn about Earth, and I saw this was a flat Earth VC, and so I wanted to know how the Earth is flat.
There's no curvature. That's as simple as that. But when we're talking about flat, we're not talking about like some flat disk planet in the globe Earth version of outer space. We're talking about that there's no drop over distance when we go and test the Earth, right? Specifically, large bodies of water.
Okay, can you explain more to me? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature based on the size that they tell us, right? 3,959 mile radius means that you can calculate how much curvature there should be if you go to a 10-mile lake or a 20-mile lake or something like that, right? So we can go start conducting different tests on the lake and see if there's any curvature. And it turns out after a huge accumulation of tests that there is zero curvature over
But I thought,
big distances.
well, I don't know if I'm right, but I thought I learned in I don't know, I think it was high school, thought the radius of the Earth was 3,959 miles. And so the drop that you're talking about is due to curvatures because the drop is 8 inches per mile squared, no?
Yeah, that formula works just fine up to about 1,000 miles.
I see.
Which is, it becomes a parabola, right? But for any actual practical observation distance, like 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, right? Like that's an accurate formula to use. But there are other formulas as well.
I don't know if you're talking about the specific experiment, the Bedford experiment that happened in 1838.
No, ones that we've conducted where we go and take high-end optics and basically set it up on a tripod and zoom in across huge distances of water.
Are you talking about the
Right,
modern
laser tests.
Oh.
What's that?
I said, are you talking about the modern laser and theodolite tests that they do nowadays?
Well, even just observations alone, right? Because if the Earth is curved, right? Say you go to a 10-mile lake, and you set up your camera 1 foot off the surface of the water, the horizon would have to be at a certain distance according to the globe model. So that distance from a 1 foot observation height would just be 1.22 miles away. So you shouldn't be able to zoom in. You shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline 10 miles away, right? It should be hidden behind 50, 60 foot of curvature if the Earth was a globe.
Well,
So what we're finding is when we go out and do these observations, there isn't the horizon at the distance it would have to be at on a globe.
Oh, well, I don't know if you know this, but most long bridges are built for curvature. Like Lake Ponte, I think it is. It's a causeway. It's like 24
Pontchartrain?
miles. Yeah, it's 24 miles
Yeah.
long, and it has a narrow
Mhm.
bridge, and they're designed for the Earth's curvature, right? So even the tower of like Verrazano, it's 1.6 inches farther from the top than the base, right? So that's exactly like what globe, like if the Earth was a globe, the math would say, and that's like civil engineering. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
the
So
Earth was
we look,
flat,
we know the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, right? So it's over 20 miles long, and we
24
actually
miles.
contacted the engineering team, right? We actually contacted them and asked them if they did actually take Earth curvature into account. I have the email response here as well, right? They said they didn't take any Earth curvature into account. I can post that in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, please.
Yep. And if you look into how bridges are actually made, I mean, we've got some architects in here as well. And yeah, they don't, there's other factors that would far exceed what would have to be taken in for Earth curvature, right? Like just how bridges actually move and bend. Yeah, payloads, that's right. Just due to
How they
temperatures.
expand and contract with heat. Lots of different
even
things.
though you're not lying, they did they didn't have an account for the curvature. That's you're true about that. But the problem is that in every single project, especially with bridges, it's always taken into account that they have this somewhere near some type of
Excuse me. Sorry. Whether somebody's got a preconceived idea about an engineering structure, whatever needs to be taken into account must be measured first. So if they're going to take account for the curvature of the Earth, they must measure the curvature of the Earth to account for it, right?
Well, okay, but it's usually because it's
Yes or no?
Yes, but
Am I correct?
I was gonna
Okay, cool. So I'm correct. So then we would need that measurement. It doesn't matter about the claim.
But
Just
you're
show
really
us the.
aggressive.
No, I'm just trying to get saliently to the point. I explained the point that you agreed with, and before you run away, I'm just trying to isolate that point. Whatever presupposition, there must be measured curvature if you're going to take account for it, not being aggressive.
Well, I don't know, your voice is very aggressive. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But you
Yeah,
sound
just
very
stick to what's being said, please. Don't let the feelings run into it. Thank you.
I'm not
Thank you.
having why are you being so rude? There's no feeling.
Don't stop that. He's just British. Get over it. He's just giving you the information. Try to
Why are
focus on
you
the
being rude,
information.
Val?
I'm much ruder than him. Would you rather
I
talk
was
to
just
me?
saying that it came off as hostile. I haven't been rude at all. I haven't said anything rude.
That's right. You've been wonderful. Try to focus on the information. Try to focus on the
why are you getting
information,
so
not the
aggressive?
personality.
I
Try to
was just
focus
talking
on
to
the
TK.
information,
You're
not the
getting really aggressive at me.
personality. Try to
I think this is why a lot of the people don't want to talk to you because you're very
Trust me.
aggressive sounding.
Trust me, Jedi was not being aggressive.
Not Jedi. It's not even Jedi. He's fine. I get it. He wasn't trying to be, but now Dandelion is trying to be aggressive, and I don't understand why.
No, they're not trying to be aggressive. That's normally my ticket. So just concentrate on the data. Leave your feelings out of it.
Thank you.
You'll be
I was
all right.
gonna. Okay, I'll talk. Well, most of it is why they didn't take account for it is because it's built on surveying equipment like GPS coordinates and geodetic models, and that's all. Both of those things are used in major constructions in general. Engineers don't manually subtract 8 inches per mile. I hope you know that when laying out a bridge that long. They use standard geodetic reference systems like WGS A40 and NAD 83, right? Which is why people assume that the Earth is spherical, right? So
why is it we have to get...
I'm not done talking.
Yeah, you're just spooling off stuff and you're reading a script, love. So why is it when we do get people out to survey, we get local surveyors, not geodetic surveyors? And why is it the local survey doesn't match up with geodetic?
Sorry, well, I wasn't reading off anything. I was just giving you examples.
It doesn't sound like it.
And, I was gonna say, I'm gonna answer your question. All surveying is local. I hope you know that, or mostly all local, and it's based on global models. And I want you to know that surveying doesn't happen in a flat vacuum. Even especially with modern surveying, using GPS and total stations and theodolites and geodetic models happens a lot. And even though, like I just named the two models, because I have a lot of family members that are into architect and stuff like that, the WGS84, which is used by GPS, and the NAD83 and the NAVD88 is also used by GPS. And they're
I'm sorry, I had to mute her. So let me just explain to you, Sonny. We don't mind having a discussion with you, but you just can't wildly run from one thing to another. So you're going to have a back and forth with someone. You could choose Jedi, you could choose Matrix, DJ, pick who you want to have a back and forth with, or Dre's. You're going to talk to one person about one topic at a time. And then when they ask you a question, you're going to answer that question, not jump onto a new topic. So did you want to go back to talking about Matrix? Did she answer your question, Matrix?
Actually, leave her with Jedi. I'm halfway through breakfast. Apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, in all fairness, she didn't change the topic. Matrix did, but,
Yeah, okay, well, whatever. That's all I hear is you're just running on, and not like taking any topic to its conclusion.
That's your second time you've come in and mute someone for no reason.
Thanks
That's
for the
more than once you've done some controlling.
Leave me your 1-star review.
Caroline, you're really incompetent, it seems like, because I was answering his question and I answered it exactly like how he wanted me to. And you muted me because I was making a point and you have no rebuttal towards the point I made. And you're really aggressive and you're not very smart. You know what I mean? And that's okay. But
Hey, let's not insult people's intelligence.
Well, obviously, I'm making a point and I'm answering his question. Even he said I was answering his question and I was muted.
Yes, but we
point.
don't have to throw out insults to people. She mutes people whenever she shouldn't. She muted me when I wasn't even talking, but it doesn't mean we get to throw insults.
Okay, somebody mute this fucker. He's concerned trolling and talking about what's happening. She muted her for a reason, okay? Stop acting like a fucking beta, a little Linda. Okay? We've heard your point. You felt abused and your vagina's hurt. We get it.
Jesus, what a disgusting person you are.
Well, I just
have to bring up her vagina. That's so weird.
Yeah, a bit odd.
Strange, man.
Yeah, can we
just
get back to like 1 point? If we just get back to like 1 point and try and get back on.
What is the question you would like to ask, Sunny? Oh, I'm sorry, she's muted now. I'll unmute her. Let's reset this and find out what question she wants to have answered. All right, go ahead. What's your question, Sunny?
Okay, hello. Can I talk now? Can I continue what my point was without being muted?
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
Go on.
I was gonna say about local surveyors. I'll say like less talk. Like I won't speed talk it, so it doesn't sound like I'm rambling. I was gonna say local surveyors don't account for curvature, right? It's not the same thing, even because they use those different models that are based on spherical models is what I'm saying. Even short distances, right? They don't use or need manual curvature correction because instruments do it automatically. So even things over 1 mile, the curvature drop is.
So let me get this straight.
That's only a tiny. Huh?
Let me get this straight. We go out, use a theodolite, calculate a distance via angles. So let's say it's 1 mile, and it's measured as 1 mile. We get a wheel and measure out 1 mile. And all of a sudden, it gets put through a program and then bends it for you. Why the necessity to bend it if you've already measured it bent? Why the necessity to run it through WGS84 if it's already bent, measured? You shouldn't have to run it through software to wrap it around a ball. You've already measured it.
Well, I don't know exactly how to answer that question, but I feel like you're like not understanding about like surveying, measurement, and curvature and how they really fall, right? So tell me if I'm wrong. Are you confusing straight line distances with like ground like arcs and distances? Because if that's so, you're not understanding.
Theodolites measure angles, not arcs.
Nice one, mate.
I don't. Okay. So if you're saying not angles and not arcs, then why would we need GPS and geodectic systems?
No, he said they do measure angles.
Okay, so I know they measure angles. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, is that what you're saying? You're saying if the Earth is curved. Wait. Repeat what you're saying. You're saying.
Okay. When we go out and measure stuff, we measure it. For example, my table, 4'8" wide. I don't have to then feed it through some software to bend it because I've already measured it. So if you're out there with your happy little theodolites measuring stuff, angles, why is it all of a sudden they have to be put through software to be bent? Why is that? You're already measuring it directly.
You look-ate me up with that one. I'm not gonna lie. You're looking at me. Okay, I should think. Okay.
I don't really. I think I've missed a bit of context to be able to understand it.
Well, I feel like the Earth curvature is too subtle. You know what I mean? For short distances and raw measurements.
Yeah,
to follow
he's talking about a
ground, not a global shape. So I feel like the software, the reason why it's used is to relate the local measurement for the bigger picture. You know what I mean? The curved Earth. So like, you know, when people are measuring.
Stop!
Like,
you've still got to prove that. All you've got so far is a story saying these guys do X, therefore Ben.
Wait, let her finish speaking.
Just chill, man.
I was gonna say, like, when people measure things like rolling wheels or like a rangefinder, a tape measure, or like surveying with toll like stations, they're getting a local measurement like on a bumpy ground. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but they're still measuring it. So therefore, if they are measuring it and you measure from point A to point B, you've already measured it. So if you go allegedly around your globe and go measure, that should be it. You should not have to feed your data through any program, any software, or anything that has to bend it around a ball because you've measured directly. You've made a direct measurement. You don't have to manipulate any numbers.
Well, not with that, especially if you want to get accurate things, especially when it's longer, or like you have to use GPS or maps to be compared with other points on Earth. So even though
you have to use something, just affirming the consequent.
Even though you really don't need to put it through the system, you basically do need to at the same time because it's harder to get accurate measurements for longer distances. Because the Earth, I mean, I don't want to say this, but we do live on a 3D surface, not like a flat table. So
we never claimed it was a flat table.
Let's say we measure a 10-mile road, right? That's it. Using a wheel.
Why don't we just measure across a lake?
Using a wheel or a laser.
Because water is flat and level. Something nice and easy for you.
Can I say my point real quick?
The problem is you just keep preaching to us. You just keep blasting points.
I'm not.
You're not backing them up with any data.
And level, and so you're saying water is flat and level.
Now stop, please. When we say flat, do you, in your mind, do you think we're talking about a billiard table when we say flat?
No.
Excellent. So there is topography on this plane.
Well, water finds its level, but since on a globe, it's perpendicular
water finds its level
to the center of gravity, the center of the Earth.
So gravity makes it flat and level. I'll go with that. I'm good.
I feel like you're confusing level with flat. You know what I mean? Because level is like this, has the same gravitational potential, and it's curved. That's a curve, not a plane. You know what I mean? So
you've still got stop. You've still got to prove your curvature. You haven't done that yet. We're measuring it flat and level. You're telling us it's measured curved. We've got laser tests that show this done level and flat over exceptionally large distances. You're talking local, 1, maybe 2 miles. We're talking 20, 30 plus miles.
Well, have you ever seen ship holes that disappear from the bottom first? If you look at a telescope or through like a zoom lens.
Well, considering half of it's submerged in water, I would hope it'd disappear bottom first.
Oh, if you look at a telescope or through a zoom lens, ships sink over the horizon from the bottom up.
Hold on, stop for a
So it
second.
would be-
How about you go to the beach and instead of looking through your telescope, you stand there and watch the ship disappear, and then when it does, then you pick up your telescope or high-powered camera and watch what happens.
Well,
Because
feel like
allegedly that distance of 3
Your eyes are-
miles was because of the person's height that first witnessed it. They would have witnessed something disappear and they would have went, oh my goodness, it's gone over the curve. And now we have high-powered optics.
your eyes are
It doesn't happen at 3 miles.
So why can't you see Texas from like? Why can't you see Las Vegas from like Texas?
Your eyes are limited.
Because you can only see about 300 kilometres because the air's opaque.
So show me a picture that's 300 kilometers away.
How about you go away and let the young lady talk?
I was gonna say your
Good
eyes are
call.
limited,
But
right?
yeah,
They're
we
not
will do that.
precision instru- Your eyes are not precision instruments because they're affected by different things like limited range
We know.
of vision. So you can't.
We know.
Okay, so what do you mean use your eyes?
So you've got a
That's
thing
why we
called
need high-tech things
angle-
like telescope and zoom lens.
So you use telescopes and that to bring the image closer because your eyes have limits, but all optics have limits. So you've got perspective, you've got your angular resolution, thing called the Rayleigh criterion, all stuff that are factors in why you can't see specific things and why they disappear. You've also got miraging effects and all sorts of crazy shit going on. And everyone just default reaction is because you were taught it was a globe when you were at school and you had that jammed down your neck, like every person in here, and I'm not going to say we didn't because we all did, we all instantly assume that happens because of globe. Every single answer comes back to that happens because of globe. And then when you look into it and you go, hang on a minute, the globe should be at this distance and we're not getting it at this distance. What's going on? And there's all sorts of other things going and happening. Like I said, a lot of it's just optical effects, limitations of optics.
Okay, you just said that all optics have limits, right? I just want to go back to that. You did say that, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, they do have limits, but what causes those limits? There's only 2 ways that those could be caused. On a flat Earth,
you're
you should
saying-
be able to see. On a flat Earth, you should be able to see farther with a stronger zoom lens, and also there should be no objects permanently hidden.
You can only see about 300 kilometres. 300 kilometres. I want you to say 300 kilometres so I know that got across to you. Say 300 kilometres.
Yeah. 300 kilometers is the 1 second, right? 300 kilometers, the absolute maximum technical distance that you would be able to see through the air. If you check the weather report, usually it's 10 to 20 miles, like 30, 40 in like really clear conditions. So yeah, usually it's way less than 200 miles, right? Which is 300 kilometers. But then we also have to take into consideration perspective convergence and angular resolution limitations as well. So when you take all of those things into consideration, you can only see a certain amount of distance. We have like a limited field of view and of course the opacity over distance, right? Like a good example, an analogy is like, look at the water. 200 meters down into the ocean, it's pitch black because the sun can only push so far through the medium. So the air is just a less dense medium. But convergence, perspective convergence is super important to take into consideration as well, because if you look out at the horizon, right, it looks like the ground, like the water is ramping up and the sky's ramping down, and they meet at a convergence point due to perspective. And then when something sails away, like if you look at a jumbo jet up in the sky, when it's just 6 miles away, it's like a tiny dot, right? And once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore.
The limitation to how
Sorry,
far
I'm
we
not
should see
talking
should be the curvature of the Earth.
I was listening. Well, I have a couple points to make because there's like things up, and so I want to like address all of them at like
Well, I have a question. What's the strongest argument that flat earthers have that the Earth
Let's
is
just
flat?
deal that it's measured that way, but let's deal with this young person first.
if you don't mind. Oh wait, can I?
Yeah, so you were talking about boats, right? So we got footage we can show you in the side chat that what happens most of the time is when a boat sails away, right? It gets smaller and smaller, and usually what happens is it just disappears due to its angular size becoming too small to resolve. So you can still see the horizon, but you can't see the boat anymore. Now, we can take a zoom camera and zoom back in and bring the entire boat back to view again. That's what happens most of the time, and I can vouch for that because I've lived on the coast my whole life in Australia, watching cruise ships and fishing boats go out. But if you have ocean swells, right, there are certain things that you need to take into consideration, right? So ocean swells can make something look like it's disappearing bottom up, and then you can have different types of miraging effects, sinking, for example, where it's defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so those things need to be taken into consideration as well. You can't zoom in when you've got that mirage taking place or the ocean swell blocking the bottom of the boat and then like bring it back to view again. But most of the time you can, and we'll show you some examples in the side chat of all of these things.
Well, like you said, you're not lying. Things get smaller with distance because of perspective lengths or angular size, like you said. But on a flat Earth, the entire ship would shrink unformally. I hope you knew that. You wouldn't lose the bottom first while the top stays visible. You know what I mean? For longer. So if you zoom in with the camera, you can bring the ship back in view. That's true because you're using geometrically hidden behind the curve. It's geometrically hidden. So yeah, you're right. But if the ship's hull is physically below the horizon line, because the Earth's curvature, no amount of zoom can show it because it's literally blocked from your line of sight. So in ocean swells, you did say, can cause vertical motion, which is true, which hides something that reveals the part of the ship. But what the heck? Sorry, I just got a notification.
Yeah, so
But
yeah, that's okay. Look, what happens most of the time is what I posted in the side chat there. Now, that's a giant boat. Now, it's not like some days the Earth's curved and some days it's not. So if you watch it, you'll never see a boat appear to disappear bottom up as it's just sailing out.
Yeah, I don't
Right? It's only if you have very, very specific conditions that you might be able to see it. Okay, like the ocean swell is an obvious one. Okay, so something small in the foreground can block something large in the background. Okay, it's due to perspective, and it's, you know, you can block a mountain with your finger. Same kind of principle. And then we have different atmospheric effects that sometimes come into play, right? Like if you have a warmer layer of air closer to the surface and a cooler layer above it, it can make something look like it's sinking due to the way the light travels from the item that you're looking at, the object, back to your eyes. Okay, so that is rare, but it does happen sometimes. And yeah, you can't zoom that back in, but it's not exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Have a look at the long distance zooms, right? It's not like this big giant ship was disappearing bottom up, right? You can see the whole ship. And when it's zoomed out, you can't see the giant ship at all.
Where's the YouTube?
And 1 second, one last thing, and then I'll let you respond to everything I said. Okay, we can replicate this on a small scale, right? On a small scale flat surface. That's the real killer there. We can show you the same thing happening and like a little toy boat being obstructed bottom up on a completely flat surface, showing you that it's not curvature dependent.
I don't see the video. I'm sorry. I know I'm interrupting, but I don't see the video,
Oh.
and it won't scroll up because I haven't been here long enough to see it. So, if you mind sending it again.
No. You're looking in the Dandelion reposted it and tagged you
Wait, they did?
34 minutes after the hour.
Wait, why don't I not see that?
It's a GIF. I mean, it's like a GIF. It's not like a
Yeah.
YouTube
I don't
video.
see- I
But
didn't
maybe
see
she
anything.
can't see it for some reason. I don't know.
Is she in the right chat?
I don't see it.
In the right open chat.
I think. Wait, I don't know why I can't. Hold on.
Discord does glitch out sometimes like this.
I don't
I just
know.
reposted it again.
Oh, I do see it now. I do see it. Okay, thank you. I see it.
Okay, so this is what happens most of the time.
Well, I'm gonna...
Obviously, there's no waves on this day, and we can see that, it's not disappearing bottom up. I can show you more examples, like on a smaller scale, as well, if, so.
Okay, I'm gonna say...
All I'm saying is it's not proof of a globe, right? It's something that can be explained, even using the mainstream explanations.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna say a couple of things because I'm a yapper and I talk a lot, so sorry. So what you said about things getting smaller with distance, again, I said you're true. And if you zoom in with the camera, that's true, but there's also things that contradict that. And ocean swells, I don't know much about them, but I do know that they, like I said before, I'm trying to backtrack, they can cause vertical motion, but the disappearance pattern is consistent and repeatable on calm water. And if you observe from a stable platforms like lighthouses, bridges, tall towers, where swells are, what's the word I'm thinking of?
It's not consistent because we have countless examples of it not happening, right? The only time that I've seen it happening is when you have very choppy conditions. And what I mean by ocean swells is waves. So if you have 6-foot waves, right? Obviously, if you have something close to you, like a 6-foot wave, and you've got a ship that's sailing off into the distance, it can make it look like the bottom of that ship's disappearing bottom up, right? Kind of like if you put your hand out in front of you, you can block an entire mountain even though your hand's tiny, because something close to you in the foreground can block something large in the background. Okay, that's just basics of perspective. So that happens sometimes, but what we're showing you is that we can zoom back in and bring the ship back to view again. And what happens is it just disappears due to angular size. Ships don't just sail out and disappear bottom up every time. That's not what happens. I lived on the coast my whole life, right? Fishing, surfing, watching cruise ships going out, watching fishing boats going out. And that's not what happens. They just fade off into the opacity of the atmosphere, and you can't see them because they get too small.
Well, I grew up on a beach. I grew up in Beat Beach, Virginia, which is literally on the beach. And the GIF, I don't want to, the GIF, what do you guys say? GIF, I don't know. But it actually kind of supports the globe Earth and doesn't prove the flat Earth, because in the GIF, whatever. How do you guys want me to say it? Can I be honest? Because I don't want to.
GIF.
Okay, GIF. Oh, GIF. GIF or GIF?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, well, the GIF,
just pick
a
one.
big ship is sailing away on the water, right? At first, you see the whole ship. While it's getting farther, it looks like it's sinking or disappearing bottom first. Then the camera zooms in, right, from the top of the part of the ship, and it becomes clear again. So why, like you say, what you're saying is the ship is disappearing because it's getting smaller, but it never really goes under a curve, right? Zooming just magnifies it again.
Yeah,
proving
Sonny.
the curvature is what you're saying.
Sonny,
But that's wrong.
if you were standing there with no camera,
Why
you
can't
wouldn't
let me
see the
finish?
ship at all.
Why can't you let me finish my?
That's what we're trying to get through your head.
Okay, but
You
you're not
can't
letting me
see it
finish
without
my point.
optical help. And that means it's already behind the alleged curvature.
What was it you were saying? What was it you were saying earlier about letting the lady speak?
And complain that she
I think
wasn't
I
let me finish.
Okay, what I was gonna say is, right, I think that's wrong personally, and why it proves like a globe is because zooming in can't bring back hidden parts, only visible parts. The zoom makes the visible upper part bigger, but it can't bring back the whole if it's behind the curve. The hole is physically below your line of sight, right? And it's blocked by the Earth's curvature. The fact that you can zoom in into the upper parts. Oh.
Can you confirm beyond a doubt that that is the reason for what you're seeing?
Yes, I can.
Really?
Does the observation alone confirm to you that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
What mathematic?
I was gonna say, well, yes, because even like you're saying, why can we see distant things even if the Earth is a sphere, right? The Earth is huge. It's about 12,742 kilometers now, which is 7,918 miles in diameter. So
How do you
because of
know
its
that?
big size, the curve. What do you mean? How?
Let it finish.
Sorry, go on.
Carry on.
Because the size of the Earth, the curvature over short distances is so subtle. You know what I mean? In even over a few kilometers.
Okay, now I need to stop you. Now I need to stop you. How much?
Why? No, you don't. Just let him talk, man.
That's where the question came in. How much over distances do you know?
How much distances do I
Given
know?
the Earth is so big, you said the Earth curvature is so subtle over short distances. Okay, what's that mathematic then? Do you know?
I do. It's drop in meters. D square.
What is it?
Wait, the Earth radius, right? 6,000. Wait, no, 6. What's not 6,000? It's like 6 million.
3,959 miles. Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about the Earth's curvature. Sorry, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So you said about the Earth's curvature over short distances being subtle. I'm asking you if you know the number that's involved with that subtleness. How much over a short distance? Let's say 10 miles.
Okay. Do the math in my head. Wait, ask that again? Sorry?
How much Earth curvature over 10 miles? It's a short distance. You said it's subtle. How much is it?
It's probably like 16. No, not 6. Yeah, because you have to take 10 times 1,000.
800 feet?
It's gonna be 6.
Just go on Google and type in curve calculator.
I think it's 67, 66. Am I right? Because
66. It's okay. It's okay, guys, please.
About 67 feet. No?
Feet.
Very good.
Yes. 67 feet.
Good. Awesome stuff. So over a short distance, 10 miles, the subtlety is a 66 descent from horizontal. Do you think that we can measure that over 10 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. This is where we're going to have the conversation where we don't measure this over 10 miles. Because we understand that over short distances, 10 miles, we most definitely treat the Earth as a horizontal reference frame.
Yeah. Okay.
For engineering and construction and so on. Like we were talking about bridges earlier, we had that deviation just there. But locally, in all engineering and construction, we treat the Earth as level at local distances, like you said, where it's subtle. Yeah, we measure the Earth horizontal. But when we look for it over distances of water, we don't measure it. Keyword measure.
Well, I was going to say, so you're asking me if the 66 feet drop is measurable? Like if I can measure
Yes. Yes.
I mean, good question. I'm trying to think. I'm kind of dumb.
Because we're trying to make
I don't think
because we're trying to make predictions about how fast something of size should start to disappear over distance.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're doing. So we're in the observation based on the curvature of the Earth that is 66 foot over 10 miles, 8 inches per mile squared, or whatever mathematics you want to draw this conclusion. That's also going to give us a geometric horizon, isn't it? At 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that should start obstructing our ability to see the bottoms of things at calculable distances that we can predict using the maths associated, right?
I don't think you can measure.
So when we make observations, they're going to be using what mathematics to make predictions? We're saying that boats sail away and they disappear over curvatures of the Earth or not, depending on, yes, the angular resolution limit of the human eye or the optic in question, like a camera or telescope, and not the curvature of the Earth. So if we have a prediction about where the curvature of the Earth should be, it should then tell us where the boat should start disappearing, shouldn't it?
No.
No. So if we know the radius of the Earth and we know our eye height,
do
you think that we can make a prediction to where our tangent from our eyesight touches that curve?
Well, I'm going to answer both of your questions. No, I don't think that the 66 feet drop or 67 feet drop, whatever measurement you want to say, is measurable 10 miles. Well, because I don't think you can measure that. You can't just measure that drop, you know what I mean, as a vertical difference. When a ruler or a measure tape on the ground...
How do we survey the world? before we start engineering and construction on the surface of the Earth? How do we survey?
You said, can we save the world?
Survey.
Oh, survey. Can we survey?
Yeah, as in what surveyors do. Sorry, that's an accent thing. I do apologise.
No, you're so fine. You're so fine. Well, wait. Can you go back to the point with the boat and like it's sailing?
Yeah, well,
Sailing
we're
away,
trying to make predictions, aren't we, about how far we should see the boat, dependent on the angular resolution limit of the human eye, because things get smaller with distance, and or not the curvature of the Earth, hiding the bottoms of things. If we know the radius, the curvature over distance, it is just a mathematical equation to figure out if I know the height of my eye, 1 foot, 6 foot, 10 feet, whatever, then that's going to give me where the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, should be at distance. Shouldn't it? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Well, your eye height above the surface does matter, but I don't know.
Does.
Like, I'm not really good at a lot of math, and so I really low-key suck at math. But if your height is 2 meters and the horizontal distance is like 5, like a ship that is like, let's say 10 kilometers away, I don't think it would have like I'm so stupid. I don't know. I'm not good at math. I'm sorry. 1 sec. Like the bottom would be hidden by the Earth's curvature about 25.7 feet, no? Because it would be 10,000.
No, this is the problem. This is the problem. The observations taken in reality do not match those globe predictions. There is no obstruction where there should be obstruction. There is no 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. There is no horizon at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. It's not. It doesn't exist. That's the whole point. That's what's being conveyed to you.
Do you see the
Why is why would you say
chat?
curvature is observed in reality, not just assumed?
No, there is no observation of any curvature. There's no observation of any obstruction caused by curvature, as predicted in the globe model.
Curvature isn't just like something your eye can see. It's like
No, but it's supposed to be. Yeah, but it's not a measurement because you just said no one's measured that 66 feet. Right? You focus on that number, 66 feet of vertical drop over 10 miles. Yeah? Lock that number in your mind and understand that if that cannot be demonstrated or measured, it doesn't exist. And neither does This the is why globe.
This is why I asked you, can you determine that the Earth is a sphere based on that observation alone?
And just think about this. If you're saying...
it has been measured.
Well, you just said 2 minutes ago it hadn't been measured. But okay, who measured it?
It has now.
Well, no.
We'll go straight to that.
I said.
I guess I'm not coming through.
Oh, you are.
Jedi's a prick.
I am.
So who measured that 66 feet? Come on.
Who measured it?
Yeah, 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Okay, high precision surveys. Like Paul.
So,
I was just going
who?
Cosplay experiment. Who? Like who? The person?
Yeah. Yeah, like link the measurement. Show the data.
Yeah, we're
Show us
interested
this
in
has
how,
been done.
really.
Okay, I will.
I don't believe you. It's never been done. So prove me wrong. Post it.
I'm gonna show. Here, ready?
Great. What was their method?
Wait, what was their method? Like how they did it?
Yeah, how did they measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Like and Lake like with Lake Po bro, how the fuck do you say that? Lake Pontchartrain? Fucking no.
No, not Lake Pontchartrain. That's not a measurement of 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Come on.
Yes,
That's looking. No, it's just looking. It's not any physical measurement.
Sorry, Jedi.
No, you're fine. Do apologise. That's not measuring. That's just looking. Been through this.
Wait,
Yeah, that's not measurement.
wait, what do you mean?
Well, how's he evidencing 66 feet of drop over 10 miles? Where's the measurement of the 66 feet of drop?
I can send you a website if you want.
Well, Lake Pontchartrain isn't a measurement of it.
No, I'm saying I could send you a website if you want me.
A website of what?
That shows that it's been done.
What's been done specifically?
What do you mean? That 66 feet could be what? What you just asked me?
Okay, so you've got a measurement that shows 66 feet of vertical drop from A to B over 10 miles.
Yes, I have.
No, you don't. Why are you saying this? Why are you claiming that?
Because I have. I can show you.
Okay, who conducted it and what was their method?
Here, let me go to the website I found. Hold on.
Hurry up, Professor Phil. Feed me data.
That's amazing. It doesn't exist, so I don't know how you're measuring it, but I'm interested to see what you're going to come up with. Anyway, hello everyone.
What's up, Cyclone?
My flat Earth friends. How's it going?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hello. Yeah, you too. We are cooking. Got the barbecue on.
Just trying to demonstrate that it's a little bit more complicated than just believing that when you make an observation, then what you observe is going to be confirmation of your presupposed beliefs. So boats disappearing over the horizon, it's a little bit more technical than just pointing and declaring shit.
One sec.
Yes, indeed. You can just start with, is it optical or physical? Sorry, Tito.
Because I actually had a further added point to what I asked, right? Was when I asked, can you determine that the Earth is a sphere based on the observation alone? She said yes, and I said, and then it was asked how, and she immediately appealed to the radius of the Earth, which is not. So you would have to make the observation and then be able to derive the radius from the observation, which you weren't doing, which she wasn't doing. She was introducing a supposedly already understood radius value. So no.
But that's okay, because now she's got a measurement of that 66 feet, apparently.
Let's see.
You're going to be the first person in 10 years. Good for you. Well.
First person ever.
Since time began, yeah. But on this particular platform.
Yeah.
My first flat smack. What a day.
What the fuck is wrong with my PC, dude? It's like, you know when your PC lags and it's like being weird? That's what my PC's doing. Sorry. Okay. Here. Here, I can send you.
So which search engine are you using? ChatGPT?
No, I use Google.
DeepSeek?
I use Google.
Just Google?
Yeah, I use Google to find it.
Isn't it
What
interesting?
did you find?
This stuff up.
There you go. I found that.
It's the first time you've ever seen this before, right?
Oh, Jesse. Measuring
Also known
angles.
as Jesse, Path of Lies.
I mean, this is always interesting how a person who's only gained renown through being an anti-flat earther is the first thing that anybody really finds when they search for.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
The Earth's a sphere.
It's not even just that.
They're coming up with Jesse. Some random on the internet who's you've got no real verification of his work. You'd expect it would come from NASA, university, some
USGS.
organization that's USGS, NOAA.
If it was from NASA, what about the method he's using? Is it credible?
What method is he using?
I don't know.
Let's go through the method.
I'm not looking, but I think we should look through that before.
Okay. So first we have to understand. Sunny, is this the first time you've seen this, or do you understand what you posted?
Yeah, I've had a friend who helped me better understand like that article, because that article was confusing me when I first read it, but
Oh, what a creepy friend.
it wasn't a creepy friend. She's actually very nice.
Okay, so what's being measured here?
Yeah, how are you measuring 66 feet a drop over 10 miles with a theodolite?
Dude, what is?
All right. First thing I'm going to ask you,
I'm
sorry.
pretty sure I can send you a NASA website if you want.
Okay, this is why I wanted to jump in earlier and I held back a little bit, but this is kind of like the perfect time. Within what you posted, can you show me where the angular resolution limit of the optic is taken into question? Because we understand things get smaller with distance.
You can look up this too if you want.
Okay, I don't want to wade through your elephant. Just if it's in there and you know where it is, just copy it, post it. That'd be awesome.
I did.
Thank you.
No, he means post the bit that where they take the angular resolution limit of the optic into account, where that's taken into account in his
I would, but I can't
measurements or methods.
I would, but my PC is really going at like 3 frames per hour. I don't know why it's being like this.
Okay.
So, I mean, you're gonna have to read it and do it yourself because my PC is really bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know why it's doing this.
I'd rather have gone through it with you. I have read this.
Wait, so what's your guys'
That's why I'm asking you that.
Wait, I hope you know, Jesse. Well, wait, what?
It's not there.
What do you mean it's not there? Yes, it is. I can send you the link. Hold on. Here.
So could you describe the method being used?
Yeah.
Are they ascertaining the curvature?
For Jesse? Yes.
Yeah. What you've just posted. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like I'm scared that someone's gonna like fucking come for me. Anyways, I don't know exactly who he was, but all I know is that he was a surveyor.
It doesn't matter who he was. It's just what method did he use?
He used the GPS technology and laser leveling.
GPS technology and laser leveling.
Yeah, to measure the height from the surface and the bridge across long distances. And I don't know what his goal was. I don't know what his goal was, but I'm pretty
sure his goal
sure
was to convince you that the Earth's a ball.
What he found matched exactly with what you would think, if the Earth was curved. Because over the length of the bridge, the water surface dropped with consistency, right?
Did it?
So
was he measuring the Earth or the water's surface?
Measured with what?
He wasn't measuring the water's surface. So how could you say it's dropping?
Measured with what?
I'm pretty sure he did, but
using what?
I told you what he used.
A laser level.
And also a oh my god, bro.
No. Also, you didn't use a level. You didn't use a laser and measure 66 feet of. Okay, post the bit from the chat that says that in your link.
My PC is lagging.
Well, you obviously got onto the link because you posted it.
I know, but the website is lagging my PC for some reason. Like, it's actually at 3 frames per hour, minute.
All right. Well, he didn't do that, and the fact that you can't post anything. Well, you're not posting what you're. I mean, if that's the case, post it. And if you said I can't post it, then we'll just take that as it wasn't done.
Wait, hold on. Let me fix my PC.
Spoken about this for years.
I'll fix my PC and I'll send it. I got you. Hold on.
Okay.
Restart your PC.
Maybe the Globers have sent a little virus through so you don't figure it out. Well, while she's doing that, was there any other folk? Some people chiming in there. Other Globers? Speak up. What evidence do you have? Any at all? Or is it just a belief?
What happened to all the white knights?
Yes. Their tunics were white as snow. So it's been popping in here today?
On and off, mate, as far as I know.
Nice.
DJ's been killing it.
DJ, as always.
Man, that taboo conspiracy observation, 21 miles, Utah. That brings out the cope in them, something shocking. Every time DJ brings it up.
Really does, doesn't
cope oozing out of everyone. Yeah.
You guys know how to reduce lag?
Pardon?
Yeah, close like as many browser windows as you can.
Because it's like really, like, it's really, like, I can't even see my mic turning green. It's really bad, actually.
If you got like programs open or browser window, like Google Windows open, close as many as you can. My laptop does the same thing.
I'm literally gonna cry. Why is it doing this? I just wanna.
I know, just when you were about to prove the globe. How frustrating.
You can ask anybody with a laptop, bro. It does this a lot, especially because I have a Dell laptop, and so it's like I can't even see myself talking. Like I don't. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, yeah, it's alright.
Like it's really. I have like a Dell, like a really shitty Dell laptop that I got like 6 years ago. So it's
Brand of the laptop has nothing to do with it. You've probably got too much stuff running.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Wait, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have my games running. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Silly me.
Yep. Silly you.
Hold on. Ooh, that's. Maybe it's my tabs. Close that.
I've been doing that. DJ, are you there?
Yo, yes.
Do you remember, and I hate doing, well, I'm actually not going to do this with pride. Do you remember QE's argument about the angular limit of the human eye compared to the Earth curvature, 1, 2, or 3?
Yes.
I've posted that under hashtag optics in additional information, but I can't post it from there into this room. Is there a reason why I can't? Because I can post it into the other politics server. Is it because the author of said post is banned from the server? Do you know?
I don't think that would be the case.
You got it in optics in 24/7, Jedi.
Yeah. It's like the
Yeah,
latest
I'll
one.
try it.
Third argument up from the bottom.
Yeah, you try it, DJ, and if it doesn't work, I'll try.
The only reason why I'm saying is because I was trying to post it earlier because it was hella relevant to what you were talking about. With the boat and when should disappear and making that prediction, which is where I was trying to go. But we're off onto this now. I'm not saying we should go back to that. I'm just saying if we could at some point after this is done, maybe that might be a good place to restart. Because we do this from time to time, right? We get, 50, 75% way through a conversation, if we're lucky, and we never reach a logical conclusion, which is all we want the person to get to.
It's not good.
Yeah, that's the same with me. It's saying it contains blocked content by this server. There must be someone in the text. There must be someone in the text that is picking up.
So I edited the original text because it had some of QE's fiberisms, let's say. I'd removed those. I've been able to post it before, but all of a sudden I now can't post it again.
It's Discord that's doing that.
Worked when I post. I just copied the text and pasted it.
Legend.
No, I just tried it and it comes up. Can't be posted, contains content blocked by the server. Ooh.
Yeah.
Naughty boy.
But yeah,
It
DJ's
worked
posted
for
it.
me.
Is that your own one, DJ?
No, I just copied it straight from the home server.
Okay.
But yeah, I have my own version as well where I also edited out all of the insults and stuff. That's funny.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
But yeah, I'm glad you can post it because at some point you should probably try and go through that with our.
A female Sunny.
I can wait. Can I screenshot my GPU and send it?
Well, it's not really like we're not really doing tech support here, but I'm sure someone can help you out.
Oh shit! Look.
Why don't you just take yourself 5 minutes, turn your computer off, restart
Wait,
it,
why can't
and come back in?
Why can't I post it in chat?
Where's Fry when you need him?
Prophet, I'm gonna send it to you. It's not letting me post it in the chat.
IT crew, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, I reset it, but the problem is like It's Discord that's taking up most of my stuff because my CPU, it says, has 81.3% Discord, and then my memory is 942 megabytes on Discord. I don't know how to see how much RAM I have, though.
Are you using the app or are you using a web browser?
I'm using the app.
Well, try using it through the web browser.
Hold on, I'm gonna leave the call and try.
Yeah, you do that. Who's Will 505? What's up, Will 505?
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. You been listening to the conversation?
Yeah.
Or are you new?
What?
Are you new to the conversation, or have you spoken about flat Earth before?
To flat Earth? No, I've been flat Earther for years.
Oh, nice.
To this conversation, I've been on the other server. I haven't really touched the one on this server. For the 24/7 chat.
Okay, nice. What if you speak to a new person like a Glober? What are 3 points that you mention to them when it comes to flat Earth for them to consider?
Missing curvature.
Pretty bad for the globe. I agree.
All bodies of water are flat.
Kind of the same.
And
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I guess the next biggest thing would be the Bible. So, because I'm Christian myself, so because it says that the Earth came before the sun in the Bible. So
That's true, it does, but it's not really kind of physical or empirical.
And another thing is that every single religion and culture before, however many hundreds of years ago, I think it's between 1 and 300 years ago or whatever. Every single culture and religion believed that the Earth was flat. I don't.
Okay. But then you'd kind of be appealing to consensus with that argument, which doesn't necessarily prove the proposition. But okay, fair enough. I'd maybe give him a C minus, maybe, if I'm being strict.
Yeah.
Some work to be done, but if you listen to us, you'll be up to at least a B in no time.
Yeah. Have you seen the What on Earth Happened documentary series?
I don't know which one's that.
It's an 8-hour documentary, or I think it depends on. I'll post it in chat.
Who made it?
Is that the
I
Ewan
don't remember.
Yeah, the UR one.
I don't remember. They made a second series after that. But that's that's the first thing of the first thing on Flat Earth I ever watched. But for
Well, what evidence for the flat Earth in that did you see that interested you, that made you look into it?
Well, for me, it was in school. I was reading in Greek mythology that they said in the myths that there was the ends of the earth, or a limit to how far you can go, which doesn't make sense in the globe. You can just keep going and going and going and going.
Right, but how would you know if that's true? and not just mythology. Myth.
Why would they write a story that's completely fake? Everything has to have morals for them to write it. They didn't write fiction like we did back in the day, right? So
I wouldn't totally dismiss that point, but when you're talking about something like flat Earth, you've got to be coming with empirical proof, like observations, measurements. You talking about mythology in the Bible? People are just going to be like, okay, dismissed.
yeah, but most of the people I talk to are fellow Christians, so
Yeah, fair enough. All right, cool. Well, welcome to the chat. We're here 24/7. We stream on YouTube. Join the home server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you haven't already.
yeah, I'm part of the home server. Yeah.
Cool. Do you have any topics or questions you want to discuss?
The way to win the Big Rings Challenge is to take a length, which is like a really fun game, and to put it through 2 rings.
Well, that's all right. If you think of any, you can let us know. Who else we got? New people. Chronix. What's up, Chronix? LT. Mimas. Paradigm. Pony Soldier. Sonny, we've been speaking to. A few people I don't recognize in here. Say hello. Or don't. It's up to you. Anyway. Yeah, I guess just open floor until Sunny returns, if she ever does. With that elusive globe proof. Isn't it annoying when you're just about to prove the globe and your PC melts down? I hate when that happens.
Could be worse. You could have had your house burgled and someone stole your only proof.
Yeah, that was the analog version of the PC meltdown. The sacred texts. No. The sacred equations. All right, it's getting quiet, so someone's going to have to say something smart. DJ, Jedi, come on. Smart things.
The only thing that's really gone on in my head is something that Sonny said maybe about half hour, 45 minutes ago with regards to the bridge. I missed the rest of the conversation. But it doesn't matter about any claim about any engineer or whatever making a claim that we've had to take account with this bridge for the curvature of the Earth, because that's just a claim. What we want is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth that they had to account for. Like measuring the grade of a hill when you're building a building upon it and you want it to be level, and the accountants the amount of bricks at one end to say the other end, because you've got to account for that slope. So if we've got to account for curvature of the Earth, it has to be measured when we're measuring across a span of land to put a bridge on it. We don't measure it, it's just presupposed, it's a nice story. That's the only thing that was going on in my head. So
And on top of
Nice.
that, I noticed too, in the conversation that preceded, there came a point where there was an admission to planar surveying being conducted, and then an apologetic introduced afterwards using the WGS 84, blah blah blah, whatever geoid models that they're appealing to, right? Same thing again applies. If you're going to do that, then where is that measured curvature, which you just measured flat?
Did you just get back? Oh, why not?
Sonny, you've returned. Is your PC cooled down, or is it a melting pile of plastic and circuit boards on the floor? I guess the latter. Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure what was going on there. Is that a different Jesse one than he usually talks about, where he's measuring bridges? Sounds like they're mixing up a couple of things there. Like, what are they Googling to get Jesse Kozlowski come up as one of the top links? Is that what's coming up now? If you Google who measured Earth curve, can someone test that?
Yeah, Soundly, Jesse, yep.
They're like the top recommended links on Google.
ChatGPT, or at least Perplexity AI, often when I'm asking it questions, will reference their material.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
in a couple of years' time, it's going to be the reverse, where ChatGPT is going to reference Cyclone from 24/7 or TDUP from 24/7 Flat Earth.
Well, I was saying the other week.
It's going to be too late by then, Holmes. Let me explain. As Neil deGrasse Tyson put it, and he's not wrong, that eventually the internet's going to become untrustworthy because there's going to be so much AI garbage that you can't even tell what's real and what isn't. So you're actually going to have to do actual due diligence for primary sources yourself.
That's technically already happened. The internet is mostly dead.
It is interesting, though, how this conversation has seemingly overtaken the mainstream points about this globe with regards to the evidence, and that now AI is recommending the Discord globers rather than the establishment, NASA, and whatever else. So that's interesting.
Wait, the
Scary.
internet's what? Google or AI is saying that Discord globers are more knowledgeable than Steal the Bike Tyson? Or like an astrophysicist?
Yeah, they're recommending to the masses who are using the tools of the AI that they should be looking to random internet personalities.
Rich
A
Evans?
guy called Soundly.
Yep. Walter
I need to see Doctor in front of that at least. I can't just go with Soundly. Who the fuck is Soundly?
Picture of him wearing a lab coat.
It would be the equivalent to being like,
My mind.
you need to check out the measurements of XXX Noob Slayer 69 XXX. It's like a game. It's like a gamer handle. And that's what the AI's firing them out.
It's funny.
Check out Soundly.
I've got a pink Bourbon coffee that's called Noobs. It's from the Noobs farm. I'll shut up, sorry.
No, you're alright. Yeah, that is ridiculous.
You suck. Oh. Kendall?
Sonny, you're hot micing. Sort yourself out. You're a mess.
We always have outlet. Oh, we almost have.
God, she's a woman.
Someone
She
do
thinks that she's the centre of attention, even when she's not.
Yeah, someone just put her on mute.
That was a screen door opening. She's getting a pizza delivered.
I wonder what that cap on her PFB says.
So how long was that conversation going on for? What else did you speak about, or was that kind of it? Finally jumped in towards the end there.
Did anybody remind her that, like, I don't know, like, she seems like really new and kind of, you know, like, obviously green. Anybody? I like saying, if you're just chilling on the beach, like, see that hump, man. You should see that hump about.
She must have been Googling away or on Chat GPT or something, though, because she was coming back with responses.
Yeah, I heard her get the 60. If she did that in her head, that's not. I mean, that's not completely started like me, but
Yeah.
you know, she got the 66, almost 67, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to come in with, you know, seemingly paranoid schizophrenia vibes saying, I smell a voice changer.
Oh, man.
It's incredible though. Or you just like, yeah, I don't know. She's got that whole. They're wrong, so I'm just gonna keep throwing stuff. Like they just don't know how wrong they are. That's the problem. They'll figure it out if I talk to them long enough. You guys don't understand, you know. When you zoom in, you're bringing the you know, bringing it back. Not really.
The person who asked me how I can do that much math in my head, it's hard, but I want to be a mathematician for a really, really, really long time. And I'm 21 right now. I switched my major to law for minors criminal justice. I want to be a private defense attorney for people of underage, people that are underage, like minors. And so even since I graduated way early, I graduated when I first turned 17 as a senior. And so it's not that I have a piece of paper and pen near me too. So that was
Wait,
also
you graduated high school at 18?
Oh, 17.
Well, it sounds like you've been very successful. So well done. Congrats to you.
Thank you. I
Keep this
appreciate
up.
it.
Well, yeah.
Well, now you've managed to cool down your computer. Have you managed to read that link that you sent?
I've been sending this right here because you were right. I'm not even gonna try to rebuttal my point. You were right. That article says nothing about him using laser, but this does. Anyways, one second. I need to go pee.
The old grenade and run. What she posted.
Guys, shoot, you're in for it
Hey,
now.
hey, Bear. Let's settle this right here, right now. Why do you have a penchant for talking straight through people? What's going on? Is it a technical issue or a personal issue?
I did that? Okay, sorry.
Okay, so it's a technical issue because you don't hear the other person. So what can we do to fix it?
I'll be quiet. If I talk through.
No, we don't want you to just be quiet. We want it to be, dude, where if you recognize somebody else is talking, that you yield rather than just keep talking. We have two people talking simultaneously. I'm trying to solve the problem. So just saying, oh, I'll just be quiet, that doesn't solve the problem. I could do that just by muting you. So how are we going to solve it?
I'll do better.
No, I'm trying to find out. Like, is it that your volume's low? Your feedback is different? Like, what's up? We can figure it out.
I'm driving, so I'm usually not driving. So yeah, I'll just chill.
Okay, so is it maybe when you're driving, your audio feed, like when you're talking, cuts off, that you could hear other people? Maybe.
I don't know. I didn't realize I was. But maybe there's a or something.
I'll tell you why, friend. I'll tell you why, bro. It gives the appearance that you just intentionally are ignoring people, and that's kind of like a bad vibe. So I want to solve it so we don't have to have that anymore.
If I'm doing that bad, I'll just try to pay better attention then.
Yeah, that's fair, bro. But check this out. Sometimes it doesn't matter how much attention you pay because it's actually a technical issue. Do you understand? Like sometimes your mic will cut the gates off and you'll hear like your own feedback of your voice rather than the other person. Like it happens all the time, especially with people who have low mics. Like Jedi, when he's on, a lot of times his mic is kind of low, and when somebody else starts to speak, it cuts him off, and nobody can hear him. He like goes into the background, and people just talk right through him.
I wish I was better with freaking technical crap. I don't know a lot about mics. I've gotten. I mean, I got my blue parrot on. I don't know. It's like a decent freaking thing, but I don't
Could be
know.
multiple aspects. Could be also latency and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Bear, for now, we'll take your word for it that you're not just being a dick.
No, I think, dude, I think I probably suck at not giving. You know, I start too early, or I have a tendency to feel like I'm stopping, but then I start with another thought, and you know, not to talk through somebody. Just I don't know. I suck. I'm not very good at this, am I?
All right. So, Sonny, you still there? Still looking for that 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. Still don't have that in reality. So all these globe arguments, which necessitate a 66 foot drop over 10 miles, would consequently be baseless. Incorrect, even. Well, I guess she's back. She's gone, so as you were.
She's in typing. She's not.
It's an audio show, Sonny, so you're going to have to talk if you want to talk. Otherwise, we can move on. If there's anyone else who has questions or evidence to present.
Sonny, just so you know, it's not about winning or losing. It's about you thinking critically and logically and understanding what you've been taught at school doesn't match reality, and for you to go and check it for yourself.
Yeah, don't be coming into this thinking about it as in flat Earth versus globe Earth, the debate. It has to be a debate. I have to argue for the globe. Because then you're just going to miss out on acknowledging reasonable points that we're going to make. So even if you don't come to the same conclusion we do, you can still have a discussion and consider the evidence without thinking about it as a debate. Just have a conversation. It's not about winning or losing. We're not here to win. You're not here to lose. It's not your globe model to defend. You had nothing to do with it. You were simply given it, like everyone else, as a child. So you're under no obligation to defend it. It's not your family legacy. So you should actually be scrutinizing it as intensely as you can. Which is what we're doing.
Sonny says in the chat, I posted it, didn't I? And what I see, the last thing that was a link led me to Jesse Kozlowski's library of videos. So was there a particular one out of all those that you were appealing to?
Yeah, that would be an elephant hurling fallacy, where you just chuck a link that has a million other links in it. Doesn't specifically address what we're talking about, at least not on that page specifically. So no, you'd have to go into it, you'd have to show the method, the data, 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. It shouldn't be this hard. Presumably, you think they're landing robots on Mars. So you think they'd be able to drop a measurement of 66 feet over 10 miles. Someone. So that alone should be making you think, why do I have to appeal to a random Jesse Kozlowski? Where's all my tax money going? Can't these people prove the Earth's a ball? Why is it falling to the working man? He's got enough on his plate. He's got to go to work. He's got to feed his family. Now you're telling him he has to prove the globe too, even though they're taking $80 million a day at NASA. They can't come up with something that we can rely on and shut these flat earthers down with. So I guess we're going to have to do that too. Come on, guys. You should be outraged. Even if you are a globe believer. You should be asking for your money back.
There's a lot of things that should be asking for money back on. Everyone should be.
Yeah, true. But this is on topic and speaks directly to our point, so. Constantly, why'd you give up on the VC? You were doing well. Compared to many Globers that come through.
Dude, she said she had to go to the bathroom. Why are you stressing her out?
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm not reading the chat, so apologies if that's the case.
What, you want her to pull up her pants with a mess? I mean, come on now.
No. Well, T-Dub was saying she was typing away, so really it's T-Dub that's inflamed the situation.
Chat. Listen, friends, let me tell you something from my time at Verizon. One of the most damage to iPhones for claims is women dropping it in the toilet.
Oh.
The well-known fact.
Gravity. Arguing with the flat earthers on the toilet.
Yeah. They teach us about it in training because part of the thing is like a lot of the insurance plans don't cover water damage unless you pay extra money, right? So there's a trend, and as hard as this is to fathom for people, it's primarily women that drop their phone in the toilet. One reason is because they keep it in their back pocket. Like I'm telling you, we didn't make this up. Like I learned this at Verizon. They say they keep the phone in the back pocket. They're going to take a pee. They have to maneuver their pants, and then immediately their phone falls right into the toilet, right out of their back pocket. And then what they do is they try to come into the store and say, I didn't drop it in water. I need a new phone. It just doesn't work anymore.
I can believe it. Yeah, that makes sense.
And so, of course, you got to check the little...
I've seen some flow letters, so it does break it.
Yeah, then you got to check those little markers where they'll turn like all red brick or red square if somebody's dropped it in water. We had one girl bring a phone in and say that her phone was damaged and it didn't drop in water. And my manager at the time kind of knew the name of the person and just looked up her Facebook. And her Facebook was just plastered with her taking pictures of herself and her girlfriends at, you guessed it, a water park. It's just like, oh, my phone wasn't anywhere near water. Like, get real, lady. I'm not giving you a new phone. I know you dropped it in the water.
Some good detective work. Some good,
to be fair, though, that was
lessons.
Before where... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, that's a good lesson for those listening. Don't lie about the water damage. They know. They'll find you at the water park.
Well, a lot of the phones now are water resistant and stuff, so they're more robust. But back then, like phones were like, unless you got the rugged version of the phones, they were all prone to water damage.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Maybe they'll continue.
So the
with
moral
that.
of that story, the moral of that story is that water is very damaging. Like water can tell the tale on you. So, for example, if you claim the Earth is a globe, but water is flat, then you can't possibly live on a globe. So your claim is false.
Mm.
Make sense?
Yep. And there's no insurance for a missold reality, I'm afraid, Globers. You just have to take that one on the chin. All right, well, open floor. If anyone wants to bring up a topic. feel free.
Yeah. Just a quick question.
All right.
Is this live?
Oh, I see. Yes, it is.
So I can't keep it up for too.
That was too convincing. You had me.
We have Blackie from the West, cotton grower. Golly, bro.
Oh, welcome, yeah. Yo.
Oh, shit.
Yo, welcome, bro. Bro,
Good
I
timing,
believe in
CB.
the flat earth. Bro,
You
I
take
believe
over.
in the flat earth, bro. I can't lie.
You believe in observable reality. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
bro, I can't lie. I believe in that still.
So when you go to the beach and you see the flat horizon, you believe it, yeah?
Yeah, T, I can't lie.
Good.
100%,
Good.
bro. Yeah, what can I say, bro? It's just like legit.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just like as easy
bro.
as going to the beach.
Like, everybody who believes in around the earth, bro. They're so stupid, bro. Like, they're so, like, thick.
Nah.
They're thick as shit, bro. I can't
Nah, they
lie.
can't be thick. Nah, because you've got pictures from space, bro.
Bro, no, but flat earths are just like, it's just real.
Nah, they've got
It's
pictures of it. Have you not seen the pictures?
That's fictional, bro. That's
No. Wait, are you telling me that they can fake pictures?
Yes, they can, bro.
How would they fake a picture of the Earth being a
Listen,
ball?
we're in the Matrix. We're in the
No.
Matrix. We're in the Matrix, guys.
But they've got other proof. They've got other proof.
Man.
What about gravity?
Escape. All of these
Explain gravity.
All of these governments have got you locked in. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but see when you drop a
life's
rock.
alive. Life's alive.
When you drop a rock, though.
Gravity. There's no
Gravity, yeah?
gravity. There's no such thing as gravity, guys.
But you drop a rock.
No such
Get
thing
an
as
airplane,
gravity.
bro. Get in an airplane. You can see the curvature, bro.
There's no such thing as gravity.
Yeah, because when you drop a rock, it goes to the ground, right?
That's not gravity. There's no such thing as
Yeah,
gravity.
it is. That's gravity.
Who invented gravity? Who invented gravity?
Who do you think invented gravity?
Who invented gravity? Exactly. It's fiction.
Which gravity?
It's fictional. It's fictional. Who invented
Which one's fictional?
Who invented gravity? It's fictional, bro.
Who invented
Flat
gravity?
Earth. That's
You're
why.
dropping a rock, though. When you drop a rock, it goes down, so the Earth must be a ball.
Yeah, so where did gravity come from?
From the Big Bang and everything coalescing into balls.
But like,
Everything's flying around in balls in space, remember?
Who made the name gravity? Because it can't have been.
Because you drop the rock, so it goes
It
down.
can't have been already made, surely.
What are you talking about?
Gravity makes
Why is
everything
it
into
called gravity? Why is it called gravity? Someone had to.
Why is
make
it
the name
called gravity?
Because it has gravitational
Good
pull.
question.
It's
It has gravitational pull.
It's fictional, yeah, but what, like the word gravity, where does that come from? How have they been able to label it gravity as fictional? This
Because it's gravitational.
We're living in a matrix.
Let's look up the
Escape the matrix,
etymology.
man.
Okay. He's almost too annoying even to entertain.
Someone was sick with his shit, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, brother. Listen, Cyclone, I want to just congratulate you on your advanced linguistics. I didn't know you spoke brain damaged.
Well, I can turn it on and off, but even I have my limits.
You can turn it on and off.
Yeah, I can.
That's
Well, at that point, you're just speaking through each other at some point. Yeah.
Gravity.
I mean, he's obviously triggered, but he kind of realizes at the same time that the globe is bullshit. But he's triggered about it.
Yeah, it's like a
Is that-
weird, backwards,
Yeah.
ineffective troll.
I mean,
What about gravity?
Hey, Blackie, do you know what the claimed radius of the globe Earth is supposed to be?
Hell no.
Yo, I don't know, bro. Can you educate me?
See, that tells me that you're a globe believer.
No, I'm not, bro. Well, like, I'm a
Yeah,
flat
because
earther.
only the globe believers don't know what the claimed radius of the globe is.
Bro, where you from, bro? Where you from in the UK, bro?
So
Where you from in the UK, bro? You from like Cambridge or something, bro?
it's none of your
Can't lie.
business.
You're a little
None of your
nerd, mate.
business.
Look at Mandem. He's got
That's
his
all
Nike
right, mate.
tracksuit on.
So you don't, know the radius, so that means you are a globe believer. Oh, see,
Oh, what is
triggered.
in the UK, Linda. Okay, calm
Very
down.
triggered. It's okay. It's okay. He's just a bit triggered because he realizes he knows nothing about the globe that he believes in, and that's why he's spazzing out, isn't it, Blackie?
Is that why you broke character?
Bro. You're a little faggot, bro. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I see, very
Wait, but
upset.
how? He's not one of the
Blackie,
Mandem.
That's a rip. That's no more second chances, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I
That's
think
TOS,
that's
so that's gonna have to be a ban.
hey, bro. Yeah, you're going to have to wait till we're on Rumble for that one, buddy.
We understand you're very upset. I don't know how you're going to deal with it. Maybe just keep embarrassing yourself in different chat rooms on the internet.
Get yourself a bottle of water.
Some kind of gangster.
Have some water.
Wait a second. Didn't Blackie say he was a flat earther like us, though?
No, he said another F word.
Yeah, but this is what some globers do who are too low IQ to even argue for their globe religion. But they've maybe listened or thought about it enough to realize that it's a joke.
Yeah.
So they just
we gotta question.
roll like
we gotta
this.
question everything. Right? That's the whole thing as flat earthers, right?
Well,
And if
you have
someone
to be a
doesn't do
flat
that,
earther to be a critical thinker or a skeptic. But he wasn't trying to do any real thinking or conversing there. He was just spazzing out and doing a weird little cope spiral.
Gravity.
Which we can entertain, but when you start doing TOS and all that, we just have to mute you.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but we also got to be honest with where Flat Earth community has come, because there are definitely an increase in people joining, saying they're Flat Earthers, but they're not for the right reasons. So they just want to be part of a community. They want to be part of a counterculture. That is happening. We can't just discount that. There are definitely people who claim to accept.
if you wanted to be a counter thing, it'd just be anti-government.
Hey, Will, cool story, Will. Was I finished with my thought?
No.
Yeah, Will, why don't you inform the audience what my thought was, since you wanted to interrupt it? Go ahead.
Listen, we don't need to talk about your thoughts in here, AI. We should leave her alone.
Yeah, Will, you got to learn. People are mid-sentence, right? With a clear train of logical thought. It's not your cue to interrupt them. Make sense? All right, go ahead.
No, but it is true that people do come in here pretending to be a flat earther, but as Wolfgang pointed out, you can ask them very simple questions like, what's the radius? And it'll pretty quickly expose, wait, what? Yeah, so they don't know what flat earthers are, what they say, what their position is. You can easily expose someone trolling easily.
Yep. Well, on that note, I'm going to peace out, boys. But good to hear you. I'll catch you soon, eh?
Cheers,
There's some W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat. I'll be leaving in like 3 minutes. Ooh, we got the W's already coming in hot.
To be a little fair, right? Some people might actually consider themselves to be genuine flat earthers, but like AI said, for the wrong reasons. So they have a misconception about what it is to be a flat earther, right?
Gravity.
They've been influenced rather than like influenced by rhetoric and popularity and all these other things, yeah. Rather than the reasons why they should consider themselves to be a flat earther, which is that the geometry of the surface of the Earth shows us that it's not a globe and that it's planar in nature.
Facts. It is pretty funny though. Most flat earthers know what like the claimed radius is. You could just ask anyone in this panel. I bet you could call on anybody, and they'll know. Hey, yo, Berserker.
Hey, yo, who is that? Hi.
Yeah, Berserker. What's the radius of the globe Earth?
If I'm not wrong, 3,595 miles.
There you go, chat. This is in 4K. You saw it here live. The facts.
I thought it was 69420. Oh, wait, that's my Discord password. My bad.
Neil's like top 10 favorite flat earther right now. Easily.
I'm just color commentary. That's all. Very little substance, but once in a
Me and you
while.
both, bro. Me and you both, bro.
Hey, Neil, I want to give you a coded message, which I think you'll understand. So the pecking order is irrelevant when the farmer comes with the shotgun to put down the old rooster.
Oh shit!
Uh-oh. Yo, play the gun sound, CB.
With the soundboard's turned off in here. But I'm sure we all heard it in our mind's eye, as AI would say. Yeah, oh shit! That's like some real shit. Oh, that's Drace.
Make my money.
Nice. Nice one, Drace. Yeah. It feels good to be a flat earther, man. They don't have anything for us at this point. It's just trolls at this point, bro. And those are easily dealt with. That guy lasted a whole, what, 2 minutes? What about gravity? And then just YOLO, Euro, you know, whatever. Very rare when you find someone who has, like, the intellectual capacity or the stamina to go longer than a few minutes.
True.
Hello, bro.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube and I heard that retard from the UK didn't even know that Cyclone had a Scottish accent. That's how educated he is.
Right. He's like, where are you from? Birmingham? Are you from Cambridge?
Idiot.
Bollocks.
How embarrassing. How people even speak like that.
Gravity. What about gravity? Gravity? With my pole, what?
Completely unaware he's broadcasting from his sister's house.
Oh, damn.
What's your story, Will 505?
505.
What do you mean by story?
Well, I was on YouTube. I heard you sticking up for the guy.
Oh, I didn't know who was saying what.
You said, isn't he a flat earther like us?
I thought he said that, and I thought we were just trolling him back. I didn't know what was. I didn't realize what was going on.
He must be new here.
Yeah, he's clearly new, so be gracious, all right?
I was
sorry.
I didn't know which end was saying what. I thought we might have been joking or whatever to him.
What's your best proof that we live on a flat earth?
That's for you, Will.
It depends who I'm talking to.
Me.
You're talking to a kangaroo
Well,
guy.
I don't know you, so. Well, I don't know you,
So whether you know me or not makes a difference on what your best proof is?
Well, you would assume the missing curvature. Just start.
In what way?
Well, I live in an area where the mountains should not be seen, but when we're on the hills, we can see the mountains from a location where they should not be visible. So I'm missing curvature of however much.
Cool. Have you done the maths on that? That'd be interesting.
Me doing it? No, it was because I'm in a small. It's me and my family.
Sorry?
So I watched the math being done, and I agreed. Rather than actually typing into the calculator myself or whatever.
Okay, so what did you use? Your elevation height, the elevation height of the mountains?
I think it was.
Did you use anything in between? Like, is there a hill in between, or pretty complicated equation?
I think it was it triangulation or
It's all right. I'm just grilling you, man. Don't worry about it. But if you got the results, it'd be nice.
It was like.
Are you cutting out, or you not finishing your sentences? I'm not sure. Maybe it's my Australian internet. Not finishing sentences, then.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right. You're a little bit nervous, are you?
He does sound very aggressive, doesn't he?
Who, me?
Bloody Aussie.
Just look at my. Just because I don't care. Like I can. If it's getting too heated and I can't. I don't know what to do. I can just like exit. This is the internet, right? Like, obviously, don't go. I don't go too deep in real life. So
Don't stress, young fella.
I wasn't being aggressive or anything. I was just trying to find out what convinced you that we live on a flat plane. That was
well, what got me my head rolling, got me thinking is the Greek mythology, the stories, and then eventually then it was I found somebody brought up flat Earth, and I was like, yeah, okay, and they said it was in the Bible, and then they sent us videos on it, and we watched those, and so on and so forth. So yeah.
Cool.
You were saying there's hills nearby that you shouldn't be able to see. Have you actually looked up what you should be able to see in comparison to something online like the Earth Curve calculator?
I know it's a mirage or whatever, but it's not. It's like even. Yeah, I should probably do some more.
Yeah, I think it would help solidify it in your head as well. And then if you're trying to explain it to someone, you go, okay, well, from this distance,
I believe the Earth is flat, but I know it's not a globe, right?
Yeah.
But I can't. Obviously, there's no 100% model. Like all the flat earthers believe all of us believe something slightly different. There's convex, and then there's the dome.
We're a bit different in this room. What we do is we just make claims to what we can actually prove. Like the surface of the Earth is flat, right? So the known surface, like water, things like that.
Yeah.
Now, what's outside of that, we can't really, make claims.
Yeah, I agree.
Or a map or a model or anything like that. Yeah. We know you can get places with a map, right? But a map of the whole reality, that would be a different story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just kind of stick to that. Okay, the Earth measures flat, is observed as flat, and used, practically used as flat. Building, construction, roads, aeroplane flights, navigation, everything.
Yeah. And it honestly, once you start thinking about it, like the curvature stuff doesn't make sense because, like if we had satellites and that's what's causing the signal, like all the signals, and why don't we have service in the valleys right now? Like why do we have valleys that the service cuts out, like for phone calls, if we're broadcasting off these satellites, right?
Yeah, because they're just using phone towers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't.
And it's like
neither-
5 miles away from a certain location, like out into the place where there's no wherever. I think it was, last I looked, it was like 5 miles out, and you can't even get radio or whatever. Or I don't know how far it was, but there's certain places on Earth that you can't contact other people no matter what kind of technology you have, like, or at least not, unless I don't know.
But does that necessarily make it a flat Earth or a globe Earth? though? Like communications. Yeah. Okay, communications. Can you prove with communications that it's flat or curved?
Well,
there's always an explanation, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like it's something that you go, okay, well, if you can prove that it only pertains to a flat Earth, then yeah, all right. I don't think you can do that with communications. It's not something you can. They say satellites. We go line of sight transmission. Like you're gonna end up in an argument that you doesn't have an end. You know.
Yeah.
But you can argue that the surface of water measures flat.
And that lasers always point flat and straight if they're set up properly, or whatever the words are. They don't curve.
You ever seen FE Core documentary?
View the flat Earth. Is it that dude that everyone likes to talk about for the flat Earth?
It's Field Engineering Core. Let me go and grab it for you, and I'll post it. Yeah. Post it in the chat. Do you know where the chat is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a look at that. And I'll give you something else. Here's a document that goes with it. This is the file that goes with the documentary. It's got all of they go through different observations. It says the greatest laser experiment in history, but it's not an experiment. It's just an observation. But you can go through with that Google Docs and you can look at the numbers as they're doing them. Like test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. I think it goes up to test 7. And you can see what they're actually doing and the heights that they leave from and everything they've got put into the equation. Anyway, check it out, Will. Learn a bit more. Welcome. All right. Chronics. We've got Chronics. Yeah. Free mutual service. Oh, I think he's one of us. Forgive me. Mushkane. One of us. The cult.
Part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew.
Pony Soldier. The rest are familiar. What's been happening anyway, guys? It's a rare occasion I get to jump in on the weekends. Sounds like I killed the chat.
Just giving you your time to shine.
Damn it, Timo. You
Thanks.
were having a good time until you showed up. I'm kidding.
Been busy? Heard DJ talking with someone a couple of hours ago.
DJ's been on fire tonight. And I got another song, if you guys want to hear it.
Go for it, man.
Yes, yes, yes.
Grace say yo! Love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation, thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now let me tell you the situation, the flat earth revelation. But first some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious augmentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needles equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation or model reification. To name a few, that is not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, cause a need for special education. Just stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A paroutine fixation, not actually gurgitation. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization except in the globe installation through media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation, this is globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation, a fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of a gradient summation, it is with an expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many faces of creation. Solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, a interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation, yet we see no deviation. It's lacking validation and mass on mass acceleration. An incorrect postulation, the down vector, an average approximation, and assimilation of inverted flotation, a needle's complication. The latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation. Love, wisdom, harmony.
So now I have 3 versions of that song, and I gotta figure out which one is the best one.
Good stuff. That one's pretty good.
You guys want to hear the other 2 that are the contenders? I have like 2 mute buttons, so sometimes I mute myself on the wrong side. Because I'm remaking this. Sorry.
Get them out while it's quiet. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm remaking this song. Basically, I originally performed it myself. I don't like my own voice, so I'm just playing around with AI, making different versions of it. And you heard the first version, so here's the other 2. I'll play one, and then we'll see if anybody joins.
Trace AI, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation, thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now let me tell the situation, the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needles, equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or moderification, to name a few. That is not sophistication. It's a history or obfuscation that cause a mental retardation, cause a need for special education. Just stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parrot and fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation through media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation, a fundamental entropy violation that would be be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of a gradient summation, it is with an expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or